Chapter 809. Encountering danger at the bottom of the pool. 3 days elapsed in a flash. During these 3 days, Yuan was enduring torture every second. This sort of anguish virtually made him faint away several times. If it were others, they would probably have failed to endure it and retreated back to the shore long ago. But Yuan gritted his teeth and endured it. The torment of immolation finally gradually subsided on the 3rd day. Yuan floated on the water surface quietly and already did not have a trace of strength. No idea how long passed either, before he recovered some strength. Yuan came to the shore and released all of the true dragon strength in his entire body with all his might. An inconceivable scene occurred. Below Yuan's neck, dark green dragon scales actually faintly emerged on his entire body. This physical body tempering truly makes people wish that they were dead. But enduring through this hurdle will be of extremely great help to my cultivation in the future. Right now, just this fleshy body strength of mine already reached peak boundless realm. Coupling with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, dealing with first level heaven enlightenment martial artists is absolutely no issue. Yuan pondered to himself. The disparity in strength between the boundless realm and the heaven enlightenment realm was extremely great. The disparity between the middle 3 realms and upper 3 realms was extremely hard to cross. At present, Yuan's spirit rank dragon wave already comprehended to peak initial stage spirit rank. Only by coupling with a powerful physical body could it cross this immense threshold. But speaking of which, ever since after Yuan cultivated dragon wave to spirit rank, the rate of progress slowed considerably all at once. Spirit rank dragon wave was extremely hard to break through. Yuan fumbled for a long time and also just barely managed to reach peak initial stage spirit rank. But what made Yuan glad was that even if this spirit rank dragon wave only advanced a tiny bit, the increase in the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's power was rather considerable. Presently, the power of Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was already way stronger compared to before. Taking a look at the dragon scales all over his body, Yuan could not help smiling bitterly. If I carry on cultivating, I won't become a real dragon, right? Then wouldn't I, a dignified human, turn into the dragon race? This sort of feeling appeared again. This feeling seems to be in the direction of the desolate ancient drip essence pool. Could it be that there's something at the bottom of this pool? Boy, you struck rich. There is a dragon race supreme treasure at the bottom of this pool. Hurry up and go down to bring it up. Right at this time, Long Teng's voice sounded out once more. Senior, you finally came out. Can I please invite Senior to inform just what on earth divine inscriptions are? Regarding the dragon race supreme treasure at the bottom of the pool, Yuan was not in a hurry. Finally managed to nab Long Teng, his first reaction was to ask about the divine inscription matters first. However, after Long Teng said one sentence, there was no sound again. Yuan gnashed his teeth hatefully in his heart. This fellow was clearly intentionally avoiding him. But speaking of which, even though Yuan was already the vast heaven pagoda's owner now, he actually could not even find where Long Teng was located at. This guy was definitely hiding many secrets on him. But regarding Long Teng, Yuan really could not do anything to him. Yuan was very clear that even when he was at his prime, he might likely not be this old. Guys match either. By observing a part, one can infer the full picture. Yuan reckoned that this Long Teng's pinnacle period strength was likely not beneath the 10 great divine kings. Helpless, Yuan could only go to the bottom of the pool first to investigate properly. At this desolate ancient drip essence pool, Yuan walked to the core most 7th level region. The pool water did not have much repulsion to him either anymore. Yuan went in with a dive, sinking down to the bottom of the pool. Not long after sinking down, Yuan felt a tremendous pressure transmit over, supporting his entire body from under towards the surface of the water. He could not sink down at all. Yuan was very familiar with this pressure. It was precisely the pressure of the dragon race. Yuan could not help being secretly alarmed. This Long Teng's perception was truly sharp. He himself only faintly sensed that something was beckoning him at the bottom of this pool, but was entirely unable to determine what it was. But Long Teng could actually sense that it was a dragon race supreme treasure in the vast heaven pagoda. One had to know that he had already sunk down a distance of several thousand feet now, before sensing this dragon race pressure. This dragon race pressure was rather powerful. If Yuan did not temper his physical body in this pool water, it would likely be very hard to endure it. Right away, Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it either, immediately releasing true dragon power once more to withstand this pressure. Indeed, after releasing true dragon power, the pressure on Yi Yuan's body eased up, and he continued sinking down towards the bottom of the pool. This desolate ancient drip essence pool is actually so deep. I've already dived down several tens of thousands of feet deep and actually haven't reached the bottom yet. Yi Yuan could not help being alarmed inwardly. He had already dove down for close to 2 hours and actually had not reached the bottom yet. The depth of this pool water could be imagined. Furthermore, the further down to the bottom of the pool, the more powerful that dragon race pressure. If not for Yi Yuan refining true dragon blood essence, it was completely impossible to swim so deep. Right at this time, 2 streaks of gloomy light came from below. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, thinking that it should be almost reaching the bottom of the pool. Could it be that the location of this gloomy light was the whereabouts of the treasure? Yi Yuan did not lower his guard. Generally, places that had treasures were all dangerous places. The more precious the treasure, the greater the danger accompanying it. Previously, Long Teng said that it was a dragon race supreme treasure. Yi Yuan did not know what kind of treasure it was either. But it looks as if it was probably not some ordinary item. Those 2 streaks of shiny green gloomy light became increasingly clearer, like 2 beams of lantern light, shooting up from the bottom of the pool. The bottom of the pool was pitch black, unable to see one's fingers when stretching out one's hand. But after Yi Yuan's body went through the remolding, his visual prowess was extremely good too. At the same time, Yi Yuan entered heart-like monolith realm, grasping everything in the surroundings. Seeing as he was about to sink to the bottom of the pool, Yi Yuan finally saw clearly what those 2 beams of gloomy light were. All the pores on his entire body opened up. A sense of immense danger welled up in his heart. How was this some lantern light? It was a black flood dragon entrenched at the bottom of the pool. Yi Yuan saw distinctly that this black flood dragon's head actually already gave birth to dragon horns. This was clearly the omen of about to turn into a dragon. This black flood dragon was going to transform into becoming a genuine true dragon very soon. This black flood dragon seemed to have long known that somebody was going to come down and actually restrained its aura. Yi Yuan only discovered it with the power of his naked eye by moving close in front too. At this time, Yi Yuan was merely around 1,000 feet or so away from this black flood dragon. Although Yi Yuan was unable to perceive this black flood dragon's cultivation, to be able to transform from a flood dragon into a dragon, it was at the minimum faceless realm strength too. Faceless realm martial artists were not what the present Yi Yuan could resist. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan turned around and fled. Ignorant human, to actually dare pry into this dragon's treasure. Where are you running to? This black flood dragon actually spoke human language. His body shot out from the bottom of the pool like a cannonball, heading straight for Yi Yuan. This underwater was the black flood dragon's domain in the end. The advantage of Yi Yuan's speed could not be brought out at all. In a blink of an eye, the black flood dragon was going to catch up to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently escaping when he suddenly turned around and gave a palm. This palm was already the limits of his strength. The black flood dragon was struck until his figure stopped. But he was completely unscathed. Chapter 810, A Little Snake. With this, Yi Yuan finally probed out this black flood dragon's strength. It was indeed the faceless realm. Furthermore, looking at it, it was actually at the high-level faceless realm. This level of strength, Yi Yuan was not even enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. If it was the heaven enlightenment realm, Yi Yuan could still think of ways to deal with it. But the faceless realm, Yi Yuan was at a complete loss on what to do. Earlier, if not for Yi Yuan reacting fast to the situation, the black flood dragon could annihilate him with a wave of a hand. Even so, it was also a certain death situation right now. No wonder you want to covet this dragon's treasure. I didn't expect that a puny little human actually possesses such unadulterated dragon pressure. But it makes this dragon jealous. Brat, after this dragon eats you and refines all of your flesh and blood, it should be able to help me break through the fetters. Being struck by Yi Yuan, the black flood dragon was not the least bit angry. From his words, one could instead faintly detect a hint of agitation. Even though the black flood dragon did not take human form, with his faceless realm strength, his intellect was not the slightest bit inferior to humans. He was even smarter than most martial artists. Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm move earlier, the dragon pressure was pure to the extreme. It was countless times purer than the dragon race bloodline in his body. Then, Yi Yuan very likely refined true dragon bloodline. That was how he came to possess such a pure bloodline. As long as he devoured Yi Yuan's fleshy body and blood, he naturally had ways to refine out blood essence. At that time, his impure true dragon bloodline would evolve by a large margin. Breaking through the fetters to transform from a flood dragon into a dragon would be close at hand. An intense sense of danger hit Yi Yuan's heart. He urged his essence energy to the max, wanting to escape the black flood dragon's pursuit. The black flood dragon in the water was originally like fish in the water. His speed was much faster compared to Yi Yuan's. In just a blink of an eye, the black flood dragon caught up to Yi Yuan. "Boy, become a meal in this dragon's belly." The black flood dragon gave a cold laugh and actually opened up his oversized jaws, wanting to grind Yi Yuan up in one bite. Yi Yuan clenched his jaws tightly and was currently awaiting mutual destruction, but he felt an even more terrifying dragon pressure envelope the entire bottom of the pool in an instant. A black silhouette suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. The black flood dragon's figure stopped abruptly and actually did not advance in fear. "Senior Long Tang," Yi Yuan said with joy. Long Tang did not turn his head and just said faintly, "A little snake dares to proclaim as a dragon in vain too. Truly audacious Gaul. Don't you know how severe the crime of pretending to be my dragon race is?" What made Yi Yuan astonished was that the black flood dragon actually trembled facing Long Tang. Long Tang was clearly a clone right now. His strength might not even be a match for this black flood dragon. But this black dragon was actually in fear. Truly inconceivable. Lord Throne. This lowly subject knows his mistake. I beg your excellency to spare this lowly subject. The black flood dragon's unbearable arrogance from before actually vanished into thin air at this time. Facing Long Tang, the black flood dragon was actually like a rat that saw a cat. Yi Yuan could not help clicking his tongue in wonder when he saw. His dragon pressure was extremely pure as well. Why was this black flood dragon not afraid of him but was scared of Long Tang? Long Tang's pinnacle period strength was indeed very terrifying. But right now, this sort of strength seems like there was nothing for people to be afraid of, right? If the two people really fought, who would emerge victorious was still an unknown. Long Tang said coolly, "Capital punishment can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. From today onwards, you'll serve Yi Yuan as your master, all the way until Yi Yuan takes the initiative to set you free. Are you willing?" Nothing could be perceived from the black flood dragon's face. But Yi Yuan clearly sensed his difficult emotions. Indeed, the black flood dragon opened his mouth and said, "This. Lord Throne, how can our dragon race serve a human and for him to be our master?" Long Tang said disdainfully when he heard that, "Dragon race. A little snake dares to proclaim to be of the dragon race in vain too. Disregarding that you haven't transformed from a flood dragon to a dragon yet, even if you really successfully transformed into a dragon, it's also the lowest level dragon race bloodline. You dare to proclaim to be of the dragon race." Long Tang's words were utterly discourteous. Yi Yuan was stricken with terror hearing it at the side, fearful of him enraging this black flood dragon. But the black flood dragon was unexpectedly obedient facing Long Tang. It was just that this matter of serving him as master, he seemed to keep on hesitating. Long Tang felt rather annoyed and waved his hand and said, "Within 5 breaths, if you still don't make a decision, I'll make a move to destroy your several thousand years of cultivation." 5, 4, 3. Right as Long Tang counted to 3, the black flood dragon finally could not endure it and opened his mouth and said, "Lord Throne, this lowly subject agrees to it." The more Yi Yuan listened, the more bewildered he got. A clone of Long Tang's could actually intimidate a late-stage faceless realm black flood dragon. Could it be that this black flood dragon was a simpleton? Consider yourself sensible. The two of you enter a contract then. If you dare to play tricks, you should know the outcome. Long Tang said coolly. The black flood dragon hurriedly said, "This lowly subject dare not." Yi Yuan had a baffled look. When he saw the situation, just now, it was still life and death hanging by a thread. Did not think that in a twinkle, he took in a faceless realm black flood dragon as a servant. With this black flood dragon, as long as he did not run into Dao profound realm powerhouses, with how vast this divine realm was, wouldn't he be able to travel plenty of areas? Under Long Tang's supervision, Yi Yuan and the black flood dragon entered a soul bond. This black flood dragon's life and death were governed in Yi Yuan's hands. Blackwind pays respect to master. The black flood dragon finally lowered his high head in front of Yi Yuan. Blackwind was this black flood dragon's name. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, You don't need to feel wronged either. Following me, there will naturally be benefits for you in the future. Taking in the black flood dragon, Yi Yuan was finally aware of his strength too. Blackwind was at the great circle of the faceless realm. But no matter how formidable Blackwind was, he was merely at the faceless realm. As long as Yi Yuan recovered to his peak, even letting Blackwind reach Divine King realm was not impossible either. To Yi Yuan, as long as there were sufficient heaven and earth spirit medicines, he could even train a group of Divine King powerhouse. Of course, creating Divine Kings was completely different from other cultivation realms. Refining tier 9 and above medicinal pills, each heaven and earth spirit medicine required was all too rare. They were all things which could come by with luck, but not by searching for it. Even the former Medicine King Hall and Alchemist Association, these level of super major factions, could not put together a few sets either. Blackwind was Yi Yuan's servant now. Towards Yi Yuan's words, he naturally did not dare to disagree. But regarding the authenticity of Yi Yuan's words, he clearly still harbored doubts. But Yi Yuan could not be inclined to explain anything either. In the future, he would naturally know Yi Yuan's strength. After saying all these, Yi Yuan finally found time to find Long Teng to clear the doubts in his heart. Long Teng seemed to know what Yi Yuan wanted to ask and said smilingly, this black flood dragon was originally just a little snake. The dragon race bloodline it contained was extremely scarce. But this fellow's luck is extremely heaven-defying, to actually find a primeval dragon bone at the bottom of this pool. That's how he got today's achievements. Yi Yuan could not help being amazed when he heard that. His gaze when looking at Blackwind became somewhat astounded. Yi Yuan knew a little about the characteristics of the demon race's bloodlines. To be able to cultivate and become a flood dragon from a little snake with a faint bloodline, then almost cultivate to become a true dragon from a flood dragon, Blackwind's fortunes indeed deserved to be called heaven-defying. The chances of this sort of thing happening were way too small. Chapter 811, Primeval Dragon Bone. Primeval Dragon Bone, what is that? Yi Yuan understood a little about the demon race's matters. But his understanding was clearly not as thorough as the human race. Especially the dragon race, this kind of proud clan. It hid many secrets unknown to people even more so. Long Teng did not speak and just said coolly, follow me. The two people and one flood dragon dove to the bottom of the pool. On a stone platform at the bottom of the pool, a glittering and translucent bone was placed. It should be the primeval dragon bone from Long Teng's mouth. Seeing this chunk of primeval dragon bone, Yi Yuan was slightly shocked inwardly as well. The dragon race pressure coming from the dragon bone was incomparably powerful. It was actually, even several times more intense compared to his own pressure. In the pool, water around the dragon bone actually took on a pitch black color. In this pool, the water has the effect of cleansing the marrow. It's all because of this primeval dragon bone. Just some energy overflowing from the dragon bone made all the water in this pool turn into a treasure trove. This little snake could continuously advance ranks because he was cultivating nearby as well, and was about to transform from a flood dragon into a dragon, Long Teng said. Only then did Yi Yuan come to a realization. Turns out that the source of this desolate ancient drip essence pool was actually a dragon bone. This pool water was likely close to 100,000 feet deep. A measly little dragon bone was able to transform all the water in the pool into a heaven and earth natural treasure. The energy contained in the dragon bone itself could be seen at a glance. No wonder Long Teng said that he found a treasure. Turns out that he knew long ago. Senior, in your present state, it's probably very hard to deal with Blackwind, right? Why was he actually so fearful when he saw you? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Long Teng seemed to have long expected for Yi Yuan to have this query and said with a smile, the strictness of the demon race rankings far exceeds your imagination. Strength doesn't represent everything. For this little snake to want to deal with me, being 100 times stronger is more like it. Yi Yuan's eyes went wide as he said, 100 times. This Blackwind's strength was already at the great circle of faceless realm. Another 100 times stronger, how would that do? Even though this little snake succeeded in evolving and his true dragon bloodline thickened a little as well, but even if he really transformed from a flood dragon into a dragon, it's merely just the lowest class among the dragon race. The genuine clan of true dragons is likewise rigidly stratified. Unless he has another heaven-defying lucky chance and can break through to the deity realm, otherwise, he can forever only listen to higher-class dragon race's orders, Long Teng said. The demon race had always been bloodline as the highest. This point was not hard to understand. But Yi Yuan did not think that similarly of the true dragon clan, the disparity in ranking was actually so great. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something and asked, Blackwind seemed to have called you something previously. Throne. Long Teng nodded his head and said, in the dragon race, the ones possessing the purest bloodlines are hailed as the royals. But in the same era, dragons who possess a royal bloodline are extremely, extremely few. It can be said that the royals are the genuine true dragon progenies. In the divine Tao era, as long as the royals don't perish, they will all be able to achieve the deity realm in the end. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath. He did not think that the dragon race still had such formidable existences. Certain chance to enter deity realm. How much providence did this require from heaven? So, in other words, senior, you are a royal. Long Teng said proudly, this seat was known as the dragon race's #1 genius back then. I'm naturally a royal. Then that drop of blood essence you gave me. That is a royal's blood essence too. However, the foundation of this physical body of yours is too poor. That drop of blood essence wasn't enough to let you evolve to a royal. A royal's true dragon bloodline is much purer than you imagine. Long Teng said. Yi Yuan's face revealed a disappointed expression. Regarding this kind of bloodline that could unequivocally enter the deity realm, Yi Yuan still quite yearned for it. Even if now was unable to achieve deity realm, the might of this sort of bloodline went without saying. What Yi Yuan needed now was strength. Seeing the disappointed look on Yi Yuan's face, Long Teng smiled and said, you don't have to be disappointed either. That drop of blood essence not doing the trick doesn't mean that this dragon bone won't work. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said, Senior, just what is the background of this dragon bone? If I didn't guess wrong, this should be a true dragon bone from the primeval era. Furthermore, it's even the bone remains of a deity realm powerhouse. Long Teng clearly did not know the origins of this dragon bone either. But this did not hinder his conjectures about this dragon bone. Yi Yuan turned pale with fright and said, Primeval era. Doesn't that mean that it has already been 1,000,000 years since then? The history of the divine realm had no verifiable records. But according to the division of eras, 1,000,000 years ago from today was the primeval era. And this time of period where the divine Tao dwindled to zero within 1,000,000 years was known as the ancient era. Long Teng said that this dragon bone was a true dragon bone from the primeval era. Then it naturally had over 1,000,000 years of history. Truly have no way of imagining that a piece of dragon bone could preserve for 1,000,000 years and not decay. How formidable was the strength of the owner of this dragon bone when he was alive? Hey, you, this brat, know quite a bit. That's right, this dragon bone is indeed an object from 1,000,000 years ago. But because that era was too far back, the divine Tao aura on this dragon bone already dissipated to nothing. Therefore, you can also forget about prying into any divine Tao secrets from it. But with this piece of primeval dragon bone, it can be greatly surmised that your bloodline has the chance to evolve to a royal bloodline. Long Teng looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile, seemingly seeing through something. Yi Yuan's heart went cold. This old fellow was shrewd and crafty as if he realized a little something. Each and every one of his actions was all under his surveillance. He probably guessed some things long ago, except that it looks like Long Teng did not seem to have any ill intent towards him. However, since the other party did not expose it, Yi Yuan might as well carry on pretending to be muddle-headed. Yi Yuan pondered and said, this dragon bone should be a priceless treasure to Senior as well, right? Why is Senior giving it to me? Long Teng chortled with laughter and said, this bunch of old bones, have long lost the qualifications to seek out deity realm already. Refining another 10 pieces of dragon bones like this is a waste too. Might as well benefit you, this brat. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly guessing Long Teng's intentions of doing so. Without any doubt, this Long Teng was deliberately grooming him. But what purpose he had for doing so, Yi Yuan had no way of knowing. Seems like under this sort of situation now, Yi Yuan had no other choice as well. Even if it was to quench his thirst with poison, Yi Yuan had to drink it too. From the intel obtained from Zhao Qian there, Ji Kanglin might have reached 10 great divine kings' strength already. This information was akin to a massive mountain crushing on Yi Yuan's heart. What he needed now was strength. The allure of a royal bloodline to Yi Yuan was tremendous. Then thank you very much, Senior. Yi Yuan still has a query. The divine inscriptions that Senior talked about before, what on earth is it? What relation does it have with the deity realm? Now that it came to this, Yi Yuan was already very certain that these divine inscriptions were absolutely things which belonged to a deity realm powerhouse. It was just that how to use this thing, Yi Yuan was still at a loss. Since Long Teng could shout out divine inscription with certainty, he presumably still had some understanding of it. Divine inscriptions are the dragon race's secret. You're not of the dragon race yet. I can't tell you. After you thoroughly refine this piece of dragon bone and achieve a royal bloodline, I'll tell you the matters about the divine inscriptions another time, Long Teng said nonchalantly. Chapter 812. Overwhelming pain to the extent of wishing for death. Yi Yuan thought all along that these divine inscriptions his father obtained were unique. But he did not expect that the dragon race actually had knowledge of these divine inscriptions long ago. Looks like these divine inscriptions were also a highly classified level secret in the dragon clan. Hearing the meaning in Long Teng's words, it was evident that only a true dragon royal had the qualifications to know. Since Long Teng said such words, it was naturally not right for Yi Yuan to ask again. Matters regarding deity realm, regardless of anyone in any race, they would all be extremely cautious. This sort of secret definitely would not be brought out to share with others. For Long Teng to be able to promise to tell him was clearly making an exception already. Otherwise, how could he possibly loosen up his lip for him, a human? Refining this dragon bone is not the work of a single day. Moreover, the process is extremely painful. You have to be mentally prepared, Long Teng said. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched, and he asked, how painful is it? Yi Yuan had a foreboding premonition. When tempering the fleshy body in the pool water previously, it was already agonizingly painful. In this pool water was just a tiny bit of energy leaked out of the dragon bone. Therefore, the agony of refining the dragon bone itself would definitely be more terrifying than before. Compared to your tempering in the pool water previously, it's definitely 100 times more painful. If you can't withstand it, there's even the possibility of committing suicide because of the torment. Therefore, before refining, you have to think clearly, as Long Teng said. He sized up Yi Yuan's expression. Yi Yuan's heart palpitated. That sort of agony previously already made people wished for death. If it was 100 times more painful, then what kind of sensation was that? Yi Yuan's scalp tingled, and he unwittingly became somewhat fearful towards this primeval dragon bone. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Long Teng said with a smile, "What? Scared?" Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, "Isn't Senior a little immature to be using this kind of goading technique to deal with me? Refining must definitely be done. But I need to adjust my mindset a little." Yi Yuan's yearned for power to the extreme. It was not possible to give up such a fine opportunity. Furthermore, Long Teng said that after he achieved royal bloodline, he would even tell him the information about the divine inscriptions. "Hoo-hoo, I have confidence in you. This primeval dragon bone is extremely hard to come by and is indeed a dragon race supreme treasure. Refining the dragon bone is actually just fusing this dragon bone into your skeleton. After refining, not only can you achieve royal bloodline, it can even make the power of your dragon race martial techniques double. At that time, your physical body will be indestructible. This little snake's bloodline is impure and completely can't withstand the dragon pressure in this dragon bone. Otherwise, how can this thing benefit you?" Long Teng said smilingly. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he unwittingly started to look forward to it. Secretly, obtaining the dragon bone, Yi Yuan returned to the water surface and started meditating. After half a day, Yi Yuan's state of mind entered a state of a dried-up well without ripples, and he began refining the dragon bone. Yet, only upon refinement did Yi Yuan realize that the 100 times more painful that Long Teng mentioned was still a little light. Saying that it was 1,000 times was, in fact, not overboard. That feeling of pain penetrating to the deepest area of the heart really made him better off dead. Yi Yuan rolled on the ground from the pain and even used his fists to slam fiercely on the ground. In the end, he actually directly used his own head and banged against a rock. With a single knock, debris flew everywhere, scattering all over the ground. Yi Yuan even thought that Long Teng said it rather exaggeratedly previously. No matter how painful, could it hurt until he committed suicide. But now, he really wanted to directly end his own life. The bones all over Yi Yuan's body was rattling and creaking as if it was going to splinter into pieces straight away. This was truly hurting deep to the marrow. This sort of agony, it was completely unimaginable by ordinary people. Seeing Yi Yuan like this, the Black Wind by the side was somewhat uneasy. He could not resist asking Long Tang, Lord Throne, can Master pull through? Long Tang's expression fell slightly too as he said, if it were others, I wouldn't advise him to refine the dragon bone at all. But Yi Yuan, I'm still very confident in him. As for whether or not he can push through, it'll be up to him. The first refinement of this primeval dragon bone is the most painful, it is simply unable to imagine. Pulling through, the skies will be vast with brilliant prospects. If can't tide over, Long Tang clearly did not have absolute confidence when saying this too. Yi Yuan flew towards the sky, but with the essence energy cut off, he fell directly out of the sky, hurtling down with a dull crash. With this, Yi Yuan was much quieter. His entire person curled up on the ground, quivering. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth tightly, emitting grinding sounds. Many times, he fainted from the pain but woke up from the agony again. Repeating like this over and over, his consciousness gradually became fuzzy. How could the current Yi Yuan still have leftover strength to deploy whatever heart-like monolith? What was supporting him was just a conviction. That was the conviction for revenge. Now that Blackwind acknowledged Yi Yuan as master, he was deeply affected by his anguish as if he was experiencing it himself. He wanted to go over and support Yi Yuan many times but was stopped by Long Tang. Going over to help him now is harming him. Long Tang's expression was grim, and he only nonchalantly left behind this sentence. To the current Yi Yuan, every minute, every second, was endless. In a blink, a day's time passed. But to Yi Yuan, it was like a lifetime had passed. His body was still continuously twitching on the ground, the joints of his fingers kneading with cracking sounds, making people extremely pained when they saw. 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. When it reached the 5th day, Long Tang suddenly stared with wide eyes, the gaze looking at Yi Yuan revealed a pained look. Yi Yuan was still huddled up on the ground, but his right hand reached out quiveringly, and actually slowly pressed down towards the top of his head. Master, don't. Blackwind howled and was going to stop Yi Yuan was committing suicide. Yet, before his figure moved, he was forcefully stopped by Long Tang. Long Tang's expression was as dark as water as he said, this is his most difficult hurdle. Toughing it out, he'll receive endless benefits. Now, it will depend on how strong his willpower is. Long Tang stared fixedly at Yi Yuan's palm, shouting non-stop in his head, Yi Yuan, you mustn't give up. Holy Lord, right now, 1 month's time is almost up. Chen Qin said with a complicated expression. A month's time was up. Yet, the Crimson Afterglow Valley still had no activities. Yi Yuan still did not come out. This signified that Tu Yu was going to expend the last of his lifespan to open up the Grand Array. This Grand Array had 5 days of debilitated period every 300 years. Opening up the Grand Array at this time was the easiest. The 5 days of debilitated period had already passed now. For Tu Yu to forcefully open up the Grand Array, the price expended would be much greater. In his present condition, whether he could open up the Grand Array or not was still another matter altogether. But regardless whether it could open or not, he was certain to die. However, Tu Yu's expression appeared rather calm. He said with a smile, looks like heaven wills it so. Yi Yuan's talent is sufficient to support my Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's future. Using this not much lifespan of mine to exchange for his safe return, worth it. Holy Lord, Chen Qin's tears coursed down his old face. Tu Yu patted his shoulder smilingly and said, all good things must come to an end. After I die, you have to assist Yi Yuan well. Let him grow up as quickly as possible. Chen Qin nodded his head with tears in his eyes. Chapter 813. White Light Leaves. Tu Yu was currently waiting to cast a spell to forcefully open the Grand Array when all of a sudden, the earth shook, and the mountains moved. Tu Yu and Chen Qin's expression both changed drastically. What's going on? The Grand Array that forefather set up actually collapsed. Tu Yu was battered out of his senses. This Grand Array was the barrier to conceal the Crimson Afterglow Valley. It was precisely with the Grand Array that the Crimson Afterglow Valley could stand tall for so many years. But now, this Grand Array actually utterly collapsed before their very eyes. Lake water, verdant mountains, green grass, everything before their eyes became illusionary. Finally, the Crimson Afterglow Valley recovered its original appearance. The desolate ancient drip essence pool was completely exposed to the world. What to do about this? Chen Qin said in a panic. A man dressed in white clothing slowly walked out from the valley. Behind him actually followed a black-colored flood dragon. When Tu Yu saw this scene, his expression could not help changing. This black flood dragon was actually at the great circle of the faceless realm. It's Yi Yuan, Chen Qin suddenly cried out. Tu Yu's expression fell. He naturally knew that it was Yi Yuan. But why would a black flood dragon be following behind Yi Yuan? The situation was unclear. Tu Yu did not dare to rashly step forward to greet either. If he were at his prime, he naturally would not care about the black flood dragon. But in his present state, to really face off against the black flood dragon, who would emerge victoriously was really hard to say. Yi Yuan slowly walked closer and clasped his hands at the two with a smile and said, "Holy Lord, First Elder. Long time no see, I've made the two of you worry." Tu Yu nodded his head and looked at the black flood dragon behind Yi Yuan rather vigilantly. Yi Yuan understood and said with a smile, "You two don't need to be alarmed. Blackwind is my newly acquired servant. He won't be detrimental to the Holy Land. It's just that the desolate ancient drip essence pool will probably be unable to be used anymore in the future." "What did you say?" Chen Qin was shocked once more in his heart. The desolate ancient drip essence pool was where the foundation of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land lay. Now, Yi Yuan actually said that it could not be used anymore. This was undoubtedly akin to a bolt out of the blue for the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Tu Yu heaved a sigh and said, "This grand array uses the energy in the desolate ancient drip essence pool as the foundation. Now that the grand array is utterly wrecked, the desolate ancient drip essence pool clearly met with an upheaval too. In the future, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will probably have to run its own course." When Chen Qin heard that, his expression became extremely ugly too. Regarding this sort of situation, Yi Yuan was quite remorseful as well. This grand array was set up extremely ingeniously. The level of the person who set up the formation was probably not at all inferior to him either. But this array formation used the energy in the desolate ancient drip essence pool as the foundation, while the desolate ancient drip essence pool used the primeval dragon bone as the foundation. Now that the primeval dragon bone had a small portion refined by him, it already fused into his body, which was equivalent to destroying the grand array's foundation. Hence, that was why it would result in this scene before their eyes happening. At the critical moment previously, his father's, Ji Zhengyang's, sincere advice before he passed away surfaced in his head. Recalling that smile of his father which was filled with hope, Yi Yuan forcefully reined in the thought of ending himself. That was the hope for him to live on well. This hope was like the evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, letting Yi Yuan find the courage to live on. Just as Long Teng said, after Yi Yuan made it through this hurdle, he actually just pulled through a few days afterward just like that. After around 20 days, Yi Yuan finally refined the primeval dragon bone preliminarily. This also resulted in the grand array's collapse. After refining the primeval dragon bone, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already rose to the 4th level boundless. The strength of his physical body went up another level, strength comparable to the heaven enlightenment realm. This trip to the Crimson Afterglow Valley could be said to have tremendous harvests to Yi Yuan. It was just that the price was destroying the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's foundation. In a month's time, not only did you break through to Boundless Realm, you even broke through 4 minor boundaries consecutively, reaching the 4th level Boundless Realm. Tu Yu suddenly discovered Yi Yuan's transformation and exclaimed in shock. Chen Qin's emotional fluctuation earlier was huge and did not notice Yi Yuan's transformation either. Taking a look at this time, it was indeed so. Even if he entered the desolate ancient drip essence pool, this kind of improvement speed was also a little too terrifying, right? This was all thanks to the desolate ancient drip essence pool. It's just that sadly, it seems like the energy I absorbed was a little excessive. That's how it resulted in, Yi Yuan said, rather embarrassed. Tu Yu waved his hand and said rather excitedly, "If my conjectures are correct, you should have entered the 7th level region, right?" Yi Yuan nodded his head, but he thought to himself helplessly, "More than just the 7th level region, I even excavated the desolate ancient drip essence pool's foundation." But Tu Yu did not know the reason why and said excitedly, "My Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, only forefather alone reached the 7th level region to this day too. As long as you can break through to 9th level Dao Profound, it can." Protect my crimson afterglow holy land close to 10,000 years of prosperity. What does losing a desolate ancient drip essence pool count as? Since you've already come out from the desolate ancient drip essence pool, I wonder if you agree to my request previously or not. Tu Yu looked at Yi Yuan rather hopefully. Previously, Yi Yuan kept on refusing to relent. But now, Tu Yu raked up the past matter. Yi Yuan cried out sly old fox inwardly, but he said helplessly, now that it came to this, is there still leeway for me to refuse? Yi Yuan was not that sort of person who wiped their mouths clean after eating, tearing down the bridge after crossing the river. He obtained tremendous benefits in the desolate ancient drip essence pool and even ruined the crimson afterglow holy land's foundation. If he still did not promise Tu Yu, he would not even be able to live with himself. Tu Yu was dead certain about this point as well, that was why he brought up the past matter. He also knew that if not for the desolate ancient drip essence pool being utterly useless now, Yi Yuan probably would not promise him at all. But now, it was very hard for Yi Yuan to refuse no matter what. Of course, if Yi Yuan really refused, this kind of person was undeserving of him to groom as well. Hearing that, Tu Yu was overjoyed as he said, good. From today onwards, you're the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will do everything in its power to help you to break through to Tao Profound as soon as possible. Half a month later, Tu Yu issued a decree, announcing to the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, appointing Yi Yuan as the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord. 9 quasi-holy sons entered the Holy Hall together with the 7 holy sons, to assist Yi Yuan's rule with all their power. The various major families had to obey Yi Yuan's orders and comply with Yi Yuan's dispatchment. This decree stirred up a mighty uproar in the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord, according to custom, was always selecting the strongest one out of the 7 holy sons, and then making an announcement after the person broke through to Faceless Realm. But this time, the Holy Lord actually behaved contrary to his normal self and directly appointed Yi Yuan, who was only Boundless Realm, as the young lord. Although there were First Elder and the various Holy Hall elders' support, this appointment still aroused quite a bit of opposition voices. Towards this sort of opposing voices, Yi Yuan did not care a whit. He was currently vexing over another matter right now. Since he promised to become the Holy Land's young lord, Yi Yuan naturally would not carry on living in ancient opulence city. He ordered people to fetch Ren Dong and Xiao Ruyan and the rest to the Holy Land, but did not expect that they actually brought over a piece of news. White Light actually left. Fortunately, White Light left a message for Yi Yuan before departing. But the message White Light left behind only had a few words: we'll meet again another day. I'm going to the Demon Region. Chapter 814, Accepting Challenge. The Demon Region was not a territory with only a single region. The Divine Realm had 1,000 regions. While the Demon Region occupied roughly 1/5. The remainder 4/5 consisted of regions for humans. Of course, human regions had quite a number of demon race experts too. But to the Dragon Clan and the White Tiger Clan, this sort of clans, they basically could not be seen in human territory. Yi Yuan reckoned that White Light might have awakened some inheritance's memories and had compelling difficulties, that was why he would leave without saying goodbye. Being informed that White Light left, Yi Yuan could not help feeling somewhat lost. This goodbye, no idea what year and what day could they meet again either. Yi Yuan was quite worried for White Light too. After all, he was only at tier 6 right now. Wandering around the Divine Realm was still a little too dangerous. From the White Valiant region to the Demon region, in between this had to cut across many major regions. The storms involved naturally went without saying. It was just that White Light already left. Even if Yi Yuan went to find, it was not possible to find him either. The Divine Realm was too big. Furthermore, the demon race was very averse towards humans. If Yi Yuan went over with his current strength, he would not even be enough to fill the crevices between their teeth. The White Tiger region had quite a number of Divine King powerhouses. At the same time he announced Yi Yuan becoming the young lord, Tu Yu also declared pompously to enter terminal seclusion, planning to break through to the 2nd level Tao Profound. Of course, all this was just in order to pull the wool over people's eyes. With Tu Yu's present condition, forget about assaulting 2nd level Tao Profound. Passing away in meditation a day later would have to thank heaven and earth. But Tu Yu's meaning was already planning on handing over the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land entirely to Yi Yuan. Without the least bit of surprise, the first time Yi Yuan convened the Elders' Council to discuss matters, he met with a strong rebound. The Elders' Council was formed by the Holy Hall's elders and ordinary elders. These elders were all faceless realm experts without exception. There were 3 Holy Hall elders, while ordinary elders had 10, respectively representing the Holy Land's 10 great families. First Elder, according to the Holy Land's rules, before appointing a young lord, the Holy Lord has to go through the Elders' Council's approval for it to be carried out. This time, after Holy Lord issued the decree, he directly chose to enter closed seclusion. We didn't even get to meet him. Could it be that the Holy Lord is planning on kicking his 10 great families all out of the Holy Land? An ordinary elder said, even if Yi Yuan obtained first place in the quasi-Holy Sun competition, rashly letting him inherit the position of young lord directly, is it too hasty? Yi Yuan is merely just at the boundless realm. His strength is way worse compared to the 7 Holy Sons. On what basis to take this position of young lord? The one talking this time was the Wu family's elder, named Wu Siwan. These 10 great families' strength were all very formidable. It could be said to occupy half of the Holy Land's landscape. Moreover, the Holy Hall's disciples, there were probably over half that came from these 10 great families. Therefore, their positions in the Holy Land were extremely high. Of course, no matter how high the position, as long as these families could not produce a Tao Profound Realm, it was to no avail as well. The disparity between Tao Profound Realm and Faceless Realm was like cloud and mud. Not entering Tao Profound, even if their forces were any greater, they were just paper tigers too. It was as easy as turning over the palm for the Holy Lord to want to exterminate these families. Therefore, in a rank 9 Holy Land, the Holy Lord was a paramount divinity. First Elder snorted coldly when he heard that and said, could it be that each and every one of you wishes to rebel? The Holy Land's Elders' Council has to listen to the Holy Lord's wishes for everything. Since the Holy Lord already made the decision, do you guys dare to disobey? But when Wu Siwan heard that, he said, First Elder, these words are wrong. Holy Lord's wishes, we naturally dare not object. But this Yi Yuan inheriting the position of the young lord, is it truly Holy Lord's intentions? You count for yourself, how many years has it been since we, these 10 old fellows, haven't seen the Holy Lord? Ever since you had a great loss in longevity, most of his time was in closed seclusion and not exiting, so as to reduce the depletion of longevity. Those able to see him was also just First Elder. Even the other 2 of the Holy Hall elders rarely saw him. After so many years, the 10 great elders had long had suspicions about whether or not Yu was still in good health. Although the decree this time was on a grand and spectacular scale, the 10 great families had some doubts about the authenticity of this decree. Especially since the Wu family was very opposed to Yi Yuan. Once Yi Yuan became the young lord, it would definitely be very unfavorable to the Wu family. Therefore, Wu Siwan being opposed to Yi Yuan was naturally within reason too. Furthermore, the 10 great families were actually competing in the dark these few years, all for the sake of the ascendancy problem of the next Holy Lord. If their family's disciple became the young lord, it would naturally be when one man attains Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too, with the entire family benefiting along with this as well. Therefore, the quotas to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley this time, the competition between the Holy Sons were very fierce too. But in the end, it was Nalan Hong, Yang Xiao, and Pei Kun, the 3 people who were a notch above. The strength differences between the 7 Holy Sons were not big. Most were around 4th level to 5th level heaven enlightenment. And these 3 people's strengths were clearly a level higher. Speaking of which, even though the Wu family's strength was formidable, there was really no member of the Wu family among the 7 Holy Sons. Originally, Wu Jontan had the greatest hope of catching up from behind. Who could have thought that the quasi-Holy Sun competition this time, he was beaten black and blue in defeat. Wu Siwan, your meaning is that this Chen is forcing the Emperor to do my bidding so as to command the dukes and princes. Have you thought about the consequences of saying this? Chen Qin said with a cold smile. Wu Siwan's expression changed, but he still said unyieldingly, First Elder, I didn't mean that. You're making slanderous charges here. Our 10 great families are steadfast and loyal to the Holy Land. But Holy Lord not meeting us for so many years, it can't be avoided that we have some notion, right? And the decree this time is issued bafflingly. I seriously can't figure out what right a puny little divine traversing realm has to take on the position of young lord. Just based on Yi Yuan entering into the 7th level region in the desolate ancient drip essence pool. Could it be that this reason is still not enough? Chen Qin said with a cold snort. At this time, the Nolan family's elder, Nolan Shin, opened his mouth to speak too. First elder, my Nolan family is staunch and steadfast to the Holy Lord. I believe that everyone knows that. It's just that Holy Lord's current condition, we're indeed all very concerned. To talk about entering a retreat to assault second level Dao Profound, this seclusion time is truly a bit too long. Yi Yuan inheriting the position of young lord, by right, we shouldn't question. But I heard Hong say that when they came out, Yi Yuan was only at the 6th level region. As for whether he entered the 7th level region or not, we have no way of knowing either. With Nolan Shin saying this, First Elder's face immediately became completely black. Looks like Holy Lord not showing face for several decades, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was already jittery. Nolan Shin's words, no one would call into question, because they were indeed loyal and faithful to the Holy Land. Just the Faceless Realm Nolan family clan members who died for the Holy Land were as many as over a dozen. Looks like these 10 great elders had long become suspicious towards him. Letting Yi Yuan inherit the position of young lord this time, the 10 great elders finally erupted. Right at this time, Yi Yuan, who kept silent and did not speak all along, finally opened his mouth. Elders' skepticism towards me is nothing more than thinking that Yi Yuan's strength is shallow and is insufficient to inherit the position of young lord. Since that's the case, Yi Yuan is willing to accept the challenge of anyone among the 7 holy sons. If Yi Yuan loses, this position of young lord, not serving as one, is fine too. Chapter 815, Absolute Strength. Among the 7 holy sons, the strongest one at present was naturally Nolan Hong. In this time, Yi Yuan's opponent was precisely Nolan Hong. Actually, Nolan Hong did not have any complaints regarding Yi Yuan inheriting the position of young lord. Yi Yuan's talent was placed there. Even if he was not his match right now, surpassing him did not need much time either. Even if Yi Yuan did not enter the 7th level region in the end, he at least entered the 6th level region too. Yi Yuan was way stronger than him, Nolan Hong. This kind of genius, he could not hold a candle to him. But when Nolan Shin told him this matter, Nolan Hong agreed without any hesitation. Honestly speaking, he was very curious about Yi Yuan's present strength as well. Missing this opportunity, he might not have the chance to fight with Yi Yuan in the future. One was because of identity, another was because of strength. Nolan Hong heard that Yi Yuan was already 4th level boundless now. With such a great improvement in a short 1 month's time, surpassing him likely would not take much time either. But this battle still stirred up a great uproar in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Boundless realm battling heaven enlightenment. Virtually a certain defeat scenario. Everyone did not know how Yi Yuan had the confidence to beat a genius martial artist like Nolan Hong. It was true that Yi Yuan's talent was great, but looking down on all heroes under the heaven was his mistake. At this time, at the Holy Land's plaza, a large, dense crowd of people surrounded. The entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was practically empty in the streets. Everyone came to observe this showdown between the new and old, 2 generations of geniuses. Yi Yuan said personally that as long as he lost this battle, he would give up the position of young lord. This battle affected the hearts of everyone in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Boundless realm challenging heaven enlightenment realm. This is simply jesting. This isn't a disparity of a major cultivation realm, but a disparity between the middle 3 realms and upper 3 realms. Can there be people capable of crossing this wide chasm? Don't be silly, you. This match isn't Yi Yuan challenging Nolan Hong, but Nolan Hong challenging Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan is over a major cultivation realm worse than Nolan Hong. How can he possibly win? Yi Yuan is indeed a peerless genius. But even if his supreme true intent is comprehended to the 5th stage, it's not possible to win Nolan Hong either, right? Really don't know how Yi Yuan thinks, to actually agree to such a challenge. If he's defeated, where will Holy Lord's face be placed? The small groups in the crowd were all discussing fervently. However, the public opinion was practically one-sided, feeling that Nolan Hong would obtain victory. Not that they did not believe Yi Yuan's talent, but the gap between Yi Yuan and Nolan Hong was too great. If Yi Yuan had 9th level boundless strength, they would definitely feel that Yi Yuan would win. But 4th level boundless versus 5th level heaven enlightenment, there was nothing good to compete. No matter how great the talent, it was also impossible to cross such a great disparity. On the grandstand, the 3 great holy hall elders and the 10 great families' elders were all in attendance. This kind of standard could be said to be the highest benchmark apart from the Holy Lord. The degree of importance they attached to this battle could be seen. At this time, Chen Qin's expression was very ugly. Other people thought that Yi Yuan wanted to be this young lord a lot, but he knew that Yi Yuan did not care at all. He did not agree even when Holy Lord personally invited. Could it be that this brat deliberately said those kinds of words so as to better shirk off this position of young lord? If it was really like this, Holy Lord's painstaking effort was wasted in vain. On the arena, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. But facing the powerful Nalan Hong, he was not the least bit afraid. Everybody could not understand just where Yi Yuan's confidence was coming from. "Where's your sword? Could it be that you want to fight with me bare-handedly?" Yi Yuan did not draw his sword up until now. Nalan Hong was very uncertain. He had seen before Yi Yuan's 5th stage sword intent and naturally knew that what Yi Yuan was strongest at was sword intent. But looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it seemed like he did not have the intention of drawing his sword. He was at any rate the leader of the 7 holy sons. Wasn't it underestimating people too much like this? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Using a sword, you're not my match. So I won't use the sword." Nalan Hong's eyebrows jumped. He was greatly astonished in his heart. He even thought that Yi Yuan not drawing his sword was in order to intentionally humiliate him. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually took the initiative to admit that using a sword, Nalan Hong was not his match. Could it be that 5th stage supreme true intent was not yet Yi Yuan's limits? Could it be that this guy still had more powerful means? Could it be divine soul mystic arts? That was even less likely. Yi Yuan's soul force was at best just alchemy ancestor realm 2. Under the situation where he was prepared to some extent, it would not pose any threat to him at all. Seeing Nalan Hong's expression, Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You don't need to try to guess. You'll know right away. Then, let's begin." Nalan Hong revealed a solemn expression and nodded his head. The more Yi Yuan was calm like so, the greater the ominous premonition in Nalan Hong's heart. Humph. Pretending to be profound. At the quasi-holy sun competition, his means were all studied thoroughly. What other tricks could he still have that can cross the gap between upper 3 realms and middle 3 realms? Wu Siwan said disdainfully. The moment Yi Yuan moved, Nalan Hong's expression changed drastically, immediately mustering all the essence energy in his body, and bracing up an essence energy shield. Because he did not have leftover time to carry out other responses at all. Without the slightest essence energy's undulation, Yi Yuan's figure rumbled towards him like a cannonball. Turns out that Yi Yuan's reliance was actually his physical body. A crisp sound. Yi Yuan's fist smashed onto Nalan Hong's sword, without the least bit of flashiness. One punch, the crowd were all flabbergasted. Nalan Hong, this Heaven Enlightenment Realm expert, was actually smashed flying by Yi Yuan immediately. And the longsword in his hand snapped with a clank. What the hell? The longsword in Nalan Hong's hand is a high-grade profound artifact. Yi Yuan actually only relied on the fleshy body and snapped a high-grade profound artifact. Just what in the world did this guy experience in the Crimson Afterglow Valley? During the quasi-holy sun competition, his physical body was absolutely not so strong. Too scary. The magnitude of his physical body is probably already comparable to Heaven Enlightenment Realm, right? No wonder he dares to challenge Nalan Hong. Turns out that this is his true trump card. This punch of Yi Yuan's was too outrageous. It actually forcefully broke the longsword in Nalan Hong's hand. Such a spectacle was too astounding. And this was the result after Yi Yuan was tormented by the primeval dragon bone for over 20 days. His physical body was even tougher than a high-grade profound artifact. The originally trash-like body actually caught up from behind, even surpassing the essence energy cultivation realm. From start to end, Yi Yuan did not even utilize a shred of essence energy. Just by relying on the explosive power of his fleshy body, his speed and strength were already on par with Heaven Enlightenment Realm experts. Adding in the strength of a true dragon, Yi Yuan leaping realms to challenge Nalan Hong was actually as a matter of course. "Are you ready? I'm coming." Although this punch snapped the longsword, Nalan Hong was completely unscathed. But regarding triumphing over Nalan Hong, Yi Yuan was brimming with confidence. "Wait a minute, I concede." Yi Yuan was just about to move when Nalan Hong actually admitted defeat directly. Chapter 816. Domineering Succession. Even though Yi Yuan's physical body was daunting, to talk about defeating Nalan Hong, it would probably still needed to take some effort. But he did not expect that Nolan Hong actually directly admitted defeat. The sword breaking is akin to the person breaking. There's no need to compete anymore, Nolan Hong said depressingly. The sensational great battle that everyone had high hopes of actually lowered the curtains in this one round, making everyone's jaws hit the ground. Yi Yuan snapped a profound artifact with one punch. Everyone no longer doubted his strength. Yi Yuan inheriting this position of the young lord was reputation following merit. A boundless realm martial artist could cross a major cultivation realm to defeat the head of the 7 holy sons. What else could be called into question? Young lord is mighty. Long live young lord Yi Yuan. In the crowd, ardent shouting gradually erupted. In the end, it actually integrated as one. Very clearly, Yi Yuan used his strength to conquer all the people present. If there were still people harboring suspicions about Yi Yuan succeeding the position of young lord previously, everyone was giving unswerving support towards this decision of holy lords at this time. In the end, this was a world where the strong reigned supreme. Yi Yuan's potential was put there. Given time, Yi Yuan would become an existence more powerful than the Holy Lord. Only this kind of powerhouse could lead the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land to head towards being powerful. The Holy Land's decline, as well as 2U's endless seclusions, already gradually made everyone lose faith in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Quite a number of people had started panicking. This sort of feeling was not only present among the 10 great elders, but it was also already like a plague, propagating in everyone's hearts. They were terrified inwardly, being scared that maybe someday, they would become destitute and homeless. Once this kind of fear erupts, it would cause the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land to fall apart into pieces. But through this battle, Yi Yuan injected everyone with a cardiac tonic. They all took Yi Yuan's talent into their sights. As long as he grew up, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would radiate in splendor in the White Valiant region anew. Without any doubt, Yi Yuan already won everyone's support. At this time, the 10 great elders who originally harbored suspicions in their hearts lowered their banners and muffled the drums too, tacitly acknowledging the fact of Yi Yuan succeeding as young lord. Even Wu Siwan shut his mouth up sensibly too. But the feelings of excitement on Chen Qin's face could not be concealed at all. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan's strength would actually be daunting to such an extent. Looks like the Holy Lord's eyes were indeed keen. Yi Yuan did a hand gesture to make everyone quiet down. Very quickly, the entire plaza became silent. I know that everybody is harboring suspicions in their hearts about the Holy Lord's seclusion. But everyone, please think about it, if something really happened to the Holy Lord, who sent us into the Crimson Afterglow Valley. Why did he dare to increase the slots to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley as well? Holy Lord's condition is much better than you all can imagine. Everybody's not thinking it over. How can the second-level Dao Profound Realm be that easy to break through? Through so many years of seclusion, the Holy Lord, he has already had some gains. That's why he chose to enter closed seclusion without hesitation. After all, to the Holy Land, his strength is the benchmark to determine the Holy Land's position. Right or not, everyone? Yi Yuan spoke with confidence and composure. Yeah, why am I so stupid? Didn't even think of this. Holy Lord secluding for many years, isn't it still in order to take the Holy Land into consideration? We actually doubted him. We really shouldn't have. Young Lord, we support you. The human heart was a very abstruse thing. Sometimes, it was very easy to be bewitched. What they needed was only a psychological assurance. Under Yi Yuan's deliberate guidance, he first conquered the minds of a portion of the people, and the discussions between them infected others very quickly too. Of course, this sort of guidance was established on the basis of Yi Yuan's powerful strength. He used his strength to make his words become convincing. That was why people chose to believe him. To be able to select such a daunting young lord, how could the Holy Lord's condition possibly be poor? The Holy Lord is in closed seclusion to assault the second-level Dao Profound and neglected the management of the Holy Land's matters. That's how it made everybody give rise to some thoughts that shouldn't be there. Therefore, that's why he selected a young lord to reassure the hearts of people and preside over the overall situation. This Yi is incompetent and received Holy Lord's care unduly to take on this huge responsibility. I hope that everybody can offer your kind support. Yi Yuan's words were logical and well-grounded, sounding perfectly reasonable and fair, which dispelled the suspicions in everyone's hearts even more. Cries of bravo sounded up beneath the stage. Each and everyone all expressed support towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan continued, since everyone chooses to believe this Yi, then this Yi won't decline to shoulder the responsibility, taking on this position of young lord. But this Yi will say the nasty stuff first. If there's still anyone who dares to intentionally spread lies and vilify the Holy Lord, I, Yi Yuan, will be the first one to not forgive him. This, Yi's methods, I believe everyone has not witnessed before yet. If anybody wishes to have a look at this Yi's methods, feel free to come and give it a try. While talking, Yi Yuan's gaze carelessly swept towards Wu Siwan, the warning overtones unreserved. Right then, a series of screams suddenly sounded out in the crowd. A black-colored flood dragon soared into the air and circled around in the sky. It was precisely Blackwind. At this time, Blackwind displayed his original body, and his body was actually 1,000 feet long. It could be said to blot out the sky and cover the sun. A powerful dragon pressure smothered the entire plaza, making people's hearts palpitate. Apart from Chen Qin, those faceless realm elders were all akin to facing a great enemy, and even thought that there were demonic beasts invading the Holy Land. A flood dragon at the great circle of faceless realm could virtually be said to be invincible in the same realm. These faceless realm elders below added up probably was not his match either. Everyone, there's no need to panic. This black flood dragon is my servant. In the future, he will be the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's guardian divine beast. Yi Yuan said with a clear voice. Hearing this, the panic on everybody's faces instantly became dumbfoundedness. Was there a mistake? A boundless realm martial artist actually took in a tier 8 demonic beast as a servant. Especially Wu Siwan, the expression on his face was ugly to the extreme. At the same time, he was also secretly somewhat rejoicing a little in his heart. Luckily, Yi Yuan won today. If Yi Yuan lost, the first one to die would probably be him, Wu Siwan. With a divine beast descendant at the great circle of tier 8 as a servant, Yi Yuan could totally do whatever he wanted in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Even Chen Qin, first elder, was not this black flood dragon's match either. Blackwind's appearance dispelled the last traces of everyone's doubts. With such a powerful supporter, who else dared to call into question his authority, this young lord? Blackwind, there is a deep pool in front of the Holy Hall. In the future, you'll inhabit that place. Yi Yuan instructed Blackwind. Yes, master. Blackwind spoke human language. Finished talking, Blackwind turned into a black line, plunging into the deep pool in front of the Holy Hall directly. At this time, the gazes that everyone looked at Yi Yuan with underwent a transformation once more. Even though the position of the young lord was powerful, Yi Yuan's strength was too low when all was said and done. The way many people saw it, the one presiding over matters was still First Elder. But with Blackwind, Yi Yuan himself had the strength to govern the entire Holy Land. Right then, First Elder Chen Qin and the other two Holy Hall elders suddenly got up and knelt down towards Yi Yuan and said, "Young Lord Yi, please lead the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land to flourish anew." Even First Elder submitted. What else could the rest still say? Right away, everyone, including the 10 great elders, all knelt down. A swarm of momentous and title-like voices sounded out in the plaza. "Young Lord Yi, please lead the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land to flourish anew." Chapter 817, Striking Where It Hurts. At the Profound Wind Holy Land, in the White Valiant region, an elderly man and a youth stood in the air, right overhead the Holy Land. The youth carried a long wooden staff on his back, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression lofty. "Young Master Tong, this place is the White Valiant region's boundary line," the elder said. This White Valiant region is average in strength, virtually all of them here are ranked 9 holy lands. There's no challenge for me at all, the youth said in annoyance. In this 1 year, young Master Tong's strength made remarkable progress. Heaven and Earth staff art had been mastered 50% of in terms of level and skill. Given time, young Master Tong will definitely be able to reach Master Standard, the elder said. 1. Master said that the path of staff techniques doesn't have shortcuts. There is only non-stop battle after battle. But in this 1 year, I really didn't encounter many adversaries. Grandpa's son, why not forget about this White Valiant region? Let's go to rank 8 holy lands. As per Master's instructions, young Master Tong still has half a year's time before you can challenge rank 8 holy lands geniuses. This old man dare not make the decision arbitrarily, the old man said fearfully. The youth pursed his mouth and said unhappily, so troublesome. Recently, my staff technique is advancing slower and slower. I can't find opponents in rank 9 holy lands at all. What need is there still to carry on accumulating? Forget it, forget it. I also know that it's hard on Grandpa's son. I'll just follow Master's plan. When the youth saw the elderly man's difficult look, he ultimately still did not continue being willful. The old man smiled warmly. Only now did he set his mind at ease. After half a day, there were wailing cries at the profound wind holy land. What kind of lousy holy land? The young lord's strength is actually so weak. This kind of place can also be called a holy land. Sigh, Master's rule is really troublesome. How many more of this kind of rookies do I have to fight with still? The youth put away the staff and said disdainfully. The old man said with a smile, Hoo, how many people can have young Master Tong's level of talent? Even Master praised young Master Tong too, saying that when he was around your age, his accomplishments weren't even as high as yours. The youth waved his hand and said, downright boring. Let's go, Grandpa's son, we still have to hurry on to the next holy land. Under the watchful eyes of the people, the one old man and one youth slowly left. In the crimson afterglow Holy Land's holy hall, Yi Yuan sat at the head seat, while the Wu family's elder, Wu Siwan, sat at a lower position. Young Lord Yi, previously, it was all Jiantong who didn't know any better. A great man rarely stoops to pettiness. Don't be angry with him anymore. I've already grounded him for a year, making him stay at home to cultivate in seclusion honestly. He isn't permitted to go out and stir up trouble anymore, Wu Siwan said with an obsequious smile. The expression on Wu Siwan's face even carried fawning, behaving completely different from before. Yi Yuan maintained composure and said, Elder Wu, finding this young lord, I wonder what matter is it for? Wu Siwan continued smiling flatteringly as he said, Young Lord Yi is indeed a young genius, to actually be a rarely seen alchemy martial dual genius. Not only is young lord's martial arts superb, I didn't expect that you also have heaven-defying means in alchemy. Wu Siwan feels that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is absolutely able to soar to the skies with one bound under young lord's leadership. My Wu family also firmly endorses young Lord Yi. Yi Yuan chuckled inwardly. This fellow going round and round, wasn't it still hoping for him to help refine medicinal pills for him? Wu Jiantong had also reached the crucial period to break through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm. A transcendent grade spirit enlightening pill was of utmost importance to him. Ever since Yi Yuan inherited the position of the young lord, the Nolan family and the Pei family, these two great families, were the first to express support, making many shows of representations towards Yi Yuan openly and covertly. But the Wu family and several families on familiar terms did not have any movements for a long time. 8 great families uniting together was generally not a force that could be ignored. They were waiting for Yi Yuan to take the initiative to go find them. Furthermore, this period of time, these few families' disciples in the Holy Hall were not very obedient either. The teams were very hard to lead. Yi Yuan had Blackwind and First Elder, this kind of experts as supporters. It naturally would not do for the Wu family, these few major families, to be forceful. Therefore, they changed to gentle. Actually, Yi Yuan could understand their mentality too. Not that they were disloyal to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. They only wished to strive for greater benefits. Them doing so was in order to let Yi Yuan know their importance and attach importance to them from there. But what kind of person was Yi Yuan? How could he possibly submit obediently? These few days, Yi Yuan refined quite a number of medicinal pills for the Nolan family and the Pei family who threw their lots with him. Furthermore, the moment he made his move, it was all transcendent grade medicinal pills. Before Alchemy Ancestor and Alchemy Saint, there was similarly the crossing from middle 3 realms to upper 3 realms. After breaking through, Soul Force had a qualitative leap. Yi Yuan was currently a middle-rank Alchemy Ancestor, but his Soul Force was already comparable to an Alchemy Ancestor at the Great Circle of Perfection. It was just that such Soul Force still could not let him cross this enormous step to leap realms and refine Tier 7 medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan felt that continuing to develop like this, when his divine soul broke through to high-rank Alchemy Ancestor, he absolutely would be able to refine Tier 7 medicinal pills. At the thought of this, Yi Yuan was faintly quite excited too. This sort of heaven-defying soul force was absolutely only one of a kind in the divine realm. These few days, Yi Yuan helped these two major families' boundless realm geniuses refine quite a few extremely hard to refine Tier 6 medicinal pills. With this, Wu Siwan could not sit still anymore as well. With Wu Jiantong's talent, he would definitely be able to reach the 7 Holy Suns' height in the future. Therefore, the more solid his foundation, the further he could walk in the future as well. Very clearly, the Wu family wished to heavily groom Wu Jiantong. As luck would have it, Wu Jiantong offended Yi Yuan badly. Wu Siwan was also adopting a wait-and-see attitude now and similarly offended Yi Yuan considerably. Under such circumstances, how could Yi Yuan possibly take action to help them refine medicinal pills? Elder Wu, I think that you might have some misunderstanding. This young lord, was appointed by the Holy Lord. You don't pledge loyalty to me, but you swear fealty to the Holy Lord. Yi Yuan, don't seem to need you to make your stance clear, Yi Yuan said coolly. Haha, young Lord Yi must be jesting. The young lords have always inherited the position of the Holy Lord all along. Swearing fealty to young lord and swearing fealty to the Holy Lord, there isn't any difference. Wu Siwan thickened his skin and said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, saying it like this isn't wrong either. All right then, I'm aware of Elder Wu's loyalty already. I still have a lot of things to do here and won't see Elder Wu off. Wu Siwan panicked and hurriedly said, don't go yet, young Lord Yi. This old man apologizes to you. Oh, why does Elder Wu need to apologize to this young lord? Yi Yuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. This old man shouldn't have lost my mind and attempted to need young lord. This old man shouldn't have incited the various elders and attempted to change the laws. This old man, sigh. I beg young Lord Yi to raise your hand high in mercy and help Jiantong refine a transcendent grade medicinal pill. With this, Elder Wu yielded utterly. A transcendent grade spirit enlightening pill was too important. It was able to lay down an extremely solid foundation for the cultivation of the upper three realms, letting the upper three realms' cultivation be even smoother. This sort of medicinal pill was hard to get even with a mountain of gold. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's alchemy path was not highly developed. Nobody could refine this kind of medicinal pill at all. Even the two major trading firms' high-level alchemists completely could not refine it either. If Wu Siwan did not throw out this old face, Wu Jiantong would be pulled far apart from the 10 great families' same-generation martial artists. At that time, forget about any 7 holy sons, even the Wu family's position within the 10 great families might not be able to be preserved too. Striking where it hurts, this move of Yi Yuan's was seriously too ruthless. Chapter 818, Purchasing Spirit Medicines. Yi Yuan ultimately still accepted Wu Siwan's apology and helped Wu Jiantong refine a transcendent grade spirit enlightening pill. Even the Wu family could not hold on anymore. How could the other 7 families still hang in there? Hence, each and every one of them fell over each other to express loyalty to Yi Yuan. Tidying up the 10 great families, the Elders' Council was considered utterly under Yi Yuan's control. With Yi Yuan's alchemy means, there were plenty of times when the 10 great families had to beg him. In the future, if they wanted to have any funny ideas, they naturally had to weigh it over. Taking care of the Elders' Council, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's danger was finally considered to have been preliminarily cleared. First Elder Chen Qin broke into a cold sweat in fear too, throwing himself down at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration. If not for Yi Yuan, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was probably going to fall into a huge crisis. Once the internal affairs were chaotic, the other holy lands in the White Valiant region would likely see through flaws. At that time, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would be in danger. On this day, Yi Yuan came to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company alone. In a secret chamber, the moment Kai Yu saw Yi Yuan, her entire person pushed against Yi Yuan's bosom. Young Lord Yi, you're making your way up in the world now and forgot this lowly one. This lowly one missed you to death these days. That seductively bewitching power truly reached the bones, making people lose their minds in ecstasy. Listening to these words, you clearly knew that she's seducing you, but you just could not control yourself. Yi Yuan touched Kai Yu's inviting shoulders, but he pushed her down onto a seat, while he himself sat down on another seat. Elder sister Kai Yu, don't use this move on me anymore. It's useless. This time, coming to find elder sister Kai Yu, is wanting to request elder sister Kai Yu for a favor, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Kai Yu looked at Yi Yuan with a look of hidden bitterness and said, elder sister is wholeheartedly sincere, but you treat it as ill intent. Forget it, forget it. Whatever instructions young Lord Yi has, just go ahead and say it. Even if not looking on account of the gold token, looking on account of young Lord Yi's handsome face, elder sister won't dare to not do either. Yi Yuan becoming the young lord, 1 billion earth essence crystals was naturally no object. He had long ordered people to come over to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to settle it already. But ever since after the auction last time, this was Yi Yuan's first time coming to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. Towards Kai Yu's sort of ultimate seduction, Yi Yuan enjoyed it very much, but he would not fall for it. After all things were said and done, didn't Kai Yu just wanted to feel Yi Yuan out? To say that Kai Yu really had any thoughts towards him, Yi Yuan would not believe even if he was beaten to death either. Kai Yu was naturally very depressed in her heart. Regarding her techniques of seduction, anyone would swallow the bait. But this brat in front of her just did not look her straight in the eye. I want several kinds of Tier 9 spirit medicines, this is the list. Additionally, I also want to invite a person to take action and help me refine a kind of Tier 9 medicinal pill, Yi Yuan said. Kai Yu was startled inwardly. She did not expect that Yi Yuan would ask for a Tier 9 medicinal pill right at the start. But Kai Yu was still somewhat doubtful. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company had Alchemy Emperor experts, just invite them to take action. Why invite another person alternatively to take action? Elder sister doesn't need to guess. This medicinal pill, ordinary people can't refine it. It has to be that person taking action. Yi Yuan clearly saw through what Kai Yu thought in her heart and said with a smile. Kai Yu smiled sweetly and said, young Lord Yi has such a keen mind, to even know what elder sister is thinking about. Kai Yu is sincere towards young Lord from the bottom of my heart. Is it possible that young Lord Yi dislikes that Kai Yu is no longer chaste? Yi Yuan said with a smile, how could it be? Elder sister is so alluring, which man wouldn't be moved? Then why does young Lord Yi not even look elder sister in the eye? Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak, not following up. Kai Yu took a shot at Yi Yuan, took over the list from Yi Yuan's hands with a smile on her face, and said smilingly, you, this young man, are really born with a heart that can see through all illusions. Even some old fellows probably don't have your keen mind too. Alright then, elder sister will take a look what Tier 9 medicinal pill you want to refine. I'm telling you, Tier 9 spirit medicines are all very expensive. As Kai Yu was talking, she examined the inventory list at the same time. Talking halfway, the seductively charming look on her face faded entirely, and what replaced it was an astonished expression. Immortal plume peach, ground spirit turtle shell. These spirit medicines you want, are you sure that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land can afford it? Kai Yu turned pale with fright and said. The spirit medicines Yi Yuan wanted, each kind were all heaven and earth rare treasures. The price was ridiculously expensive. Furthermore, some even had the demand, but no supply. Yi Yuan buying these spirit medicines was sufficient to bankrupt the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Hence, that was why Kai Yu would be so shocked when she saw this list. Dao Profound Realm powerhouses were extremely wealthy, especially Dao Profound powerhouses who founded holy lands. They would be 100 times wealthier compared to ordinary Dao Profound realms. But even so, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land could not shoulder the price of these spirit medicines either. Yi Yuan said with a smile, elder sister, calm down. I didn't say that this money will be at the expense of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Kai Yu was stunned. Is young Lord Yi joking with elder sister? If not the Holy Land paying, could it be you paying? Don't forget, you couldn't even take out a billion earth essence crystals. Yi Yuan said smilingly, does elder sister know why your Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would give me a gold token? Kai Yu was stunned again, shook her head, and said, this is the trading company's secret. My level is insufficient, so. Kai Yu clearly inquired about this intel before, but with her rank, she did not have the qualifications to know it all. To a rank 1 holy land, her status, this faceless realm, was too low. The higher-ups only said to make her satisfy all of Yi Yuan's requests to the best of her ability. The rest, Kai Yu was completely clueless. Yi Yuan smiled as he passed a jade slip over to Kai Yu, saying, since elder sister doesn't know, then it's not convenient for me to say much. Elder sister, hand this jade slip and the list along with it to the trading company, the people above will naturally agree. Kai Yu received the jade slip dubiously and was instinctively going to use divine sense to check it out, but Yi Yuan warned, I placed a restriction in the jade slip. Elder sister better not investigate it. Otherwise, if it were known by upstairs, even if there isn't any danger to your life, you'd probably receive severe punishment too. These 2 items, elder sister must send over through a top-level channel. Yu was startled inwardly and hurriedly withdrew her divine sense. Yuan had always been very courteous when talking with her. Furthermore, he was bright and cheerful, an appearance of harmless to man and beast. But Yu knew, a youth able to make headquarters issue a gold token, absolutely would not be that simple. If other youngsters warned Yu like this, she would definitely brush it over with a laugh. But Yuan saying so, she had no choice but to be cautious. Yu was deeply aware that this youth was a legend. Since he uttered these words, it was absolutely not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. Furthermore, objects able to trade in for so many rare spirit medicines were naturally very precious. But the more she thought so, the more Yu wanted to know the contents inside this jade slip. She found it very hard to imagine that a tiny little jade slip could make the headquarters issue a gold token. Young Lord Yi, don't say it so terrifyingly. You scared elder sister's little heart badly. Fine, don't look then, what's the big deal? Yu grumbled begrudgingly. An expression which enthralled people to death without doing anything could be seen on Yu's face, but it was also a complicated expression filled with curiosity. Chapter 819. Soul Martial Divine King. Elder sister is so nice to me. I obviously can't make it hard on elder sister, isn't that so? Yuan said with a faint smile. Yu rolled her eyes at Yuan and spat, heartless little fellow. Driving elder sister to her death at the drop of a hat and still say that it's for elder sister's good. Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, didn't I come to find elder sister for help because I couldn't do anything about it? Humph. Say then, just which alchemist you want to help you to refine pills. Elder sister isn't very knowledgeable about medicinal pills and can't tell what kind of medicinal pill you want to refine with these spirit medicines of yours, Yu said. Tier 9 medicinal pills were extremely complex. On the list Yuan made, just the core ingredients were as many as 9 types, let alone the supplementary materials. Furthermore, Tier 9 pill formulas were mostly all cherished dearly. There were extremely few mutual collaborations between alchemists to make up what the other lacked. Therefore, it was very hard for situations where everyone knew the pill formulas like those low-level medicinal pills to happen. Of course, being an alchemist had a benefit, that was that those finding him to refine pills must provide their own pill formula. As time passed, high-level alchemists would accumulate many pill formulas. Therefore, to alchemy emperors, alchemists with higher success rates and better quality would obtain more Tier 9 pill formulas too. Because everyone all liked to go find him to refine medicinal pills. As for Yuan, the Tier 9 pill formulas he knew was naturally a whole bunch. Apart from those martial artists who came to find him to refine medicinal pills, he even self-created many unique pill formulas that the outside world did not know at all. Therefore, 1 or 2 formulas for Tier 5 medicinal pills, Yuan did not mind at all. What he gave the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company were 2 types of the Tier 5 pill formulas which he had improved. Using Tier 5 pill formulas to exchange for Tier 9 spirit medicines sounded like a fantasy tale. But Yuan's pill formulas could bring incalculable profits for the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. This point could not be exchanged for no matter how many Tier 9 spirit medicines. Therefore, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's headquarters would definitely agree to this exchange. Xianxia, Yuan said nonchalantly. Pooh. Yu was currently drinking a mouthful of tea. Upon hearing this name, she spat it all out. Soul Martial Divine King, Xianxia. Yu cried out in shock. That's right, it's him. Yuan nodded and said. No, on what basis would the Soul Martial Divine King refine medicinal pills for you? Forget about you. Even if Lord Head Chairman went to find him, he would not give this face either. Yu broke down and said, Soul Martial Divine King, Xianxia, the only soul martial artist among the 10 great divine kings. One could say that he, this person, was the pinnacle of soul martial artists. Soul martial artists were originally extremely mysterious existences, and Xianxia cultivated to the realm of the pinnacle of soul martial artists. What made people even more envious was that Xianxia was even a peak alchemy emperor, and his alchemy's might was unfathomable. To make a figure like this refine pills, was Yuan kidding? Did he, the Soul Martial Divine King, lack your bit of remuneration? You're making him refine pills as in when you like, who do you think you are? Yuan said, you help me bring a sentence to him. He'll naturally agree to help me refine the medicinal pill. Yu did not speak, looking at Yuan like she had seen a ghost. Suddenly, She touched Yi Yuan's head like she was crazy, then touched her own head. Not having a fever, why do you keep talking nonsense? Do you think that the 10 great divine kings are your family's little doggy? You make him come and he comes, make him go and he goes. To martial artists, the 10 great divine kings were invincible existences. No one dared to provoke at all. This bunch of characters who stood at the apex of the divine realm, who dared to become conceited and gesture at them on what to do. Yi Yuan said with a smile, elder sister, just have to pass the message. Seeing Yi Yuan's calm look, Kai Yu could not help guessing. Could it be that Yi Yuan could really strike up a relationship with the sole martial divine king? All right then, say it. But I dare not guarantee that the Chamber of Commerce one will agree to your request. Kai Yu said. Provoking the 10 great divine kings was something that each faction was unwilling to do. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was naturally no exception either. Not only was each and every one of the 10 great divine kings' strength perversely formidable, their temperaments each had their quirks too, very hard to grasp. Any unhappiness in that was an apocalyptic calamity. Relax, the Chamber of Commerce will agree. Yi Yuan said. The Chamber of Commerce was just passing on information. There was no loss to the Chamber of Commerce. These 2 kinds of Tier 5 pill formulas, Yi Yuan only gave half. The remainder half, they would naturally be given only after the matter was completed. Yi Yuan believed that the Chamber of Commerce would not be able to withstand the temptation of these 2 kinds of Tier 5 medicinal pills at all. Kai Yu looked Yi Yuan with glinting eyes and discovered that she could see through this youth less and less. What kind of message to pass on? Kai Yu said curiously. Returning to hang it on the tree before the grave too, knowing one's heart eternally. Tell him these words, he'll naturally refine the pill. Yi Yuan said, returning to hang it on the tree before the grave, knowing one's heart eternally. Kai Yu ruminated for a long time and did not understand what these words meant either. The matter was agreed upon, so Yi Yuan naturally did not stay as well, planning to get up and leave. Young Lord Yi, you have to come and take a look at elder sister in the future often. Don't let elder sister long for you. Kai Yu said bashfully, but the current Kai Yu was clearly not that relaxed like at first. People with discerning eyes could tell with one look that Kai Yu actually felt even more pressure when facing Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, elder sister, rest assured. Yi Yuan will naturally drop by when I'm free. However, this heavenly yin terminal meridian physique of elder sister, indulging in carnal desires is just quenching thirst with poison. Elder sister has to take it easy. A smile was still hanging on Kai Yu's face earlier, but at this time, her expression changed drastically and she said stammeringly, how did you know that I'm of the heavenly yin terminal meridian physique? Yi Yuan said with a smile, elder sister's deeds, I've still heard before a little. If not for the heavenly yin terminal meridian physique, how can you possibly jinx your husbands to death one after another? Unless you require the strong yang qi in their bodies. Kai Yu was thoroughly defeated and said with a bitter smile, do you think that elder sister wants it? But the heavenly yin terminal meridian physique is a renowned terminal physique, what other ways do I have? Hey, there are no absolutes in the world. Heavenly yin terminal meridian physique might not be a terminal ailment either. Yi Yuan said, those possessing this heavenly yin terminal meridian physique were all females, and their date of birth and 8 characters of horoscope were all yin. They lacked yang qi in their bodies congenitally. This was also a type of spirit physique, but an extremely dangerous kind of spirit physique. People in possession of this sort of spirit physique were completely unaware of their own spirit physique in their early years. But after the first time they engaged in coitus, the spirit physique would abruptly erupt, requiring to absorb the yang qi of a man continuously to live. Before long, the man's yang qi would be absorbed entirely, and they would naturally die. Hence, that was why Kai Yu would jinx several husbands to death. At first, she felt that it was odd too. But later, only after asking the Chamber of Commerce's high-level alchemists, did she know that it was because she was of the heavenly yin terminal meridian physique. But this action of absorbing men's yang qi was like quenching thirst with poison. The yin qi within Kai Yu's body would get increasingly heavier and eventually die. Kai Yu being so bewitching was actually something that could not be helped either. But hearing Yi Yuan's words, it was like Kai Yu grasped a final piece of life-saving straw. Young Lord Yi, why you have a solution? Kai Yu said agitatedly. One's personal affairs, one would be aware. Kai Yu knew that she had one foot in the grave already. But now, Yi Yuan gave her hope. Chapter 820. heaven and earth staff art. Heavenly yin terminal meridian physique, it is after all caused by the yin qi within the body being overly excessive. Wanting to reach yin-yang harmony, one naturally needs yang qi. A small amount of yang qi is simply unable to relieve the yin qi in your body and will instead induce the propagation of even more yin qi. With so many years, your spirit physique has already reached the limits. Elder sister is right at a youthful age, wouldn't passing like this be pitiable? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Not that Yi Yuan was mocking Kai Yu. Her age was naturally much older than Yi Yuan's, but among martial artists, she had merely just reached middle age too. In fact, it really was not considered very old. Kai Yu said with a bitter smile, young Lord Yi, this lowly one is at most considered a middle-aged woman who is still attractive, how am I right at a youthful age? But letting this lowly one pass on right now, I'm extremely unwilling. If young Lord Yi really has ways to save me, this lowly one is willing to do anything for you. As she said, Kai Yu prostrated herself in worship. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped her up and said, elder sister is also considered to have looked after this young lord. That day, if not for elder sister, I wouldn't have obtained the Starmoon sword either. This favor, it naturally has to be returned. Kai Yu naturally did not know the Starmoon sword's significance to Yi Yuan. She lent Yi Yuan 1 billion earth essence crystals on account of the gold token, but to Yi Yuan, it had extraordinary meaning. Kai Yu was just about to speak but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. Yi Yuan said, this method to resolve it isn't considered much to me either. No harm in teaching elder sister. The heavenly yin terminal meridian physique is a congenital terminal physique. There is only one way if you want to resolve it, that is birthing yang from extreme yin. Elder sister can find a land of extreme yin and absorb the extreme yin qi in it with all your power. After 9 by 9, 81 days, the heavenly yin terminal meridian physique will be eliminated on its own. Kai Yu was stunned. See, can this work? What the heavenly yin terminal meridian physique feared most was yin qi. But Yi Yuan made her hunt for a land of extreme yin. This made her somewhat doubtful. Lands of extreme yin were extremely dangerous places to normal people, let alone her, this heavenly yin terminal meridian physique. Kai Yu was even worried that she would croak right after entering the land of extreme yin. Yi Yuan naturally saw through Kai Yu's suspicions, but said with a smile, if elder sister trusts this young lord, you can feel free to give it a try. If you don't believe, just take it as if this young lord never said it. As he said, Yi Yuan left immediately. That was all he had. How Kai Yu chose, it was her own matter. According to Yi Yuan's estimation, Kai Yu could still struggle for at most a year. Just leaving the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, he saw Yang Xiao running over in urgent haste. Young lord, not good. No idea where this old man and also a youth came from, saying they want to challenge our Holy Land's young geniuses. Pei Kun went up and was knocked down by that youth in a single staff blow. Right now, Nolan Hong is currently in the heat of battle with him, and looks like he's going to lose. Soon, Yang Xiao said. Yi Yuan was stunned, but then he asked, then why are you completely fine? Yang Xiao said with a mocking smile, that youth was too formidable, I knew I wasn't a match at first sight. Wait, no, I have a more important mission, that is to come and inform you. Yi Yuan said helplessly, you this fellow, really shameless. Go on, lead the way. When Yi Yuan rushed there, a large group of people already surrounded the plaza. The Holy Hall elders and the 10 great elders were actually all present. Chen Qin saw that Yi Yuan arrived and said in a solemn voice, this youth has such formidable strength. It's a complete drubbing against Nolan Chu. Also, that old man, his strength is unfathomable. I can't see through it all. Yi Yuan did not even look and said, no need to guess, that old man is definitely Dao Profound Realm without a doubt. Furthermore, his realm isn't low. If not for so, how can Blackwind possibly not even dare to show his face? If that old man's strength was not powerful, Blackwind should have come out long ago at this point. Right now, Blackwind did not even dare to show his face. Very clearly, he already sensed this old man's might. Yi Yuan looked over towards the youth and Nolan Hong who were entangled in battle, his expression could not help changing. Right at that very moment, that youth struck Nolan Hong with a staff blow, directly smacking him down from the air. So strong. This youth's age is at most about the same as young lord's, but his strength overwhelms Nolan Hong. His staff technique has probably already reached the 4th stage of supreme true intent, right? Such terrifying talent, he's likely not at all inferior compared to young lord either. Where on earth did a freak like this pop out from? The youth's strength made everyone suck in a cold breath. An existence like Nalan Hong was actually completely suppressed. The youth put away the staff and said disdainfully, "You really can't take a beating. Little lord, I haven't even exerted my full power yet and you got beaten down. This White Valiant region's young geniuses are really too garbage. Hey, Grandpa's son, this is the last one, right? Can we change places already or not? There's still half a year's time. Fighting with opponents like this is really so boring. Hoo-hoo, young Master Tong's staff technique has improved a level further. If Master knows that young Master's improvement is so quick, he'd definitely be very happy." Grandpa's son said with an amiable smile. "Tisk, Master, he clearly looks down on me, insisting on making me come to such a remote place, finding whatever genius martial artists to train. A lousy place like the White Valiant region, what geniuses are there? I think they are more like a bunch of nitwits. Just now this one could still take some beating. You look at those whatever young lords we encountered previously, all smacked down by me with one staff blow. Truly good for nothing," the youth said disdainfully. The two people chatted as if no one else was present, having utterly no respect for everyone. Han Feng, Zhang Tianyi, these young geniuses, each and every one of their faces revealed expressions of extreme unwillingness to submit, dared to feel indignant, but dared not to speak. This young Master Tong was too strong, even Nalan Hong was defeated. They were not his match at all. Furthermore, young Master Tong's words made each and every one of them incredibly terrified. Hearing the meaning in these words, they had already challenged many holy lands in succession. And the young lords of those holy lands were actually all defeated at his hands. Along the way, just how many young lords fell under his staff? That youth suddenly swept towards the crowd and asked again, "Is there still anyone stronger? Little lord, I became somewhat spirited from fighting, hands are a little itchy." "Oh, right, your young lord doesn't seem to have come out yet. Where is he?" Everyone's faces changed, but no one spoke. Clearly, they were not willing to reveal Yi Yuan's whereabouts. Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly arrived in front of the youth and said with a smile, "I'll do it." The youth shot Yi Yuan a glance and said disdainfully, "Boundless realm. Are you here to be funny? When little lord, I strike down with a staff blow, your little life will be gone." "I'm the young lord," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. "You, the young lord." The youth finally looked Yi Yuan in the eye and discovered that Yi Yuan was more or less his age. The youth swept another glance over the expressions on everyone's faces and knew that Yi Yuan was not lying. He was really the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord. A boundless realm becoming the young lord, are you kidding? The youth could not resist taking a look at Yi Yuan again and suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Even a boundless realm can become the young lord, your holy land is really interesting. However, I won't pull any punches. If I use too much power, heh." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "No need to hold back. Let me have a good look at the power of the heaven and earth staff art." Chapter 821, Utter Deciphered. The others still did not feel anything, but these old man and youth's expressions changed drastically when they heard that. "How do you know the heaven and earth staff art?" the youth said with a shocked look. "Hoo-hoo, it's just a set of staff technique. What's odd about knowing it?" Yi Yuan said with a laugh. "A set of staff technique. Only, heh, really shameless boasting. You aren't thinking that you're impressive for recognizing the heaven and earth staff art, right? Just a measly little boundless realm, and your tone isn't small." The youth said with a cold laugh. Very clearly, he was very displeased with Yi Yuan's attitude. This heaven and earth staff art was the consummate skill his master became famed for. The power was unparalleled. In Yi Yuan's voice was actually filled with belittlement. How could he be pleased? Yi Yuan said indifferently when he heard this, "I naturally don't think that I'm very impressive, but I also don't feel that a set of staff technique is very amazing." "Insolent thing. Do you know what kind of person imparted young Master Tong this set of staff technique?" That one sentence utterly enraged Grandpa's son. An appalling pressure undulated out, making everyone's hair stand on its end. Dao Profound Realm, indeed an emperor-level powerhouse. Just what background are these old man and youth? Such a powerful martial artist has never been seen before in the White Valiant region. Could it be that they came from other regions? Why do I feel that this old man's pressure seems to be even stronger than the Holy Lord's? The might of this old man before their eyes greatly surpassed everyone's expectations. In front of this old man, they actually could not muster up the slightest desire to resist. They even had a feeling that this old man was even stronger than the Holy Lord. Dao Profound Realm was extremely mysterious. After advancing to Dao Profound Realm, it was like entering another world for martial artists. It was completely different from previous cultivation realms. Don't look at how the White Valiant region had so many genius martial artists. Those able to break through to Dao Profound Realm were only that meager few people. The difficulty of breaking through to Dao Profound Realm was even harder than adding up all of the realms prior to it. Therefore, the moment this old man became furious, it was as if heaven and earth changed colors because of it. Yi Yuan's sword intent slowly opened up, as if adding a protective screen for himself. No matter how powerful Grandpa's son's pressure was, it was unable to change his countenance the least bit too. Perhaps Yi Yuan would be finished off in a single blow in front of Grandpa's son, but using 5th stage supreme true intent to withstand this kind of pressure was sufficient. Sensing Yi Yuan's sword intent, the youth's expression changed due to it. 5th stage supreme sword intent. I really didn't think that in a remote and backward place like this, there's actually still such a monster. Looks like I've underestimated you. However, if this is your capital for being arrogant, I'm afraid that it's still not enough. The youth said in great surprise. Humph, so what if 5th stage supreme true intent? To dare insult the heaven and earth staff art, let this old servant kill him for young master. Grandpa's son's killing intent was bared. Wait a minute, this boy's age is similar to mine, but the true intent boundary he comprehended is actually even higher than mine. He is worthy for this young master to make a move. He actually dares to look down on the heaven and earth staff art. So let this young master kill him with this staff technique. It's also considered a worthy death. As he said, the youth swung the staff. A powerful staff intent immediately gushed out. Boy, you have the qualifications to know this young master's name. Remember, this young master is called Luo Tong. Luo Tong did not say another word, directly treating the staff as a whip, striking down at the top of Yi Yuan's skull. This blow had overwhelming power, and the speed was abnormally fast. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely fast too, directly drawing out the Starmoon sword. His wrist shook, and the longsword trembled, and it actually swung away Luo Tong's staff directly. Terrific boy, have some capability. Eat this young master's staff again. Total annihilation. This move was similarly incomparably powerful. But it was actually like Yi Yuan saw through Luo Tong's staff technique in advance. The Starmoon sword was waiting there long ago, sweeping the staff away easily again. Life and death by a thread. No restrictions. Heavenly steed soaring the skies. Luo Tong's staff technique was uninhibited, and its power was extremely grand, making everyone's hearts palpitate with fear and anxiety. No wonder this Luo Tong could sweep across all of the White Valiant region's geniuses. His strength was completely not on the same level as the White Valiant region's geniuses. Under his staff shadows, one virtually could not see leeway for Yi Yuan to retaliate. The hearts of each and every one in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land leapt to their throats, all breaking into a sweat with fright for their young lord. Looking at this situation currently, he totally did not use all his power dealing with Nolan Hong earlier. If it was these moves in front of them, Nolan Hong probably could not even block a single move. For young lord to be able to persist until now was already extremely impressive. But at this time, Grandpa's son's expression was becoming increasingly ugly by the side. He was a Dao Profound Realm martial artist. His perception was entirely not what ordinary people could compare to. Luo Tong looked like he took the upper hand completely, but actually, he was at a disadvantageous position all along. If not for Yi Yuan being a major cultivation realm lower than Luo Tong would have already lost long ago at this moment. This Yi Yuan seemed to be extremely familiar with the heaven and earth staff art. Every move and stance of Luo Tong's was seen through by Yi Yuan. Each of Yi Yuan's attacks was extremely skillfully executed. It did not even expend much essence energy. But his points of attack were all the weak points in Luo Tong's staff art each time, making Luo Tong extremely bitter. If Yi Yuan's essence energy was sufficient, he could even defeat Luo Tong in one move. How is this possible? The heaven and earth staff art is a tier 9 martial technique. Master relied on it to cultivate to the Divine King realm. Its power is peerlessly formidable. Young Master Tong has already obtained Master's true inheritance. Even if he doesn't reach his level, it's also impossible to be utterly deciphered by a boundless realm, right? Grandpa Sun was incomparably shocked in his heart. He was totally unable to imagine that a divine king-level staff art was actually cracked thoroughly like this without an unscathed patch of skin. Just what was the background of this youth in front of him? No wonder he recognized the heaven and earth staff art with one glance. Looks like he was extremely familiar with this set of staff technique. He was even perfectly aware of the staff art's flaws. Just what is going on here? That youth clearly takes the absolute upper hand, but he just can't defeat young Lord. Pooh, what's your meaning here? Could it be that you hope for young Lord Yi to be defeated at other people's hands? How can that be? I only feel that it's strange. Seems like young Lord Yi has been using essence energy to battle all along up until now and didn't employ the power of his fleshy body at all. If he utilizes the strength of his fleshy body, it shouldn't be this sort of situation. With you saying it like this, it's really somewhat odd. But speaking of which, who can see through young Lord Yi? In a twinkle, 400 to 500 rounds passed. The more they fought, the stranger everyone felt. Their concern towards Yi Yuan became increasingly lesser too. From the very beginning, Luo Tong took the absolute upper hand. But after 400 to 500 rounds, he still had not defeated Yi Yuan. There must be some fishiness in it. Another crisp sound transmitted over. The two figures finally separated. Luo Tong gripped the staff tightly, panting heavily for air, and was actually somewhat out of breath. Clearly, the essence energy expenditure was immense. In contrast, Yi Yuan stood there calmly, like he was completely fine. Chapter 822, 2 lacking. How is it possible? Why are my moves completely restrained by you? Luo Tong wielded his staff, and his expression turned incomparably ugly. He seriously could not figure it out. His staff technique had been ever triumphant all along. But why could it not unleash any power at all when it arrived in front of Yi Yuan? Actually, Luo Tong had detected something amiss long ago. But he was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner and completely unresigned, foolhardily persisting for 400 to 500 rounds. But he discovered now that Yi Yuan being able to restrain his staff art was absolutely not a coincidence. Even though the heaven and earth staff art is a high-grade tier 9 martial technique, it doesn't mean that it's an invincible martial technique. Is it very strange to be subdued? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Impossible. Even if your strength is stronger than mine, it's also not possible to completely subdue me. Unless you're very familiar with the heaven and earth staff art. Who on earth are you? Luo Tong pointed the staff and asked without any courtesy. You're really forgetful. Didn't I tell you earlier that I'm the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord? Humph. This heaven and earth staff art is Master's highly guarded secret. It's completely impossible for outsiders to be so familiar with the staff art. If you don't give me an account today, I'll destroy your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Luo Tong said with a cold snort. When Chen Qi and the rest heard these words, their hearts pounded. That old man's strength was too powerful. Perhaps even the Holy Lord was not a match either at his prime, let alone talk about now. He alone was sufficient to wipe out the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. But the moment these words came out, Yi Yuan's expression instantly became cold. Luo Tong was unsettled by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum and actually took a step back involuntarily. That instant earlier, he actually felt like who he was facing was not a youngster but a most exalted king. I was actually afraid. This brat is merely a boundless realm. I was actually unsettled by his aura. I'm a divine king's disciple, how could I be intimidated by a backwater bumpkin? Luo Tong was incomparably ashamed and indignant in his heart. Ever since he came out, he made a clean sweep all the way. Today, facing a martial artist whose cultivation realm was lower than his, he was actually afraid. This was what he could not accept. Exterminating people's entire family at the slightest provocation. Was this how Dong Feiyong taught you? Yi Yuan took a step forward in an imposing manner. Luo Tong forcefully composed himself, but no idea why, he actually took a step back again. You, how do you know Master's name? Luo Tong exclaimed in shock. The White Valiant region was a very remote small region. Its strength was very weak, and information was out of touch. The people here might have heard before the title of Frenzied Staff Divine King, but it was simply impossible to know Dong Feiyong this name. But this youth in front of him actually called it out flatly. Hey, want to know who I am? Go back and ask Dong Feiyong and you'll know. As for the words earlier, I'll treat it as if I didn't hear it. If Dong Feiyong heard it, he'd exterminate you, this unfilial disciple, without the slightest hesitation. Yi Yuan said coldly. Luo Tong's expression changed, and he said, "Hey, a measly little boundless realm, you think you can scare me with a couple of words? Do you take me to be a 3-year-old kid?" Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Looks like Dong Feiyong is really declining with each passing day, to actually have taught such a rude and unreasonable disciple. If you feel that I'm scaring you, you can very well let this old man make a move and give it a try right now. I dare assure you that Dong Feiyong definitely won't end your life with just a simple death." Yi Yuan was clearly not joking around with Luo Tong. His meaning was that it would not be that easy of a matter for Luo Tong to die even if he wanted to. It would be a tortuous pain, wishing himself to be dead. Chen Qin and the rest all had their hearts leap to their throats. They did not think that Yi Yuan was still so domineering, facing a Dao profound realm expert whose depths could not be fathomed. If he angered this old man, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would have to be buried together. In front of a Dao profound realm, they did not even have hopes of escaping. Luo Tong was taken in by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum and actually broke into a cold sweat. He looked at Yi Yuan, wanting to see a hint of panic from Yi Yuan's eyes. Yet, he was disappointed. In Yi Yuan's eyes had not the slightest hint of fear. Instead, it carried the thick disdain of a king. Clearly, Yi Yuan really thought nothing of him and Grandpa's son, and he was not playing a game of bluff. To dare do so, Yi Yuan was either a fool or really had some reliance. Could it be that there was really some relationship between Yi Yuan and Master? All of a sudden, Luo Tong seemed to have thought of something, his expression changing dramatically. This guy wouldn't be Master's son, right? The more Luo Tong thought, the more he felt that the likelihood of this was huge. Master made him tour this area. Furthermore, the time was restricted. Could it be in order to create this encounter of fate? Apart from teaching him, Master was even guiding this youth in front of him. Otherwise, how to explain why Yi Yuan was familiar with the heaven and earth staff art to such a degree? Each move and stance of Luo Tong could not unleash its power in front of Yi Yuan. Could it be your Master's son? Luo Tong asked weakly. Yi Yuan froze, and then could not help laughing soon after as he said, "To think that you can come up with that. Don't guess wildly anymore. Want to know who I am? Go back and ask your master and you'll know." Your master, is he well currently? In Yi Yuan's words carried extremely complicated emotions. Luo Tong could not help being stupefied when he saw it. Yi Yuan asked these words like reminiscing about an old friend he had not seen for many years. Just earlier, he clearly saw that splotch of a crystalline teardrop in Yi Yuan's eye. Although Yi Yuan controlled his emotions very well, he still saw it. This was absolutely revealing one's true sentiments. But Yi Yuan's age, how was this possible? Luo Tong was baffled right now and became even more suspicious about Yi Yuan's identity. But he was really somewhat afraid regarding Yi Yuan's threat now. Master's condition isn't very good. He had restrictions placed on him by someone and is unable to crack it all along. He has been in closed seclusion all the way these few years. It's very hard for outsiders to meet him now, Luo Tong answered. Yi Yuan's expression changed, but he heaved a sigh again very quickly and transmitted his voice to Luo Tong. "You go back then. Want to know who I am? Just ask your master, and you'll know. When you see him, help give him my regards. If he wishes to come and see me, tell him not to come over. You tell him, when the right moment comes, I'll go and find him." Some words naturally could not be said in front of so many people. Although this Luo Tong was a little domineering, one could tell that Dong Feiyong should have pinned high hopes on him. Otherwise, he also would not send a third-level Dao profound servant to bring him to travel around. Therefore, this Luo Tong should be trustworthy. Luo Tong had an uncertain look and asked, "You really know my master?" "My master's old friends, I've seen most of them, but I have never heard of you before." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You, this brat, really won't give up. You don't need to probe me anymore either. I won't tell you. Want to know? Better go ask Dong Feiyong. Also, the essence of heaven and earth staff art lies in these words, heaven and earth. The moment the staff art is unleashed, your heaven and earth, lording over a stretch of heaven and earth. Your staff technique only acquired the form, but it has yet to obtain the meaning. It's still way too lacking." Chapter 823, Quietly Approaching Danger. Grandpa's son's expression changed, and he exclaimed in shock, "You actually said it exactly the same as Master." Master made him come out to temper his staff technique because he knew that young Master Lu Tong's staff technique has yet to obtain the true intent. So this trip is to seek a breakthrough point. Luo Tong was astonished when he heard that and said, "What did you say?" "Master made me come out to challenge young geniuses because of this reason." Grandpa's son nodded his head and said, "That's right. This was Master's appraisal of you in private. It's just that he says he wants to let you comprehend yourself, that's why he didn't tell you." This youngster is very strange. Luo Tong looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing a complicated look. This youth was clearly around the same age as him, but that elder-like behavior was really sufficiently intimidating. But at this point, Luo Tong no longer doubted Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. To be able to speak exactly the same words as his master, this was not what ordinary people could accomplish. "Okay, I'll go back and ask Master right away. If I discover that you're lying to me, your entire holy land will have to prepare for destruction." Luo Tong gave a cold snort, put away the staff, and left. Grandpa's son followed closely behind too. The two people's figures gradually vanished from everyone's sight. Seeing that unfathomable old man leave, everyone heaved a long sigh in relief too. The pressure Grandpa's son gave them was seriously too great. Their nerves were tensed up very tightly, not daring to loosen up at all. However, the gazes the elders looked at Yi Yuan with became somewhat complicated. Grandpa's son's strength was at least second-level Dao Profound, maybe even third-level Dao Profound, but he called Luo Tong's master as master time and again. This indicated that Luo Tong's master's strength was definitely unfathomable. But hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, he was actually old acquaintances with that Dong Feiyong. This was also too bizarre. But to them, this did not seem important. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan was protecting the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. This was sufficient. The more formidable Yi Yuan's strength, the brighter Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's future in the days to come as well. And these families, would clearly also receive benefits along with it. Luo Tong and Grandpa's son's appearance brought an enormous upheaval to the White Valiant region. Virtually all of the Holy Lands were swept once by them. Some Holy Lands that had no eyes were even taught a fine lesson by Grandpa's son, crippling faceless realm elders. Those young geniuses were also beaten badly enough by Luo Tong. Some were even crippled. The only one that remained completely intact was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. After this incident, Yi Yuan's prestige in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land rose unprecedentedly. And the medicinal pills Yi Yuan refined helped the Holy Land's young geniuses break through bottlenecks successfully. The one who received the greatest benefits among them was actually Wu Jiantong. Yi Yuan helped him to refine a transcendent grade spirit enlightening pill. After he consumed it, he broke through the fetters very quickly and reached the heaven enlightenment realm. Wu Jiantong knew that he would not catch up to Yi Yuan's footsteps in this lifetime, even if he broke through to heaven enlightenment realm. After this, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land entered a relatively quiet period. And Yi Yuan himself also was not aware that a huge danger was currently in the midst of brewing. Currently, in the faraway Great Shang region's vast Sun City, Zhou Yan finally got Yi Yuan's news he waited for. "You're saying that Yi Yuan that aboriginal actually become the young lord of a rank 9 Holy Land in around a year's time. Furthermore, his strength is already comparable to Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists. You're certain that you're not joking?" Hearing this news, Zhou Yan's mood was clearly not that good. The retainer, Zhou Yu, who was sent out by him said cautiously, "Absolutely true. The person this subordinate sent out laid low in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land for a month's time. Their new young lord should be the Yi Yuan that young master said. He was still planning on capturing this Yi Yuan back alive at that time, but that Yi Yuan used no idea what method and actually subdued a black flood dragon at the Great Circle of Tier 8 who is on the verge of transforming into a dragon. He's not a match at all. Hence, that's why he dare not act rashly without careful thought. Black flood dragon at the Great Circle of Tier 8. You're sure that this information isn't wrong? On what basis does he, a boundless realm, have to bring a black flood dragon at the Great Circle of Tier 8 under his control?" Zhou Yan said in disbelief. Zhou Yu said, "When this subordinate heard this news, my reaction was exactly the same as young master's. But this matter is indeed true. On the day Yi Yuan succeeded the position, he defeated the strongest one of the 7 holy sons in one move, then let out the black flood dragon. All of the people in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land saw this scene. It can't be faked." Zhou Yan's face was as dark as water and was suddenly incomparably vexed in his heart. No idea why, his inner heart actually produced that tiny hint of threat. When he saw Yi Yuan in the lower realms, Yi Yuan was still just a Soul Sea realm martial artist. Just how much time had passed here, Yi Yuan actually cultivated to boundless realm with lightning speed. Furthermore, he even had strength comparable to Heaven Enlightenment realm. At this rate, Yi Yuan catching up to him was also not something impossible. Being surpassed by a bumpkin like Yi Yuan, Zhou Yan absolutely did not allow it. Moreover, Yi Yuan was even his greatest love rival. These 2 years' time, Zhou Yan often saw that sort of longing and affectionate expression on Yu Mengli's face. This deeply wounded his pride as a man. Any person in this world could surpass him, Zhou Yan. Only Yi Yuan could not. Originally, Zhou Yan did not attach any importance to Yi Yuan at all. But hearing this news, he had no choice but to face this aboriginal squarely. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was too alarming. Zhou Yu, take a trip with me to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Zhou Yan was silent for a long time and suddenly said. Zhou Yu was very familiar with Zhou Yan. When he heard this news, he knew that Yi Yuan would definitely be unlikely to survive. Hence, hearing this order of Zhou Yan's, he was not surprised at all either. On a small island somewhere in the divine realm, the scenery was delightfully beautiful, giving people a feeling of an otherworldly paradise. On the island was a small peak. On the small peak was a pavilion. A stone table was placed in the pavilion. The two ends of the stone table sat a middle-aged man and an old man, currently playing Go. The old man played black, put down a piece, and said with a loud laugh, Zhang Zizhen, you lost again. In these 10 days, you didn't win a single match. How did the exalted soul martial divine king become someone weak and then obsessed with Go? This isn't like you. That middle-aged man was actually the legendary soul martial divine king, Zhang Zizhen. Zhang Zizhen said with a smile, no idea why, I keep feeling uneasy recently, as if something is going to happen. The old man's expression changed, and he said, cultivation reaching yours and my boundary can pry into the heavenly Tao. You being hit with a sudden inspiration like this, there might really be some major event that's coming. Zhang Zizhen nodded his head slightly and said, these few years, the undercurrents of the divine realm are flowing. I fear that before long, something major will really happen. At that time, it will likely be hard for you and me to escape this maelstrom too. The old man sighed slightly and said, at our level, our hearts are no longer filled with distracting thoughts towards these secular matters. Apart from deity realm, what else can still move yours and my heart? Chapter 824, You Came Back. Can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked? Back then, how glorious were the deity realm powerhouses. Didn't they turn to ashes overnight too? How can you and I escape the maelstrom of this era? Zhang Zizhen said. Speaking of which, the Medicine King Hall changed owners overnight back then, which was similarly bewildering. Until now, nobody could figure out the reason why too. Looks like this divine realm really has quite a number of things that you and I are unable to control. The old man said with a sigh. Zhang Zizhen's expression changed slightly but nodded his head powerlessly as well. Right then, a ripple spread out in the space in front of the two people. A pale yellow paper crane pierced through the void and arrived in front of Zhang Zizhen. The paper crane flapped its wings like it was telling Zhang Zizhen something. Looks like you have a guest here. This old self will take his leave right now, the old man said. Zhang Zizhen waved his hand and said, sip some tea for a moment, I'll be right back. Losing so many days in a row, I got to at least win back one round. Finished talking, Zhang Zizhen strode out and directly vanished on the spot. Outside the island, an old man stood with his hands by the side, appearing very respectful. If outsiders knew, it would definitely make their jaws hit the ground. This old man was precisely the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's first elder who gave Yi Yuan the gold token. He was also an 8th level Dao profound expert. But facing the Soul Martial King, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. All of a sudden, a series of distortions emitted from the space. A middle-aged man slowly walked out from the void. Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Li Yao pays respect to Soul Martial Divine King. First Elder bowed down low and said. Zhang Zizhen had both hands behind his back as he said coolly, speak then, these few days, my mood isn't very good. If you don't give me a proper reason, don't blame me for going to find Zhou Yuhai to get an account. You're reading on. Com. TKs. Although Zhang Zizhen's alchemy path means were exceptionally skilled, people finding him to refine pills were extremely few. His temperament was very eccentric, and he rarely made a move too. Annoying him, he would even make a move to kill people. Furthermore, he would not need to give a reason at all. At that time, the medicinal pill did not get refined, and the person lost his little life instead. The Zhou Yuhai Zhang Zijin talked about was naturally the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's head chairman. Li Yao knew that for Zhang Zijin to show himself and meet in person was most likely on account of head chairman's face. But Li Yao's heart pounded when he heard Zhang Zijin's words. What luck, why did he just happen to pick the time when this malefic star was in a bad mood? Actually, the one who requested our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to bring this news is a White Valiant Region's rank 9 Holy Land's young lord, named Yuan. He says that he's your excellency's old acquaintance and that as long as we bring the news, my lord will definitely agree to refine medicinal pills for him, Li Yao said deferentially. Li Yao's words directly sold Yuan out. Facing a powerhouse like the Soul Martial Divine King, Li Yao had no choice but to respond carefully. Therefore, the meaning in his words was that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was actually just responsible for passing the words. The others, they were completely not responsible. If not for the allure of Yuan's two kinds of pill formulas being too great, and also wanting to make friends with this future alchemy path genius, how could Li Yao, this first elder, possibly come to pay a formal visit to Zhang Zijin personally? Hearing Li Yao's words, Zhang Zijin's brows knitted together once more. Do you all feel that this seat is very free and will become old acquaintances with the young lord of a rank 9 Holy Land? But I'm quite curious though, what kind of benefits that whatever young lord gave you, to actually be able to invite you to come to find me personally? A feeling of immense danger welled up from the bottom of his heart. Very clearly, Zhang Zijin was really enraged. Li Yao's expression changed, and he secretly cursed Yuan in his heart. Really got possessed by a ghost, to actually believe that Yuan would be on familiar terms with the Soul Martial Divine King. When Zhang Zijin heard Yuan's name, he did not have any reaction at all but flew into a great rage instead. But him agreeing to make this trip clearly harbored some hopes of a fluke too. Yuan's alchemy path talent was too freakish. It was on an entirely different level from ordinary young geniuses. Just based on this, he might really know the Soul Martial Divine King. Perhaps, Yuan was even Zhang Zijin's successor. It appears now that it was completely bull. The entire Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was cheated by Yuan. How could the lofty Soul Martial Divine King possibly refine pills for an unimportant rank 9 Holy Land's young lord? Li Yao hurriedly bent his body low and said, "Calm your anger, your excellency." He said to let me bring a sentence for my lord. As long as my lord hears it, you'll definitely agree to help him refine pills. Zhang Zijin said impatiently, "Scram, this seat doesn't have the patience to listen to your rubbish." Finished talking, the space became warped once more. Zhang Zijin turned around and was about to leave. Li Yao panicked. If Zhang Zijin were to leave, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would screw it up on both ends. This Yuan could take out two kinds of such heaven-defying pill formulas randomly. Clearly, his stock was not little. Once he offended Yuan, forget about the transaction this time falling through, it would probably utterly fizzle out in the future too. Returning to hang it on the tree before the grave, knowing one's heart eternally. Could it be that the boy was lying to me? Li Yao had a clever idea hidden in emergency and grumbled softly. He believed that with the Soul Martial Divine King's hearing abilities, he was bound to be able to hear this sentence. If he still did not have any reaction, then he could only just leave. Actually, Li Yao was also harboring the mood of making a Hail Mary effort. He did not expect that with him grumbling like this, Zhang Zijin's figure became stiff and space returned to normal. "What did you say just now? Say it one more time." Zhang Zijin furrowed his brows and said, "Replying your excellency, the words that youth made me bring was, returning to hang it on the tree before the grave, knowing one's heart eternally." Li Yao hurriedly said. Zhang Zijin's expression fell, an extremely complicated expression showed in his gaze. After being silent for a moment, Zhang Zijin suddenly asked, "You're certain that this person who made you pass on the message is a rank 9 Holy Land's young lord?" Li Yao nodded and said, "Very certain. It's just that this youth seems to be quite different from ordinary geniuses." "Oh, different in what way? Let's hear it." Zhang Zijin's expression already returned to normal. Li Yao could not tell what he was thinking about too, but seeing Zhang Zijin inquire, Li Yao did not dare to conceal either, roughly going over Yuan's matters once. Yuan's information, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company had been following with interest all along. Therefore, the first elder was very familiar with him. Listening until the end, Zhang Zizhen suddenly said, "Leave the spirit medicines behind, you can go already." Li Yao was startled and had somewhat yet to recover to his senses. Zhang Zizhen pulled a long face and said, "Didn't hear it." Li Yao shuddered all over, hastily taking out a storage ring, and throwing it to Zhang Zizhen. Zhang Zizhen received the storage ring, turned around, and left. Just what background does this Yi Yuan have, to actually really be able to let the Soul Martial Divine King agree to refine pills for him? Furthermore, the Soul Martial Divine King refining pills is extremely expensive. The price might even be as much as several times of the medicinal pills. This time, the Soul Martial Divine King actually didn't even open his mouth to charge a price. Li Yao said in astonishment. In Li Yao's impression, Yi Yuan became even more enshrouded in mystery. Zhang Zizhen's figure appeared in the pavilion once more. "So slow, really didn't think that you would be so long-winded with people," the old man sipped tea as he said with a smile at the same time. Zhang Zizhen smiled bitterly and said, "Song Chuyu, not keeping you behind this time. Let's battle again next time." The old man was slightly surprised but did not say anything. Nodding his head, he left right away. After the old man left, Zhang Zizhen looked into the distance and said somewhat absent-mindedly, "You came back." Chapter 825, Corpse Tide. On a high ridge at the borders of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, several figures gazed into the distance. "Young lord, these zombies one appeared out of God knows where. Each and every one of their strength is very formidable. Whenever night comes, they will come out in full force and wreak havoc in the nearby cities. In a short half a month's time, they have already destroyed 3 cities. None of the city lords of these 3 cities were lucky to escape. Right now, everyone in this region is in a state of panic." The one speaking was a faceless realm elder, called Wang Zan, who was also the person in charge of a large area, with more or less the same status as Yang Sen. In this half a month, a zombie uprising suddenly erupted outside the borders of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's northwest position. Every time night came, tens of thousands of zombies would engage in wanton massacre everywhere, killing people on sight. Wang Zan organized a large group of martial artists to come and kill these zombies. The result was that they returned in utter defeat with heavy casualties. That was why they had no choice but to seek help from the Holy Land. Hearing Wang Zan's plea for help, Yi Yuan also felt that the zombie uprising this time was rather unusual too. Therefore, he brought Wuxian and Blackwind together and came here to investigate the situation. Speaking of which, ever since after Wuxian saw Blackwind, he no longer had any disloyalty towards Yi Yuan. He knew that even if he exhausted the Wu family's power, it was also not possible to be Blackwind's match. Yi Yuan could subdue a powerful demonic beast like this. What else was there that he was unconvinced by? Standing on top of this hill could scan far into the distance at the situation nearby. But it was broad daylight currently. Those zombies went to hide at God knows where, not even a trace of them could be seen. But Yi Yuan could sense that the evil yin qi in the large stretch of the area around was extremely heavy. What Wang Zan said was clearly not false. Yi Yuan even went to the 3 cities that were destroyed prior to this. Over there was simply purgatory on earth. Even Yi Yuan, this kind of person who had very rich experiences, could not help being visibly moved because of it as well. He also secretly made up his mind to definitely eliminate these zombies. According to observations during these 2 days, these zombies seem to be intentionally expanding their territory. If it carries on developing according to this sort of trend, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will likely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Yi Yuan said with a frown. Wang Zan was startled, carefully recalling the process of the corpse tide happening. Seems like it really was the case. "This, young lord, what should we do now? Even though we haven't seen yet, but in this corpse tide, there is definitely a tier 8 earth corpse." Wang Zan could not quite make the decision. Yi Yuan was silent for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth and said, "The corpse tide erupted very suddenly. Furthermore, it's very controlled. I feel that there is someone manipulating these zombies at the back." Wang Zan's expression changed, and he said, "Young lord, such a scale of corpse tide, how formidable a strength does one require to be able to manipulate it? This sort of conjecture, isn't it?" Very clearly, he felt that Yi Yuan's conjecture was somewhat nonsensical. Wang Zan was certain that there absolutely existed a tier 8 zombie in this corpse tide. Moreover, the scale of this corpse tide was completely not what ordinary martial artists could manipulate. Yi Yuan actually suspected that someone was manipulating behind. This kind of possibility was too low. Regarding Wang Zan's questioning, Yi Yuan paid no attention to it and said with a smile, manipulating these zombies doesn't necessarily need to have cultivation realm corresponding to them. As long as the method is apt, martial artists can even cross realms to control the zombies. Suddenly, several small black dots in the sky approached close from far away. Several silhouettes landed on this hill as well. A martial artist who looked like a youth swept a glance over Yi Yuan trio and said disdainfully, "Hey, your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is really incompetent to actually have such a large-scale corpse tide erupt, causing our Cloud Watchtower Holy Land to suffer along with it too. Truly preposterous." This youth's age was not old and actually had peak Heaven Enlightenment realm strength. When Wang Zan saw this youth, his expression could not help changing. "Young Lord Wei Cheng, your words are a little prejudiced. This area is at the borders of our 4 great holy lands. How is it caused by our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land?" Wang Zan said indignantly. This youth in front of them was precisely the young lord of the adjacent Cloud Watchtower Holy Land called Wei Cheng. After Yi Yuan assumed this position of young lord, although he had not seen before the other Holy Land's young lords, he had heard before this Wei Cheng's name. Even though the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land was a rank 9 Holy Land too, its overall strength was quite a bit stronger compared to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. This Wei Cheng was the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's #1 genius who was inducted by the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's Holy Lord last year. His strength was extremely formidable. In comparison, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's junior generation was way worse. Hence, they kept stalling and did not appoint a young lord, all the way until Yi Yuan's appearance. Hearing Wang Zan explained away, Wei Cheng said with a cold snort, resorting to sophistry and self-justification. "This stretch of area is the region where the corpse tide erupted the fiercest. You don't tell me that this area is not your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's boundary. Our Cloud Watchtower Holy Land coming over now is to help you resolve the danger, and you guys actually have such an attitude. Looks like we were somewhat meddlesome. Let's go." Wang Zan's expression changed, and he hurriedly went forward, wanting to stop the other party. But was stopped by Yi Yuan who said coolly, "Let him go." Wang Zan was somewhat put on a spot and said softly, "Young lord, the corpse tide this time is too massive. It's probably not what we, a single holy land, are able to resolve." But when these words landed in Wei Cheng's ear, his eyebrows raised up, and he said deridingly, "Good gracious, I was wondering who it was. Turns out that you're the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's newly appointed Boundless Realm young lord. Everyone says that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is declining with each passing day. Looking at it now, it's indeed the case. A puny little Boundless Realm martial artist was actually appointed as young lord. Really disgraceful enough." The moment Wang Zan heard, his face flushed scarlet red. He had been garrisoned at the frontiers all along. Although he was aware of the matters that happened in the Holy Land, it was mostly from hearing. Toward this Boundless Realm young lord, he was actually quite disapproving in his heart. Being verbally insulted by another Holy Land's young lord at this time, he felt deeply affected like he had experienced it himself and felt that it was humiliating to the extreme. "Heh, young Lord Wei Cheng's aura is somewhat unstable. There seems to still be some bruises on your face. No matter how you look at it, it seems like you were taught a lesson by someone." "Oh, right, heard that an old man and a youth came to the White Valiant region some time ago to challenge the White Valiant region's young geniuses. The wound on young Lord Wei Cheng's face wouldn't have been done by them, right?" The wuxian who did not speak at the side all along ridiculed at this time. Wei Cheng's expression sunk when he heard that. He involuntarily recalled countless staff images in his mind. The bruises on his face were left behind by precisely Luo Tong. Before Luo Tong and Grandpa's son came to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, where they arrived at was precisely the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land. The Wei Cheng who was rated as invincible in the same realm was actually beaten into a pig's head by Luo Tong. Even though close to a month's time had already passed, the bruises on his face had not recovered. This was Wei Cheng's greatest humiliation in his lifetime, but he had the scars directly torn open by wuxian. Insolent. That youngster's strength was unfathomable. Young Lord Wei Cheng only succumbed because his mind wandered for a moment. "Wuxian, Don't defame young Lord Wei Cheng. If you have the capabilities, let this boundless realm young lord of yours go try fighting him. Denounced a faceless realm elder who was behind Wei Cheng. Ha ha ha. When Wu Siwan heard that elder's words, he could not refrain from bursting into laughter. Chapter 826, Cooperation. What are you laughing at? Wei Cheng said with a grim expression. Laughing at what? I'm laughing at your ignorance. That Luo Tong came to our White Valiant region in order to train. Could it be that you think he won't come to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land? He's already young lord's vanquished foe long ago, but you guys want young lord to go fight with him. Isn't that very laughable? Wu Siwan said with a hearty laugh. What did you say? This boundless realm young lord of yours can beat that Luo Tong. Wu Siwan, do you take me, Wei Cheng, to be a fool? Wei Cheng said with a cold smile. He was all too familiar with that Luo Tong's strength. Even though his cultivation realm was a little higher than Luo Tong's, in front of Luo Tong, he had no strength to retaliate in the slightest. Only after seeing Luo Tong did Wei Cheng know what was called a true genius. But now, Wu Siwan said that Yi Yuan defeated Luo Tong. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Luo Tong was a full major realm higher than Yi Yuan. Furthermore, his concept's comprehension was exceptionally high. For Yi Yuan to want to beat him, the possibility did not exist at all. Hey, whether you believe it or not is up to you. Our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land personally witnessed this incident from top to bottom. Could it still be faked? Wu Siwan said disdainfully. Wei Cheng clearly did not believe it, but Wu Siwan readily called out Luo Tong's name. Clearly, Luo Tong had already been to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. But Yi Yuan was completely unscathed currently, unwittingly making Wei Cheng become somewhat uncertain. Logically speaking, Luo Tong went to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land after the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land. If Yi Yuan really exchanged blows with Luo Tong, it was impossible to not leave behind injuries on his body. Is that so? Whether it's a mule or a horse, drag it out for a walk, and you'll know. Wei Cheng's heart stirred and looked towards Yi Yuan with an unfriendly expression. Both parties were 3 versus 3 right now. With the 2 other elders tying down the other 2, it was as easy as turning one's hand for him to feel out Yi Yuan's depths. While talking, Wei Cheng already scuttled towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. Careful, young lord. Although Wang Zan was rather disapproving of Yi Yuan was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord after all. How could he be bullied by outsiders? But his figure had yet to move when it was held back by Wu Siwan. Wu Siwan, what are you doing? Wang Zan glared at Wu Siwan and said. Very clearly, he was extremely discontented with Wu Siwan's way of doing things. The young lord was encountering danger, how could they look on with folded arms? Just watch, this young lord of ours isn't an average man. For Wei Cheng to want to bully him, it's still early. Wu Siwan said with a smile. Wei Cheng's figure was still 80 feet away from Yi Yuan when a black flood dragon suddenly appeared between him and Yi Yuan. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. Wei Cheng forcefully stopped his figure. Seeing Blackwind, the faces of Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's 3 people changed drastically. To dare offend Master, deserve to die, Blackwind said coldly. Forget it, Blackwind, no need to haggle over it with him, Yi Yuan said indifferently. The pressure of the Great Circle Tier 8 releasing out, Wei Cheng had a feeling of being at death's door. But what made him even more shocked was that this black flood dragon actually called Yi Yuan as master. A boundless realm actually brought along a Great Circle Tier 8 demonic beast servant. This was also a bit too extravagant, right? Yes, master. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Blackwind retreated to one side obediently. Wei Cheng's eyes went wide. This was a Great Circle of Tier 8 servant. Forget about him, even if it was the Holy Lord, it was very hard to have such treatment either. A Great Circle Tier 8 demonic beast was not so easy to run into. Furthermore, a Great Circle Tier 8 demonic beast, every single one had extremely high intelligence. It was easy for the Holy Lord to want to kill, but wanting to make the other party pledge allegiance was incredibly difficult. Let alone that Blackwind was even a demonic beast who was about to transform into a dragon. He was considered half of the dragon race already. This kind of demonic beast was extremely proud, making it even less likely to become a human servant. Yet, Yi Yuan obtained such a demonic beast. Wei Cheng naturally would not think that this was subdued by Yi Yuan himself. Apart from the Holy Lord Tu Yu, Who else in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land had this kind of strength? These few years, it was widely rumored that Tu Yu's situation was not good. Looking at it now, this was absolute rubbish. Young Lord Wei Cheng, don't feign composure here anymore. If the corpse tide isn't controlled, forget about my Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, even the entire White Valiant region might become a death zone. Therefore, what we need to do now is sincere cooperation and not stirring up trouble. Yi Yuan said coolly. Wei Cheng's expression was very ugly. Turns out that his thoughts were seen through by Yi Yuan long ago. Although the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's situation was not as severe as the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, the situation could no longer be ignored as well. Humph. Looking at the current situation, the source of this corpse tide is absolutely your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Causing such a major incident, I want to see how you guys give an account to the other Holy Lands. Wei Cheng said with a cold snort. Being caught by Yi Yuan, Wei Cheng was very unhappy. But he was wary of Blackwind too, so he could only bring out the other Holy Lands to suppress Yi Yuan. But when Yi Yuan heard that, he said, right now, the corpse tide clearly shows a trend of spreading. Furthermore, after ordinary martial artists are killed by the zombies, they will be controlled by the zombies too. At this rate, the scale of the corpse tide will become increasingly massive. At that time, it will be unsalvageable. If I were you, I'd take out sincerity to cooperate. Get off my back about whatever source issues. Want to really talk again after stopping the corpse tide. Right now was clearly not the time to be disputing over trifles, but for the various Holy Lands to cooperate properly and eradicate the corpse tide. Right at this time, 7 to 8 silhouettes appeared in the horizon and were currently approaching them. Wu Siwan whispered by Yi Yuan's ear, it's the Fire Feather Holy Land and the Soaring Rainbow Holy Land's people. Those two young men are the Holy Land's young lords. One is called Hua Shuji, the other is called Sheng Jun. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, indicating that he got it. After a round of small talk, Hua Shuji and Sheng Jun both got to know that Yi Yuan was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's newly ascended young lord as well. Naturally, they could not dispense with contempt in their hearts. But with Blackwind around, even if they looked down on him, they got to suppress it in their hearts too. Since you've come, you should also understand the situation at the moment. This time, our 4 families should contribute a share to eliminate this corpse tide. Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, hey, why don't young Lord Yi say just how our 4 families should cooperate? Wei Cheng said with a cold laugh. Although unwilling to admit it, what Yi Yuan was talking about was indeed a matter that brooked no delay. Each day it was delayed, the difficulty level of dealing with this corpse tide would become even greater. Yi Yuan had a well-thought-out plan long ago and opened his mouth and said, this corpse tide is limitless and simply can't be killed. Finish. Forcefully dealing with these zombies will only increase the casualties in vain. Want to eliminate the corpse tide this time, we still got to figure out the real reason for corpse tide's eruption. Hence, I plan on fishing out just where these zombies came from after night falls today. I wonder what everyone's opinions are. Hua Shuji thought about it and said with a nod, what young Lord Yi said is right. In this Hua's opinion, even if everyone has some conflicts, put it down first. It's not too late for us to shut the doors and settle accounts after pushing back the corpse tide. I have no objections either. With our strength, these zombies can't come close at all. Today, we'll go in the same direction the zombies come from and search properly. Best if we can find their den and wipe them out altogether. Chapter 827, Killing People. At night, dark clouds covered the moon, causing people unable to see one's hands in front of them. All of a sudden, a low roar echoed out, shattering the night's tranquility. Following this low roar, faint grinding sounds started sounding out on the earth's surface, making Yi Yuan and the rest unwittingly feel their scalps tingle. A terrifying air crept out. Even if each and every one of these people were courageous because of superb skills, their hearts could not refrain from speeding up at this time too. It's here, Yi Yuan said solemnly. His vision was extremely good and could already see the tidewater-like zombie army surging over towards here. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The quantity of this zombie army before their eyes was seriously too outrageous. As far as the eye could see were all densely packed zombies, giving people an overwhelming sense of pressure. Isn't this number a bit too terrifying? Even if every person spat a mouthful of spittle, it can drown us to death too. Sheng Jun said, they are not people but zombies. Still talking about spitting spittle, don't you find it disgusting? Hua Shuji said sarcastically. You guys are still in the mood to jest around. Such numbers of zombies, even if we're the ones who get trapped inside, we'll get exhausted to death too. Wei Cheng said grimly. A vast expanse of corpse tide stretching to infinity, the sensory organ impact it brought to people was seriously too shocking. Even if it were these faceless realm elders, all of them had grave expressions too, akin to facing a formidable foe. The strength of these zombies were all not strong. The vast majority were under tier 6. But when the numbers reached such a horrifying extent, it already went from a quantitative transformation to qualitative transformation. Faceless realm martial artists getting bogged down inside had very slim chances of survival too. Looking at the direction they are headed, it should be Waterplane City. Looks like they really want to expand territory. Wu Siwan said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said coolly, everyone rush over in the same direction where the zombies are coming from, don't turn back. We only have a night's time. Everybody, make the best use of time and don't get enamored with fighting. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's feet suddenly unleashed a move and actually took the lead to sprint towards the corpse tide. Wang Zan's expression changed drastically when he saw the situation and shouted at Yi Yuan's back view, wait for us, young lord. In Wang Zan's view, Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was the Black Flood Dragon. He definitely had some capabilities himself, but facing this ocean-like corpse tide, how could it be adequate? Wang Zan's figure moved, and he chased after too. Wu Siwan followed closely behind. Blackwind chased after Yi Yuan like a gust of wind as well. Wei Cheng sneered coldly when he saw the situation and said, reckless thing with no idea of death or danger, a measly little boundless realm actually dares to take the lead. Shang Jun smiled too and said, this new Crimson Afterglow's young lord seems rather reckless. Haha, hope that these zombies will show mercy and not hurt him. Stop making irresponsible and carping remarks here. Let's go together. If that Yi Yuan dies, we won't gain any advantage either. No matter how lacking his strength is, isn't there still a great circle of tier 8 Black Flood Dragon? With him around, we have no worries this trip, Hua Shuji said. Everyone nodded, their figures rushing speedily over towards the corpse tide too. But their figures had yet to walk out very far when they all froze abruptly, the looks on their faces were fascinating to the extreme. Far away, Yi Yuan was in the front ranks. It was only for them to see him brandishing the longsword in his hand. Countless sword lights were instantly released, attacking towards those zombies. Yi Yuan's sword lights were like cutting grass, instantly reaping a large stretch of zombies. For a moment, those residual limbs of those zombies flew everywhere in the sky. The spectacle was shocking to the max. Just one move and Yi Yuan immediately opened up an enormous gap in the corpse tide. He did not stay, rushing over straight towards the gap. The Starmoon sword in Yi Yuan's hand was like a major killing tool. The places he passed through, he swept away all obstacles. Wei Cheng and the rest following at the back were all dumbfounded. In the corpse tide, there were large swaths of tier 5 zombies whose strength were comparable to boundless realm martial artists. Yi Yuan's attack actually directly disregarded their cultivation realms. Wang Zan was a faceless realm martial artist at any rate. He was already almost catching up to Yi Yuan before this. But at this time, the expression on his face was shocked to the extreme, and he actually forgot to attack for a moment. Suddenly, his back was patted by someone. Turning around to take a look, it was Wu Siwan. Is it very shocking? Told you long before, this young lord of ours is special. Wait until he truly grows up, it will be the hour of our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's splendor once more. Wu Siwan said, from opposing Yi Yuan to being filled with anticipation towards Yi Yuan now, Wu Siwan's transformation could be said to be huge. Yi Yuan already used his strength to thoroughly conquer the people's hearts in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Hoo-hoo, don't stand there in a daze anymore. Even though young lord is powerful, facing a corpse tide like this, it's also beyond one person's power. Let's go help him, Wu Siwan said with a laugh. Wang Zan nodded fiercely and said with an excited look, with such a young lord, our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is bound to rise up. Wu Siwan and Wang Zan duo rushed over soon after. These two people were both faceless realm. Their strengths were a great deal stronger than Yi Yuan's. Dealing with some low-level zombies was naturally a cinch. What they were truly afraid of was being trapped deep in this corpse tide and being forcefully exhausted to death by these zombies. Killing so many zombies in one go, they obviously had to expend quite a bit of essence energy too. Over a long time, They could not bear it too. Heh, indeed rather capable. We've underestimated him. To think that he's only boundless realm. If he breaks through to the heaven enlightenment realm, the few of us are probably not enough for him to look at all. After the shock, Washuji came back to his senses too, his words filled with bitterness. Even with their realms, they also could not do it like lifting something heavy as if it were light like Yi Yuan in this corpse tide. Humph, just putting on a pretense. In my view, he's intentionally showing off here. I don't believe that this kind of move can be unleashed many times. Wait until his essence energy is exhausted, I want to see what he does. Wei Cheng said scornfully. No matter what, just this move, his supreme true intent has likely been comprehended to the third stage already. This crimson afterglow young lord seems to really be quite formidable. But what you said is true as well. This kind of move, with his boundless realm cultivation, he shouldn't be able to unleash it more than a few times. Let's go. If we still don't go, the gap that they opened up is going to be filled up by zombies, Sheng Jun said. The people of these three families rushed forward too and caught up to Yi Yuan very quickly. With them joining in, the speed that the team advanced sped up considerably all at once. These zombies themselves aren't much, but their physical bodies are extremely formidable. Everyone take note, don't get your essence energy depleted by these zombies. Watching Yi Yuan cutting them up like melons and cabbages earlier gave them a misconception that these zombies were just a little more in quantity and there wasn't anything impressive. But the moment they clashed with these zombies now, Wei Cheng discovered that they looked down on these zombies too much. The strength of the zombies in itself was stronger compared to martial artists of the same realm. The most terrifying thing was that their fleshy bodies were extremely powerful. Want to thoroughly kill them, they must expend even more essence energy. One or two obviously could hardly show anything, but once the quantity ramped up, the essence energy expenditure would become very frightening. Right now, they were already utterly surrounded by these zombies. If they did not charge out as soon as possible, they would be forcefully exhausted to death by these low-level zombies. Forget that Wei Cheng was just a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist, even the faceless realm elders they brought here were probably unable to escape by luck too. The number of these zombies were too terrifying. Chapter 828, Mowing Down All Resistance. In a twinkle, 4 hours passed. Yi Yuan and the others already advanced forward several hundred miles distance. Not only did the zombies in front of them not reduce, but it also had an increasingly worsening trend instead. The more zombies killed, the more there were, making these faceless realm elders somewhat start losing all hope. Wei Cheng, Washuji these people's essence energy expenditure were immense. The speed of killing the zombies distinctly slowed down compared to before. His gaze involuntarily looked over towards Yi Yuan and was incomparably shocked in his heart. Could this punk be a freak? It's been 4 hours, and his combat capability is actually still roughly the same as when it just started, it's virtually without much reduction. That level of martial technique, how can a boundless realm martial artist possibly execute it consecutively for 4 hours? Wei Cheng thought to himself. He thought from the bottom of his heart that Yi Yuan would deplete his essence energy very quickly and seek Blackwind's help from there. Who knew that 4 hours passed and not only was Yi Yuan's martial technique like as though it did not expend essence energy, it was even releasing non-stop. Even the killing speed of the faceless realm martial artist slowed down. Only Yi Yuan's speed of reaping these zombies did not reduce the least bit. Yi Yuan was still at the forefront, forcefully opening up a gap in the corpse tide. Young lord, carrying on like this is not the way to go. The strengths of these zombies are becoming stronger and stronger. Right now, the majority of what we are killing are already Tier 5 zombies. There are even quite a number of Tier 6 zombies mixed up inside. I suspect that if it continues like this, ahead will probably all become Tier 6 zombies. The more Wu Siwan fought, the more alarmed he became, and he could not help becoming somewhat afraid of the grim situation before his eyes. Facing the tidewater-like zombies that had no regard for danger, these faceless realms, were also at a loss on what to do. These zombies did not know what was fear at all and did not have any consciousness either. They only attacked them blindly. What was even more damnable was that their physical bodies were extremely powerful. Wanting to kill them took quite a bit of effort. How can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's lair? The more powerful the zombies at the back, the more it means that we're getting increasingly closer to the source of the zombies. There is already no path of retreat at this time. All of you just respond with care and follow me. Yi Yuan said without hesitation. One sentence made Wu Siwan flush red to his ears. He, an exalted faceless realm, actually had to hide behind Yi Yuan. But this was also something that could not be helped. To talk about the speed of killing these zombies, his efficiency was really not as high as Yi Yuan's. Under this kind of circumstances, these faceless realms, did not dare to execute any large area of effect martial techniques. That was no different from seeking death. What they could do was to kill the zombies around them and charge forward all the way, conserving essence energy to the greatest limit. In a blink, another 4 hours passed. Everyone already killed God knows how many zombies. Even the faceless realm martial artists killed until their hands were weak too. They all consumed quite a number of essence energy restoring medicinal pills but still could not stop the essence energy in their bodies from being depleted bit by bit. By their sides right now were all tier 6 zombies. There were even some tier 7 zombies inside occasionally. The pressure these elders experiencing soared greatly one by one, let alone Wei Cheng they all, who were only at the heaven enlightenment realm. Tier 6 zombies, their fleshy bodies' resilience advanced a great deal from before too. The essence energy expended in wanting to kill them would be much more. Wei Cheng's entire body was already drenched in sweat. He was almost reaching his limits already. Too careless this time, really didn't think that these zombies' strength would be so powerful. Wei Cheng gritted his teeth and said. Washuji hacked a zombie with a sword and similarly gasped for air as he said, hang in there a while more. It's going to be daytime very soon. I almost can't keep going anymore. My medicinal pills are almost exhausted already. Even if I consume medicinal pills, the speed of restoring essence energy is also far from matching up to the speed of consumption. Wei Cheng said, just what kind of cultivation method did Yi Yuan that fellow cultivate? This essence energy recovery speed is also too terrifying, right? I didn't even see him consume medicinal pills, and he actually relied on essence energy recovery to persist until now. Simply makes people dare not believe it. Sheng Jun said. 8 hours went by, Yi Yuan's combat power was still off the charts. Even if it was all tier 6 zombies around him, he still reaped like chopping up melons and cabbages. The speed was actually not much slower compared to before. This kind of strength made everyone incredibly shocked. Everybody double up, we shouldn't be far from the source of the zombies already, Yi Yuan suddenly said in a clear voice. As he was talking, Yi Yuan raised his hand, and it was a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The places the palm force reached, the zombies turned to piles of dust, directly splitting open several thousand feet in distance. This palm even decimated the few tier 7 zombies mixed up inside. Wei Cheng and the other two exchanged a glance, seeing astonishment in the other party's eyes. They finally knew how Yi Yuan became the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord. Those tier 7 zombies' bodies were incomparably tough. Even sabers and swords hacking over was very hard to cause them injuries. Furthermore, the recovery abilities of these tier 7 zombies were extremely strong. If they could not kill them, the wounds on their bodies would recover back to normal very quickly, extremely hard to deal with. But in front of Yi Yuan, these tier 7 zombies simply could not withstand even a single blow. Tier 7 zombie, those were existences equal to human martial artists' heaven enlightenment realm. What are you still in a daze for? Keep up, take this time, you guys recover some more essence energy. Further to the back, I might not be able to deal with those tier 7 zombies anymore. Yi Yuan shouted loudly. Wei Cheng and the rest were startled inwardly and hurriedly kept up with Yi Yuan's footsteps, directly pushing forward several thousand feet in distance. Not only were these zombies not intimidated by Yi Yuan's palm force, each and every one seemed infuriated instead, surrounding over very quickly. Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all, firing out another coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Another large swath was obliterated. At this moment, Yi Yuan was akin to a war god. Wei Cheng even produced a misconception that if they let Yi Yuan keep on killing like this, would he really be able to finish these zombies that blotted out the skies and covered the earth or not? But he quickly felt that this idea was too laughable. There were too many of these zombies, Yi Yuan definitely could not kill all of them. Yi Yuan did not spare physical power and essence energy, directly unleashing big moves. It also let this party of people advance a lot faster. Seizing this opportunity, everyone also consumed medicinal pills non-stop, recovering essence energy as soon as possible. But this process did not persist for long, because the zombies at the back got increasingly stronger. There were more and more tier 7 zombies. Even though Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was powerful, it was still a little lacking to deal with late-stage Tier 7 zombies. Fortunately, through a period of time of rest and rehabilitation, the other's essence energy also recovered considerably and were able to help Yi Yuan share the burden a lot more. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan felt his scalp tingle. A feeling of danger instantly enveloped his entire body. Blackwind, be on alert. Tier 8 corpse venerables appeared. Yi Yuan shouted. To be able to make Yi Yuan give rise to such a sense of crisis, there were only Tier 8 corpse venerables. Rest assured, Master. With Blackwind here, these zombies can't hurt you. Blackwind also knew that it was different now, directly shielding in front of Yi Yuan. Not far away, several shiny green lights were faintly discernible. Yi Yuan saw it clearly. Those several rays of shiny green lights were emitted by those few zombies. These zombies were clearly Tier 8 corpse venerables. Chapter 829, Boneyard. After martial artists die and their bodies did not decay under some special circumstances and absorb heaven and earth essence energy instead. This would strengthen their fleshy body, causing them to turn into a zombie. At the beginning of birth, a zombie was just a walking corpse that had no consciousness. Because martial artists produce evil yin-chi after death, so it kills instinctively. Once a zombie was formed, they could seize the martial artist's essence to strengthen their own fleshy body when they kill martial artists. This was actually a cultivation process, only that it was done at a subconscious level. Following the fleshy body becoming more and more powerful, the zombie would even give birth to intelligence belonging to its own. This intelligence already had no relation whatsoever with the martial artist when he was still alive, becoming another lifeform. After giving birth to intelligence, the zombie could cultivate on its own and could even cultivate to deity realm. In the Divine Tao era years ago, there was a 10,000-year zombie king that once cultivated to deity realm, becoming a legend. But at that time, he was already not much different from ordinary humans. The birth process of natural zombies was extremely slow. The conditions required were very stringent too. But if they were refined by people, this process would be greatly reduced. Yi Yuan and the others killing until now, the intelligence of these zombies were mostly not high. These Tier 6 zombies before their eyes all had some intelligence but were very limited. Tier 7 zombies, the intelligence was clearly a great deal higher. And those Tier 8 zombies hiding in the zombie horde, their intelligence was clearly very high. They knew that this party's strength was formidable. There were even quite a number of Tier 8 faceless realm existences. Therefore, each and every one of these Tier 8 corpse venerables was all roaming, not coming into contact with those elders. They only let ordinary zombies come and deplete the elders' essence energy, while they wait for an opportunity to attack at the sides. More and more Tier 7 zombies rushed up, making the elders' pressure skyrocket. Even though Tier 7 zombies could not cause much threat to them, following the increase in numbers, their essence energy expenditure would also increase by a large margin. By the time their essence energy was almost depleted they would be at the mercy of these Tier 8 corpse venerables. Blackwind, don't stint on essence energy anymore. I feel that we're already not far from the source of the zombies. Use your strongest attack and open up a way, Yi Yuan said in a grave voice. All of a sudden, Blackwind's body was becoming larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly turning into a 100-over-foot-long black flood dragon. A colossal dragon pressure spread out. The pressure of the great circle of Tier 8 instantly erupted. Surging floodwaters. Blackwind opened his mouth wide. Rapid floodwaters gushed out like a waterfall. It was abnormally turbulent. Those Tier 6 and 7 zombies were sent flying one after another under these floodwaters. Those slightly closer were even smashed to dust by the massive impact force. Under one move, no idea how many zombies suffered a devastating cataclysm. The originally tightly packed zombie horde had a massive gap flushed open too. Yi Yuan was overjoyed when he saw the situation and said, "Well done, Blackwind. Faceless realms, open up the path in front, charge over in one go." Wei Cheng and those elders were all dazed. This black flood dragon's destructive powers were too terrifying. But Blackwind's big move also roused their spirits. With Blackwind around, maybe they were really able to escape with their lives. The great circle of Tier 8 was indeed not for show. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, all of them did not dare to dawdle either, rapidly breaking out of the encirclement through the flushed open gap. Those Tier 8 corpse venerables were merely initial stage Tier 8. Seeing the power of Blackwind's move, they helplessly stared as the crowd rushed forward, not daring to charge forward. Yi Yuan and the others raised their speeds to the extreme, charging out several miles of distance in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, the party's movement stopped, forcefully stopping their footsteps. Astonished expressions emerged on everybody's faces, being struck dumbfounded by the scene before their eyes. In front of them was an enormous sinkhole that stretched beyond what the eye could see. As far as the eyes could see, inside the sinkhole was all dazzling white bones, looking horrifying to the mind. These martial artists cultivating until now, God knows how many people they had killed. But even so, this scene that they saw was unbelievably shocking too. Right at this very moment, a glimmer of dawn lit up from the horizon. Those zombies seemed to have sensed something, retreating over into the sinkhole like tidewater. Those few Tier 8 corpse venerables hesitated a little too, then they tunneled into the sinkhole headlong. Just what kind of place is this? Such a huge sinkhole actually appeared at the borders, why have I never known? Wei Cheng sucked in a deep breath and said, impossible, I remember that this area should be a flatland. How can it possibly be a massive sinkhole? Shang Jun said with a solemn expression. Hu Shuji followed up and said, what you said is right. If I didn't remember wrongly, this place was indeed a region of flat land. It's impossible to have such a huge sinkhole appear. Humph, what's impossible? The fact is placed right before your eyes. Could it be that we're all in an illusionary realm right now? Wu Siwan said coldly, I really didn't expect that this place actually has such a large chunk of boneyard. No wonder it would erupt such a large-scale corpse tide. This place is an area of Yin Grotto, gathering extremely strong powers of evil Yin in one place. As long as one places martial artists' corpses here, it will become zombies before long. But looking at the situation of these white bones, it should be very far back already. It's not possible to form zombies. Then there's only one type of possibility. Somebody intentionally buried countless corpses here, then erupted a corpse tide, Yi Yuan said with a solemn face. Hearing Yi Yuan's analysis, everyone was stricken with terror. What Yi Yuan said is right. It's just that I still have some doubts. Just what kind of person has such extraordinary capabilities, and what is his goal too? Shang Jun said, yeah, major powers with this kind of ability shouldn't take fancy on us, these puny little rank 9 holy lands, right? Why on earth are they doing so? Shu Huaji said, humph, what we should be concerned about right now shouldn't be this, right? Aren't you all going to worry over a little how we should quell this corpse tide? Yi Yuan, aren't you very capable? Try telling us, Wei Cheng said with a cold smile. Witnessing Yi Yuan's methods, Wei Cheng was even more jealous in his heart. Along the way, Yi Yuan basked in the limelight, making Wei Cheng give rise to a thick sense of inferiority complex in his heart. That's right, it was the feeling of inferiority. Since young, Wei Cheng had always been cut off from this kind of feeling. But facing Yi Yuan this time, this sort of emotion was born uncontrollably. At present, they had already gotten away from danger. This sort of emotion was currently being magnified endlessly. Yi Yuan gave him a nonchalant glance and said, I have a feeling that those few Tier 8 corpse venerables shouldn't be the most powerful existences yet. Want to quell the corpse tide, we probably still have to enter this boneyard. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's face changed drastically. Yesterday night's corpse tide, they still had lingering fear in their hearts until now. If not for Yi Yuan and Blackwind, these faceless realms, would probably have to perish here too. Now, Yi Yuan actually said that they still had to enter inside this sinkhole. This made each and every one of them become hesitant. There's no more time for you guys to hesitate. This matter not only impacts my Crimson Afterglow's safety, but it also likewise has to do with you all. Once this corpse tide erupts, the entire White Valiant region will likely be completely devastated and barren too. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Chapter 830, Have some brain. The elders all revealed conflicted looks on their faces. Clearly, the impression yesterday's corpse tide gave them was too deep. One look at this boneyard, and it was clear that it was not an unimportant land. A single misstep and one's little life would be left here. A faceless realm elder entering inside might not obtain any advantages too. Young Lord Yi, this corpse tide is already not what faceless realm can stop. Unless it's our various holy lands' holy lords personally making a move, otherwise, it's totally impossible to quell it. Said one elder from the soaring rainbow holy land. Yi Yuan said with a smile, the holy lords making a move, can it be quelled? Everyone's faces changed, but they all fell silent. Just what was in this boneyard, nobody knew either. But to be able to trigger such a large-scale corpse tide, it was likely not that simple in there. The Holy Land's holy lords were merely first-level Dao profound. Although powerful, whether or not could they come out after entering, it was really hard to say. Young Lord Yi, what ideas do you have? No harm in saying it out first. Everybody can confer too, Sheng Jun suddenly said. After a night, Sheng Jun's view of Yi Yuan had already utterly changed. Even talking was much more courteous. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said slowly, everyone's consumption last night were all very huge. There's no rush to enter this boneyard right away either. I have a suggestion. Announce this matter to the entire White Valiant region's 7 holy lands, stating to them the pros and cons of this matter. Then, each holy land has to send at least one faceless realm to lead the team. Everybody enters inside together, life and death up to each one's fate. Holy lands that don't come will be the White Valiant region's common enemy. The White Valiant region was a small region. The vast majority of the territories were all ruled by the 7 holy lands. These 4 holy lands at present were already more than half of the White Valiant region's power. These 4 families announcing to the White Valiant region, the other 3 had no choice but to answer their summons too. When related to survival or extinction, this kind of major thing, these 4 holy lands naturally would not be ambiguous either. Then if, Hua Shuji said somewhat hesitantly, if we all die inside, this White Valiant region naturally can't stay on anymore either. Everyone find your own way out yourselves then. This matter is of utmost importance. Everybody best goes back and explain to your holy lords before making a final decision. But latest by 3 days, each family will have to confer a final conclusion. If after 3 days, everyone has not answered yet, my Crimson Afterglow will be the first one to withdraw out of the White Valiant region. Yi Yuan said coolly, what, you want to enter that boneyard? No way, absolutely not. Tu Yu was also filled with worries hearing about the matter of the boneyard. But when he heard that Yi Yuan wanted to enter the boneyard, he refused to agree no matter what. Yi Yuan was the successor he designated. Essential experiences and tempering could be had, but this sort of dangerous place, how could he let Yi Yuan risk his own life? Young lord, according to what you guys said, this boneyard is a land of extreme peril. Faceless realms might not be able to come out safely if they went in too. You're tied to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's future, how can you risk your own life? Chen Qin also tried his best to urge Yi Yuan. These old bones, can go and die at any time. But only you can't die. Forget it, I don't have many years to live anymore either. This emperor will risk his old life this time and take on this boneyard. Tu Yu said with a resolved look. Through this period of observation, Tu Yu was satisfied to the extreme with Yi Yuan, this young lord. Regardless whether was it talent, mind, or methods, Yi Yuan was perfect as the young lord. He was absolutely the one and only choice to succeed the position of the Holy Lord. If Yi Yuan lost his life in the boneyard, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would really be finished. Seeing Tu Yu's worried expression, Yi Yuan was moved inwardly, but he shook his head and said, the Death Qi on Holy Lord's body is gradually worsening. Your lifespan barely has much left. That boneyard is a land of extreme yin. The evil Qi force is extremely strong. If you go there, you'd probably drop dead right away. Furthermore, your present condition, once you make an appearance, even if Crimson Afterglow pulls through the crisis this time, we'd likely be targeted by the other families too. This trip still needs a person to take charge. Clearly, I'm the most suitable candidate. Tu Yu could not help choking up. Yi Yuan thought it out more thoroughly than him. Moreover, Yi Yuan's performance clearly already made the other few families certain that he was in closed seclusion. The moment he made an appearance, everything would be exposed. Tu Yu heaved a sigh and said, sigh, I'm really a good for nothing as the Holy Lord. Yi Yuan said smilingly, actually, this trip might not be that dangerous either. The reason why I said so to the others was in order to make the other Holy Land's Holy Lords not take action. If the other Holy Land's Holy Lords all make a move with only Crimson Afterglow having no movements, it will likely arouse their suspicions. Tu Yu looked at Yi Yuan and seriously did not know what he should say. This child was meticulous in considering things and had a long-term vision and great foresight. If it were him, it was also not possible to do it better than him. Alright, then you must pay attention to safety during this trip. If the matter can't be done, you must treat preserving your life as the priority. If you have any needs, feel free to speak. Tu Yu said helplessly. 3 days later, the White Valiant region's holy lands, all 7 of them, gave a response regarding the corpse tide incident this time and sent people one after another here to the boneyard. What made Yi Yuan surprised was that the other few holy lands' young lords actually all came. But the lineup this time was clearly much stronger than before. Each family sent out 2 faceless realm elders and brought along over a dozen heaven enlightenment realm martial artists. 7 families gathered together. It was actually as many as over 100 people. On the Crimson Afterglow's side, there was one additional faceless realm martial artist. Apart from Wang Zan and Wu Siwan, there was Kai Yu. The incident this time gave rise to much discussion. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company naturally would not be unaware too. What made Yi Yuan surprised was the Kai Yu heard that this boneyard was a land of extreme yin and actually took the initiative to find him, requesting to come together. Having an additional helper, Yi Yuan naturally would not be unwilling. "Hey, kid, you're the one who came up with the lousy idea to force our 3 families to come here and take the risk, right?" A young man suddenly approached Yi Yuan and said unhappily. This person was the Skymist Holy Land's young lord, called Kingstone. Yi Yuan shot him a nonchalant glance and said, "This is your responsibility. Where's the talk of forcing? Bullshit responsibility. This lousy place isn't bordering on our 3 families either. What right do you have to make us come tread into this messy situation?" Kingstone spat. When Wei Cheng in the distance saw this scene, he was pleased in his heart. This Kingstone had a short fuse. He instigated slightly just now, and he immediately came to find Yi Yuan to pick a fight. Although coming to this boneyard was having no alternative, being needed by Yi Yuan, he was unhappy in his heart. Not finding a bit of trouble, he could not be happy in his heart no matter what. No right or anything. If you aren't willing to come, you can go right now. Nobody will stop you, Yi Yuan said coolly. You, Kingstone could not help choking up. Have some brain. Is it very fun to be used as cannon fodder by others? To think that you're even the Skymist Holy Land's young lord. I really don't know how your holy lord chose a moron like you. Yi Yuan said with a cold expression. You, punk, I'll shred this mouth of yours. Kingstone had a fiery temper. The moment he heard, he immediately exploded. Chapter 831, Fiendish Shadow's First Appearance. If I were you, I wouldn't do this kind of foolish thing, to go provoke Brother Yi. Kingstone was just about to make a move when a voice sounded out behind him. Turning around to take a look, it was Shang Jun. Kingstone's face fell, and he said, "Shang Jun, what do you mean by that? Don't blame me for not warning you. If you look down on Brother Yi because he's boundless realm, you'll suffer a huge loss." Shang Jun said coolly, "Humph, boundless realm is boundless realm, can he still overturn the heavens?" Yi Yuan's strength, if not personally witnessed, it was very hard for the average person to imagine. Yi Yuan's performance that day already made Shang Jun utterly convinced. In his eyes, Yi Yuan already had the qualifications to be treated as an equal with them young lords. No need to say no more rubbish either. How Brother Yi's strength is like, you'll naturally know after entering the boneyard. Right now, it's still best to not stir up trouble. Wait until you enter the boneyard, you'll naturally know Brother Yi's painstaking efforts. Making you guys all join in was also something that couldn't be helped, Shang Jun said. Kingstone shot a fierce glare at Shang Jun and said with a cold snort, "Humph. This score, we'll settle it again later." Finished talking, Kingstone turned right around and left. Many thanks to Brother Shang for helping out. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a smile. Hoo, Brother Yi is too kind. With Brother Yi's strength, Kingstone can't do anything to you at all. I just don't wish for unnecessary issues to crop up before entering the boneyard. That's why I made an unnecessary move, Shang Jun responded with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded, indicating that he understood. Brother Yi, the 7 great holy lands have already gathered together. What should we do now? Right now is still daytime, that boneyard has already disappeared. How do we enter? Hua Shuji came up to ask as well. Yi Yuan said, let everybody gather around first. After a round of calling, 100 over people gathered around. Yi Yuan fished out several glass balls from inside his storage ring and threw them into the air, casually firing out several attacks, and directly shattering the glass balls. Milky white powder scattered down, as if it was snowing, enveloping these 100 over people inside. Wei Cheng's expression changed, and he said, Yi Yuan, what the hell are you doing? As he was talking, he was going to avoid these powder. The other people's reactions were the same as him, all afraid of Yi Yuan being up to some mischief. Whoever wants to deal with the zombies by themselves, just directly go out. I won't stop. One sentence made everyone freeze. Yi Yuan swept over everyone and said coolly, this thing is called agarwood powder. It has extremely strong corrosive effects against zombies and is also something that zombies are very fearful of. Covering on the body, zombies will automatically avoid you guys. It's actually agarwood powder. Heard that this thing is extremely hard to refine. Didn't expect that Crimson Afterglow actually has this kind of excellent stuff. I also heard before that zombies below tier 5 will melt upon contact. It can be said to be a jinx of zombies. I even heard that there are higher grades of agarwood powder that even corpse venerables, corpse emperors are extremely fearful of. Great. This time, entering the boneyard, we finally have an additional layer of protection. These were all elder class martial artists. Their knowledge and experiences were all very extensive. Some people were immediately overjoyed when they heard that it was agarwood powder. In order to enter this boneyard, Yi Yuan also made ample preparations these few days. Agarwood powder was one of them. The zombies inside were too many. If killing one by one, it was also not possible to finish when one killed until they were completely drained. In order to save essence energy, one naturally had to avoid these zombies. Apart from this, Yi Yuan naturally also refined a large batch of a useful medicinal pill. With the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land as support, Yi Yuan naturally had assurance in refining these things as well. Before long, the agarwood powder landed, blanketing a layer on everyone's bodies. Regarding this trick of Yi Yuan's, everyone was naturally endlessly grateful. Finished doing this, Yi Yuan flew into the air. Overlooking this stretch of flatland, his gaze revealed a ruminating look. Humph, purposely pretending to be mysterious. If the boneyard can be found during the day, was there still a need to wait until the corpse tide erupted before discovering it? Wei Cheng said scornfully. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly had several additional small flags appear in his hands. In an instant, Yi Yuan fired out all of the small flags in his hands, inserting in various positions. Just as everyone was feeling baffled, a several dozen feet wide hole suddenly appeared in the ground, linking straight underground. How was this done? Could it be that there is still a grand array here? But I didn't detect it at all. A faceless realm elder exclaimed in shock. Brother Yi, how did you do it? I even thought that we have to wait until nighttime and have a huge battle with the zombies again. Shang Jun said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan said smilingly, I already detected it on that day. There seems to be an ancient grand array here. Its power is extremely strong. This boneyard should have existed all along. It's just that because it was concealed by the ancient grand array, that's why it became a flatland. If my conjectures are right, this ancient grand array should have loosened up somewhat. That's why it resulted in the evil Yin-Chi escaping, and zombies running rampant. And the boneyard will also appear when the Yin-Chi is at the peak at night. Shang Jun was taken aback from shock. They were killing the zombies together with Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan actually perceived so many things and thought of ways to crack it. This Yi Yuan was truly remarkable. He was actually even well versed in array formations. This skill of Yi Yuan's evidently opened up a hole in the grand array, linking straight to the boneyard. Brother Yi truly has excellent measures. This Sheng is ashamed of his inferiority, Shang Jun praised from the bottom of his heart. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Sheng is too kind. This grand array concealing the boneyard should only be an outer ring array formation. Through countless years of depletion, the power is already far from before. Otherwise, with this bit of strength, I can't crack it either. Yi Yuan said it simply. Actually, opening up a hole in this grand array was not what the average person could accomplish. This grand array was extremely profound and fitted together perfectly with the surrounding environment. It was extremely hard to be detected. If Yi Yuan did not study the array formation's 3 volumes, he might really not have the ability to crack it. Yi Yuan already detected the grand array on that day. After returning, he prepared several array flags for the sake of today's array cracking use. The matter brooks no delay. Take the chance that the time of the day is still early, let's enter the boneyard earlier. Daytime's xianxia is extremely flourishing. Even if zombies hide underground, their strengths are greatly weakened too. It's precisely the opportune moment for us to infiltrate. Yi Yuan said. Everyone naturally did not have any objections and entered the boneyard from the entrance of the hole. After everybody disappeared, 2 figures appeared from goodness knows where, and stood at the entrance of the hole. The two people were covered up in black clothes all over their bodies. Their faces could not be seen clearly at all. Zhuzha, these guys really have no idea of death or danger, to actually dare enter the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, one of them said. Them entering the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array is just nice, having a little more blood to offer up as a sacrifice to the Lord Fiend God. Another half a month's time, and we should be able to borrow the power of the corpse tide to thoroughly crack the grand array. The other person said, I didn't think that this White Valiant region actually still had such a capable person. That Crimson Afterglow boy isn't simple. That boy is indeed quite peculiar. But doesn't matter, he's going to die soon, either way. Chapter 832, Yin Wind Lair. The party followed the long corridor, walking deep underground. Waves of yin wind howled over in the corridor. That bone-piercing feeling was practically on the verge of freezing everyone. This place was akin to an underground city. Not far away from where everyone was, there were even quite a number of zombies moving about aimlessly. The entire scene appeared incomparably horrifying. But these zombies were clearly very fearful of this group of people, all avoiding them like the plague. This hellhole, no wonder it would cause such a large-scale corpse tide. If it keeps blowing like this, I feel like I'm going to be turned into a zombie. In the dark, no idea who was the one who cursed either. All thanks to young Lord Yi's agarwood powder. These zombies seeing us is like they saw ghosts, avoiding us immediately. Otherwise, who knows how many bitter fights we'd have to experience going underground. Pooh, you're the ghost. Your whole family members are all ghosts. Do you know how to talk or not? Although the spectacle was quite harrowing, these martial artists all loosened up a little when they saw that it was not too dangerous either. They even cracked jokes. The jesting dialogue incurred a wave of loud laughters too. Young Lord, apart from zombies in this place, it's still zombies. Where do we start? Wu Siwan suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Yuan said, here are all low-level zombies. The source must be in deeper areas. We just have to care about walking towards the depths. We'll definitely be able to discover a little something. But before this, we have to find a yin wind lair first to let Elder Sister Kai Yu absorb extreme yin qi. Elder Sister Kai Yu, you're very sensitive towards perceiving extreme yin qi and should be able to find a yin wind lair, right? Kai Yu was currently trembling all over. She was clearly not very used to the gloomy and cold environment here. Her heavenly yin terminal meridian physique loves places with strong yang qi the most. She was very sensitive to this kind of gloomy and cold places. It was precisely because so that this kind of physique did not dare to come into contact with the boneyard, this sort of land of extreme yin. Yet, Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way. Not only did he bring Kai Yu in, he even wanted to make her absorb the extreme yin qi. Kai Yu nodded her head when she heard that. Pointing to a passageway, she said, carry on walking another 10 miles or so in that direction, there should be a yin wind lair. Alright then, we'll walk in that direction, Yuan said. Hey, the chilly air on this elder sister's body is so heavy, you're actually still using extreme yin qi to treat it. Yuan, are you helping her or harming her? This elder sister, our Cloud Watchtower Holy Land has a high-rank alchemy venerable powerhouse, he's definitely much stronger compared to this brat. As long as elder sister is willing, younger brother is willing to invite him to take action and help treat elder sister. Said Wei Cheng, who suddenly moved closer to Kai Yu. Wei Cheng did not know what illness Kai Yu had and was also unaware of Kai Yu's Black Widow title. But he indeed had his breath taken away by Kai Yu's looks and seductiveness. Even though Kai Yu's age was slightly older, she emitted the lingering charm of a mature woman from head to toe. Forget about Wei Cheng. A young lad brimming with vigor and vitality, even those faceless realm elders, each and every one of them was also unable to hide their covetous eyes. In this boneyard, Kai Yu's body was incomparably frail. How could she still emit seductiveness like normally? But her condition at present could stir up men's desire to protect even more. Hearing Wei Cheng's words, Kai Yu forced a smile and said, thank you for young Lord Wei's good intentions. But this lowly one's illness, I'm afraid only young Lord Yi can treat it. Even that alchemy venerable of yours is bound to be at a loss on what to do as well. Wei Cheng's face turned black, his face unwittingly somewhat burning. In the White Valiant region, a high-rank alchemy venerable was absolutely a pinnacle existence already. He fully thought that by pulling out an alchemy venerable, he could definitely make Kai Yu throw herself into his arms. Who knew that Kai-Yu actually made him unable to get down the stage in front of so many people? Wei Cheng did not know Kai-Yu's identity. How would he know that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company did not lack alchemy venerable experts at all? If an alchemy venerable could treat her heavenly yin terminal meridian physique, she would have been cured long ago. Kai-Yu suddenly gave a muddled groan, her soft body toppling down into Yi Yuan's embrace. Yi Yuan hurriedly supported her. Softness in his embrace, an extremely alluring fragrance tunneled into Yi Yuan's nostrils. This woman was truly phenomenal. Even if she was wan and sallow until like this, it was also a tremendous temptation to men, Yi Yuan sighed emotionally in his heart. Young Master Yi, this lowly one is so cold and can't walk anymore. Hold me tightly in your arms, all right, Kai-Yu said quiveringly in Yi Yuan's embrace. She really could not walk anymore and did not have the slightest intention of acting spoiled. But this scene was ambiguous to the extreme the way others saw it. Especially Wei Cheng, his eyes nearly popped out. This woman must be Yi Yuan's exclusive slice of meat. This brat, based on what? Wei Cheng hated immensely in his heart. With Wei Cheng's identity and status, whatever kind of woman he wanted, they could be obtained easily. But reaching Yi Yuan here, it just did not work. He even brought out a high-rank alchemy venerable, but Kai-Yu did not even pay attention to him. Yi Yuan saw that Kai-Yu's conscience was already somewhat fuzzy, muttering non-stop in his embrace. He heaved a slight sigh right away and lifted Kai-Yu up. Yi Yuan clearly sensed many odd meaningful looks, but he could not be bothered to explain, walking over in the direction Kai-Yu pointed. A very pure man and woman relationship, but it was completely not the case in other people's eyes. This kind of sexy femme fatale being embraced in Yi Yuan's embrace, how could others not be envious? Walking a few miles, the majority of the people were no longer able to go deeper. The so-called yin wind lair was like the mouth of a spring, continuously sending out extreme yin qi. It was a place where yin qi was the heaviest. Ordinary martial artists could not withstand this kind of chilly yin qi at all. Extreme yin qi entering the body would cause irreversible damage to the body. There is an open ground there. You guys go there and wait first. I'll bring Kai-Yu in, Yi Yuan said to everyone. Wu Siwan's expression changed, and he said, Young lord, this yin wind lair's extreme yin qi is too heavy. Even I can't quite withstand it. You go in like this, nothing will happen, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile, just some extreme yin qi, no harm. Finished talking, Yi Yuan carried Kai-Yu and walked towards the yin wind lair, his profile gradually vanishing in everyone's line of sight. Yi Yuan's true dragon body and the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art were both extreme yang and indomitable cultivation method and physique in this world. Though the extreme yin qi in here was strong, it really could not do anything to him. Really know how to pretend. This young lord doesn't believe that you'll be completely fine entering this yin wind lair. Best if you never come out again. Wei Cheng secretly cursed in his heart. Wei Cheng's entire person was almost frozen stiff. The yin qi here was already on the verge of reaching his limits. Separating from the team, Yi Yuan's speed was released fully. The distance of several miles was covered very quickly. This place was an enormous cavern. The extreme yin qi on the ground was practically materialized, forming a vortex, as if it was a black hole. The extreme yin qi continuously scoured Yi Yuan's body but was directly shaken off by him. Kai-Yu already thoroughly fainted at this time and was completely unable to take the initiative to absorb the extreme yin qi. Yi Yuan sighed slightly, put her on the ground, and summoned Blackwind. Blackwind, you help to guard me. I'll help her absorb the extreme yin qi, Yi Yuan instructed. Chapter 833, Corpse Venerable. Yi Yuan laid Kai-Yu flat on the ground. He casually pulled out 100 over-earth essence crystals and started to swiftly set them up around Kai-Yu. The array formation he set up was similar to a spirit gathering formation. But this time, it was used to gather extreme yin qi. The speed Yi Yuan set up the array formation was very quick. It was done in a short while. Once the array formation was complete, it started to operate automatically. Titanic amounts of extreme yin qi swarmed towards the array formation with a howl. But when Yi Yuan saw the situation, he furrowed his brows. Kai-Yu already lost consciousness and is completely unable to take the initiative to absorb the extreme yin qi. At this rate, it will bring only harm and no benefits to her body. Forget it. When doing someone a favor, go all the way. Let me lend you another helping hand. Yi Yuan jumped lightly, entering inside the array formation. He helped Caillou sit up. A surge of essence energy enveloped her, letting her sit steady, then 4 palms came face to face. Huff huff. Yi Yuan revolved essence energy, absorbing all of the extreme yin qi gathered by the array formation into his own body, then passing it into Caillou's body from his palm. Just like this, the extreme yin qi his Caillou's body accumulated more and more, while her body became increasingly colder too. In the end, her body actually did not even have a trace of vitality anymore. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious and still poured extreme yin qi into her body. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan opened his eyes, looking at Caillou rather excitedly. He distinctly detected it just now, a hint of yang qi was born in Caillou's body. Caillou's brows were slightly knitted, moaning slightly. She actually survived from a state of impending death. Gradually, the yang qi within Caillou's body became increasingly vigorous. When she gradually opened both eyes, she could not help being startled inwardly. Yi Yuan actually used his own body to pass the extreme yin qi onto her. This would cause tremendous harm to Yi Yuan. Calm your spirit and focus your mind. Continue absorbing the extreme yin qi. If there's anything to say, say it later. You're tantamount to have already died once. The heavenly yin terminal meridian physique is already broken. In the future, not only will it not ask for your life, it will even make your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. This extreme yin qi is highly beneficial to your cultivation. Absorb it in full force. Seeing Caillou wake up, Yi Yuan directly retracted his palms and instructed her. Caillou's heart jolted. After nodding slightly, she started absorbing extreme yin qi with all her strength too. Yi Yuan got up and left the array formation. The moment he landed, he actually staggered and nearly tumbled to the ground. Blackwind jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "Master, are you all right?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No worries. The extreme yin qi here is indeed impressive. Even my body constitution couldn't quite suppress it." The friend inside, "You've already peeped for so long, do you plan to keep on peeping like this?" Blackwind went blank. He actually did not discover that there were still others here. A shadow revealed his figure from behind the yin grotto. It was a middle-aged person dressed in black robes. Looking from the exterior, this middle-aged man was no different from ordinary people. But a faint green light emitted from his eyes, appearing rather demonic. "Looks like we seem to have interrupted your peaceful cultivation. Sorry about that," Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and said, "You absorbed so much extreme yin qi and actually didn't die." The middle-aged man's voice was very hoarse, sounding very dry, making people very uncomfortable. "Just some extreme yin qi, it won't take my life yet. But I didn't expect that this yin grotto is actually a corpse venerable's grotto. This one was anxious in saving people and was rather presumptuous," Yi Yuan said coolly. This middle-aged man was actually a tier 8 corpse venerable. Seems like apart from the eyes, he was already not much different from normal people. This yin grotto was a highly dangerous place for human martial artists, but to corpse venerables, it was a superb cultivation site. Not even a single zombie was seen in the vicinity here. Clearly, they did not dare to approach this place, because here was the grotto of this middle-aged man before their eyes. Of course, if this corpse venerable were not wary of Blackwind, he would probably have made a move long ago to deal with Yi Yuan. The middle-aged man sized Yi Yuan up for a while and opened his mouth to say, "I've seen you before. You're very formidable. Oh, looks like you were present on that day too. Didn't expect that you can actually remember me." Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said. "Us zombies are very sensitive towards smell. Even though a layer of agarwood powder is covered on your body, the original scent can't be hidden from me," the corpse venerable said. This agarwood powder was useful against low-level zombies. But to corpse venerable this kind of rank, it basically only existed in name. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Fine then, there's no need for us to catch up. But I'm quite curious, the few of you corpse venerables have clearly been here for a very long time already and have never interfered with the affairs of human martial artists. But why did you have to control those low-level zombies to attack humans this time?" The middle-aged man mused for a moment and opened his mouth to say, "Nothing to do with us. However, I can't tell you the reason why." "Alright, then I'll change the question. Inside this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, just what kind of existence is sealed? If my conjectures are right, this corpse tide probably can't be unrelated with him, right?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. The middle-aged man had a deadpan face and was completely expressionless. But at this time, he was clearly unbelievably shocked by Yi Yuan's guess. In reality, Yi Yuan had seen through the actual situation about this grand array on that day. The reason why he dragged the 7 great holy lands all into the water was in order to find more helpers to deal with the situation. Yi Yuan researched very extensively into array formations. This unparalleled ancient fiend-sealing grand array was a very famous grand array in the ancient era. Moreover, it was a tier 10 grand array that only deity realm powerhouses could lay down. An existence that this kind of array formation sealed was bound to not be something ordinary. On that day, Yi Yuan distinctly sensed the unparalleled ancient fiend-sealing grand arrays loosening up, and he also sensed the incredibly dangerous aura coming from inside the boneyard. Once this sort of thing broke out, those who would suffer would probably not just be the White Valiant region. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would summon so many people down. The goal was in order to stop this thing from breaking free. You actually recognize this unparalleled ancient fiend-sealing grand array. Looks like you're even harder to deal with than I imagined. But even if you know, it's useless too. I urge you to best return to the surface as soon as possible and make haste to leave this area, the corpse venerable said in shock. Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, who asked me to be a goody two-shoes? This sort of thing, if I didn't run into it, then forget it. Since it let me, Yi Yuan, run into it, then I can't let him escape. If the matter can't be done, it won't be late for me to discuss it again at length. Yi Yuan did not have much sentiments towards the White Valiant region. But to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, he still had some feelings. This sort of feeling was very similar to when he was at the Tranquil Cloud sect back then. Letting him watch the people here be plunged into misery and suffering passively, he could not do it. Withdrawing out of the White Valiant region was just a final action that could not be helped. A large holy land's roots were deeply rooted. How could wanting to migrate be something easy? Right then, Caillou erupted with a powerful aura in the array formation, and she was actually going to break through on the spot. Looks like my friend has just about to recover. It was all thanks to your grotto though. Forget it, since that's the case, I'll gift you a lucky chance. Yi Yuan said coolly. Chapter 834, Pig-like Teammates. Yi Yuan circulated essence energy. With a convulsion, he actually expelled out all of the extreme yin qi within his body. That corpse venerable's pupils constricted. Clearly, he did not expect it to actually be so easy for Yi Yuan to deal with this extreme yin qi. Gifting me a lucky chance? You, this young man, are truly a bit too impudent. The corpse venerable said. Yi Yuan was merely boundless realm cultivation but said that he wanted to gift a tier 8 corpse venerable a lucky chance. This sounded somewhat comical no matter how one listened. Yi Yuan just smiled and actually fished out a large number of earth essence crystals again, and started to reinforce the array formation from before. Before long, inside this grotto was already completely covered by the array formation. You actually completely blocked the outflow of the extreme yin qi inside this yin grotto, raising the concentration of extreme yin qi within this grotto by several times. The corpse venerable said in shock. This array formation actually directly blocked off the outflow of yin qi through Yi Yuan's reinforcement, gathering all of the extreme yin qi within this cavern. If the corpse venerable cultivated here, it could be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. Even if he had a corpse face, his expression at this time was fascinating to the extreme too. Just some meager tricks. Just take it as giving a plum in return for a peach. This array formation can roughly maintain for 1 year plus. In this period of time, you just cultivate well. Yi Yuan said coolly. Originally, the array formation Yi Yuan set up was just a temporary array formation and would dissipate very quickly. But after going through the reinforcement, not only did the power of this array formation obtain a tremendous increase, the duration lengthened a lot too. This way, the value of this yin grotto would be much greater. The corpse venerable cultivating in here would absolutely yield twice the results with half the effort. Just this 1 year plus was also sufficient to let his cultivation shake off those of the same species by a great margin. At this time, Caillou's breakthrough had also already drawn to an end. Originally, Caillou was peak 3rd level faceless. Borrowing this yin qi force, she actually surged right through the 4th level faceless bottleneck, breaking through to the middle stage faceless realm. This was absolutely an enormous leap to Caillou. This hurdle, if Caillou cultivated normally, without 10 years or 8 years, it was very hard to break through. But now, in just a short period, she crossed a small stage. For the first time in her life, Caillou felt that her heavenly yin terminal meridian physique was so wonderful. She came in front of Yi Yuan and bowed formally as she said, "Young Lord Yi, this lowly one's life will be yours in the future. Toiling like a slave is all up to a word of your instructions." Ever since triggering the heavenly yin terminal meridian physique, the fear of death was like a bone-festering maggot, plaguing her every day. Now, she finally utterly eliminated this sort of torture. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder sister is so beautiful, if you toil like a slave for me, how many men under the heaven will hunt me down?" Caillou was just like a young maiden at this time. Hearing these words, she actually blushed red and said, "Young lord, don't make fun of this lowly one." "Not making fun for you. You didn't see when I carried you in, what kind of expressions the rest looked at me with," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Caillou said with a face full of grievances, "So what? Young lord won't even look this lowly one in the eye. This lowly one knows that she is already unchaste and isn't good enough for young lord. But if young lord needs someone to wait upon you, you just have to say a word will do." The current Caillou could be said to be filled with amorous feelings. Her mindset was already completely different from when she just knew Yi Yuan. These words were not teasing words, but words from the bottom of her heart. It was just that the current Yi Yuan did not have much of a leisurely and carefree mood. "Elder sister, don't need to treat me like a stranger. It's late, we'd best hurry back," Yi Yuan said. This boneyard was full of dangers. Leaving for a long time, Yi Yuan was worried about the rest too. That corpse venerable sent Yi Yuan away with his eyes but did not say much, directly entering inside the array formation and started to cultivate. Returning to the place everyone was resting, Yi Yuan sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right. Looking over, there were actually quite a few people missing. When wuxian saw Yi Yuan, he hurriedly went up to greet, and said with a displeased look, "Young lord, that Wei Cheng simply doesn't know what's good for him. He got impatient from waiting and actually brought people from Skymist and another holy land away, and they headed towards the depths. He even said that young lord was deliberately mystifying things, delaying everybody's journey because of a woman." Wu Siwan had a face full of indignation. Clearly, he had a stomach full of pent-up anger from arguing with Wei Cheng just now. Yi Yuan's expression fell slightly, and he asked, "Where have they headed?" Wu Siwan pointed in a direction and said, "Over there have two fork roads." Wei Cheng brought people and entered the corridor on the left. Yi Yuan followed Wu Siwan's direction and looked over, and he could not help being speechless for a while. Ever since he entered the boneyard, he had always been advancing following the direction of the unparalleled ancient fiend ceiling Grand Array. But the direction Wei Cheng walked in just happened to be opposite from the Grand Array. What they would run into, Yi Yuan did not dare to guarantee either. After all, this boneyard was very bizarre. Any danger appearing was very normal. Really not afraid of god-like opponents, only scared of pig-like teammates. Right then, Sheng Jun suddenly came forward and said to Yi Yuan, "Brother Yi, Wei Cheng brought away quite a number of people. I also urged bitterly for a long time, but he wouldn't listen. In this kind of place, it's best for our strength to not scatter. In my opinion, let's go after them." Yi Yuan mused for a moment and felt that what Sheng Jun said was reasonable too. He nodded his head and said, "Fine then. Everyone hasten your footsteps, we'll catch up as quickly as possible." The group of people followed Wei Cheng's footprints, gradually entering deep inside. "Young lord," along the way, the zombies seemed to be getting lesser and lesser. Along the way, the surrounding zombies got lesser and lesser. By now, there were barely any zombies in the corridor. Yi Yuan discovered this sort of strange situation too and said solemnly, "Looks like there should be some powerful existence ahead. Even these zombies are also quite wary. Otherwise, it's not possible for these zombies' numbers to get smaller and smaller." Sheng Jun's expression changed, and he said, "Doesn't that mean that Wei Cheng they all might run into danger at any time?" Yi Yuan nodded his head but did not say much. Now that it came to this, any more complaints were also of no help to the situation. He instructed everyone to quicken their pace and continued to chase over towards the depths. Barely traveling for a period of time, everyone discovered that the surrounding was already completely void of the figures of zombies. The entire corridor was empty and desolate inside, dead silent, making people feel rather uneasy instead. Right as they were walking, someone suddenly cried out, "Quickly look, there seem to be people there." In front, There was indeed a person collapsed on the ground. Everyone walked closer to take a look. That person was wearing precisely the attire of the Skymist Holy Land on his. It was a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist. Yuan still had some impression of this person. But he was already a dead man at this time. Yuan went forward to investigate a little. This person was already deader than dead. There were injuries all over his body, his death state very wretched, virtually dismembered by someone with a flurry of blades. There was no longer an intact spot on his body. Shang Jun's expression changed when he saw the situation and said, "Could it be that there are still others underground here?" Looking at the wounds on his body, it should have been caused by blades and swords. Those zombies shouldn't know how to use blades and swords, right? Chapter 835, Furious Scolding. On the way, they discovered quite a number of dead bodies. They were all dismembered by attacks from blades and then died. It was definitely done by people, not zombies. Without a doubt, Wei Cheng's group of people ran into danger. "Everybody, be on guard," Yuan instructed. Wei Cheng brought away 3 Holy Lands martial artists. Their strength was not weak. But there were still so many people killed. Clearly, the danger they ran into was also not ordinary. Everyone did not dare to disregard it when they heard that, becoming attentively and kept a sharp lookout. "Brother Yi, there seem to be people fighting in the place ahead. Could it be Wei Cheng they all?" Shang Jun suddenly said. Yuan heard the fighting sounds ahead too. Nodding his head, he said, "Very likely. Let's hurry over." The group of people hastened their footsteps and walked over following the fighting sounds. Not traveling very far, they indeed saw the profiles of Wei Cheng they all. They were currently immersed in an arduous battle, and what they were fighting was actually a large group of skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers were all holding production-style long sabers in their hands and were actually like an army. These skeleton soldiers' strength was very formidable. There was no shortage of some with Tier 8 strength among them. Furthermore, their numbers were massive, and they already surrounded Wei Cheng they all at this time. These 3 Holy Lands losses were tragic. If Yuan they all still had not reached in time, they would probably be completely wiped out. "Go." Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, issuing the order immediately. Dozens of martial artists rushed forward and got tangled up in a battle with those skeleton soldiers. Wei Cheng was covered in blood all over at this time. He still sustained quite a few blades on his body. Even though he was holding a low-grade holy artifact in his hand, these skeletons' defense was seriously too formidable. Although he killed quite a few skeletons, there were still even more skeletons surrounding over. He already killed until his hands were weak. Could it be, "I'm going to die here"? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have acted on my own. If I were to follow Yuan, this sort of situation probably wouldn't happen, right? Wei Cheng already lost all hope in his heart. He was unbelievably remorseful in his heart right now. Although unwilling to admit it, Yuan's ability in all aspects was more than a great deal stronger than him. The leader of this group of people was undoubtedly Yuan being the most suited. But when he saw Yuan being in the limelight everywhere, he could not feel good in his heart no matter what. Hence, he incited the other 2 Holy Lands to leave the main force together. He didn't think that the more they walked, the lesser the zombies got. In the end, many of this kind of skeleton soldiers actually dashed out all at once, surrounding them in all directions. They could not escape even if they wanted to flee. Although very unwilling to submit to Yuan, in the final moment of his life, he actually deemed that Yuan would be able to deal with this sort of situation. A skeleton soldier in front of Wei Cheng was actually directly smashed into dust. Very soon, the skeleton soldiers around him all fell down one by one. Wei Cheng's originally dead and ash-gray eyes radiated splendor anew. A figure akin to a descended god let him saw hope anew. But when he saw that figure clearly, he could not help revealing a shocked expression. "Why Yuan? He actually came to rescue me." At this moment, Wei Cheng felt incredible irony. He made things difficult for Yuan in all aspects and even went off with other 3 Holy Lands martial artists. But at the final juncture, the one who rescued him was Yuan. Yuan did not take notice of him and rushed to other areas immediately. With this exchange of blows, Yuan's expression changed slightly too. These skeletons completely did not defend at all. They only went on the offensive blindly. The strength of their skeleton frames was actually even tougher than high-grade profound artifacts. Those Tier 8 skeletons, their bodies were even comparable to low-grade holy artifacts. It was difficult for ordinary blades and swords to cause damage to them at all. Low-grade holy artifacts were very scarce to rank 9 holy lands. Among these martial artists present, only the 7 holy lands' young lords and a small number of faceless realm elders had low-grade holy artifacts. They could not cause any tangible harm to the skeletons at all. The strength of Wei Cheng's group of people was not weak. It was no wonder that they would fall into a bitter battle. Blackwind, come out, Yi Yuan roared. Blackwind came out a roar. Blackwind gave a roar and directly trampled a skeleton with a foot. Blackwind already reached the brink of transforming into a dragon. The power of his fleshy body was already not much different compared to a true dragon. It was actually even more powerful than these skeletons. Blackwind, you go and deal with those tier 8 skeletons. Yi Yuan ordered. Blackwind received the order and charged towards the skeleton group like a war chariot, falling into battle with those tier 8 skeletons. Blackwind was well worthy of possessing true dragon bloodline. His combat strength was formidable, until it made people's hair stand on end. His enormous claws were even comparable to holy artifacts. Under a single claw strike, even those tier 8 skeletons were smashed. Among all of the martial artists, the only one who could keep up with Blackwind's speed of killing the enemy was Yi Yuan. Those tier 7 skeletons completely could not take a single blow under Yi Yuan's fist. Yi Yuan once broke Nalan Hong's sword with one punch. It could be seen how powerful his fleshy body was. Furthermore, Yi Yuan integrated the primeval dragon bone into his arm and underwent refinement daily. His fist was the most powerful place in his entire body, just like a glass cutter's diamond. Even if the bones of these skeletons were any stronger, it was also not possible to be stronger than the primeval dragon bone. With the addition of these two people, a change happened to the battle situation very quickly. The skeleton soldiers around the 3 holy lands' martial artists were swept away clean very quickly. Being snatched from the jaws of death, the 3 holy lands' martial artists erupted with a huge cheer. But at present, the 3 holy lands' martial artists' casualties were already more than half. It could be said to be heavy losses. Just as everyone was cheering, a figure flew out all of a sudden, smashing heavily onto the walls of the cavern. Shang Jun pointed at Wei Cheng and roared in an uncontrollable rage, "So many martial artists died because you were jealous of those more able than you. Are you happy now?" The surroundings quieted down all at once. The cheers died down too, only hearing Shang Jun's furious scolding. "You, this fool, think yourself to be infallible. As the young lord, you put your own subordinates in a dangerous situation. What is your intention? You take a look at them yourself. Because of that laughable pride of yours, they almost died because of you. And Kingstone also died because of you. If you can get out, how do you plan on giving an account to the Skymist Holy Land? This boneyard is so dangerous and yet, you treat it like child's play. Really seeking death." Not far away, Kingstone's corpse was shockingly there. He was actually hacked to death by a flurry of blades by the skeleton soldiers already. The Skymist Holy Land's young lord actually died pitifully here. Wei Cheng swept a glance over, only to see each and every one of the 3 holy lands' martial artists covered in wounds, their faces seemingly haggard. And all of this was all thanks to him. Wei Cheng discovered that the 3 holy lands' martial artists were all looking at him with fierce glares. Especially the Skymist Holy Land's martial artists who wished that they could immediately come up and kill him. Even the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's martial artists were disappointed to the extreme in Wei Cheng. After this accident, they finally knew Yi Yuan's importance. The situation that they were unable to cope with by going all out, Yi Yuan resolved at the moment he came. These skeletons were so powerful, but could not even withstand a single blow in front of Yi Yuan. This was a total disparity in strength. I'm sorry. Wei Cheng choked. Chapter 836, Terrifying Existence. Sorry. Heh. Can an apology revives your subordinates? Can an apology treat the wounds on their bodies? You're really an idiot beyond redemption. Shang Jun's putting up with Wei Cheng already reached the limits. This time, he finally exploded. And this time, Wei Cheng finally shed remorseful tears. Alright, don't scold him anymore. Better pluck your spirits up, it's not over yet. We seem to have provoked an extraordinary fellow this time. Yi Yuan suddenly said with a grim expression. Everyone's faces changed, all not quite certain what it meant. All of the skeletons were clearly finished off. What danger would there be still? Everyone looked towards Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking over at the entrance of the passageway. The moment everyone saw, they could not help being greatly alarmed inwardly. An additional skeleton was there since goodness knows when. Just one. That skeleton did not say a word. It just sat at the cave entrance silently. Under its hand, it was pressing on a long saber. Master, you need to be careful. His strength is unfathomable. Blackwind is probably completely not his match either. Blackwind suddenly spoke. Blackwind's words gave everyone a huge shock. He was a great circle tier 8 dragon race, but he actually admitted himself that he was not this skeleton's match. Then wouldn't this skeleton's strength have to reach tier 9? Yuan nodded his head slightly and said to everyone, "Everybody, retreat out of this cavern. Turn around, hurry up." Shang Jun's expression changed, and he said, "Brother Yi. Relax, I'll catch up," Yuan said coolly. Shang Jun's gaze showed a complicated expression, and he said, "Take care, Brother Yi. Let's go." Dozens of martial artists withdrew out of this cavern very quickly under Shang Jun's lead. In the empty cave, there was only Yuan, Blackwind, and that skeleton opposite left. "On you, there is the aura of the vast heaven steel." That skeleton's mouth rattled and actually opened its mouth to talk. The moment it started talking, it startled Yuan. The vast heaven steel was absorbed by him into his body. Ordinary people could not detect it at all. But the skeleton actually laid bare the truth with a single comment. Looks like this skeleton not making a move the entire time was probably because of the vast heaven steel. Otherwise, if he swung a saber down, most likely no one could withstand it. Senior recognizes the vast heaven steel. Yuan did not deny it but answered with a question instead. "Of course, I know it. The vast heaven steel's former owner was one of the leaders of the human race." The skeleton said slowly. "Former owner? Could Senior be talking about Senior Fang Tian?" Yuan said curiously. But the skeleton shook its head and said, "Fang Tian? Looks like the vast heaven steel has already changed quite a few generations of owners. No idea how long I've slumbered here either. But since you obtained the vast heaven steel, looks like the time for the divine realm's great calamity has arrived again." Yuan's expression became apprehensive. Looks like this skeleton's era before his death was even further back than he imagined. Furthermore, hearing the meaning in the skeleton's words, seemed like it was all ominous foreboding once the vast heaven steel came into being. Recalling Fang Tian's experiences that Long Teng mentioned before, seemed like it was really the case. That whatever heavenly fiend god sounded like a very powerful existence when one heard it. If not for Fang Tian, most likely, the divine realm's situation right now would definitely not be like this. Now that 50,000 years had passed, could it be another round of samsara again? But Long Teng did not elaborate in detail regarding that earth-shattering great battle 50,000 years ago and did not disclose more things. The specific circumstances, Yuan did not know either. Except, undercurrents seemed to be flowing in the divine realm presently. Could it be related to the great calamity the skeleton talked about? "Senior, just what kind of great calamity will the divine realm encounter? Is it possible that it's related to some extent with this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array?" According to what Junior knows, this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was also an extremely formidable array formation in the ancient era. Just what kind of an existence is this boneyard suppressing? Yuan was filled with doubts. Since you recognize this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, why did you still bring so many people inside? At present, the grand array has already loosened. That thing will accelerate the breaking of the seal after obtaining so much blood feed. The skeleton said. Yuan's expression changed when he heard that. He briefly recounted the events that happened in this period of time. The skeleton kept silent after hearing it. He only opened his mouth after some time and said, "You went through the trouble. It's just that your strength is too poor. Coming in makes no difference too. Just now, if not for sensing the vast heaven steel, you guys would already all be dead men." The skeleton's words were very calm, as though talking about something that was not worth mentioning. Blackwind, this great circle of tier 8, he thought nothing of him at all. Yuan did not doubt this skeleton's words in the slightest. This person was surely a peerless powerhouse during his lifetime. Even if he was only left with a skeleton now, the feeling that he gave him was also incredibly dangerous. Except, being looked down upon by a skeleton, Yuan was helpless too. Even though Yuan was already going all out to increase his strength, it was still not quite adequate to look at. Facing this kind of ancient class powerhouse, even if countless tens of thousands of years had elapsed, he was not a match. "Bring them away," This fiend god is going to come into being very soon. You all can't stop him. What are those deity realm powerhouses all doing, to actually let you guys, these babies, come to die?" The skeleton said unhappily. Yuan was speechless again when he heard that and said with a sigh, "Senior, the divine realm's divine Tao has already dwindled to zero for over 100,000 years. Ever since then, there are no longer divine realm powerhouses." "What? Divine Tao dwindled to zero?" Hearing this news, the skeleton finally lost composure. Only after a long time did the skeleton sigh and said, "I'm only a remnant soul now, completely unable to feel heavenly Tao. Could it be that the divine realm has entered an age of declining laws? Forget it, I'm already dead for God knows how many years and can't bother with matters after my death either. I can only give a last bit of meager strength." Yuan was slightly startled in his heart. Between the lines of this skeleton's words, it all revealed the might of the fiend god this place was suppressing. Once an existence like this broke out, who knew what kind of a catastrophe the divine realm would have to suffer? "Senior, isn't there any way at all?" Yuan said unresignedly. Back then, the one who sealed the fiend god with this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was the vast heaven steel's owner. He was one of the leaders of the human race, and even he was incapable of killing this fiend god. You can imagine his power. Even though you acquired the vast heaven steel, your strength is too weak and don't have the ability to deal with the fiend god at all. Furthermore, you said that somebody is intentionally weakening the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Most likely, he'll be able to break out before long, the skeleton said. How powerful the vast heaven steel's owner the skeleton talked about was, Yuan had no way of imagining. But he was certain that as the leader of the human race at that time, the vast heaven steel's owner's strength was definitely formidable to the extreme. Even he had no way of killing the fiend god. It could be seen how powerful this fellow was. Yuan mused for a moment and said, according to what Senior said, this fiend god has already been sealed for several tens of thousands of years. Likely, his strength at present is just a mere fraction already. If talking about killing the fiend god, wouldn't now be the best opportunity? The skeleton was silent for a while and said, Junior, you're very responsible. But there's no way that you're his match. You have the vast heaven steel on hand, best to cultivate as quickly as possible. That way, perhaps there's still a gleam of chance to kill the fiend god. But Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, Junior, wants to give it a go. Chapter 837, All Facets of Life. All of a sudden, the whole world started trembling. Yuan's expression changed. This tremor clearly came from the direction of the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Has it begun? Looks like I've reached the time to leave as well. Junior, future matters will be entrusted to you. On you, I saw the shadow of the vast heaven steel's owner. Be careful, the skeleton said this sentence, then turned right around and left. Yuan's expression was slightly dark, and he turned around and left too. Seeing Yuan come out safely, everyone heaved a big sigh in relief too. Brother Yi, it's really great that you're fine. No idea what happened underground, to actually make even the earth tremble. Furthermore, these zombies are actually flooding towards underground like tidewater, Sheng Jun said rather worriedly. Yuan's expression was grave as he said, a fiend god is suppressed underground here, whose strength is overwhelming. These zombies were probably created by people with the intent of assaulting the grand array. Now, this grand array suffered a tremendous impact. The fiend god is going to break free very soon. Fiend god. In this world, could there really be the existence of the fiend race? No way, right? To proclaim to be a fiend god, wouldn't that be a deity realm-like existence? Are you kidding? Once an existence like that breaks out, who in this divine realm can be his match? We'd better hurry up and leave. Yuan's words caused a huge panic among the Seven Holy Lands martial artists. Many martial artists already could not contain themselves, wanting to leave this boneyard. Deity realm, this was a realm that made all martial artists yearn for. It was also a realm that all martial artists feared. Facing deity realm powerhouses, not everybody had this kind of courage. To martial artists in an age of declining laws, deity realm was equivalent to invincibility. Everybody, this fiend god was sealed for several tens of thousands of years by the grand array. His loss of strength is immense, and it's precisely a fine opportunity for us to slay him. Once the fiend god breaks free, when he recovers his strength, the divine realm will surely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. I ask for everyone to lend this Yi a helping hand and eliminate this fiend. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said to everyone. Wei Cheng's 2 legs were trembling. Suddenly, he snapped, Yi Yuan, you had known that there is the fiend god existing underground here long ago. Once it broke out, your crimson afterglow holy land will be the first to bear the brunt, so you want to drag us, the other 6 families, all into the water, isn't that so? Ha ha ha, you even feigned a noble appearance, saying that it's for the consideration of the 7 holy lands. You, this fellow, are a hypocrite posing as a person of high morals. Hearing that the fiend god was about to break free soon, Wei Cheng was frightened to the extreme in his heart. Under this sort of circumstances, he habitually pushed all of the blame to Yi Yuan. It was just that his words indeed aggravated the fear in everyone's hearts even more. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan became somewhat unfriendly. It was only due to Blackwind being present that they maintained a final restraint. Under this kind of hopeless situation, it could reflect people's hearts most of all. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, with your view of things, you can only see a tiny little white valiant region. Once the fiend god breaks out, who in the entire divine realm can resist his footsteps? Everyone's faces changed, all feeling a sense of pressure coming from head on. The fiend god coming into being, the divine realm would surely be turbulent, and the one to be the first to bear the brunt was the white valiant region. Everybody, don't listen to him quibble. You aren't going to say now that you came underground for the sake of the human race's righteousness, right? I don't care, either way, I'm leaving. That is a fiend god. Which one of you wants to seek death? Just go yourself. Finished talking, he brought the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's remaining martial artists and left straight away. Hua Shuji had a look of struggle and also came in front of Yi Yuan and said, Brother Yi, the fiend god cannot be fought. Presumably, an existence like him won't take fancy on puny little rank 9 holy lands like us too. Farewell. Finished talking, he turned around and said to the Fire Feather Holy Land martial artists, let's go. Yi Yuan did not stop Hua Shuji's departure, but said to Sheng Jun, Brother Sheng, you. Sheng Jun had a look of dilemma too and countered with a question instead, Brother Yi, even if the fiend god's strength is depleted to the limit by the Grand Array, he's likely not what we can rival as well. I wonder how much confidence Brother Yi has. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, not much confidence. Sheng Jun was stunned. He originally thought that Yi Yuan being so resolute, he more or less had some confidence. But looking at it now, Yi Yuan was completely messing around. Brother Yi, isn't it courting death like this? Is it worth it? Sheng Jun asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, there's no worth it or not worth it, only willing or unwilling. I, Yi Yuan, want to do it, so I'll go do it. It's that simple. Sheng Jun was stupefied again. If Yi Yuan talked about some great principle with him, he would definitely turn around and go. But Yi Yuan's words made his heart jolt. Real men only seek a clear conscience when doing things. Who cares about his reputation before and after his death? Fine, Brother Yi, I, Sheng Jun, will accompany you to go crazy today. Sheng Jun turned around again and said to the Soaring Rainbow Holy Land's martial artists, though I'm the Soaring Rainbow Holy Land's young lord, today's matter, I won't force you guys. Whoever is willing to stay behind, I, Sheng Jun, welcome cordially. Whoever is willing to go, I absolutely won't bar the way either. Actually, Yi Yuan did not harbor any hope towards these people but did not expect that Sheng Jun actually really chose to remain behind. Yi Yuan had this attitude towards the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land too. In the end, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land martial artists actually all chose to stay behind. But the other 3 holy lands, only a few people stayed behind. The number of people that remained behind in the end was merely 20 over people. Among them, over half was even the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's martial artists. But this figure already far surpassed Yi Yuan's expectations. With Sheng Jun's lead, a faceless realm elder even stayed behind for the Soaring Rainbow Holy Land. Elder sister, Kai Yu, aren't you going too? You had a hard time before managing to cure your heavenly yin terminal meridian physique. If you encounter any mishap here, wouldn't it be Yi Yuan's fault? From start to end, Kai Yu stood behind Yi Yuan, did not say a word, and did not move before either. Only when she heard Yi Yuan ask did Kai Yu smile and said, this lowly one said before, in the future, this life is yours. Moreover, honestly speaking, the current young Lord Yi is really mesmerizing this lowly one to death. Kai Yu's eyes were full of admiration. Her gaze looking at Yi Yuan was like looking at her lover. Yi Yuan said with a mocking smile, "Your life is your own, nothing to do with me. It's really very dangerous this time. I don't have any assurance at all. Elder sister, better leave." Kai Yu just smiled but did not have the intention of moving. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only not urge any more. The tremors underground became even fiercer. In the underground passageway, wisps of fiendish black qi actually started spreading all over the place. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, "Such powerful fiendish qi. Truly well deserving of being a fiend god. Being sealed for so many years by the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, he can actually still erupt with such powerful fiendish qi. Looks like the fiend god is going to break free very soon. Let's hurry up and go." The fiend god had not broken free yet and already dispersed such powerful fiendish qi. This made everyone involuntarily become even more worried in their hearts. Chapter 838, Setting Up Formation. Several dozen figures scurried out from the passageway Yi Yuan set up. "Pooh, pretending to be a human race hero for what? It's fine if you go seek death yourself, you even want to drag us to be scapegoats. Are heroes so easy to be? Fishing for fame and praise." Wei Cheng spat at the entrance. He said these words very loudly and did not avoid everyone's eyes and ears. The moment the words came out, everyone shot over contemptuous looks. If not for Yi Yuan, you'd have already died several times over. You still have the capability to make sarcastic remarks here. Being shameless to your level is also considered a kind of realm. Hua Shuji said with a cold smile. Even though he did not have the courage to face the fiend god, he still admired Yi Yuan's choice greatly. Furthermore, Yi Yuan had indeed saved everyone a number of times. This was an indisputable fact. "Hua Shuji, don't talk like you're very lofty, didn't you run too? What right do you have to comment on me? Also, you guys, each and every one of you looking at me with this sort of expression for what? If you have the capabilities, go down yourselves." Wei Cheng roared. Under repeated blows, Wei Cheng's psyche already utterly lost balance. But his words were still very incisive. No matter what reason, running was running. These martial artists all turned their faces away, revealing looks of embarrassment. People all had this kind of mentality, feeling that if the sky fell down, there would be tall guys propping it up. The fiend god coming into being should be those divine king powerhouses coming out to face the enemy. What responsibility and duty did they have to face this kind of danger? Those like Yi Yuan were undoubtedly moths flying into the fire that kind. They would even be ridiculed by people, such as Wei Cheng. "Wow, very lively Didn't you guys go in? Why did you come out so quickly? You're making it very hard for me like this." Suddenly, a spooky voice sounded out, making everyone jump in fright. Two people clad entirely in black clothes suddenly appeared. They actually did not discover at all before this. Hua Shuji said with a slightly somber expression, "Who are you people? Making a show of force here, don't you know that the fiend god is about to come into being at once?" The two black-clothed people exchanged a glance and could not help laughing weirdly. One of them said with a big laugh, "Fiend god coming into being? Of course we know, because this fiend god is freed by us." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. No wonder Yi Yuan said that someone had ulterior motives. Turns out that he really hit the mark. "Zhezhe, although your strength is a little lousy, as Lord Fiend God's blood feed, it's barely adequate. Originally, you guys sending yourselves in saved us some trouble. Now, we can only personally take action and send you in." The other person said with a weird laugh. "Who the hell are you people? Why do you want to do this sort of thing that betrays the human race?" Hua Shuji interrogated. "Well, you can call us holy followers. All right, surrender without resistance," one of them said coolly. When Yi Yuan and the rest rushed to the depths underground, they were struck dumbfounded by the scene before their eyes. Beneath the ground was an enormous cavern. At this time, inside the entire cavern was filled with fiendish qi. East, south, west, north, and central, all 5 positions had 5 sacrificial altars constructed by no idea who. At this moment, those zombies were all walking over towards the area surrounded by the sacrificial altars without heed for their lives. They were directly refined into a cloud of blood mist, then directly absorbed by the sacrificial altar in the middle. "Brother Yi, why are these zombies all charging inside without any heed for their lives?" Sheng Jun was greatly shocked. These zombies were originally refined artificially. They are all controlled by people, Yi Yuan said calmly. What? These zombies are all refined artificially. How many lives does this have to slaughter? Could it be that those super holy lands all don't care? Shang Jun was utterly shocked by it. The number of zombies underground here was probably more than 100 million. To refine so many zombies, wouldn't it have to kill this many people? Just what kind of faction could do it to such a degree? Martial artists under tier 6 don't count for anything in the divine realm. As long as it's done a little covertly, gathering this sum was not something hard. I'm just curious, just what kind of force can accomplish this unbeknown to gods and ghosts, Yi Yuan said with a grim expression. From the Medicine King Hall's destruction to various sorts of bizarre incidents happening in the divine realm, then to this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array presently, the divine realm that was calm on the surface was likely already surging with undercurrents long ago. It was just that this faction concealed too deeply. Everyone had yet to become aware of its existence. Then we're just going to watch them go offer up a sacrifice passively. Shang Jun said unresignedly. With these many zombies, they could not kill all. After people died, evil qi would coalesce. And this area of extreme yin land was filled with powerful extreme yin qi. These zombies could fuse these two kinds of qi into evil yin qi. The corrosive nature of evil yin qi was extremely strong. Using it to corrode array formations was most suitable. Even though the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was an ancient top-tier grand array, along with the passing of time, its power was already greatly discounted. Adding in the erosion of these evil yin qi, under the simultaneous attack from the fiend god within and outside, the grand array was already teetering on the verge of collapse. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, it's already too late. Unless there are still deity realm powerhouses in this world, there will be no way to reinforce this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Otherwise, even if we finish these zombies, it's of no help to the matter too. The fiend god coming into being is an unstoppable trend. Shang Jun sucked in a breath deeply and could not help becoming worried about the divine realm's situation in the future. In the divine realm, regarding the descriptions of the fiend race, it merely existed in legends. Only in some ancient records would it occasionally mention the fiend race. This stretch of boundless and limitless continent had always been under the rule of the human race and demon race. Legend has it that in the desolate era, the human race and the fiend race once fought an earth-shaking great war. Originally thought that these were merely just legends, didn't think that they were actually true. If it's in accordance with how ancient records narrate it, the human race and fiend race are still mortal enemies. Most likely, the human race is really going to plunge into misery and suffering. Shang Jun said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the fiend race is not just a legend. They have always existed in the divine realm. It's just that they were not known to people. 50,000 years ago, there was a fellow who proclaimed to be a heavenly fiend god that came roaring into existence. Unfortunately, he ran into a genius martial artist from the human race and was beaten until he fled with heavy injuries. Shang Jun was taken aback from shock. Only now did he know that the divine realm actually still had such secrets. It was just that with Yi Yuan's age, how did he know this kind of secrets? This Yi Yuan really made people unable to fathom. Brother Yi, then are we just going to stare blankly right now? Are we going to wait the fiend god to come into being? Shang Jun said, how can that be? You rest and rehabilitate here for a moment, I'll go set up the formation. Yi Yuan leapt and started bustling about inside this cave. Before long, a large-scale array formation gradually had an elementary form. When Shang Jun saw the elementary form of this array formation, his expression could not help changing slightly, and he asked Wu Siwan, Elder Wu, could this array formation that Brother Yi is laying down be the Crimson Afterglow's undisclosed secret? How can a mere tier 6 array formation be so complex? Chapter 839, Asura Confounding Formation's True Power. Wu Siwan shook his head blankly and said, I've never seen this tier 6 array formation before. But this array formation gives my heart a feeling of palpitations. Shang Jun shared the same feeling and said, indeed. Although I'm a major realm higher than him, I feel that if I enter this array formation, I'll probably never come out again. I truly didn't expect that Brother Yi actually had such high attainments in the Tao of array formations. This array formation that Yi Yuan laid down was precisely his pinnacle work in the formation's path at present, the Asura Confounding Formation. Along with the increase in cultivation, Yi Yuan could already fully set up this array formation. Back then, when he was still at the Sea Transformation realm, He blocked the entire Purple Mansion sect's attack by relying on this array formation, playing the Purple Mansion sect's late-stage Soul Sea experts in the palm of his hands. Now, Yuan was already God knows how many times stronger than back then. The array formation set up naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. This array formation was also his greatly killing tool in the formation's path. What Yuan set up back then was merely the greater, confounding formation which was not equipped with the functions of a killing formation. But now, Yuan was already able to integrate the killing formation inside and could unleash this array formation to the limits. As for whether or not it could stop the fiend god, that was unknown. Following the passing of time, the fiendish qi in the cave became increasingly vigorous. That horrifying pressure made everyone have a feeling of wanting to escape. On that sacrificial altar in the middle, fiendish qi erupted like a volcano, causing the entire cave to tremble. Right then, Yuan finally finished setting the formation. He was hit with exhaustion at this time too. This array formation being set up till the end, he expended tremendous physical strength and mental strength too. He consumed several medicinal pills on the spot and started recovering his strength. An enormous tremor reverberated throughout the entire cave. Yuan opened both eyes abruptly and said with a solemn expression, "It's coming." Everyone's expression became fearful, looking at that sacrificial altar in the center without shifting their eyes. Countless black gas spouted out, finally condensing to form a fiendish black shadow. Ha ha ha, how many tens of thousands of years has it been? This seat finally broke free. Damn humans, be prepared to receive this seat's wrath. There are still some small fries here. Didn't expect that right after coming out, there are people taking the initiative to deliver themselves to the doorstep to become this seat's blood feed. The black shadow emitted a low and deep voice, akin to waves of muffled thunder. The black shadow actually allowed no explanation, heading straight for Yuan's direction in a surprise attack. A ball of black gas directly smashed onto everyone's bodies, smashing Yuan's group of people into a cloud of blood mist. Ha ha ha, I absorb. The fiend god was just planning to absorb the mass of blood mist when he suddenly discovered something amiss. Looks like I underestimated this bunch of trash, to actually let this seat fall for an illusionary array imperceptibly. Playing hide and seek. This seat's mood today is excellent. I'll accompany you all to play. The fiend god surveyed the surroundings and started to find the figures of Yuan and the rest. In the array formation, everyone had a lingering fear. Shang Jun was somewhat shuddering in retrospect as he said, "Brother Yi, all thanks to your array formation. Otherwise, we'd probably be killed by this fiend god in one exchange." Yuan said with a grim expression, "Truly didn't expect that this fiend god can still preserve such strength after being trapped for several tens of thousands of years by the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Just how powerful was he at his peak period?" Although everyone avoided the fiend god's attack just now by relying on the Asura confounding formation, the might of the fiend god was still deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. "Brother Yi, what should we do now?" Shang Jun said. "In a while, everybody, listen to my arrangement. I'll manipulate the array formation and continuously expend that fiend god's strength, understood?" Yuan carried out arrangements for each person. Borrowing the truth and deception of the array formation could bring to play their strength to the limits. The fiend god demolished an illusion with an attack again. An attack came out from the void, rumbling straight for the fiend god. But the fiend god just lightly waved and directly wiped out that attack. Not having a physical body is indeed very troublesome. Looks like I still have to seize possession of a human's body first. That damn Taoist absolute heaven, he actually used the vast heaven steel to destroy my physical body. The fiend god said slowly. The surroundings continuously had Yuan and Ko's attacks transmitting over. But these attacks could not cause any threat to the fiend god. He obliterated these attacks with a wave of his hand. Regardless whether was it Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists' attacks or Faceless Realm martial artists' attacks. After a concentrated series of attacks, a peerlessly powerful attack pierced right through the void, landing heavily on the fiend god's main body. The fiend god gave a miserable cry, his body flying out backward. After a round of indiscriminate bombardment, Yuan's plan finally succeeded. Excellent. I even thought that this guy is invincible. Turns out he will sustain injuries too. It's still Lord Black Flood Dragon's attack that's powerful. This move, even I'm scared when I see it. The fiend god suffering this attack, he will be heavily wounded if not dead, right? Young Lord Yi's array formation is indeed miraculous, to actually be able to let attacks shuttle through the void and directly attack the Fiend God's main body. The crowd of martial artists was all incredibly excited to see Blackwind's attack succeed. But Yi Yuan said with a grave expression, "It's still early. If the Fiend God is so easy to deal with, it wouldn't be a Fiend God. With the strength of a major ancient power, it could only suppress him here too. How can he be so easy to take care of?" Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a series of intense quaking sounds echoed. The Grand Array was actually shaking. "Little Tross, congratulations. You've successfully infuriated this seat. Even the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing Grand Array couldn't trap this seat. Just a lousy illusionary array. I want to see how many times it can withstand this seat's attacks." The Fiend God's voice transmitted into each person's ears, startling everybody. The Fiend God went seemingly insane, bombarding the Grand Array non-stop. And the Asura confounding formation started trembling violently under his attacks too. "Not good. If we let him carry on attacking like this, the Grand Array will be breached sooner or later," Yi Yuan said with a solemn look. It was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering such a troublesome opponent. Even the Asura confounding formation could not trap him. Luckily, this Fiend God's strength was already very debilitated from being sealed for too long a time. Or else, he could probably destroy the Asura confounding formation with a wave of his hand. "What to do, Brother Yi? Once the Grand Array is breached, we'll be without any barriers at all. This Fiend God is truly formidable. We are probably not his match." Through a round of probing, these martial artists had long seen the Fiend God's might already. Facing the Fiend God head-on, they felt rather fearful just thinking about it. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "The Asura confounding formation probably can't be preserved anymore. Since that's the case, I'll let him witness the truly formidable aspect of the Asura confounding formation." Yi Yuan sent everyone out of the array formation and mustered up all of the essence energy in his body to deploy the array formation. All of a sudden, the entire Grand Array started flashing. Above the firmament, countless sword lights actually condensed. "What?" The Fiend God stopped his attacks, incomparably shocked as he looked at the sword lights in the air. Chapter 840, Battling the Fiend God. Within the void, there were countless virtual sword images suspended. This was the fifth stage supreme true intent Yi Yuan displayed by merging his sword intent into the Asura confounding formation and borrowing the power of the Grand Array. This Asura confounding formation, after Yi Yuan improved it, the power of the killing formation was even stronger than the original version. Sharp swords hung high above. Even someone as powerful as the Fiend God turned pale with fright too. Asura confounding formation, myriad sword piercing the heart. "Kill!" Yi Yuan roared. Countless long swords streaked through countless streams of flowing light in the Grand Array, rushing towards the all-powerful Fiend God. Yi Yuan himself did not have such boundless essence energy, but the Grand Array did. In an instant, the Asura confounding formation extracted the essence energy within all of the earth essence crystals dry. The power could be imagined. The place the Fiend God stood at was immediately blasted to residue by countless streaks of sword light, stirring up clouds of dust. So powerful. Just a tier 6 Grand Array. This power is also too terrifying, right? Shang Jun muttered. This scene was too shocking, resulting in him not thinking whether or not the Fiend God was finished off right away, but astonishment at the might of the Grand Array. Young Lord Yi is mighty. Such a terrifying attack, there's no way that Fiend God can survive, right? Ha ha ha, what bullshit Fiend God, I think it's nothing more than this. Wasn't he still finished off all at once? After the shock, the martial artists were all incredibly excited. Originally thought that doomsday was arriving, didn't expect that this Fiend God was merely nothing more than this. Yi Yuan's figure slowly landed in front of everyone, saying with a serious expression, "Everybody, be on guard. The Fiend God isn't so easy to be disposed of. Without the Grand Array's protection, we're going to have a direct confrontation with him." Everyone's excited expressions could not help choking up. Even such a terrifying attack could not kill the Fiend God. No way, right? Whoosh, bang. There was a blur before everyone's eyes. They had yet to recover to their senses when a dark shadow already arrived in front. A streak of black light smacked directly onto a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist's body. He immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist. All of this happened too suddenly. Everyone was still half dubious about Yi Yuan's words, and the Fiend God actually attacked again. Without the Grand Array's shielding, a martial artist instantly died on Yi Yuan's side. Everyone turned pale with fright and hastily retreated. The fiend god did not have the intention of following up either. He just greedily absorbed that cloud of blood mist. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The fiend god's aura was actually getting strong. Without a doubt, that attack earlier proved effective. The fiend god's aura was weakened substantially compared to before, but at this time, he was actually in the midst of gradually recovering. This fellow can actually absorb the essence and blood of martial artists to recover strength. Everybody be careful, Yi Yuan said with a solemn expression. If it was like this, Yi Yuan's side absolutely must not have casualties appear again. Or else, the fiend god would grow stronger with battle. Is this guy a monster? Fully withstood such a terrifying attack and he's actually completely fine. Somebody said in despair. The current fiend god was a mass of dark shadow. Only 2 eyeballs were left in his entire body that could be seen. But at this moment, the fiend god's pair of eyeballs looked towards Yi Yuan and opened his mouth to say, a little interesting. A measly little tier 6 martial artist can actually injure this seat. However, even Taoist absolute heaven couldn't kill this seat. With just the likes of you, this brat, what can you do to me? All, obediently become this seat's blood feed. This is your honor. Yi Yuan's expression was grim as he said, Faceless Realm martial artists, assist Blackwind to launch attacks. Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists support with coordinated actions by the side. This guy's speed is peculiar, be careful. Everyone slowly nodded, their faces all had unspeakable solemnness. The might of the fiend god far exceeded their imaginations. One had to know, this was still the state after the fiend god was sealed for countless years. Heh. Looks like you still won't give up hope. Forget it, this seat will fulfill your wishes. The fiend god gave a weird laugh and vanished with a whoosh. Yi Yuan suddenly pushed a palm out, pushing away a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist. A black shadow dashed right through the place he stood at. Being pushed aside by Yi Yuan, that martial artist finally recovered his senses and involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. Many thanks, young Lord Yi. That martial artist was even kind of stuttering when talking. Just now was really a very close shave. If not for Yi Yuan making a move, his outcome would already be the same as that person from before. Origin magnetic field, couldn't tell that your tricks are really plentiful, said the fiend god, slightly surprised. Just now, it was clearly going to succeed in a moment. At the crucial juncture, it was like someone dragged him a little, making his figure drop down abruptly, stagnating the tiny bit. That was how that martial artist barely avoided his attack. First was the Asura confounding formation, then the origin magnetic field. The fiend god actually suffered 2 hidden losses in a row at the hands of a puny little tier 6 martial artist. This made him rather surprised. It's actually an origin magnetic field. Hearing the fiend god's words, everyone could not help looking at Yi Yuan in shock. This crimson afterglow young lord's methods were truly inexhaustible. With boundless realm cultivation, he could actually dance around with an existence like the fiend god. Truly remarkable. If not for Yi Yuan, probably in a single exchange, they all would be completely wiped out by the fiend god. Lord Fiend God's methods are quite a few too. Being suppressed for so countless tens of thousands of years, your strength is actually still so powerful. Yi Yuan said coolly, Heh, looks like you still have quite a bit of understanding about this seat. That's right, if this seat is at my peak, a little finger can pinch you all, this bunch of trash, to death. How could I tolerate you, this brat, to be cocky in front of this seat? A hero won't mention past glories. Lord Fiend God is not a person of this era in the first place, better to sleep eternally in this place. Yi Yuan's face fell, killing intent overflowing instantly. The fiend god was slightly stunned when he saw the situation and immediately burst into laughter and said, Ha, since this seat came out, then it's the time of arrival for the doomsday of your human race. You, a measly little tier 6 martial artist, actually wants to kill this seat. An utter joke. Don't you know that this seat has an undying body? Little lord, I don't believe that there's really any undying body in this world. Today, I want to give it a try and see. Blackwind, I'll coordinate with you with the origin magnetic field, go. Under Yi Yuan's command, Blackwind's body suddenly expanded several times, waving his claws as he attacked towards the fiend god. The fiend god was just about to evade when a bizarre force field appeared once again, delaying his figure the tiny bit. Blackwind's palm force spat, immediately slamming together with the fiend god. The two people each retreated several steps. Everybody attack. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Seeing this scene, everyone's spirits were roused, each wielding a weapon and going forward. Yi Yuan interfered with the Fian god's traces from time to time with the origin magnetic field, resulting in him being attacked in front and from the rear. For a moment, Yi Yuan's side actually firmly took the upper hand. Especially Blackwind's attacks that were full of power. Even someone as powerful as the fiend god was beaten until he screamed in pain too. Damn it, you trash, taking advantage of when this seat is at the weakest to sneak attack. What capability does that count as? Howled the fiend god. Chapter 841, Blinding Saber Light. After the fiend god came into being, he was supposed to be roaming unhindered in the divine realm. Who knew that when he just came out, he was beaten by a bunch of juniors until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate, not to mention how aggravating it was. Stinking brat, you forced me. Fiend god transformation. The fiend god suddenly shouted loudly. A vast and mighty fiendish chi suddenly erupted. Yi Yuan's group of people were caught off guard, being blasted until they scattered in all directions immediately. This time, it actually directly blasted everyone to heavy injuries. Damn it, damn it, damn it, to actually force this seat to use the Fiend God transformation, you're prepared to experience a fate worse than death, right? Howled the Fiend God. At this instant, the Fiend God's black shadow actually enlarged several times. The fiendish chi emitting off of his body was also vast and magnificent, teeming the entire underground cavern. The Fiend God's aura actually skyrocketed multiple times instantaneously. Why is it like this? The Fiend God's current strength has likely surpassed Tier 9, right? How can we still fight if it is like this? Shang Jun said with a bitter smile. What skyrocketed was not just fiendish chi, but also the Fiend God's strength in itself soared instantly. He actually leapt over and reached Tier 9-1. This sort of breakthrough that did not conform to common sense seriously made people incomparably despaired. They already all suffered heavy injuries under that attack from the Fiend God just now. But the Fiend God himself had a huge increase in strength. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, he should have used some kind of method that stimulates potential. After his strength fades away, he'll probably be even weaker than before. However, Yi Yuan's words made everyone all feel a wave of despair. He did not speak, but the meaning in his words was already very clear. Tier 9 Fiend God, even if the Holy Lords came, it was a road that led to death as well, let alone them, these people. Punk, you're indeed quite knowledgeable. Fiend God transformation can let this seat's strength skyrocket, but it's merely able to last for around a quarter of an hour's time. After this period of time, this seat will be even weaker than before. However, with you guys, these blood feet around, this seat will recover as good as new very soon. Ha ha ha, the Fiend God laughed wildly. Suddenly, the Fiend God put away his smile and swept a glance over everyone's faces. Who to start with first? You, brat, are the most troublesome. Better start with you first. The Fiend God's target actually locked right onto Yi Yuan, but Blackwind blocked right in front of Yi Yuan and said coldly, want to kill master, you must go through me first. A streak of fiendish chi attacked and actually sent Blackwind flying with one hit. The Fiend God after displaying Fiend God transformation was devastatingly powerful. Blackwind was one of the strongest one among them. His strength was right on the fringe of entering Tier 9, but he was actually too weak to withstand even a single blow in front of the Fiend God. A little snake dares to be insolent in front of this seat too. If you evolved to become true dragon bloodline, this seat would have some fear and respect towards you. But you, this half-baked guy, is completely lacking. The Fiend God snorted coldly and slowly walked towards Yi Yuan. Brat, it's your turn. A mass of fiendish chi meandered out of the Fiend God's body, heading straight for Yi Yuan. He actually wanted to capture him directly. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Leaping, he was about to evade. The Fiend God gave a cold laugh and said, want to escape? How can it be that easy? That fiendish chi extended unbelievably swiftly and actually caught up to Yi Yuan in an instant, intertwining him up tightly. Yi Yuan fell heavily onto the ground. All the martial artists turned their heads over, unable to bear to look at this scene. A genius like Yi Yuan was destined to radiate splendor in the divine realm, but he did not expect that he was actually going to die today at the Fiend God's hands. Ha ha ha, brat, you seem to be rather extraordinary. Killing you is such a shame. Become this seat's fiend servant. As he was talking, a trace of the Fiend God's fiendish sense too invaded the Yi Yuan lying on the ground. Then in the next instant, the fiend god let out a terrified cry. Arg, it's actually an essence fire clone. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. The fiend god howled like a pig getting slaughtered, reverberating throughout the entire cave. Everyone had yet to understand what was going on when suddenly, they discovered that Yuan's entire person started burning. Fierce flames traced along the fiendish chi and instantly besieged the fiend god's main body. In a wink, the fiend god actually caught on fire all over. Fiery, burn him to death. Yuan's voice transmitted out from the void bizarrely, revealing his figure once more. Turns out that the Yuan caught by the fiend god earlier was actually just one of Fiery's clones. Being burned by the cleansing sandal sacred flame, the fiend god let out wretched wails shrilly. If it were ordinary essence fires, even if it was a tier 9 essence fire, it might not cause any damage to the fiend god. But the cleansing sandal sacred flame purified all things on earth. Dealing with the fiend god, this kind of demonic thing, was the most effective. But Yuan knew that Fiery's level was still a little low and could not cause any substantial injury to the fiend god at all. This action, it was only in order to buy time. Wait until after the fiend god transformation's power, it would be the fiend god's hour of doom. Arg, Devil Flame, come out for me. All of a sudden, a black-colored flame actually erupted on the fiend god's body, and it started to confront the cleansing sandal's sacred flame. The grade of this Devil Flame was clearly a great deal higher. Very soon, it repelled the cleansing sandal's sacred flame in its entirety. Yuan's expression changed. This Devil Flame's degree of troublesomeness was outside of his expectations still. In order to deal with the fiend god, he could be said to have used all of his trump cards. It actually could not even accomplish delaying for a short while. The fiend god's pair of eyes stared fixedly at Yuan, saying with a furious roar, "Brat, forcing this seat to such an extent, you can be sufficiently proud. Now, go to hell." With this, Yuan thoroughly infuriated the fiend god. He decided to kill Yuan straight away. The fiend god came in with a howl, instantly arriving in front of Yuan. Facing the fiend god under the state of tier 9, Yuan was truly at the end of his rope at this moment. I didn't think that this fiend god is actually so powerful. Could it be that I can only reach this step? Yuan shut his eyes, filled with unwillingness as he thought. Right at the critical moment, a powerful to the extreme saber light tore right through the void. That blinding saber light lit up the entire underground cavern with a glaring light. The power of this saber made all the martial artists feel asphyxiated. The saber light bombarded directly onto the fiend god's main body without deviation. The fiend god gave a miserable cry, flying out backward immediately. That boundless fiendish chi actually dissipated a great deal instantly. Furthermore, it gradually showed a trend of weakening. Clearly, this cut caused immense injuries to the fiend god, resulting in his fiendish chi to weaken substantially. The crowd of martial artists was struck dumb with amazement looking at this scene. The fiend god who used fiend god transformation was a true blue tier 9 powerhouse. What kind of cut was this, to actually be able to chop him until like this? Crack, crack, everyone looked over in the direction the saber light came from and discovered a skeleton currently walking over here step by step. Everyone's faces changed. They all had an impression of this skeleton. Wasn't this that skeleton that was in a stalemate with Yuan earlier? The skeleton carried a saber, slowly walked in front of the fiend god step by step, and said coolly, "Jia Lan, long time no see." Chapter 842, Unexpected Turn of Events Again. "Jia Lan, long time no see." The skeleton's words actually had some hint of old friends meeting again. Your tyrannical saber, Xing Aoshan. You actually haven't died yet." In the fiend god's words, leaked out thick astonishment. "Dead, long dead, it's just that you're not dead, so how can I dare to die completely?" Leaving behind a wisp of remnant soul was for the sake of today, the skeleton said coolly. The fiendish chi on the fiend god's body became increasingly thinner. Clearly, that cut earlier caused tremendous injury to him. When he heard that, the fiend god said in a livid rage, "You damn ghost, not being peaceful even after dying. But so what? That cut earlier was still less than 1 in 10,000 of your heyday. What can you do to me? Even absolute heaven couldn't kill me, just like the likes of you." On the skeleton's face was forever that dead person expression. There naturally would not be any changes. But he turned to Yuan and said calmly, "Of course I know that I can't kill you. But absolute heaven's will, there's bound to be someone who inherits it. If you want to bring disaster upon the human race, it probably won't be that easy to accomplish." The fiend god looked at the skeleton, and glanced at Yi Yuan again, suddenly letting out a roaring laugh as he said, "You aren't talking about this boy, right? He's indeed quite capable, but he's far too lacking compared to absolute heaven. Give him another 1,000 years, and he also can't reach absolute heaven's height. Furthermore, do you think that I will give him 1,000 years' time to grow?" The skeleton said indifferently, "Karma is all destined. I've already returned to dust. This is no longer something I can be worried about. As for what extent he can grow to, it will depend on him." He turned to Yi Yuan again and said, "Young man, you've done very well, far exceeded my expectations. This dignified self has nothing valuable on me. With these countless years, what I've learned during my lifetime is already forgotten for the most part as well. These remaining few comprehensions will be imparted to you then." Finished talking, the skeleton extended a finger and tapped on Yi Yuan's glabella. Yi Yuan's entire body shuddered, many information instantly appearing in his head. Seeing this information, Yi Yuan was unbelievably shocked, because this information was none other than precisely the divine inscriptions that Yi Yuan were very familiar with. Except, these divine inscriptions, Yi Yuan was not familiar with them. There was actually not one duplicate with the one's father imparted him. But this tyrannical saber xianxia's divine inscriptions were not many, there were only a scanty few several dozen words. He previously said that his memories before his death were already incomplete, it was most likely this reason. "Young man, the matters hereafter will be handed to you." After saying this sentence, the skeleton no longer made a sound. A peerless powerhouse of his generation finally had even this final strand of consciousness in this world dissipate away. These countless years, what was frittered away was not just fiend god Jia Lan's strength, but also depleted xianxia's residual thought. Until today, he was already like a dying lamp without oil. Otherwise, there was no way he would not have any movements at all with people secretly laying down this sacrificial altar forces. Presumably, he also knew that Jia Lan coming into being was already unstoppable. Hence, he held back a burst of energy to leave behind this final cut, in order to severely wound Jia Lan. However, Yi Yuan judged that xianxia should still have the ability to unleash a saber cut. Except, this cut did not have great significance to Jia Lan. Coincidentally, he ran into the vast heaven steel's successor here. In the end, he chose to impart the divine inscriptions in this final trace of residual thought to Yi Yuan. The long saber in the skeleton's hand fell to the ground. His skeleton frame also fell apart thoroughly, without even a trace of essence energy on it anymore. Yi Yuan revealed a complicated expression but was filled with great respect towards xianxia. Even though it was just 2 encounters of fate, xianxia's pride and loyalty left a deep impression on him. A trace of residual thought guarded the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array for several tens of thousands of years. This persistence and unswerving will were not what the average person could have. And all of his actions were for the sake of the human race's righteous cause. Yi Yuan knelt on the ground and gave a kowtow to xianxia's bone remains most respectfully, saying deferentially, "Senior, have a safe trip." Many thanks to Senior's grace of teaching. What Senior has yet to accomplish, let Yi Yuan finish it. Finished talking, Yi Yuan lightly formed an incantation with his hand and put away xianxia's bone remains. Finished doing these, Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Jia Lan and said icily, "Fiend god Jia Lan, right? I know that I can't kill you now, but the taste of the cleansing sandal sacred flame, you've sampled it too. I'm going to seal you now and let fiery burn you every hour every minute. There will come a day when I'll utterly burn you into nothingness." Jia Lan suffered xianxia's blow. At this time, the fiendish qi on his body was very faint, and he did not have the ability to resist Yi Yuan's sealing at all anymore. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Jia Lan cried out shrilly, "Brat, you dare to seal this seat? Do you know what kind of existence this seat is? Let me tell you, hoo-hoo, do you think I dare or not?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly, but his hands already started to cast and lay down the formation. Don't, young man, as long as you can let me go, we can become sworn brothers. I can let you possess unbelievably powerful strength. In the future, this divine realm, if there's half for me, there will be half for you." Jia Lan was finally afraid. The proud fiend god actually lowered his noble head to plead for mercy from Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not pay any attention and was still setting up the formation and casting spells. Right at this moment, all the hair on Yi Yuan's body stood on its end. An immense sense of danger hit him. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuan raised his speed to the limits, fleeing from the area just now. The region Yuan was standing at previously was blasted until dirt scattered everywhere at this time. Tisk tisk, this brat indeed has some skill, to actually be so vigilant. We expended such a huge effort before releasing Lord Lan. How can we allow you to seal him again? Two black-clothed people appeared in front of Lan. They were precisely those two holy followers. After the two of them landed, they turned to Lan and saluted as they said, "Congratulations to Lord Lan for descending upon the human world anew." Ha ha ha, good, very good. Turns out that it's you two who aided this seat to break the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. However, why did you take so long to come? Lan's tone suddenly changed as he said in a solemn voice. Those two holy followers hurriedly said, "Lord Lan, forgive our sins." The two of us left in order to prepare for Lord Lan's blood feed. One of the black-clothed holy followers casually waved a hand. A bunch of martial artists appeared in front of everyone. They were precisely Wei Cheng and the others who had already left. Wei Cheng's and the others' dantians were sealed presently, unable to use even a trace of essence energy. They were like lambs awaiting slaughter. When Yuan saw this scene, his expression could not help changing greatly. If Lan absorbed them as blood feed, he would probably soar greatly in strength immediately. The moment Lan heard, he was immediately overjoyed. The black chi on his body directly extended out, engulfing a dozen over martial artists right away. Ah, help, young Lord Yi, help. That group of martial artists let out shrill cries and were actually begging Yuan for help. But those two black-clothed men, their strengths were clearly very formidable. Even Blackwind might not be a match either, let alone him. Gulp, gulp, the fiend god seemed to be digesting. Very soon, those dozen over martial artists fell silent. Chapter 843, Seizing Possession Again. Ha ha ha, boy, didn't you want to seal me? Bring it on. After devouring a dozen over martial artists all at once, Lan's aura recovered considerably in no time. Yuan had a solemn look. He had a feeling of shooting himself in the foot. He originally thought that bringing more people in would mean he had more helpers. He did not expect that they actually all became Lan's blood feed in the end, boosting the enemy's strength instead. Wei Cheng, you really are a pig. We went all out before scarcely beating the fiend god to heavy injuries. You bunch of idiots actually helped him recover so much in a short while. Shang Jun seriously could not hold it in anymore and let loose a torrent of abuse. Wei Cheng had his dantian sealed currently. His hands and legs were restricted too, completely unable to move. He did not take in Shang Jun's cursing at all. His entire person was currently trembling, a look of despair showed in his eyes once more. Earlier, the scene of Lan gobbling up the rest, the shock it gave him was too intense. At the thought of himself about to become a meal in this fiend god's stomach, Wei Cheng's collapsed internally. Lord Fion God, I'm willing to become a dog of yours. I beg you not to kill me. Wei Cheng struggled, kneeling down. Towards Lan. Seeing this scene, Shang Jun was utterly speechless. He knew that the scolding just now was completely playing music to a pig. He seriously could not figure out how this kind of spineless moron was selected to become the young lord by the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land. Oh, you want to serve me as your master? Lan slowly came in front of Wei Cheng. Wei Cheng sweat profusely and hurriedly said, yes, yes, yes. Lord Fiend God, I'm willing to serve you as my master. As long as you don't kill me, you can make me do anything. Wei Cheng, you're the young lord selected personally by the Holy Lord. What kind of price did the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land expended in order to groom you? You actually dare betray the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land now? Shouted a Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's elder. He reproached Wei Cheng with boundless rage. But Wei Cheng said without any shame, fine birds select their roosts. Lord Fiend God is an existence who's going to unify the divine realm. What difference is there in me following Lord Fiend God and being at the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land? That elder was angered by Wei Cheng's shamelessness until he shook all over. But his essence energy was sealed and completely could not do anything to Wei Cheng. Ha ha ha, good that you have this heart. I'll give you an opportunity. Capture this punk for me, and I'll naturally take you in to be my fiend servant. Lan said with a big laugh. Wei Cheng was overjoyed and kowtowed to Lan fervently as he said, thank you, Lord Fiend God. Thank you, Lord Fiend God. Remove the seal on his body, Jia Lan said to the two holy followers. The two holy followers nodded their heads to acknowledge his instruction and cast a spell to remove the seal on Wei Cheng's body. Recovering his freedom, Wei Cheng's face made people abhor even more. He slowly arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said with a smug look, "Yi Yuan, didn't expect it, right? You finally still landed in my hands. Today, I'll make you die very horribly. Without that Black Flood Dragon's help, I see how you still swagger before others." Prior to this, Blackwind was also wounded considerably under Jia Lan's blow. At this time, there were another two holy followers glaring like ravening tigers by the side. They would not give him the opportunity to make a move at all. Therefore, Yi Yuan had to face the 9th level Heaven Enlightenment Wei Cheng all alone. Master. As the servant, Blackwind obviously could not passively watch Yi Yuan get captured. "Don't come over. Dealing with this kind of shameless guy, it's enough by myself," Yi Yuan said very disdainfully. "Ha ha ha, truly shameless boasting. I want to see how you'll deal with me." Wei Cheng laughed wildly and said, "Humph, wouldn't you know if you come to try it out yourself?" Yi Yuan said scornfully. "Reckless, blind thing, prepare to die." Wei Cheng was fiercely triggered by Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan's talent and capabilities made him jealous until he wanted to go crazy. With the formidable power of Heaven Enlightenment Realm, Wei Cheng attacked towards Yi Yuan. Wei Cheng's strength could not be said to not be strong. Unleashing it in full power at this time, it actually gave people a feeling of peerlessness. Fiery. What made everyone's jaws drop was that this powerful blow of Wei Cheng's had yet to touch Yi Yuan and he actually flew out backward. An intense explosion sound rang out of the void in front of Wei Cheng, blasting him flying immediately. When everyone came back to their senses, there was already an additional youth beside Yi Yuan. How could it be but Fiery? All along, Fiery was always one of Yi Yuan's ace in the hole. Unless forced to, Yi Yuan would not expose Fiery in front of people, but today's situation was too difficult to handle. Yi Yuan also had no choice but to let out Fiery's main body. Fiery had been cultivating in the vast heaven pagoda all along and had long broken through to Tier 7. Currently, he was already a middle-stage Tier 7 essence fire. Adding in the fire-controlling art Yi Yuan imparted, Fiery's combat power was right on the brink of late-stage Tier 7. Just now, Fiery suddenly sneak-attacked Wei Cheng. Caught unprepared, Wei Cheng was directly blasted flying out. Wei Cheng crawled to his feet with a grunt and was just about to hurl all kinds of abuse when a figure already arrived in front of him. It was precisely Yi Yuan. What Yi Yuan wanted was this effect. How could he give him the chance to catch his breath? His and Fiery's cultivation realms both could not compare with Wei Cheng's. Only by seizing the initiative could there be chances of victory. Although Wei Cheng's cultivation realm was high, his fleshy body was more than a grade lower than Yi Yuan's. A firm and solid punch smashed right onto Wei Cheng's body. If not for Wei Cheng's protective essence energy being too strong, this punch would absolutely blow up his fleshy body. Even so, he was still smashed flying out by Yi Yuan. Detonate. Fiery was long awaiting eagerly for battle already. Controlling the cleansing sandal sacred flame behind Wei Cheng, it was another violent explosion. Wei Cheng's figure had yet to retreat a few steps when he was actually blasted back to Yi Yuan's side. Fiery, catch well. Another sturdy punch smashed Wei Cheng toward Fiery. Fiery's figure appeared behind Wei Cheng again bizarrely. Throwing out his palm, it was another intense explosion. Just like this, Wei Cheng was treated as a human sandbag by Yi Yuan, beating back and forth non-stop. It was incredibly wretchful. Seeing this odd scene, everyone was staring wide-eyed, their mouths agape. Was Yi Yuan really a boundless realm martial artist? This kind of strength was simply too heaven-defying. That youth is an essence fire. My god, Brother Yi actually has a Tier 7 essence fire that gave birth to a primordial spirit. This kind of lucky encounter is simply heaven-defying. Sheng Jun was long blank from staring. Young Lord is absolutely a person with a great destiny. I truly didn't expect that he actually still has such a trump card. Wu Siwan muttered under his breath too. This boy, just what origins does he have? His trump cards follow one after another, simply without an end. Not only does he possess a Tier 7 primordial spirit, true dragon body, 5th stage supreme true intent. However, it's all too perfect to be my new fleshy body. Heh. The corners of Jia Lan's mouth smiled strangely, and he vanished with a whoosh. Yi Yuan and Wei Cheng were in the midst of fierce fighting. Suddenly, he felt his eyes blur. A stream of black qi tunneled right into his body. Yi Yuan's body turned stiff abruptly, while Wei Cheng's body directly flew out far away. Chapter 844, Fleeing in Defeat. Brother Yi, Big Brother. Everyone was greatly shocked when they saw this scene. The current Yi Yuan was swathed by a cloud of black qi all over his body, his entire person seemingly controlled by something, frozen stiff there. This brat is indeed rather peculiar. To be selected by Lord Jia Lan as his new fleshy body, it's his honor too, said a holy follower. This brat's fleshy body realm is even higher than his essence energy cultivation realm. Furthermore, his methods emerge in endless streams, it is indeed conforming to Lord Jia Lan's requirement. It's just that his cultivation realm is a little too low, the other holy follower said. Cultivation realm is not an issue to Lord Jia Lan. Right now, Lord Jia Lan has already broken free and found a suitable fleshy body too. In a few years' time, he'll recover to his peak state. The two people did not seem to be surprised about Jia Lan choosing Yi Yuan to be his new fleshy body. They all saw Yi Yuan's battle earlier. He was indeed most suited for Jia Lan. When the group of martial artists saw this scene, their eyes were filled with despair. Unknowingly, Yi Yuan already became their backbone. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation was the lowest among them, his means emerged ceaselessly. Even such a powerful existence like Jia Lan suffered losses at his hands repeatedly. Without any doubt, if there was anyone able to help them defeat the fiend god, that was only Yi Yuan. But now, Yi Yuan was actually ceased to be possessed. It's over. This time, it's utterly over. Sheng Jun shut his eyes painfully. Regarding what was about to happen next, he already did not need to think anymore. But right then, a cloud of black qi suddenly flew out from within Yi Yuan's body. Ah, soul-suppressing pearl. It's actually the soul-suppressing pearl. How can this brat have such a thing? The fiend god shrieked as if seeing something terrifying. Exceeding everyone's expectations, Jia Lan's current state was actually even weaker than before he seized possession. Clearly, he suffered heavy injuries once more during this period of time that he was seizing possession. With a swoosh, Jia Lan actually tunneled into Wei Cheng's body directly. Just a slight struggle for a short while and Wei Cheng did not move anymore. Everyone did not expect that Jia Lan actually chose Wei Cheng as the target for possession in the end. The pitiful Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's young lord was obliterated by fiend god Jia Lan just like that. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was actually filled with fear. A fiend god of his generation actually experiencing fear towards Yi Yuan. And currently, Yi Yuan actually fell into a slumber after Jia Lan's possession. All of this happened too suddenly. Everyone had not figured out what on earth happened. But one thing was certain, Jia Lan failed to take possession of Yi Yuan. The current Wei Cheng was already no longer Wei Cheng, it was fiend god Jia Lan. He looked at the Yi Yuan who had fallen into a slumber with an expression as dark as water and a conflicted look. Suddenly, he released powerful fiendish qi once more, directly devouring all of the several dozen martial artists that those two holy followers controlled. But this time, his recovery was not as quick as last time. Damn it, being severely wounded by the soul-suppressing pearl, wanting to recover my strength this time will have to expend even more effort. Luckily, that brat is unable to control the soul-suppressing pearl. Otherwise, I would really fail miserably at a simple task this time. The two of you, kill this brat for me. This boy has the soul-suppressing pearl. We absolutely can't let him walk out alive. Jia Lan's words were said to the two holy followers. Those two holy followers clearly had baffled looks too and did not know what happened at all. Although they did not know what the soul-suppressing pearl was, to be able to severely wound fiend god Jia Lan, it was clearly some incredible thing. Hearing Jia Lan's order, the two people's hearts went cold. Yi Yuan could actually even seriously injure Jia Lan. The two of them were really quite fearful now. Don't worry, that boy's divine soul suffered a serious injury from me just now and has already thoroughly fallen unconscious, without any strength to retaliate anymore. Now is precisely the opportune moment to kill him. Jia Lan also urged when he saw that the two people were somewhat hesitant. Hearing Jia Lan's words, the two people calmed down slightly in their hearts. Their figures moved and attacked Yi Yuan. Don't think about harming master. Even though Blackwind was already an arrow at the end of its flight, he used the last bit of strength at this time too, wanting to stop the two. But these two people's strengths were too powerful. The already severely injured Blackwind was clearly not the duo's match. Blackwind knew that these two people were very powerful and was already prepared to die. But right then, an enormous pagoda dropped from the sky, directly crushing the two holy followers into pancakes with a momentum as swift as a sudden peal of thunder that left no time for covering the ears. When Blackwind saw the situation, he was pleasantly surprised as he said, "Lord Throne. Many thanks to Lord Throne for lending a helping hand." A black-robed person appeared in front of everyone. Who could it be if not Long Tang? Looking at this huge pagoda that suddenly appeared, Jia Lan's eyes became wide saucers. Vast Heaven Steel. It's the aura of the Vast Heaven Steel. This. Jia Lan felt like his brain was a little lacking to comprehend it. He never would have thought that on the first day he came out of the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, not only was he severely wounded by the legendary soul-suppressing pearl, he even saw the Vast Heaven Steel which suppressed him back then. Even though he had never seen before this Vast Heaven pagoda in front of him, the Vast Heaven Steel's aura, he recognized it at a glance. Fian God Jia Lan, right. To actually dare have designs on Yi Yuan. Today, I'll use this Vast Heaven pagoda to kill you. Long Tang's cold voice transmitted out from the black robes. Jia Lan's expression changed several times, his figure abruptly burst out, and actually ran frantically over towards the entrance of the cave, virtually vanishing from everyone's sights in a blink of an eye. After Jia Lan left, the Long Tang within the black robes also slightly spat a mouthful of turbid air, seemingly breathing out a sigh of relief. This series of unforeseen events happened too abruptly, making it too much for Shang Jun and Wu Siwan they all to take in. Until now, they also had not figured out what was going on. But this black-robed person in front of them saving them was an indisputable fact. Shang Jun led the remaining few people, hurriedly came forward to give a bow to Long Tang, and said, "Many thanks for Senior's life-saving grace. Please accept a bow from Shang Jun. The events that happened here today, you all had best forget all of it. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." Long Tang said coldly. Shang Jun and the others, their hearts went cold. He hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Senior. Even if I die, this junior won't say a single word." "All right, you guys can go already," Long Tang said indifferently. Shang Jun was stunned and said somewhat hesitantly, "Then Brother Yi Yuan naturally have this old man to keep an eye on. You guys just leave." Long Tang already said it until like this, Shang Jun they all naturally did not dare to defy. Giving another bow to Long Tang, they left. Even though they were unclear about the origins of this black-robed person, his relationship with Yi Yuan was clearly very close. With such a powerful existence like this guarding, Yi Yuan should be fine. But Shang Jun looked at his group of people and also had a bitter look. When coming in, it was in a mighty formation of over 100 people. Now, there was only around 10 left. The losses actually exceeded 90%. But he also knew that if not for Yi Yuan, they would probably be completely wiped out long ago. Chapter 845, Life and Death Uncertain. Cough, cough, cough. After everyone left the underground cave, Long Tang suddenly started coughing violently. Blackwind's expression changed, and he said, "Lord Throne, you." Long Tang waved his hand and gasped for air as he said, "Forcefully deploying the Vast Heaven Pagoda greatly damaged my vitality. If that Fian God Jia Lan didn't leave, I would really be helpless against him." Turns out that earlier, Long Tang cutting down the two holy followers with the momentum of a thunderbolt was just for the sake of scaring away Jia Lan. And he himself merely just had the power of one attack. The composure from before was all feigned. Blackwind still found it odd previously. Since Long Tang had such formidable strength, why didn't he come out earlier? Looks like, deploying this Vast Heaven Pagoda was also an immense burden on Long Tang. "Lord Throne, is Master, okay?" Looking at the unconscious Yi Yuan, Blackwind said worriedly. Long Tang's brows furrowed and he shook his head and said, "I can't tell either. Maybe he can wake up, maybe, he'll never wake up again." Sigh, earlier, Fian God Jia Lan's actions were too swift. Even I didn't react to it as well. Jia Lan's fiendish sense was too powerful, virtually tearing Yi Yuan's divine soul into shreds instantly. Blackwind's expression changed as he said, "What? His divine soul was torn into shreds? Doesn't that mean that Master is already a dead man now?" Long Tang hesitated for a moment before saying, "Logically speaking, it's indeed so. But I don't know why, Yi Yuan's torn-up divine soul did not dissipate. but it retained a hint of life force without extinguishing. That Jia Lan also said before previously, Yi Yuan obtained a soul-suppressing pearl. Looks like it's some incredible treasure. Perhaps that soul-suppressing pearl really can bring Yi Yuan back to life, who knows. Talking until here, he was secretly alarmed too. From the endless world to the divine realm, Long Teng already followed Yi Yuan for a very long time and had always been observing Yi Yuan in the dark. He thought he already knew Yi Yuan like the back of his palm. But looking at it now, Yi Yuan actually still had many secrets on him which he did not know. Long Teng boasted of having extensive knowledge and experience, but this whatever soul-suppressing pearl, it was still his first time hearing of it. A thing which even Fian God Jia Lan was extremely fearful of was bound to not be an ordinary item. Then, when will Master wake up? Blackwind calmed down slightly in his heart, but he still asked worriedly. Now, that is uncertain. Maybe 3 days, maybe a month, maybe, he'll never wake up again. But Yi Yuan is a person possessing great destiny. He shouldn't die young. This place should already have no dangers. You keep guard over him, Long Teng heaved a sigh and said. Finished talking, Long Teng leapt, and entered inside the vast heaven pagoda, while the vast heaven pagoda became small once more and entered inside Yi Yuan's body. In a wink, 2 months passed. From the White Valiant region's 7 great holy lands, there were 6 young lords who perished in the boneyard. This caused a massive upheaval in the White Valiant region. Through the soaring Rainbow Holy Land and the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, 2 great holy lands exaggeration, the boneyard already became the White Valiant region's restricted area. Nobody dared to step foot in it anymore. In fact, the one who suffered the greatest loss was probably the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Tu finally managed to find a successor. Now, his life and death were uncertain. This was a tremendous blow to him. 2 months, without news, clearly, hope for Yi Yuan to return alive was already very bleak. Tu already did not have many good years left. This period of time, he could be said to pass each day as if it were a year. Every day was spent in the midst of torment. On this day, he seriously could not sit still anymore and finally went to get Chen Qi. Chen Qin, I plan on making a trip to the boneyard to investigate what's going on. Even though Wu Siwan repeatedly said that I can't go down, not going to take a look at Yi Yuan's fate, I still can't set my mind at ease, Tu said. Chen Qin's face revealed a complicated expression. About Tu's condition, he saw it clearly too, but he was at a loss on what to do. These 2 months, Tu's entire person aged considerably again. At this rate, Chen Qin reckoned that it would be very hard for Tu to even make it through next year. Chen Qin took it into his sights, was anxious in his heart, but could not do anything at all. Holy Lord, Wu Siwan said before, there's a senior with unfathomable strength guarding Yi Yuan. It should be fine, right? He exhorted over and over again. That senior forbade people from going to the boneyard. Holy Lord, going there, what if you offend him? What to do then? Chen Qin said, I don't care anymore. At most, just kill me and be done with it. This body of mine already can't last for much longer. Finally managed to find Yi Yuan, this fine sapling, I'm not reconciled to it. Tu said. Chen Qi was helpless and could only say, Holy Lord, I'll go. This Crimson Afterglow Holy Land still needs Holy Lord to take charge of the overall situation. But Tu said firmly, no, this time, I'll go personally. With my current condition, I can't last for much longer anymore. If I die, then I die, no big deal. After I'm gone, this Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will temporarily be administered by you. Understood, Holy Lord, Chen Qin said anxiously. Tu waved a hand and said, my will is set, no need to say any more. Finished talking, Tu prepared to get up and leave. Right at this time, a voice transmitted throughout the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's members, listen up. I limit you all to hand over Yi Yuan within 10 breaths of time. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Tu and Chen Qin exchanged glances, both seeing the serious looks in the other party's eyes. The person outside is clearly threatening us, making no attempt to conceal his strength in the slightest. The arrival's strength is so strong, likely. 3rd level Dao profound strength. Tu said solemnly. Chen Qin frowned and said, when did Yi Yuan provoke such a powerful enemy? This kind of adversary, our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land isn't a match at all. Holy Lord, what should we do? 10. The powerhouse outside already started counting down. Tu looked up and heaved a long sigh as he said, Could it be that the heaven wants my crimson afterglow dead? Holy Lord, we'd better go out and take a look first. Perhaps, there's still room for maneuver. Chen Qin said. Tu Yu nodded slightly and said, there's only this as well. Facing such an expert, the two people did not dare to dawdle. This time, Tu Yu personally took the field. Tu Yu flew into the air, but he discovered that the enemy only had two people. He slightly breathed out a sigh in relief inwardly too. One was a middle-aged man. This person's strength was unfathomable. It was that third-level Dao profound powerhouse, while the other was a young man, also ninth-level faceless realm. I wonder how did Yi Yuan offend my lords. I'll offer an apology on his behalf to you gentlemen, is that good? Tu Yu, this Dao profound realm expert, already lowered his attitude very low. A large group of martial artists already gathered outside at this time. Each and every one with an appearance as if facing a great enemy. But when they saw Tu Yu, they were stupefied. Isn't that the Holy Lord? Why is he like this? No way, right, that old man at the end of his life is really Holy Lord Tu Yu. How is this possible? Turns out the rumors were true. Even though Holy Lord Tu Yu is still around, he is already not far from passing away while in meditation. When the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's martial artists saw Tu Yu, they all did not dare to believe their own eyes. However, that young man did not care so much. He just nonchalantly said one sentence, not good. Chapter 846, Overbearing Attitude. Zhou Yu, what are you still stoning there for? Continue counting down. After 10 breaths, if I don't see Yi Yuan, you all will have to be buried with him. No, wait, another breath of time passed just now. It should be 8 breaths, the young man said coldly. This young man was none other than precisely the Zhou Yan who came all the way here. Zhou Yan's attitude was overbearing right now, not giving Tu Yu a chance to speak at all. His objective was very simple, that was in order to capture Yi Yuan. Tu Yu's expression was very ugly. His attitude was already placed subserviently, but the other party did not go for it in the slightest. His appearance clearly already utterly shattered the false impression that he constructed for many years. But right now was already the Crimson Afterglow's most critical moment. Tu Yu could not care that much anymore. Tu Yu gritted his teeth and said, not hiding from this little brother, but Yi Yuan isn't in the Holy Land at the moment. 7. Zhou Yu still counted down unhurriedly. Zhou Yan darted Tu Yu an indifferent glance and said with a cold smile, Holy Land. A first-level Dao profound on the verge of death also dares to call this place a holy land. Heh, whether he's here or not, I don't care. I only know that he is your place's young lord. Finding you guys is definitely not wrong. Also, little brother is not what you can call. Tu Yu's face fell, angered by Zhou Yan until his entire body trembled. This Zhou Yan was completely unreasonable. Yi Yuan's life and death was uncertain right now. Where on earth would he go to find Yi Yuan? Even if Yi Yuan were really here, he would not hand Yi Yuan over either. But this Zhou Yan was too unbridled, thinking nothing of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land at all. Pushing others too far. Do you think that by bringing a third-level Dao profound expert here, this emperor will really be scared of you? Humph, we won't hand Yi Yuan over. If you really want to pester unreasonably, this old man will cut you down right here even if I risk my life too. Zhou Yan was clearly not giving Crimson Afterglow a way out. Tu Yu finally exploded. Although he was already an expiring lamp without oil at present, using all of his power, cutting down a faceless realm martial artist was still achievable, even if the other party brought along a third-level Dao profound realm powerhouse. Zhou Yan raised his eyebrow slightly and gave Tu Yu a disdainful look as he laughed, oh. With just the likes of you, an old fellow halfway buried into the dirt, you dare to talk drivel too? Hoo, fine, this young master will give you this opportunity. If you can touch me even a little, what's the harm if sparing you all? Tu Yu's eyes lit up, and he said, are you challenging me one-on-one here? Dealing with trash like you, how is there a need for Zhou Yu to take action? If not for the sake of making provisions for contingencies, I wouldn't even bring Zhou Yu here, Zhou Yan said nonchalantly, his words filled with contempt towards the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. You're the one who said it. Although Tu Yu was very displeased with Zhou Yan's disdain, this guy's arrogance gave the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land a chance. Without the slightest hesitation, Tu Yu sent a palm straight towards Zhou Yan. The seemingly ordinary palm encompassed the might of heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world was crushing towards Zhou Yan. This was a strength of a Tao profound realm powerhouse. They did not need to deliberately maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at all. Each and every move encompassed the strength of heavenly Tao. In this present era where divine Tao dwindled to zero, Tao profound realm was hailed as the realm closest to heavenly Tao. Even if it was a first-level Tao profound, their strength was terrifyingly powerful too. TCH, I thought what ultimate move there was. Turns out it's such a move. Wasting this young master's time. Break for me. Yuan just stood where he was, both eyes glaring. The air in front of Yu suddenly exploded, emitting extremely scorching power. Yu was taken by surprise and hit flying out directly by this attack. Yu immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood. The death chi on his body was getting increasingly heavier, virtually possible to lose his life at any moment. He was originally an expiring lamp without oil already, and he could not maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at all. Forcefully taking action, he already brought out the last trace of vitality. In his state, even just moving would make vitality flow away, let alone attacking with such great intensity like this. Even if he could cross this hurdle today, Yu probably could not survive past half a year either. Receiving this blow, Yu's expression changed dramatically and he said, "It's actually an ocular art, furthermore, the power of flames. You're people of Vastsen City. What? They are actually Great Shang region's Vastsen City's people. That's a rank 1 holy land. This, isn't young lord an ascender? How did he provoke Vastsen City, this kind of leviathan? It's over, this time. It's utterly over. With Vastsen City's strength, we wouldn't even be sufficient to fill the gaps between their teeth. No wonder this youth is so arrogant. Turns out that he really has the capital to be arrogant. Great Shang region's Vastsen City and Bright Moon City were too distinguishable, both renowned throughout the divine realm for rarely seen ocular arts. Practically no one did not know these two great cities. In front of a rank 1 holy land like this, Crimson Afterglow was completely lacking. Heh, you old man's strength is lacking, but you have some experience and knowledge. That's right, we came precisely from Vastsen City. If you don't want Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Tao teachings to be eradicated, I advise that you guys better hand Yuan over. Yuan said smugly. Yu shook his head and said, Yuan, he really isn't in the Holy Land. Forgive this old man for not being able to hand him over. Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, humph. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Looks like you want to use the entire Crimson Afterglow to be buried together with him. Forget it, this young master will fulfill your wishes. At this point, Yu did not have any more thoughts of getting lucky either. Although he did not know how Yuan offended Yuan's hatred towards Yuan, he could feel it distinctly. This grievance of Yuan's was probably not that easy to resolve. Crimson Afterglow's people, listen up. Today, Crimson Afterglow has encountered a foreign enemy. This old man beseeches everybody in the name of the Holy Lord. Unity of will is like a fortress, repel the foreign enemy. Yu suddenly said to everyone in a clear voice. This shout was to have a last-ditch battle. For so many years, Yu managed Crimson Afterglow firmly like a metal bucket. Even though he had not shown face for many years, his prestige was still there. Adding in Yuan's merciless tone, everyone was already long aware in their hearts that there was no way to escape by sheer luck. So they flashed their weapons one after another, planning on taking a final plunge. Seeing this kind of situation, Yuan's expression was as dark as water. He did not expect that this lousy rank 9 holy land would actually rather the whole army be completely annihilated and also not be willing to hand over a young lord who had just ascended not long ago. What capabilities did Yuan have? Why did everyone all want to revolve around him? The present Yuan was already on the brink of rampaging. He snapped, a bunch of thick-headed things. Since you guys are seeking death, then this young master will send you on your way. Yu, kill for me. Don't leave even a fragment of armor behind. After Yu voiced his assent, a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire Holy Land. Third-level Tao profound strength was exhibited without holding back in the slightest. Mighty Heaven Vastsen Palm. Yu stood in the air and smacked a palm down, only to see an enormous palm formed from flames slapped downwards directly. This enormous palm was seemingly an apocalyptic divine palm to Crimson Afterglow. That horrifying energy undulation made everyone give up all hope within. Chapter 847. Disaster is brought about by careless talk. Tao Profound Realm, one world. Zhou Yu's third level Dao Profound was more than a level stronger compared to Tu Yu's first level Dao Profound. It was nothing difficult for one Zhou Yu to sweep across the entire White Valiant region. Furthermore, Vastsen City's martial techniques were all fire attribute martial techniques with extremely powerful destructive powers. This mighty heaven Vastsen palm being unleashed was truly akin to an apocalyptic palm. If this palm landed, there was bound to be countless casualties. Tu Yu shut his eyes painfully, not daring to look at the subsequent scene. The disparity was too great. Disregarding that he was already a dying lamp without oil now, even when he was at his prime, he was worlds apart from Zhou Yu too. Zhou Yan looked at the ants below the enormous palm with a cold smile, feeling delighted inwardly. To dare oppose this young master, this is your outcome. Just as he was going to see the flesh and blood of everyone under the huge palm flying in all directions, his eyes suddenly became wide circles. That enormous palm actually gradually became faint under his eyes, finally dissipating into nothing. Zhou Yan's expression changed, and he swiveled his head in 4 directions as he said, "Who's sneaking around furtively? Scram out here for this young master." A hand slapped over from inside the void, directly hitting Zhou Yan until he somersaulted in the air. "To dare speak impertinently to this seat, is this how Zhou Jia taught you?" A cold voice sounded out, able to let people discern that there was that hint of sullen anger in his words. Zhou Yan flew out 10,000 feet away in the air before barely managing to stabilize his figure. Reaching his hand towards his face and touching, he discovered that his face was clearly already badly swollen. Although he clearly knew that the other party already showed mercy, his fury still towered into the clouds. Since the other party knew to pull his punches, that meant he was wary of Vastsen City. Since that was the case, what was he still afraid of? Insolent thing, to actually dare attack this young master. "I think that you're tired of." Zhou Yan's words had yet to finish when Zhou Yu arrived at his side with a flash and hurriedly covered his mouth up. "Young master, this person's strength is unfathomable. This subordinate is absolutely not a match. We mustn't readily provoke." Zhou Yu hurriedly said. A disaster was brought about from careless talk. This mysterious person concealed within the void, he could not discern his position at all. That slap earlier, he completely did not know how the other party took action. This level of strength, Zhou Yu knew that he absolutely could not afford to provoke. Moreover, the other party said Zhou Jia's name the moment he opened his mouth. He was probably at least a character on the same level as Family Head too. Zhou Yan was burning with rage at this time. How could he still listen? He exerted his strength to shake off Zhou Yu's hand and roared, "What are you scared of? I don't believe that there's really someone who dares to kill Vastsen City's young lord today. Cowardly rat, listen up for this young master. If you don't kill this young master today, you're a wuss." When that person within the void heard this, he fell silent. Zhou Yan even thought that the other party was scared and laughed even more unbridled as he said, "Ha ha ha. I knew you don't have the guts. Really a pansy. If you don't dare to make a move, then get lost quickly for this father of yours." Zhou Yan was looking at the side, wishing that he could go up and beat Zhou Yan down. This young master was too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. In this divine realm, although forces stronger than Vastsen City were not many, they were not few either. This person hidden in the void was definitely an expert of a region. Even if he really was somewhat apprehensive of Vastsen City, he might really harden his heart and kill after hearing these words. At that time, who would he find to reason things out? All of a sudden, Zhou Yan's words were directly stuck at his throat, his pair of eyes becoming round as balls. At this instant, it was as if his heart had stopped. An immense sense of danger hovered around him. Zhou Yan's entire person was bound up by some kind of inexplicable energy. He could not even breathe. He did not doubt in the slightest that as long as the other party was willing, he could kill him at any time. Zhou Yu's expression changed drastically by the side. He was clearly standing by Zhou Yan's side, but he was completely unable to get rid of the shackling forces in this space. This person's strength was too terrifying. In his desperation, Zhou Yu directly knelt down in the air and said with clasped hands, "Senior, please calm your anger. My family's young master is young and ignorant, and he offended Senior. Zhou Yu offers an apology to you on his behalf. Senior, please let my family's young master off on account of Family Head." Humph, if not for this seat having some friendship with Zhou Jia, with his words, this seat would definitely exterminate your Vastsen City. The person in the void said with a cold snort. Hearing these words, Zhou Yu's expression changed greatly. Looks like they provoked a terrifying existence today. From the other party's tone, one could discern that he did not attach any importance to Vastson City at all. Zhou Yan even provoked him like that. What difference was there from seeking death? Senior, please calm your anger. Zhou Yu had no means and could only kowtow vigorously. You, a retainer, are somewhat loyal. But he offended this seat. The death penalty can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. The moment his voice faded, it was as if Zhou Yan suffered some kind of heavy blow. His entire person suddenly convulsed, then he toppled down stiffly. Zhou Yu turned pale with fright and hurriedly supported Zhou Yan. Senior, get lost. If Zhou Jia feels like challenging me, let him come find me, said the person in the void as he snorted coldly. Zhou Yu's expression changed, and he fled, carrying Zhou Yan at a splitting pace. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's people were long dazed from watching. This mysterious person's strength was simply powerful until it made people's hair stand on end. Hearing the other party's tone, he did not even place the rank 1 Holy Land, Vastson City, in his sights. It was just that all of them were rather curious why this mysterious person would take action to save the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Seeing Zhou Yu retreat, Tu Yu hurriedly brought Chen Qin and the rest to prostrate themselves on the ground towards the void and said, Tu Yu represents everyone in the Crimson Afterglow to give thanks for Senior's life-saving grace. If Senior has any instruction, feel free to instruct us. Tu Yu was a clever man too. The other party definitely would not take action to help the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land for no reason at all. This kind of existence, the Crimson Afterglow would not enter the other party's arcane sights at all. That person in the void was silent for a moment, then he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "You're on the verge of dying and can at most only live for half a year's time. Looks like that guy finding me to refine the 9 Yang Spring Restoring Pill was probably in order to refine for you. Take it. Consuming this pill, it will naturally help you to extend your longevity by 300 years. A medicinal pill flew out from within the void and arrived right in front of Tu Yu. Tu Yu was actually somewhat absent-minded for a moment as he held this medicinal pill. 9 Yang Spring Restoring Pill, this was the 9 Yang Spring Restoring Pill. What kind of character would actually refine such a heaven-defying medicinal pill for him? This mysterious person in front of him was definitely at the Divine King realm without any doubt. But what kind of person could request the other party to refine such a tier 9 medicinal pill? Tu Yu was very clear that this 9 Yang Spring Restoring Pill, even ordinary alchemy emperors could not refine it either. To be able to refine it, they were all characters who had reached the peak of perfection in alchemy. Chen Qin saw Tu Yu in a daze and promptly nudged him a bit. Tu Yu came back to his sense and hurriedly knelt down to give thanks. Senior's great kindness, Tu Yu will never forget it. No need to thank me. Better thank that boy called Yuan. For me to refine this pill on his behalf is also considered returning him a favor. Forget it, looks like he really isn't here. Since there's no luck to meet today, I'll save it for the future. When these words were said, there was no longer any sound in the void. That mysterious person clearly left already. Chapter 848, 1 year. In the Holy Hall, all of the Crimson Afterglow's elders were shockingly present. Inside the Holy Hall at present was dead silent. Each and every one of them did not know how to start talking. Too many things happened today. Everyone had yet to digest it. Finally, it was still Tu Yu who was the first to speak up. Gentlemen, these few years, this emperor was also compelled against my will to linger on with my final breath of life until today. It's just that didn't expect Yuan could actually invite such a major power to specially refine a 9 Yang Spring Restoring Pill for this. Emperor, honestly speaking, I don't know what to say right now as well. Tu Yu was indeed very complicated in his heart. His original intent was to groom Yuan to take over. But little did he think that Yuan actually secretly requested that level of existence to refine the 9 Yang Spring Restoring Pill, this kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill, for him. This favor was owed too great. Even throwing in the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land could not match this medicinal pill's value either. Yuan was clearly just a lower realm martial artist who had ascended not long ago. His cultivation realm was merely boundless realm. But he actually had enemies like the Vastson City and also had friends like that mysterious person. This level of connections was completely not what a rank 9 Holy Land like the Crimson Afterglow could stick a foot in. Putting aside that Zhou Yan only brought along Zhou Yu, even if Zhou Yan came by himself, eradicating the crimson afterglow Holy Land was also plenty to spare. Dao Profound versus Faceless indeed had an overwhelming advantage. But this kind of advantage was not absolute. To Zhou Yan, this level of genius, he could rely on powerful concepts comprehension to heaven-defyingly defeat a first-level Dao Profound. Moreover, the Vastsen Flameheart pupil, this kind of ocular art's lethality was extremely formidable. Crossing realms to battle was even more like having a common meal. These made Yi Yuan's identity become even more mysterious. Making Yi Yuan become the Crimson Afterglow's young lord seemed to have become a joke. Because Yi Yuan was someone on a completely different level from them. When Chen Qin saw the situation, he hastily said the reason for Tu Yu's great loss in longevity. Everyone felt lingering fear after hearing it too. But after Wu Siwan heard it, his expression changed drastically and said, "Holy followers. We ran into two very powerful opponents in the boneyard. They called themselves holy followers." Tu Yu's expression changed. He did not think that such an incident even happened before in the boneyard. After Wu Siwan returned, he always had carefully avoided mentioning the boneyard matters. This was still his first time opening his mouth to mention about the matters that happened underground. It was just that Tu Yu never thought that Wu Siwan actually ran into holy followers at the boneyard. Furthermore, it was two at once. What, you guys ran into two holy followers? No wonder the casualties were so severe. It's just that, those holy followers all had extremely formidable strength. You guys, how did you guys escape? Tu Yu said in puzzlement. He himself had exchanged blows with a holy follower before and was naturally aware of a holy follower's prowess. If not for the Crimson Afterglow's forbidden art being powerful, he would have long been killed by the other party already. Even so, Tu Yu still lost the Crimson Afterglow's most valuable treasure before considering it spending money to get rid of a calamity. They were killed by Yi Yuan. Wu Siwan ruminated for a moment before saying, "What did you say? The two holy follower were both killed by Yi Yuan. How is that possible?" Tu Yu said in disbelief. "Holy Lord, the specific circumstances, I can't tell you. Otherwise, the entire Crimson Afterglow might suffer a disastrous calamity," Wu Siwan said with a frown. That black-clothed person's might, he witnessed it with his own eyes. A pagoda slaying two holy follower experts. Too powerful. Long Teng's warning was still ringing in his ears. If this matter was divulged, Long Teng might really do away with witnesses to prevent divulgence of one's secrets. Even the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was out of the question. Tu Yu's expression turned apprehensive. The matters that happened in the boneyard was clearly even more complicated than he imagined. He nodded his head straight away and said, "Forget it, this emperor won't make things difficult for you either. Hopefully, Yi Yuan will be blessed by heaven and can return safe and sound." A year's time passed in a twinkle. But to Yi Yuan, it was an extremely drawn-out process. He felt like he had a very, very long dream. He walked in the dark, walked and walked, but forever could not walk to the end. Where am I? Seems like my divine soul is being restrained. My divine soul was clearly already torn to shreds by Fiangad Jia Lan. Why is it still well right now? Could it be I'm already dead? Yi Yuan muttered to himself. This question, he thought for very long in this dark space but failed to find an answer. Yi Yuan could not figure it out right now, whether he was alive or dead. Finally came. This will suppression seems to be getting stronger and stronger. In this darkness, the only thing that made Yi Yuan feel like he existed was this will suppression. At set intervals, he would be devastated by this will suppression once. This kind of devastation practically made him had a breakdown. But in this darkness without any hope, his breakdown meant nothing at all. Because Yi Yuan did not even know whether he was alive or dead right now. This incomprehensible will suppression was even many times more powerful than that azure dragon will Yi Yuan cut down in the past. Yi Yuan was wrecked utterly dog-tired by him each time before that will would suddenly disappear as if it had never appeared before. From the very beginning 100 breaths of time, to later, a quarter of an hour, 2 hours, then to the current half a day, Yi Yuan felt that he was in the midst of continuously strengthening. That will was akin to great waves washing away the sand, continuously scouring Yi Yuan's nerves, making him wish that he was dead. That sort of feeling was seriously too overwhelmingly depressing. But right now, Yi Yuan was already thoroughly numb towards this sort of feeling. His endurance was goodness knows how many times stronger compared to when it just started. Finally passed. Am I kind of asking for it a little right now? Why do I feel somewhat uneasy all over if this will doesn't come? But being devastated for so long, it seems like my will suppression became considerably stronger too. Yuan gave a self-deprecating smile but released his own will suppression. He could distinctly feel that he had grown quite a bit in this dark space. All of a sudden, there was a blur before Yuan's eyes. It actually changed scenes. Master, you finally woke up. This 1 year, you worried Blackwind to death. Opening his eyes, the first thing Yuan heard was Blackwind's voice. Yuan blinked his eyes, clearly still kind of dazed. Blackwind, I came out, Yuan said sluggishly. Came out? What came out? Master, you have always been underground here and didn't go out. Blackwind said baffledly. Underground. Yuan furrowed his brows. Memories instantly filled his entire head. He still remembered Fiangad Jia suddenly making a move at that time, tunneling directly into his sea of consciousness, and grinding up his divine soul. Then he knew nothing after that. Right at that time, a burst of mysterious power blasted right onto Jia fiendish sense, shocking him out of his sea of consciousness. After that, darkness descended, wrapping Yuan's tattered divine soul inside entirely. Then afterward, it was that infinite torture. Chapter 849, Transformation. Black bead. What saved him must be the black bead. This black bead was truly miraculous. His divine soul was already heavily wounded by Fiangad Jia, and the black bead actually brought him back to life. Then what confined him inside the dark space was also the black bead. Just what the hell is this black bead, to actually be so miraculous? Yuan muttered. What bead is Master talking about? Oh, right, when that Fiangad Jia came out from Master's body, he mentioned before about some soul-suppressing pearl. Blackwind suddenly recalled something and said. Soul-suppressing pearl. Yuan was stunned but had never heard this name before. Back then, when he obtained this black bead from the Grand Yan True Sect's ruins, it entered his sea of consciousness incomprehensibly. And it also saved him several times at critical junctures. This time, it even forcefully dragged him back from an extent from impending death, fully restoring his tattered divine soul. You said just now, 1 year. I've already slept here for a year's time. Yuan suddenly recalled something and said in surprise. Yes, Master. In the beginning, Blackwind was very worried about Master's safety. But later, although Master did not wake up, you continuously broke through cultivation realms in your sleep, making Blackwind endlessly amazed. Only then did I set my mind at ease. Just earlier, Master actually directly broke through to Heaven Enlightenment realm in your sleep and didn't even trigger any heavenly tribulation. It's seriously too incredible. After Yuan fell into a coma, his aura had always been vague and fleeting, looking very frightening, as if he might pass away at any time. Blackwind was also anxious but could not do anything by the side, completely at a loss on what to do. But after this kind of state kept persisting for a period of time, not only did Yuan not die, he directly broke through a minor cultivation realm instead, breaking through to the 5th level boundless realm. This discovery made Blackwind unbelievably shocked. He was already going to die and could actually still break through. Then, around a month's time passed again, Yuan actually broke through once more. In 1 year, Yuan's cultivation realm actually soared rapidly, breaking through all the way to peak 9th level boundless realm. From the initial most worry, Blackwind became astonished. Yuan's situation was too strange. Blackwind had no way of understanding it all. But one thing was certain, Yuan was already fine. Which dying person could still break through continuously? But recently, Yuan's cultivation realm already reached the nodal point of breaking through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm. Blackwind became worried again. This heavenly tribulation from middle 3 realms to upper 3 realms was not that easy to transcend. But just now, Yuan directly broke through to Heaven Enlightenment realm, and he did not even trigger the heavenly tribulation. Breaking through the middle 3 realms, one must experience a major heavenly tribulation once. With Yuan's strength, this heavenly tribulation's power was bound to not be small. But right now, he already finished breaking through, and even a hint of the heavenly tribulation could not be seen. This really made Blackwind's jaws drop. Yuan also could not quite make head or tail of it but recalled his experiences inside the dark space. Could it be that the will devastation in the dark space was actually cultivation? Yuan immediately examined his own divine soul and discovered that between the eyebrows of his divine soul, there was indeed an additional eye. This was the hallmark of breaking through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm. Opening a heavenly eye, Upper three realms gained enlightenment on Tao. The so-called heaven enlightenment realm was the divine soul unlocking a heavenly eye and could have a preliminary glimpse into the secrets of heavenly Tao. This heavenly eye was a kind of resonance between the divine soul and heavenly Tao. Martial artists could see the power of laws that they could not see in the past through the heavenly eye, and comprehend these power of laws and use them for themselves from there. Wanting to reach this step was a tremendous test to middle three realms martial artists. One must comprehend sufficiently profound concepts before breaking through to heaven enlightenment realm to be able to open up the heavenly eye easier. And after opening the heavenly eye, martial artists' speed of comprehending concepts would be dozens of times faster compared to before. Especially those genius martial artists, their comprehension speed could increase hundreds, thousands of times. Heaven enlightenment realm was the realm where one truly soared to the skies in one move. Therefore, reaching heaven enlightenment realm, martial artists' strength would have a qualitative leap. Boundless realm, martial artists were completely inadequate to look at in front of heaven enlightenment realms. However, precisely because comprehending concepts before heaven enlightenment realm was more difficult, it was even harder to come by for Yuan to be able to comprehend a supreme true intent to the fifth stage before heaven enlightenment realm. In terms of concepts comprehension, Yuan did not choose the easy way in the least bit. He relied on his comprehension abilities to understand it step by step. Yuan examined his essence energy C again and discovered that his essence energy C already reached a horrifying circumference of 1 million feet unknowingly. This level was as many as dozens of times of ordinary heaven enlightenment realm martial artists. Solely in terms of essence energy C, Yuan could compare to middle stage heaven enlightenment realm martial artists now too. Truly inconceivable. My soul force actually already reached middle stage alchemy saint. What surprised Yuan more was still his soul force. In the past, Yuan's divine soul realm always followed his cultivation realm. Even if his soul force already reached the level of great circle of perfection, it was also not possible to break through the body's fetters. But now, he actually smashed these fetters. Yuan had never heard before that someone's divine soul realm could actually break through the body's limits. Even if your divine soul cultivation method was cultivated any more fearsomely, it was also impossible for initial stage heaven enlightenment realm martial artists to cultivate to middle stage alchemy saint. But now, Yuan did it. What? Master just broke through to the heaven enlightenment realm and your soul force actually already reached middle stage alchemy saint. How is this possible? Blackwind was shocked to the core. Yuan gave a bitter laugh. A surge of powerful soul force was released. Sensing Yuan's soul force, Blackwind's eyes were filled with disbelief. Really middle stage alchemy saint? My God, how can such a miraculous thing happen in this world? Blackwind was already unable to use words to describe his astonishment. This sort of impossible to happen thing actually really happened in front of him. No matter what divine soul cultivation method one cultivated in, it was not possible to break through to the next level at a corresponding cultivation realm. This was common sense. But the current Yuan shattered this common sense. Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, I don't know what's going on either. Looks like the problem still occurred with the soul-suppressing pearl. Seems like I still have to find Jia Lan when there's a chance and inquire about this soul-suppressing pearl's matters from him. Jia Lan coming into being should originally be a matter that made the divine realm fall into immense terror, but he was severely injured by Yuan. Especially the time where he seized possession. Jia Lan's fiendish sense probably injured his foundations. He completely had no way of recovering to his peak state within a short time. If Yuan met Jia Lan again, Yuan believed that he should have sufficient strength to deal with him. Master breaking through the body's limits, this kind of thing, you must take care not to expose it in front of people. Otherwise, it will stir up huge problems, Blackwind said with a solemn face. Once this sort of thing was revealed, Yuan was surely be treated as a lab rat, drawing countless people's covetous eyes. Yuan said smilingly, you don't need you to remind me about this. I naturally got it. Oh, right, I remember that there were still 2 holy followers at that time. Those 2 people's strengths were extremely formidable. Why didn't they attack us? Blackwind's expression dimmed as he said, Lord Throne, his condition seems to be very bad. Chapter 850, Chaotic Devil C. Hearing Blackwind telling the situation on that day, Yuan's expression was very ugly. After he went into a coma, Long Teng actually forcefully deployed the vast heaven pagoda and slew the 2 holy followers. Actually, regarding Long Teng's identity, Yi Yuan had some surmises long ago. However, Long Teng did not tell him, so he did not go and expose it either. Even if the dragon race's lifespan was a lot longer compared to the human race, it was absolutely impossible for Long Teng to live for 50,000 years either. As for what Long Teng said before, Fang Tian letting him survive until now through altering the flow of time, that was even more absurd. Forget about Long Teng, even Fang Tian himself, as long as he did not break through to deity realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to live until now either. Even if Fang Tian had heaven-defying attainments in the Tao of Time. If Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, Long Teng should be the vast heaven pagoda's artifact spirit. Although Yi Yuan refined the vast heaven steel, due to his cultivation realm being too low, he was completely unable to unleash the true power of the vast heaven pagoda. Yi Yuan reckoned that even if the vast heaven pagoda's grade did not reach divine artifact, it was probably not far off either. However, Long Teng's condition being poor was true. Yi Yuan estimated that during the great monumental battle 50,000 years ago, Long Teng probably suffered considerable injuries too, resulting in him not recovering until now. Forcefully deploying the vast heaven pagoda was overly forceful to the Long Teng in this kind of state. Blackwind said that after Long Teng returned to the vast heaven pagoda, he never came out again either. Even though Blackwind could not make head or tail of the situation, Long Teng's weakness, he perceived it. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, and he immediately entered inside the vast heaven pagoda. At present, Yi Yuan already broke through to heaven enlightenment realm. After entering the vast heaven pagoda, he distinctly sensed that it was somewhat different from before. Yi Yuan came before the vast heaven steel and sunk his divine sense inside. Some of the hidden space he previously could not sense actually surfaced in his mind vividly. That Fang Tian was indeed a monstrous genius, to actually still have such attainments in the Tao of artifact refining. Vast heaven pagoda is a marvelous creation excelling nature. It's probably not far from the divine artifact of the legends either. Yi Yuan sighed with admiration. Ever since deity realm powerhouses vanished, divine artifacts had never appeared in the divine realm again. For Fang Tian to refine the vast heaven pagoda with his own ability, it could be seen how formidable his strength was. His heart stirred. Yi Yuan's figure appeared inside a secret space in the vast heaven pagoda. In here, Yi Yuan could distinctly sense that the flow of time became much slower. In front of a black silhouette, it was precisely the Long Teng whom he had not met for a long time. Regarding Yi Yuan's arrival, Long Teng did not have any reaction at all. He was still sound asleep. If it were normally, Yi Yuan's appearance would surely have startled Long Teng. Senior Long Teng. The Long Teng in his slumber slowly opened his eyes, clearly very low-spirited. When he saw Yi Yuan, he could not help revealing a relieved expression. Yi Yuan, huh, I knew that this brat's life is tenacious and won't die that easily. You broke through to heaven enlightenment realm. Not bad, not bad. Long Teng forced a laugh. Yi Yuan bowed deeply and said, many thanks for Senior's grace of saving my life. Hoo-hoo, you're the owner of the vast heaven pagoda. Naturally, you can also be called as my master. I obviously can't watch you be killed by that Jalan passively. Long Teng saying this was equivalent to tacitly acknowledging his identity as the artifact spirit. Yi Yuan's intelligence, he had long bore witness before and knew that Yi Yuan definitely guessed his identity long ago. It was just that Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was still low at that time and did not obtain his true approval. Yi Yuan could not even control the vast heaven pagoda. How could Long Teng easily acknowledge him as his master? Senior forcefully deployed the vast heaven pagoda. You have likely already injured your foundation. Can you allow Yi Yuan to do a check? Yi Yuan did not have superfluous words of thanks. This kindness, it was enough for him to remember in his heart. Long Teng nodded his head slightly. Yi Yuan's soul force crept up and started investigating Long Teng's situation. Long Teng trembled slightly and exclaimed in surprise, Your cultivation is at the first level heaven enlightenment realm, so why would you have middle stage alchemy saint soul force? I can't make head or tail of this either. But it should be the effect of that whatever soul suppressing pearl, right? Senior, don't resist, wait for me to check a little while. Yi Yuan carefully swept over Long Teng's body, but his brows knitted together. Artifact spirit, this kind of existence, was very special. As long as the vast heaven pagoda was not destroyed, Long Teng could survive for an extremely long time. But for Long Teng, as a proud member of the dragon race, to willingly become the vast heaven pagoda's artifact spirit, it could be seen that his relationship with Fang Tian was not ordinary. Although becoming an artifact spirit, he could obtain a long life, the price was to never enter samsara. The existence of artifact spirits was somewhat similar to divine souls but had differences. Under normal circumstances, it was very hard for artifact spirits to get injured. But once injured, it was extremely troublesome. Looks like that great battle 50,000 years ago, Senior injured your foundation. Forcefully deploying the vast heaven pagoda, Senior's wounds added injuries on top of injuries, Yuan said solemnly. Long Tang said smilingly, looks like you guessed it since long ago. That's right, during that great battle 50,000 years ago, the vast heaven pagoda once withstood a heaven-quaking blow from the heavenly fian god head-on before. The vast heaven pagoda itself suffered tremendous damage, while I also damaged my foundation under that blow. Originally, in these 50,000 years, my injuries already improved quite a bit. But forcefully deploying the vast heaven pagoda this time aggravated my injuries again. But you don't have to worry either, I won't die. Yuan's expression changed slightly when he heard that too. To be able to severely wound the vast heaven pagoda comparable to a divine artifact, that heavenly fian god's strength was truly daunting until it made people's hair stand on its end. Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Senior, you don't need to feign composure anymore. Although artifact spirits' longevity is long, they are not of undying bodies. Your injuries have never gotten better because you injured your foundation, and your self-recovery abilities weakened greatly. If it continues to deteriorate like this, you'll probably thoroughly perish before long. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Chaotic Devil Sea. Chaotic Devil Sea, Long Tang said in puzzlement. The era when Long Tang roamed the divine realm unhindered, the factions were already completely different from presently. The name Chaotic Devil Sea, it was still his first time hearing it. Yuan nodded his head and said, The Chaotic Devil Sea is formed by 7 great regions. These 7 great regions don't belong to any forces. In the Chaotic Devil Sea, the strong reigns supreme, going on a killing spree at the word of disagreement. There is no order to speak of whatsoever. It's a haven for those wicked people and people who aren't willing to be restricted by rules. In the Chaotic Devil Sea, they don't look at the background, only strength. To the divine realm, the Chaotic Devil Sea was a very special place. That place was utterly chaotic. Killing people to seize treasures was common occurrences. As long as you had sufficient strength, you could live very comfortably there. Outside martial artists entering, they were completely unable to adapt at all. Wanting to sit around and do nothing, waiting to die, was totally impossible. Want to survive, one had to become stronger. In the Chaotic Devil Sea, there was no lack of some targets wanted by major forces. But as long as they enter the Chaotic Devil Sea, those forces would not be able to do anything about them at all. Even super holy lands could not either. Putting it bluntly, this was a world where the strong feasts and the weak were prey. In that place, it was teeming with the flavor of primitiveness. Going to that sort of place for what? Even though you broke through to the heaven enlightenment realm, going to that kind of place is too dangerous, right? Long Tang's countenance changed as he said. Chapter 851, Young Lord Returning. Although Long Tang had not been to the Chaotic Devil Sea before, hearing Yuan's simple description, he knew that place definitely had a large group of murderous and wicked villains. That kind of place, experts were probably in abundance. Experts that were able to survive there, their strength should definitely be incomparably formidable. Even those great holy lands' geniuses might not be stronger than them. As for such a place, there were definitely a large group of Tao Profound Realm experts too. That went even more without saying. Even those faceless realm martial artists might not be people that Yuan could easily cross realms to battle with. The White Valiant region was just one of the divine realm's most remote regions. The martial artists here, their strengths were not very strong. But in the Chaotic Devil Sea, that kind of place could be said to be a place where countless divine realm powerhouses gathered. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. Therefore, Long Tang's concern was not utterly unjustifiable. Yuan just smiled and said, if I can't even handle a Chaotic Devil Sea, my great vengeance don't need to be avenged anymore either. Senior, rest assured, a mere Chaotic Devil Sea, Yuan, still won't place in my sights. Senior's injuries can't be delayed. Only by going to the Chaotic Devil Sea can it be treated. Long Tang's expression became slightly austere as he said, just what does the chaotic devil see have that you insist on going? Scanned divine stone. Yi Yuan nonchalantly uttered 3 words but made Long Teng's expression change drastically. What did you say? That chaotic devil sea actually has scanned divine stones. That's right. What I know at present, in the divine realm, only the chaotic devil sea has scanned divine stones. Only scanned divine stones can aid senior to consolidate your foundation and nurture your essence, to recover to your peak condition, Yi Yuan said. Scanned divine stone was a type of extremely rare wondrous item. It had extremely great nourishing effects towards divine souls, primordial spirits, artifact spirits, these types of existences. Since Long Teng was an artifact spirit, Yi Yuan had no way of refining medicinal pills for him at all. Only the scanned divine stone, which was a kind of heaven and earth wonder, could treat his injuries. Long Teng gave Yi Yuan a glance with a complicated expression, but he shook his head and said, "This place that produces scanned divine stones is probably exceedingly dangerous, right? With your current strength, it's likely too dangerous. And I already don't have strength left to spare to control the vast heaven pagoda one more time again." Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard and said, "Senior just have to care about recuperating in this place. Other things, leave them to me." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and he exited the vast heaven pagoda directly. Watching Yi Yuan's departing back view, Long Teng was slightly dazed. Only after a long time did he scold with a smile, "Stinking brat." Although Yi Yuan inherited the vast heaven pagoda, for such a long time, he had always been testing Yi Yuan's character. Therefore, Yi Yuan actually did not truly obtain much help after acquiring the vast heaven pagoda for a long time. Without this artifact spirit's approval, Yi Yuan could not even find this secret space. But this time, Yi Yuan entering the boneyard without a single backward glance, wanting to slay fiend god Jia Lan, finally made Long Teng thoroughly accept Yi Yuan. This recent period of time, an extremely major incident happened in the White Valiant region. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Holy Lord, Tu Yu, actually gained a new lease on life. After secluding for 10 months, he miraculously broke through to 2nd level Dao Profound. This incident shocked the entire White Valiant region. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was filled with exultation from top to bottom. The depressing air amassed these few years was instantly swept clean. The other 6 Holy Lands Holy Lords all issued greeting cards to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, wanting to come to the White Valiant region to express felicitations to Tu Yu. Helpless, Tu Yu could only organize a grand ceremony to welcome guests from all over. "Holy Lord, the 6 Holy Lands Holy Lords are all already waiting in the Great Hall," Chen Qin entered and said. Tu Yu darted Chen Qin a glance and said, "Sai, you also know that my lucky breakthrough this time was all thanks to Yi Yuan. Now that Yi Yuan's life and death is uncertain, we're hosting some grand ceremony in Crimson Afterglow. I can't get past this psychological hurdle." Chen Qin said helplessly, "This is also something that can't be helped. Holy Lord breaking through to the 2nd level Dao Profound this time, not only does your strength reign supreme in the White Valiant region, but your longevity also increased several hundred years out of thin air." Although the 6 great Holy Lands Holy Lords didn't say it explicitly, for them to come personally to congratulate, they are already expressing their intent to submit. If we don't accept it, it will instead cause everybody to panic. As for Yi Yuan, this subordinate also wishes for him to come back safe and sound soon. But his matters are evidently already not what we can poke our noses into. Be that as it may, I keep feeling like I owe Yi Yuan too much in my heart, Tu Yu said with a sigh. Talking about owing, it's not a matter of just Holy Lord alone. The entire Crimson Afterglow all owe him far too much, Chen Qin said helplessly. That Divine King Powerhouse said before when giving Tu Yu the medicinal pill, he owed Yi Yuan a favor. To be able to make this kind of existence owe a favor, Yi Yuan's background was definitely not small. Therefore, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was actually very embarrassed right now, especially Tu Yu. He felt like he owed Yi Yuan too much, but he had no way of repaying Yi Yuan anything. Especially now that a year had passed, and there was no news about Yi Yuan. This made Tu Yu feel even more fearful and in suspense. "Say, do you think Yi Yuan can come back or not?" Tu Yu said. Chen Qin could not help choking up, nodding his head, then shaking his head again. But in the end, he did not know what he should say. According to the way Wu Siwan said it, Yi Yuan was injured extremely severely at that time. Now, there was already no news for an entire year. The likelihood of survival was probably already very low. In the end, Tu Yu gave a long sigh, but he still went out toward the Great Hall. In the Great Hall, the Crimson Afterglow organized a grand celebration. The White Valiant region's major and minor forces practically all gathered at the Crimson Afterglow, all here to express congratulations to Tu Yu. Congratulations, Holy Lord Tu. Soaring to the skies in one bound this time seriously made people endlessly shocked. Holy Lord Tu is indeed a prodigious talent. In the future, our Cloud Watchtower Holy Land will listen only to the Crimson Afterglow's orders. The Crimson Afterglow is well deserving of being a veteran Holy Land with deep foundations. Holy Lord Tu breaking through to the second level Tao profound this time, you have got to take care of us in the future. The ones talking were all Holy Lords. These Holy Lords had always been contending in secret between themselves to see who could be the first to break through to the second level Tao profound realm. And among them, Tu Yu's age was the oldest. His hope was naturally the bleakest as well. These few years, it had always been widely rumored that Tu Yu entered closed seclusion, wanting to break through to second level Tao profound, but he had never succeeded. Not only the Crimson Afterglow's own people doubted Tu Yu, but even these Holy Lords were also very suspicious about Tu Yu's situation too. If not for Tu Yu's age being the oldest and his strength being the strongest too, they would probably have made a move long ago to probe. But now, they never would have thought that among the 7 Holy Lords, it was actually Tu Yu who was the first to break through to the second level Tao profound realm. In front of people, Tu Yu naturally would not display dispirited emotions. He immediately said, coolly, everybody doesn't have to be courteous. The White Valiant region is everyone's White Valiant region, not my, Tu Yu's, personal White Valiant region. Our White Valiant region belongs to the bottom of the barrel existences in the divine realm. Everybody should support each other all the more so, like birds of a feather. When making polite and insincere comments, Tu Yu did not even blink his eyes. But right at this time, someone shouted at the top of voice outside the door, young Lord came back. Why young Lord Yi has returned. Tu Yu's expression changed, and his face immediately revealed a look of wild elation as he vanished from inside the great hall with a whoosh. 0. Starting from this chapter, we will capitalize G and S in great and super holy lands. Chapter 852, Double Happiness. On the Crimson Afterglow streets, a group of people clustered around a young man, all incredibly excited. Young Lord, it's great that you're all right. You have no idea, we were all worried sick about you in this 1 year. Yeah, young Lord, Elder Wu came back and said that your situation was very bad. We were all worried to death. You're the hope of our Crimson Afterglow's future, nothing must happen. Yi, young Lord, you broke through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm already. One could tell that these young men truly took Yi Yuan to be like an idol. They were very worried about him this period of time. Although the time Yi Yuan became the young lord was not long, his series of methods still brought everyone into submission. Even Wu Siwan yielded, let alone the rest. Furthermore, Soul Martial Divine King, Zhang Zizhen's appearance the previous time made Yi Yuan's prestige in the youngsters' hearts rise to an impossible height even more. To have relations with such a terrifying existence, this young lord was truly remarkable. Tu Yu gaining a new lease on life and breaking through to the second level Tao profound realm, people coming from all around to pay respects, these were all intricately linked to young Lord Yi Yuan. If there were no Yi Yuan, those 6 holy lords would probably not be here to pay respects but sending out an army to attack instead. But when they discovered that Yi Yuan actually broke through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm, each and every one of them was so astonished that they could not close their mouths. Didn't Wu Siwan say that Yi Yuan was badly wounded and that his life was in critical danger? Why did he directly break through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm after a year of not appearing in public? Reality seemed to be entirely different from Elder Wu's version of things. Yi Yuan saw through everyone's doubts, but said smilingly, what Elder Wu said was right, when he left, I was indeed on the verge of dying. But later, I obtained some good fortune. Not only did my injuries recover fully, I even broke through cultivation realms consecutively. Wu Siwan was at loggerheads with Yi Yuan. This was something that was known to all in the Crimson Afterglow. These youngsters having doubts, that was within reason. In reality, Wu Siwan also suffered considerable skepticism in this 1 year. They did not know what happened in the boneyard. There were even people who suspected whether or not Wu Siwan struck a vicious blow against young Lord. But the Holy Lord did not seem to look into this matter excessively. In this 1 year, Wu Siwan had constantly lived in the seclusion of his own home and rarely came out. He himself withstood tremendous pressure too. If not for Wang Zan supporting Wu Siwan fervently, probably even Tu Yu would not believe Wu Siwan either. Thanks to Yi Yuan, Wang Zan also returned alive this time. And this Wang Zan was First Elder Chen Qin's trusted confidant. Yi Yuan, it's great that you came back. A figure flashed. Tu Yu revealed his figure, his appearance extremely agitated. Yi Yuan returning safe and sound, a huge rock in his heart finally landed on the ground. Seeing Tu Yu appear, the others all gave a bow, then withdrew in succession. The Crimson Afterglow's people all understood why Tu Yu would be so agitated. Yi Yuan smiled as he cupped his fists and said, "Congratulations to Holy Lord for breaking through to second level Dao Profound." Those youngsters chiming into the conversation, Yi Yuan also figured out what was going on in the Crimson Afterglow today. For Tu Yu to be able to break through to the second level Dao Profound realm indicated that Zhang Zizhen already came by before. Tu Yu was originally peak first level Dao Profound. Except, he had always been stuck at this bottleneck and was unable to break through. In proportion to the difficulty of refining, the 9 Yang Spring Restoring Pill's medicinal effects were extremely strong too. Tu Yu breaking through to second level Dao Profound was within Yi Yuan's expectations. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that he would actually be gone for a year's time. What's there to congratulate about? Any greater joyous occasion can't match up to your safe return too. Tu Yu went up agitatedly to pull Yi Yuan into his arms, rather like old friends who had not met for many years. At this time, the other holy lords also followed outside. Seeing this scene, they could not help clicking their tongues in amazement. The relationship between the Holy Lord and the young lord can be said to be a relationship of a master and an apprentice as well. But there would never be a Holy Lord with such an attitude towards the young lord. The Sheng Jun following behind the Cloud Watchtower Holy Lord was rather understanding towards this scene. He had witnessed before Yi Yuan's methods underground. He was certain that even if these Holy Lords were present, they absolutely could not do it to Yi Yuan's sort of extent either. Furthermore, hearing the news of Tu Yu breaking through to the second level Dao Profound realm, Sheng Jun's first reaction was that it had something to do with Yi Yuan. This was just a kind of intuition. Sheng Jun could not say why either. Tu Yu had always been announcing that he was in seclusion to assault the second level Dao Profound these few years, but he had never succeeded all along. Now, Yi Yuan just became the young lord and Tu Yu successfully broke through. This was a bit too coincidental as well. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "What's Holy Lord saying? You're the backbone of the Crimson Afterglow. Now that you broke through to the second level Dao Profound, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land has at least several hundred years of glory. This is the first-rate joyous occasion for our Crimson Afterglow." Yi Yuan's position in Tu Yu's heart was long not what a young lord could be summarized with. But today's protagonist was Tu Yu. Yi Yuan obviously would not be a gatecrasher and usurp the host's place. Furthermore, he was going to leave soon after. Coming back this time was primarily still for the sake of saying goodbye, but he did not expect to just happen to run into the grand celebration. "Haha, this emperor has too many things I wish to tell you. Let's have a good chat later. There are many guests present today, so let's not neglect them," Tu Yu said. Tu Yu naturally had a belly full of words he wanted to say to Yi Yuan. But these words were not appropriate to say explicitly in front of people, so he could only hold it in as well. When those holy lords saw Tu Yu's joyful appearance, each and every one of their expression turned dim. Entering the boneyard this time, 6 out of the 7 great holy lands young lords perished all at once. Only Sheng Jun alone returned. This threw their hearts into turmoil. To be able to become the young lord, each one of them depended on numerous resources of the Holy Land. The Holy Lords definitely also expended painstaking effort. Losing it all at once, it was hard for them to avoid feeling downcast in their hearts. It was just that they never thought that after a time interval of a year, Yi Yuan actually survived miraculously. It touched their sore spot all of a sudden. "Gentlemen, today, my Crimson Afterglow is blessed with 2 joyous events at the same time. This emperor is very happy. Everybody, come into the Great Hall. Yi won't return without getting drunk," Tu Yu said heroically. Seeing Yi Yuan return safe and sound, he was too happy in his heart. As for his current behavior, it was very different from how he usually acted. These holy lords were all shrewd and astute and naturally perceived something different. Regarding this Crimson Afterglow's newly ascended young lord, they all cast over curious looks. When he was passing by Sheng Jun also said with a cheerful look, "Brother Yi being able to return safely, this Sheng is glad from the bottom of my heart. I just didn't expect that Brother Yi profited from a misfortune this time and actually broke through to the heaven enlightenment realm." When Sheng Jun saw Yi Yuan, he was incomparably shocked in his heart too. Having his divine soul minced by Fian God Jia Lan, not only did Yi Yuan's injuries recover fully, he even broke through a major cultivation realm in a year's time. This was simply something inconceivable. Yi Yuan gave Sheng Jun a glance with a profound meaning and said smilingly, "Time waits for no man, Brother Sheng got to buck up too. Perhaps someday when the divine realm gets thrown into chaos, I still have to rely on Brother Sheng's strength." Sheng Jun's heart went cold, immediately feeling greater pressure. The might of the fiend god was already deeply imprinted in his mind. If Fian God Jia Lan really could recover to his pinnacle strength, that would truly be a great calamity to the divine realm. Chapter 853, Send Off. What, you want to go to the chaotic Devil Sea? After the great celebration, Yu dragged Yi Yuan into a hidden chamber without delay to carry out a conversation. But the words Yi Yuan's threw out gave Yu a fright. "Yes, I have important things and must make a trip to the chaotic Devil Sea." Yi Yuan nodded and said, But, Yi Yuan suddenly mentioning that he wanted to leave thoroughly threw Yu's tempo into confusion. He actually did not know what to say for a moment. Only after thinking for a long time, did Yu say, "Then, will you still be coming back?" At present, Yu was already aware that the Crimson Afterglow, this temple, was too small, and simply could not accommodate Yi Yuan, a great deity. It was just that Yu never expected that this day would actually arrive so quickly. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Yu's concerns and said smilingly, "Rest assured, Holy Lord. No matter where I go, I'll always be the Crimson Afterglow's young lord. But I probably can't make it back for a short while." This sentence represented Yi Yuan's promise to Yu. When Yi Yuan soared in the future, he would absolutely pull the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land along. It was just that right now, Yi Yuan was unable to stay in the Crimson Afterglow anymore. Yi Yuan was carrying too many things on his shoulders. He had more things to do. A measly little Crimson Afterglow was not his stage. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yu's expression became complicated. He finally gave a sigh and said, "Ever since that lord appeared, I knew that you'd leave sooner or later one day. But didn't expect that it was so soon. Since your mind is made up, I won't hold you back anymore. This life of mine was given by you. If you have any needs, feel free to speak." "That's not right, Holy Lord. The Crimson Afterglow's foundation, the desolate ancient drip essence pool, was ruined by me." Yi Yuan is seized with fear. "Just a measly little 9-yang spring restoring pill, Holy Lord, don't have to worry about it," Yi Yuan said. The value of the primeval dragon bone was far above that of the 9-yang spring restoring pill. Its significance to Yi Yuan was absolutely not what a 9-yang spring restoring pill could compare to either. If not for so, how could Yi Yuan possibly utilize such a huge favor to make the sole martial divine king of the 10 great divine kings, Zhang Zizhen, take action to refine this 9-yang spring restoring pill? Yi Yuan could feel that Yu was truly planning on grooming him as the successor, so he had quite a favorable impression towards Crimson Afterglow as well. But Yu shook his head and said, "The desolate ancient drip essence pool's significance was actually already not great to Crimson Afterglow. Otherwise, we wouldn't have kept on going downhill too. Forefather, that sort of peerless genius, is not so easy to show up. You being able to walk to the 7th level of the desolate ancient drip essence pool was already a miracle to the Crimson Afterglow. The desolate ancient drip essence pool was good, but not everybody could walk to the 7th level region. Except that this time, the Crimson Afterglow really produced several fine saplings. Especially Yi Yuan, he actually walked to the final level. This was already a tie with Forefather's record. If there were no accidents, Yi Yuan breaking through to the Divine King realm was no issue at all. One had to know that the Forefather was in existence comparable to the 10 great Divine Kings. His strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, no matter which aspect one looked at, Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defyingly scary. His future accomplishments might not be lower than Forefather's. Oh, right, with that guy's temperament, seeing that I'm not in the Crimson Afterglow, he shouldn't take the initiative to make an appearance. How did you detect that fellow's existence? Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked. Yu's heart was slightly apprehensive. Yi Yuan's tone when talking was very casual, like he was old friends with that lord. Tu Yu was shrewd with age and could naturally tell that Yi Yuan was not putting on an appearance. But this involuntarily made him become even more curious. Just what kind of person was Yi Yuan, to actually be able to become friends with that kind of existence? A person who was able to think nothing of vast Sin City, no matter how one racked their heads. He was not an ordinary divine king powerhouse either. Seeing Yi Yuan inquire, Tu Yu naturally would not hide it either, giving a recount of the situation that happened that day. Yi Yuan frowned hard when he heard that. He did not think that there was still such a thing in between this. This was really an accident arising from many causes. Otherwise, when he returned now, the crimson afterglow would probably be a wasteland already. Thinking about it, he was filled with lingering fear after the event too. Yi Yuan really did not expect that Zhou Yan actually refused to give up on his evil designs, and he even came to the crimson afterglow holy land. Looks like not teaching him a bit of lesson. This fellow would really go from bad to worse. Yi Yuan's expression was as dark as water. A terrifying aura emitted very naturally. Tu Yu could not help being slightly startled when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan was clearly only heaven enlightenment realm, but he actually gave rise to feelings of dread towards Yi Yuan's aura. Looks like after coming out from the chaotic devil sea, I'll have to drop by vast Sin City. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Tu Yu was speechless when he heard that. Vast Sin City was a rank 1 holy land with deep foundations. Just the divine king powerhouses were quite a few. Even if Yi Yuan's talent was shocking and he was already a faceless realm martial artist after coming out of the chaotic devil sea, it was not possible to deal with a vast Sin City too, right? But thinking about how Yi Yuan knew that lord, Tu Yu let go of his worries too. As long as he called that lord, presumably vast Sin City would really not dare to act rashly without careful consideration, right? The next day morning, in front of Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's large-scale transmission array, came a dozen overfigures. They were all here to send Yi Yuan off. Brother Yi, I didn't expect that you'll be leaving right after you came back. This Sheng was still planning on finding you to enjoy a cup of wine and have a nice chat. Seems like there's no opportunity. The chaotic devil sea is different from the White Valiant region. Brother Yi got to be careful everywhere. Sheng Jun clasped his hands and said. Yi Yuan smiled as he said, rest assured, Brother Sheng, this Yi is naturally aware. Brother Sheng understands the righteousness of a cause. In the future, your accomplishments are bound to be limitless. This White Valiant region is too small. If there's a chance, best to go out and walk around more. Entering the boneyard this time, Sheng Jun's performance made Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. The human race had an enormous population but was in a state of disunity. People with courage and were worthy like Sheng Jun were really not many. Now that the divine realm's undercurrents were surging and Fiangad Jia land came into being, it was precisely a period of trouble. People like Sheng Jun, naturally the more the merrier. Sheng Jun smiled and said, Brother Yi has the same thought as this Sheng. Even if Brother Yi didn't say, this Sheng plans to go out and walk around sometime soon too. Yi Yuan nodded his head and fished out a small bottle, and threw it to Sheng Jun as he said, this is a Dharma word pill that this Yi refined yesterday night. I believe it will be of some help to Brother Sheng. Sheng Jun's entire body trembled as he received the Dharma word pill in Yi Yuan's hand in disbelief. This is really a Dharma word pill. This Sheng has long heard before of the name of Dharma word pill, but nobody in the White Valiant region is able to refine this pill. Didn't expect that Brother Yi actually has such capability. Sheng Jun marveled. Dharma word pill was a medicinal pill that helped Heaven Enlightenment Realm medicinal pills breakthrough to Faceless Realm. Although it was a Tier 7 medicinal pill, it was extremely hard to refine. Even that Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's alchemy venerable powerhouses could not refine it at all either. Sheng Jun was unable to imagine that Yi Yuan actually only used a night's time to refine a Dharma word pill. Regarding Yi Yuan's martial strength, Sheng Jun had a clear understanding long ago. But he did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had such heaven-defying attainments in alchemy. Hoo-hoo, Dharma word pill isn't considered some incredible medicinal pill. It's not hard for this Yi to refine. Alright, thanks so much for coming to send me off, everyone. Let's meet again if fate wills it, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chapter 854, Super. Transmission Array. Yi-Si City was the Dinghe region's rank 4 holy land, and Yi-Si City was a subordinate force of Dawn Heavenly Palace, one of the 8 great super holy lands. Yixi City was very prosperous because in the nearby several major regions, only Yixi City had a super long-distance transmission array. In the Divine Realm, wanting to cross several major regions to go on a journey, one must pass through a super long-distance transmission array. Martial artists likely required several years, even several decades to complete the journey if they relied solely on one's own strength to fly. Of course, if one's strength reached the Divine King realm, that was something else entirely. Boy, stop looking, the super transmission array is spoiled. Want to hop onto the transmission array? Go queue up and register over there. A 9th level Heaven Enlightenment City guard berated and did not have any respect towards this young man in front of him at all. And the target he was berating was precisely Yuan, who came far away from the White Valiant region. The fees required for constructing a super transmission array was an astronomical figure. Places like the White Valiant region did not have the ability to build a super transmission array at all. Therefore, for Yuan to want to go to the Chaotic Devil Sea, he had to pass through a place with a super transmission array. Yixi City's super transmission array led to a large city in the proximity of the Chaotic Devil Sea. Hence, Yuan came to Yixi City. Not only did constructing a super transmission array need to cost a huge sum of resources, it even required a coalition of several Tier 9 array emperors before it could be completed. Yixi City naturally did not have this ability. This transmission array was assisted by the Dawn Heavenly Palace to build for Yixi City in order to strengthen the control over the nearby several major regions. But when Yuan made it to Yixi City, the transmission array was spoiled coincidentally. What made Yuan depressed was that now, there was already a large group of martial artists held up in Yixi City. Even if the transmission array were fixed, if Yuan queued up according to the protocol, it would need a month's time before he could leave as well. After all, a super transmission array like this, the essence crystals it needed to expend each time was a rather terrifying figure. This transmission array could only activate once every 3 days. Each time it activated, it could only transport 300 people. Yuan familiarized himself with it earlier. Right now, there were already several thousand people registered. He probably could not leave Yixi City for a few months. Currently, the surrounding of the transmission array was already sealed off. Far away, some array masters could be seen currently carrying out repairs inside. This brother, I wonder when this super transmission array can be fixed. Yuan secretly stuffed a bag of earth essence crystals to that city guard and asked. The city guard darted Yuan a glance with a profound meaning. Clearly, he did not think that this young man was actually so adept. Only then did his expression ease up considerably. Taking the money, that city guard naturally answered every question, maybe 10 days, maybe a year. How can I be certain about this? Repairing this super transmission array requires a Tier 9 array emperor to personally take action. Our Yixi City doesn't have a Tier 9 array emperor. Right now, City Lord His Excellency already ordered people to go to Dawn Heavenly Palace to invite a Tier 9 array emperor. But the Tier 9 array emperor is in great demand. Whether he comes or not, what time he comes, it's all uncertain. This was awkward. Yuan was very worried about Long Tang's situation and was not willing to delay even a second. Therefore, he departed on the journey on the second day after he returned to Crimson Afterglow. He did not expect that although he did not delay at Crimson Afterglow, he was held up in this Yixi City. Like this I wonder how this transmission array spoiled. Yuan asked curiously. Upon mentioning this, that city guard immediately flared up and said, "Don't talk about it. That heaven-damned fellow, turns out that he was hunted down by the Dawn Heavenly Palace's elders until here. It was also a coincidence when that fellow arrived here, our transmission array was in a state of activating. That guy killed quite a few people upon making a move and even wrecked the Grand Array." One could tell that when this city guard mentioned that person, a look of fear showed in his eyes. Clearly, that person's strength was extremely formidable. When Yuan heard, he was shocked inwardly too. An existence who could be chased down by the Dawn Heavenly Palace was probably not a good guy. Furthermore, one could tell that from destroying the Grand Array, that fellow was definitely a ruthless character. Damaging the Grand Array from the interior, one could be swept into a turbulent spatial flow at any time. This was going for broke. Yuan mused for a moment and said to that city guard, "This one knows about array formations a little. Why not let me lend a hand and try helping out?" The city guard was stunned and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Forget it. Even though REC City doesn't have a Tier 9 array emperor, we have some Tier 8 array masters. You take a look at those people inside, they are all master class figures. What help can you, a little brat, offer? Yuan stuffed another bag of earth essence crystals to him and said with a smile, Big brother, younger brother has been interested in formations since young. You look, there are so many masters inside. Younger brother also just wished to go in and learn. You look, their age isn't young anymore either. I can always come in handy for some manual labor, right? Looking at that bag of earth essence crystals, the city guard was clearly somewhat hesitant already. Thinking about it, he said, how about this, I'll go and speak for you. But whether they use you or not isn't something that I can decide. But this thing, his meaning was very clear, regardless whether it was a success or failure, this bag of earth essence crystals was his. Yuan said with a smile, don't worry, big brother, whether it works or not, since younger brother took this thing out, I've never thought about taking it back. Big brother has a hard job here too. Taking it to drink a bit of alcohol to get over your fatigue is also good. That city guard said with a hearty laugh, boy, you're very sensible. I like you. You wait here, I heard that the transmission array was damaged very badly this time. Master Wu, they all are really lacking manpower. Yuan clasped his hands and said, then I'll have to trouble big brother. Yuan smuggling inside was naturally not in order to learn. He wanted to fix the grand array. Rather than waiting for that whatever array emperor to come, it was not as fast as getting to work himself. The super transmission array was not one grand array, but combined together from many major and minor array formations, very complicated. Among these had Tier 9 array formations, Tier 8 too, and even Tier 7 array formations. Those array masters inside right now were all repairing array formations under Tier 9. Tier 9 array formations, naturally only array emperors understood. However, these array formations was not a difficult thing to Yuan. Hence, that was why he came forward of his own accord to offer his services, saying that he wanted to go in and learn. When Yuan looked over at this time, that Master Wu was currently utterly exhausted from overwork. Managing the restoration of such a grand array was clearly somewhat forceful to him. Yuan saw the city guard went up to exchange a couple of words with him, then turned back. Seeing Yuan, the city guard smiled and said, you, boy, are lucky. Master Wu just happened to be lacking manpower and asks you to hurry over. But Master Wu said, if you go over and cause trouble, he'll slap you to death with one palm. Don't blame me for not warning you. Master Wu's temper is very bad. You have to be careful. Regarding this result, it was not out of Yuan's expectations. Super transmission arrays were very complicated. To Tier 8 array masters, it was indeed a little forceful. He swept a glance earlier and knew that inside was really lacking manpower. So with people delivering themselves to the gate, they should not refuse. Yuan smiled and said, don't worry, big brother. Don't look at how younger brother is young, my foundations are still very solid. I won't make a mess. Chapter 855, Experts Walk Among the Masses. Good that it's solid. If it isn't solid and you annoy Master Wu, the one courting death is yourself too. Alright, come with me then, the city guard said coolly. Regarding Yuan's life or death, he could not be bothered. As long as there was money to earn, it was fine. The two people were just about to turn around and leave when suddenly, a clear and melodious voice stopped them from behind. Hey, two big brothers, are you guys lacking people who know array formations here? Turning around to take a look, turns out that it was a beautiful lady wearing a flaming red fur dress. This lady seemed to be even a little younger than Yuan's age. But her strength could not be underestimated. It actually reached 9th level heaven enlightenment already. The girlie looked very pretty. That city guard was still thinking of flying off the handle, but the moment he saw her, he immediately put out the fire. You know array formations too? The city guard asked. The girlie nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice and said with a wide beam, I know. Don't look at how I'm young, I'm a true blue Tier 7 array master. The city guard sized this girlie up and down a bit, his gaze filled with disbelief. You don't believe, I'll display a move for you to see. The girlie seemed to have suffered some stimulation, casually laid down a miniature array formation. Her technique actually flowed smoothly and naturally. Yuan's eyes lit up. This girlie looked like she came from a family with profound teachings. Just this move was even stronger compared to quite a few Tier 8 array masters. The city guard's eyes turned intent, and he nodded and said, "All right, you come too." The girlie looked at Yi Yuan with a smug smile and followed along as well. "Master Wu, these two." The city guard had yet to finish talking when he was interrupted by Master Wu. "You two each set up a miniature Tier 5 array formation for me. If you can't set it up, get lost right now for me." Master Wu was clearly very impatient. There were even people coming up to seek guidance from him every now and time and were given a good dressing down by him. Looks like he indeed had a hot temper. That girl's lips pursed and she said disdainfully, "TCH, isn't it just a Tier 5 array formation? Watch carefully." As she said, the girlie imitated what was done before, and only used around 10 breaths of time to finish laying down a Tier 5 array formation. Master Wu was overjoyed the moment he saw and repeatedly praised, "Good, good, good. A fine mystic crystal dipper formation. You, lassie, do indeed have some Dao attainments. You can stay, you follow me in a while, I'll tell you what to do." When experts made their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Although the lass looked young, her technique was extremely skillful. To be able to set up a Tier 5 array formation within 10 breaths of time, her formation's attainments would not be too poor. Master Wu was an expert. He could naturally perceive clumsiness at a glance. Honestly speaking, he really lacked this kind of people who knew the ropes under his charge to act as an assistant. This girlie just happened to be perfect. "Hey, your turn." The girlie looked at Yi Yuan sneeringly and said. She was roughly as old as Yi Yuan and did not believe that Yi Yuan could casually set up such a Tier 5 array formation. "Hurry up, don't waste this old man's time. This super transmission array is damaged very badly. We must complete some fundamental array formation repairs before the Tier 9 array emperor comes over." Master Wu said impatiently. Witnessing the girlie's methods, Master Wu did not think that Yi Yuan could reach this sort of level either. The Mystic Crystal Dipper formation was a very profound Tier 5 array formation. Wanting to finish setting it up within 10 breaths was indeed rather challenging for Tier 7 array masters. Yi Yuan nodded his head and made his move like lightning. With this movement, Master Wu and the girlie's gaze immediately sharpened. "This boy is intentionally provoking me." "No. It's actually the Mystic Crystal Dipper formation too. This missus doesn't believe that you can set it up even better than this missus." The girlie was secretly displeased. But Yi Yuan's performance disappointed her. 10 breaths. Just nice 10 breaths of time, no more, no less. Yi Yuan similarly finished setting up the formation. Seeing Yi Yuan finish setting up the formation, Master Wu could not help being slightly dazed. Experts in arrays were the same as alchemists, all rare species. To be able to have such formations attainments at a young age was even rarer. He did not think that today he would see two of them all at once. The Mystic Crystal Dipper formation which Yi Yuan set up was virtually identical with the girlie's. Even the time was grasped just nice. This skill was not what ordinary people could accomplish. "Master Wu, done," Yi Yuan said with a slight smile. "Ah, good, very good. The two of you are both pretty good, really not bad. There's a Tier 7 child formation over there that's damaged very badly. Not many people here are qualified to take on the duty. The two of you go and give it a try. Keep in mind, if you encounter anything you don't know, come and ask me. Don't ruin the array formation," Master Wu said. "All right, Master Wu, we'll get going." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. "Hey, what are you walking so quickly for? Wait for me." The girlie hurriedly chased after when she saw that Yi Yuan left. The girlie caught up to Yi Yuan and said with an unkind tone, "Hey, punk. Did you do it intentionally just now?" Yi Yuan acted dumb and said, "Intentionally? What does miss mean?" The girlie pursed her mouth and said, "Quit playing possum. Similarly Mystic Crystal Dipper formation, likewise 10 breaths. How can there be such a coincidental thing? Own up, did you go easy just now?" With Yi Yuan's formation's attainments, how could setting up a Tier 5 array formation require 10 breaths of time? The reason why he did it was just that Yi Yuan did not wish to stand out too much. As long as he controlled it at 10 breaths of time, Master Wu could not say anything. Yi Yuan still feigned ignorance and said, "Not at all. I already tried my best before barely managing to complete within 10 breaths." "Miss is overly sensitive." The girlie blinked and said, "Is what you said true?" "Of course it's true. The Mystic Crystal Dipper formation isn't an ordinary Tier 5 array formation, completing within 10 breaths, I already performed exceptionally well, Yuan said with a smile. The girlie thought about it and felt that it made sense too, and she said, makes sense. Just that old fellow earlier, setting up a mystic crystal dipper formation is probably around 10 breaths time or so as well. Even if you're any stronger, it's impossible to surpass him too. That's right, alright, time is tight. We'd better not lose time and repair the array formation at once, Yuan said. The girlie was startled and revealed a look of panic in her eyes. She quickly nodded and said, oh, right, quickly repair the array formation. This set of Tier 7 array formation was an utter piece of cake to Yuan. That last clearly had exceedingly high attainments in formations Dao too. In less than an hour's time, the two people finished repairing this Tier 7 child formation. Really couldn't tell that you're pretty impressive in array formations. To actually be able to keep up with this Mrs. Speed. I'm called Ding Xiu, Yuan, really never heard before. This region's famous formations Dao geniuses, I know all. Never heard of your name before. Looks like experts walk among the masses. Ding Xiu thought for a long time and did not figure out who Yuan was either. Yuan said with a smile, the divine realm is so large, how many people can you know? Alright, let's report completion of the task to Master Wu. Chapter 856, Secretly Making a Move. What, you guys already finished repairing? The two of you weren't slipshod with the task, right? Hearing Yuan duo report completion of the task, Master Wu was startled until he raised his voice. TCH, how can a mere Tier 7 array formation stump this miss? If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look, Ding Xiu said disdainfully. Master Wu really did not believe and immediately went to inspect the array formation the duo repaired. With this look, he could not help being greatly astonished once more. This Tier 7 child formation was really restored perfectly. He looked at the duo somewhat not daring to believe it. Wasn't this efficiency a little too high? Tier 7 array formations are too simple. I say, Master Wu, can you give us more complicated array formations? This miss is still in a hurry. Ding Xiu said, can you repair Tier 8 array formations? Master Wu said, rather uncertain. Of course, initial stage Tier 8 array formations are definitely not a problem. Ding Xiu said with a proud look. Restoring array formations and setting up array formations was different. As long as one understood the principle and structure of Tier 8 array formations, Tier 7 array masters were able to do it. Ding Xiu's basics were very solid. Tier 7 array formations should have been thoroughly memorized in her heart long ago. She might really have dabbled in Tier 8 array formations. Master Wu thought about it, nodded his head, and said, fine then. Tier 8 array masters' helpers are just kind of short right now. You go over there and help them. Ding Xiu smiled sweetly when she heard that. Giving Yuan a smug look, she went over in the direction of that group of Tier 8 array masters. Yuan could not help shaking his head and chuckling. This lass was clearly secretly contending with him. This was insisting on competing with him. That glance earlier was, clearly saying, I can repair Tier 8 array formations, can you? After Ding Xiu left, Master Wu asked rather weakly, can you repair Tier 8 array formations too? But Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, I can't repair Tier 8 array formations. Master Wu, you go and work first. I'll walk around and see where needs help. Master Wu sighed in relief and said with a nod, alright, then you go around and take a look. There are still quite a number of Tier 7 array formations that require people to help. You see which place needs it. Then go ahead yourself. If Yuan could repair Tier 8 array formations too, Master Wu would really have to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Two little brats had this kind of strength. His many years of life was really wasted away. But regarding Yuan's strength, Master Wu was still very certain. Helping to repair Tier 7 array formations, Master Wu felt very safe. He did not plan on bothering about him either. Ding Xiu already started work on this side. Tier 8 array formation, it was clearly much more strenuous on her. However, she still paid very close attention to the situation on Yuan's side. Seeing Master Wu come over alone, she still felt slightly disappointed. Since young, she had yet to encounter before an array master in the same age group who could contend with her. Therefore, meeting Yuan today, her desire to prevail over others was stirred up too. Although she was rather confident in her formation's ability, no idea why, she kept feeling that Yuan held back to some extent. Master Wu, why isn't that Yi Yuan coming over? Ding Xiu could not help going forward to ask. Master Wu said, he says that he can't repair Tier 8 array formations, so I let him walk around by himself and see which place needs help, then he can go for it. With his strength, repairing array formations under Tier 8 shouldn't be a problem. Logically speaking, Ding Xiu should be very happy right now. But don't know why, Ding Xiu felt that her interest was somewhat waning. The opponent must be comparable in strength and skill for it to be interesting. Finally managed to encounter an opponent, but it was this kind of conclusion. This made Ding Xiu feel dull and bored. Like that, huh? Then I'll get to work, Ding Xiu said dejectedly. After Master Wu left, Yi Yuan started strolling all around by himself. Occasionally, when he saw that people needed help, he would go over and lend a hand. It was obviously not that he could not repair Tier 8 array formations, but what he wanted to repair were the Tier 9 array formations. It was just that rashly mentioning that he wanted to repair the Tier 9 array formations, Master Wu definitely would not agree. Therefore, he drove away Master Wu, but he himself slowly moved over towards the Tier 9 array formations there. Really impressive, little brother. I've been doing for a long time here and didn't figure it out either. You solved the problem the moment you came, said a Tier 7 array master, raising a thumbs up to Yi Yuan. This array formations array element is a bit confusing. Actually, figuring it out isn't hard. You carry on, I'll go over there and walk around, Yi Yuan said. Little brother, over there is the Tier 9 array formations region already, warned the array master. I know, Tier 9 array formations are not so easy to encounter. I'll go over and take a look, Yi Yuan said with a smile. That array master nodded his head but was filled with admiration towards Yi Yuan in his heart. Look at that young man, so studious. No wonder he has such strength at a young age. The Tier 9 array formations area did not have a single person. Everyone was busy with their own work, and no one noticed Yi Yuan's actions either. Apart from Yi Yuan, there would not be people overestimating their own strength to come and repair Tier 9 array formations either. A super transmission array's Tier 9 array formations, speaking in terms of formations Dao, it was not considered very hard. Initial stage array emperors could repair them already. After comprehending the array formations 3 volumes, Yi Yuan's attainments in formations Dao scaled new heights. Repairing this kind of array formations was naturally nothing difficult. Observing one round around the array formations, Yi Yuan already had a score in his heart about the structure of these array formations. Tier 9 array formation stability was still very strong, so the damage was not too severe. This super transmission array, the most serious damage were still those low-level array formations. This set of Tier 9 array formation, only a section of some small-scale array elements was ruined. It was just that these array elements' structure was very complex and belonged to the scope of Tier 9 array formations. It was very hard for Tier 8 array masters to understand, but these were not a problem to Yi Yuan. Setting up such a large-scale array formation, he could not do it. But repairing this kind of small-scale array formations, it was still not a problem to him. Yi Yuan did not delay much either and directly started to repair these small-scale array elements. Have you all seen Yi Yuan? Oh, he's a young man, a little over 20 years old, Master Wu asked. He encountered a troublesome Tier 7 array formation over at his side, but he could not handle it alone, so he thought of Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan was very new to everyone, he was too young. Placed among this group of people, it was very obvious. Oh, he said that he wanted to study Tier 9 array formations and went over there, the Tier 7 array master that Yi Yuan helped previously said. Master Wu's face turned black, and he said, what nonsense. A measly little Tier 7 array formation, learning what Tier 9 array formation. Master Wu's figure moved, and he arrived at the Tier 9 array formations area very soon and saw a young figure bustling about over there. He immediately flew into a thunderous rage. Yi Yuan, what are you doing? You actually dared to touch the Tier 9 array formations without authorization. What if you break the array base? Can you shoulder the responsibility? Quickly stop for me. If you still don't stop, don't blame me for not being courteous anymore. Master Wu originally had a fiery temper. Upon seeing this sort of situation, he immediately flared up. This was a mission the city lord passed to him. If he screwed it up, that would be terrible. Chapter 857, Observation. Master Wu's roar startled everyone. Quite a number of people all put down the work in their hands and ran over to watch. The moment Ding Xiu heard Yi Yuan, she immediately ran over. The moment she saw, she could not help jumping in fright. Yi Yuan was bustling about on the Tier 9 array formations and was actually repairing the array formations. "Come, men, quickly come, men, capture that punk for me," Master Wu roared. Ding Xiu's beautiful eyes swiveled around, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. Several city guards hastily rushed over when they heard Master Wu's yell. Master Wu ordered, "Capture this brat for me. Break his legs first before talking." Several city guards received the order and were just able to go forward, when they heard Ding Xiu say, "Calm your anger, Master Wu. Look closely, that small-scale array element in Yi Yuan's hand is almost finished repairing." Master Wu was stupefied. Only then did he carefully observe the movements in Yi Yuan's hands and could not help getting a huge shock. "Hold your horses, hold your horses. Wait a while more." Yi Yuan seemingly did not hear the racket below at all. He just restored the array formation at his own pace. Very soon, that array element in his hand was fully repaired finish. He did not remain and ran over to another array element place to start repairing. The expression on Master Wu's face became incomparably fascinating. He looked at Yi Yuan's back view like he saw a ghost. Although he could not repair Tier 9 array elements, whether the array elements were repaired or not, he could still discern it at one glance. Yi Yuan, he actually repaired the Tier 9 array element. What kind of joke is this? This boy is merely at the Heaven Enlightenment realm. He can actually repair Tier 9 array elements. Too impressive. This guy is simply a genius. How old is he only? To actually have such heaven-defying attainments in the formations Tao. Heaven-defying. Too heaven-defying. Likely, even Grand Yan Divine King did not have such terrifying strength when he was at this age too, right? Could it be that this boy will be Grand Yan Divine King's successor? Yi Yuan repairing a Tier 9 array element struck these array masters dumb with amazement. This kind of breathtaking performance made them involuntarily think of the Grand Yan Divine King, Lu Linfang, and carry out a comparison between the two of them. Ding Xiu bit her red lips lightly, her eyes were big and moist as if about to drip water out. This guy, turns out that he completely feels it beneath his dignity to compete with me. He says that he didn't know how to repair Tier 8 array formations was also because he was too disdainful to repair Tier 8 array formations. The goal for coming in was totally for the Tier 9 array formations. At this point, how could Ding Xiu still not understand Yi Yuan's objective? Yi Yuan was definitely in a hurry to leave too, so he deliberately sneaked inside for the sake of restoring this super transmission array. A Heaven Enlightenment realm, saying that he wanted to repair Tier 9 array formations would definitely make people laugh their heads off. So he deliberately says to help, then take the chance when everyone was not paying attention to repair the Tier 9 array formations himself. This guy was truly too hateful. His strength was clearly formidable, but he intentionally tied with her. This was an insult to this young lady. Yi Yuan did not know that he had already been inexplicably hated by Ding Xiu without rhyme or reason. Still stoning there for what? All get your asses back for this old man. If you delay the restoration of the array formation, this old man will give you all a good one. Master Wu boomed. Those array masters watching the show dispersed with a single command, each returning to their stations. When Master Wu looked at the Yi Yuan with his hands full, his gaze was filled with astonishment. After an hour, Yi Yuan finally could not hold on anymore and backed down. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said helplessly, "Restoring Tier 9 array elements really consumes essence energy. Even with my essence energy recovery speed, it's actually a bit too much for me. Setting up the grand array naturally needed to expend massive amounts of essence energy too. Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's strength, wouldn't setting up Tier 9 array formations be easily accomplished? Even if it was a measly little Tier 9 array element, the essence energy expended was rather considerable too." Master Wu, really sorry about it. This Yi is in a hurry to leave too, so that's why I resorted to this plan. Please don't take offense, Yi Yuan said with an apologetic look. Master Wu's face flushed crimson red. Being called a master by a person who could repair Tier 9 array elements, how could he live up to it? Don't, in front of you, how can I dare to be, master, this word? That, Master Yi, this Tier 9 array formation. Master Wu hurriedly said. Yi Yuan naturally understood his meaning. Nodding, he said with a smile, this Yi's cultivation realm is too low. The repair speed is a little slow. Give me a day's time, these tier 9 array formations should all be able to be repaired finish. Master Wu's eyes became wide saucers as he muttered, a day, what kind of joke of was? Even if tier 9 array emperors were invited over from Dawn Heavenly Palace, it was also not possible for them to finish repairing these tier 9 array formations within a day. Yuan actually said that he only needed a day's time, and this was even slow. Master Wu was really speechless. The words that a monster say would really make ordinary people break down. A day's time should be about there. Master Wu, I'll recover for a while first. Finished talking, Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill and went to one side to recover essence energy. Before long, Yuan was brimming with essence energy once more and returned to repairing the array formations. Master Wu followed in Yuan's footsteps, seemingly having some words that he found hard to speak out. Yuan said in puzzlement, "Does Master Wu have something you want to tell this Yi? Please stop calling me Master. This old man is Wu Junren. Master Yi, you just call me by my name directly will do." That, Master Yi, when you're repairing the array elements, can you let this Wu observe by the side? Master Wu said bashfully. Formations were the same as alchemy, both with secretly learning from a master being a taboo. Observing the repairs of array elements at the sides undoubtedly had some suspicions of stealing secrets. Yuan was stunned, but he said magnanimously, "No harm. If Master Wu wants to look, just observe by the sides." Thank you so much, Master Yi. Wu Junren gave a deep bow to Yuan. The martial artist world, those who reached first served as teachers. Wu Junren's formations attainments could not compare to Yuan's. Learning from him was also something very natural, nothing to be ashamed about. On the contrary, Wu Junren's strength being lacking, that would be looked down upon by people. To a tier 8 array master, he wanted to become an array emperor powerhouse even in his dreams. Such a splendid opportunity, how could he miss it? Even the array emperor powerhouse who hailed from the Dawn Heavenly Palace would not possibly let him observe the restoration of the array formations at close quarters too. In comparison, Yuan was much more generous. Yuan did not have any taboo areas regarding this. He and Wu Junren did not have any conflicts of interests at all. Even if he really succeeded in stealing secrets, with Wu Junren's comprehension abilities, it was impossible to catch up to him in this lifetime too. Therefore, what harm was there in allowing him to learn a little? Cherishing one's own old broomstick, that was all something that only those people without confidence would do. Observing Yuan repair the array elements at close range, the shock in Wu Junren's heart became even more intense. When this super transmission array was being set up, he was there. When those tier 9 array emperors were setting up the array formations, he had naturally seen before from far away too. But those tier 9 array emperors' skills were actually not as proficient as Yuan's. This Master Yi was too formidable. Chapter 858, Green Sea Mercenary Group. For an entire day, Yuan virtually spent it swamped with work. Repairing tier 9 array formations was also a tremendous challenge to him. His essence energy was depleted fully several times, then replenished back through medicinal pills again. This kind of intensity made Wu Junren unbelievably speechless from watching. But Yuan did not brag. He only used less than a day's time to finish repairing all of the super transmission array's tier 9 array formations. Done. Along with the final array element being fully restored, Yuan felt rather excited too. Finally leaving this place. Master Yi is truly a genius. Even if a tier 9 array emperor was here, it's not possible to do it better than Master 2. Wu Junren gasped in admiration. 1. This entire day's time, he constantly followed by Yuan's side just like an apprentice. Once in a while, he would even help as Yuan's assistant. As a tier 8 array master, how long has it been since Wu Junren had this kind of feeling? But this one day's time, Wu Junren learned a lot by Yuan's side. Some areas he did not understand, he would pose questions to Yuan. And Yuan would never keep it all to himself either, explaining these problems to him. The more Wu Junren listened, the more terrified he got. In the end, he was even more in awe of Yuan. Fortunately, this grand array's core formation's damage wasn't severe. Otherwise, I would be at a loss on what to do as well. Master Wu, now that the grand array is already repaired finish, I wonder if this Yi can be the first group to leave or not. Can, of course can. Not only can Master Yi be the first batch to leave, but the fees for passing through this transmission array can also be waived directly. Wu Junren said, each time the transmission array was activated, the earth essence crystals expended was not little. Each person who rode the transmission array had to pay a considerable fee. But with Yi Yuan's contributions, Wu Junren naturally could not let him pay any more. Hey, and me. Master Wu, this young lady contributed quite a bit of effort. At this time, the other damaged array formations were already repaired finished too. Probably receiving Yi Yuan's stimulation, Ding Xiu restored the array formations like crazy and indeed contributed quite a bit of effort. Wu Junren laughed and said, "Hoo, that is, of course." Finishing with some preparation work, Yi Si City announced to everybody that the super transmission array was opening up anew. This news made everyone all feel very surprised. They had already made the preparations to stop over in Yi Si City for a period of time. Did not expect that they only used a few days' time to finish repairing. The first batch of 300 people already entered the super transmission array one after another. When the transmission array activated, Yi Yuan and Ding Xiu were naturally among them too. Didn't they say that the Tier 9 array emperor had not reached Yi Si City yet? How was this array formation fixed? I heard that it was a young man a little over the age of 20 who finished repairing it. A young man slightly over 20? You have got to be kidding. Hair hasn't even grown fully yet, and he can repair a super transmission array. I originally didn't believe either. But someone personally saw Master Wu, who was presiding over the array formation's restoration, following behind that young man, calling him as a master time and again. This first batch of people already waited for a number of days. They were naturally burning with anxiety. They also each displayed remarkable abilities to inquire about the transmission array's restoration progress rate. But hearing that this super transmission array was actually repaired by a youngster, each and every one of them were incomparably stunned too. These words naturally landed in Ding Xiu's and Yi Yuan's ears. Ding Xiu involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan had a perfectly calm and collected face, as if he did not have any relation with what others were talking about at all. Ding Xiu could not help being slightly amazed in her heart. Other people were praising him by the side, and he actually did not have even a bit of a smug look. This sort of bearing was completely not like what a young man should have. If it were her, she would more or less be a bit pleased with herself at this time. And this sort of feeling would naturally be shown on her face too. Wu Junren originally planned to personally come and see Yi Yuan off but was rejected by Yi Yuan. Wu Junren coming to see him off personally, these people would definitely know that the one who repaired the transmission array was him. He did not wish to be sized up non-stop by people with eyes like he was a freak. Moreover, this trip to the chaotic Devil Sea, best to prioritize keeping a low profile above all. After all, the chaotic Devil Sea's danger was far from what other places could compare to. The super transmission array slowly activated. The array formation erupted with a dazzling light. Right then, a wave of hubbub suddenly emitted from outside. The guard who watched over the transmission array was directly sent flying by someone. A figure dashed inside. "Miss, quickly come out. You running away from home secretly. Master is greatly enraged and wants you to return at once." That person saw Ding Xiu in the crowd with one glance and shouted loudly. But the transmission array already activated at this time. That person was completely unable to stop it. Ding Xiu made a funny face at that person and said delightedly, "Humph. You tell grandfather, I, Ding Xiu, can also make my mark without relying on the family." Finished talking, the transmission array erupted with rays of brilliant light. The 300 people inclusive of Ding Xiu and Yi Yuan instantly vanished from sight. When that middle-aged man saw Ding Xiu leave just like this, he stomped his feet in anger. Didn't they say that Yi Si City's super transmission array was broken? Why was it fixed so quickly? No matter how I rushed, I was still a step late. Sigh. Once the transmission array activated, the next activation required waiting until 3 days after. In 3 days, Ding Xiu would have run to goodness knows where long ago. 10 days later, a group of trade caravans with dozens of people were advancing along a narrow, winding trail. Each and every one among the trade caravans was fully armed to the teeth, akin to facing a great enemy. These martial artists among the trade caravans, each and every one looked very intrepid. Looks like their combat power were all not weak. At this time, the trade caravans already entered the chaotic Devil Sea's boundary. Starting from here, they would have to deal with dangers coming from all sides at any time. Elder brother Lu, I heard that this route isn't very peaceful recently. There are already quite a few trade caravans that were gobbled up until not even bones remained. This trip, we got to be more careful. Don't worry, Owner Yan. Our Green Sea mercenary group is Luo Ding City's strongest mercenary group, not one of. With us around, you can feel at ease. With the Green Sea mercenary group, this Yan naturally feels safe. If not for so, I wouldn't have spent a large sum to invite elder brother Lu either. It's just that the things being transported this time is too important. This Yan has no choice but to be more careful. Owner Yan is overthinking it. The other trade caravans being annihilated was either because the strength of the mercenary groups they employed were lacking, or the trade caravans were unable to see through an obvious situation. Our two families have cooperated for many years. We naturally won't make that kind of mistake. These two people talking, one was the owner of the trade caravans called Yan Jun. The other was the leader of Luo Ding City's Green Sea mercenary group called Lu Yusheng. Luo Ding City was the nearest city away from the chaotic Devil Sea, and also a communication bridge between the chaotic Devil Sea and the outside world. The chaotic Devil Sea needed large quantities of goods and materials. All of it flowed into it from places like Luo Ding City. Due to the chaotic Devil Sea being very chaotic, it had its own set of survival rules. Therefore, some merchants did this sort of high-risk transactions like Yan Jun this kind. But the chaotic Devil Sea was very dangerous. These merchants would naturally hire some mercenary group as well to ensure safety. The Green Sea mercenary group was a powerful mercenary group second to none in Luo Ding City. Chapter 859, Yan Ling. Yan Yusheng was a 9th-level Heaven Enlightenment martial artist. Speaking in terms of this tiny little Luo Ding City, he was already very powerful. Apart from him, the Green Sea mercenary group's martial artists were all veterans of 100 battles too. All of their strengths were not ordinary. Luo Ding City's mercenary group's primary missions were to escort trade caravans into the chaotic Devil Sea. Accumulating year after year, mercenary groups able to survive were all those with very formidable strength. But for so many years, the trade caravans that frequently take this path, they would generally bribe some of the major and minor forces on the way. These small forces in the chaotic Devil Sea were also merely in order to seize some cultivation resources. As long as these trade caravans were generous enough, they would not exterminate everyone either. To these small forces, the trade caravans were like chives they were growing. After growing for some time, they would cut some to eat. It was just that the situation recently seemed to have had some changes. 2 or 3 trade caravan teams previously disappeared on this route incomprehensibly, without leaving behind even a trace. Therefore, the merchants were all on tenterhooks during this period of time. Yan Jun took on a huge deal this time. In order to earn this sum of money, he did not stint to spend a very high price on hiring the Green Sea mercenary group. At present, in a horse carriage of the trade caravans, a woman was holding a 5 to 6 years old little girl in her arms, her eyes filled with lovingness. Master Yi, really thank you so much this time. My daughter's ailment has constantly been tormenting her since birth. We've invited many alchemists before who were all unable to treat her illness. If not for running into Master Yi, my little girl probably wouldn't be long for this world. The woman said gratefully. This woman's name was called Lin Shuang. She was precisely Yan Jun's lawfully wedded wife. And that little girl in her arms was naturally their daughter. The Master Yi in Lin Shuang's words was obviously the Yi Yuan who came far away from Yi Si City. Passing through several places, Yi Yuan finally went to Luo Ding City. The outside world did not have transmission arrays that led directly to the chaotic Devil Sea. So, wanting to enter the chaotic Devil Sea, one must enter by foot. In places like the chaotic Devil Sea, moving alone drew too much of people's attention. Those martial artists did not care who you were. Murdering and seizing treasures was a frequent thing. Although the chaotic Devil Sea's borders did not have many high-level martial artists either, Yi Yuan did not fear those people. But this way, it would be a lot more troublesome. As it happened, Yan Jun's trade caravan needed an alchemist and just happened to be recruiting from the outside world. Yi Yuan came forward of his own accord to offer his services. Even though Yan Jun's remuneration was very high, nobody accepted the offer at all. Alchemists' combat strengths were very weak. Following trade caravans into the chaotic Devil Sea was no different from committing suicide. Alchemists' statuses in Luo Ding City was very high. But those who genuinely dared to enter the chaotic devil sea were a scant few. Yuan did not have a high-level alchemist's badge. When he came to accept the employment offer, it could not dispense with a series of eye-rolling. But with his strength, after he displayed his skills slightly, it thoroughly convinced Yan Jun. Yan Jun's daughter was called Yan Ling. When she was still in swaddling clothes, she was once captured away by a chaotic devil seas expert, who used special means to injure her meridians. Back then, Yan Jun spent an enormous price before ransoming his daughter back from the other party's hands. But he never would have thought that his daughter, who was ransomed back, would actually end up like this. But that martial artist who abducted Yan Ling was well renowned in this border zone of the chaotic devil sea. Even Lu Yusheng did not dare to provoke either. Helpless, he could only invite alchemists with a king's ransom to come and extend his daughter's life. Except, that person's methods were extremely profound. These few years, the earth essence crystals Yan Jun expended went beyond tens of millions. But Yan Ling's body went steadily downhill. This time, because of some special reason, Yan Jun husband and wife had no choice but to bring their daughter along. But no alchemist was willing to follow their trade caravan. With no other choice, Yan Jun was forced to recruit an alchemist in Luoding City. Coincidentally, Yuan just happened to be thinking of ways to enter the chaotic devil sea at this time. After seeing the recruitment, he took the initiative to join in. Big brother Yuan, you're really remarkable. When I grow up, I want to be an alchemist like you too, and become a master looked up to by tens of thousands. Yan Ling looked at Yuan in admiration and said, under Yuan's treatment, Yan Ling's mental state was already much better. Compared to the pale and sickly appearance from before, it was simply akin to two different people. Yuan rubbed Yan Ling's small head fondly and said with a smile, Ling is naturally gifted with exceptional intelligence. In the future, you'll definitely be a remarkable alchemist. Yan Ling's bright eyes lit up, and she said in delight, Big brother Yuan, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. When has big brother Yuan lied to you before? Yuan said with a smile. Yuan was really not teasing Yan Ling to make happy. This little girl was of the innate wood spirit physique, a natural alchemist. To alchemists, the most important was fire control and soul force. And the innate wood spirit physique had a natural affinity with flames, possessing an inherent advantage in the path of fire control that others were unable to compare to. But Yan Ling's family was just passerby in his life. He naturally would not express too much. However, when Yan Ling heard it, she jumped up happily. Yay, yay, wait until Ling is as incredible as big brother Yuan, I'll definitely treat everybody's sickness and not let them be tormented like Ling Yuan was slightly stunned. He did not think that a little child could actually say this kind of words. Although these words were very childish, it was a noble aspiration. It should also be the lifelong goal of an alchemist. For a 5-year-old little girl to be able to say this kind of words, it could be seen how painfully she was tormented these few years. Even Yuan got a huge shock when he first laid eyes on Yan Ling. A little girl like this could actually live to 5 years old. This was simply a miracle. One had to know that an infant's meridians had yet to form and were also very fragile. Although that person's methods were extremely profound, it also virtually ruined Yan Ling's vitality. Logically speaking, it was even considered a miracle for Yan Ling to be able to live for a year. Along with the increase in age, Yan Ling's meridians would slowly grow. But this process intensified Yan Ling's agony even more. If not for running into Yuan, Yan Ling would be dead for sure. Even Yuan was very cautious when treating Yan Ling too, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Hoo, Ling can definitely do it. Yuan encouraged with a laugh. Lin Shuang patted Yan Ling's back and said with tender lovingness, go find your father to play. Mother still has some words to say with your big brother Yuan. Yan Ling nodded her head obediently and crawled out of the carriage. After Yan Ling left, Lin Shuang's expression became solemn as she said, Master Yi, I know that it's rather brusque, but I still have a matter that I wish to request of you. Regarding Lin Shuang's behavior, Yuan was not very surprised. He said, Madam Yan is worried that this trip won't go smoothly and want to entrust Ling to me. Lin Shuang froze. She did not think that Yuan actually saw through her thoughts already. She nodded her head at once and said, the owners of those 2 trade caravans who went missing, as husband and wife are very familiar with them. They were both very cautious people. They've already traveled on this route for many years and had never gotten into any trouble. Didn't expect that this time, they finally. Chapter 860, Crow's Mouth. Since Madam knows that this trip is dangerous, why would you still want to do this transaction with owner Yan? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Even though travel trading like them carried their heads on their waistbands in the first place, it was actually not as dangerous as others imagine in normal times. Bribe what was expected, and they could live. Unless they really offended those people badly, otherwise, they would not viciously kill. Especially Yan Zheng this kind, he was even more of a veteran of this route. His connections and resources naturally need not be said, or else, it would be very hard to hire the Green Sea Mercenary Group too. If this trip was truly dangerous, Yan Zheng did not have the need to wade into this messy situation. No matter how the goods were, it was not as valuable as one's life either. Lin Shuang's expression dimmed when she heard that and said, "Since we're going on this trip, we naturally have a reason for making this trip." "Don't ask any more, Master Yi." Yi Yuan said, "Like this it was this Yi Yuan who was rash. Since Yan Zheng was delivering these goods and even brought his whole family, this trip was definitely even more important than their lives. Master Yi, Lin Shuang beseech you. If we encounter any danger, can you bring Ling and leave first? Don't worry. Even if his husband and wife die, we'll also carve out a bloody road for you and Ling Lin Shuang said resolutely. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Maybe Madam is worrying too much. There wasn't much danger this trip, but since Madam said so, this Yi will comply with your wishes." Innate wood spirit physique, that was an extremely rare spirit physique. Even Yi Yuan had his heart moved due to the appreciation of talent. Lin Shuang was overjoyed when she heard that and said, "Then Ling will be entrusted to Master Yi." After Lin Shuang left, Yi Yuan's expression darkened slightly too. Everyone's atmosphere was rather odd. Yi Yuan had clearly detected it long ago. More importantly, Yi Yuan's perception was much more acute compared to ordinary people. In truth, ever since they entered the chaotic Devil Seas area, Yi Yuan had become aware that there was someone staring at them. Such a large caravan team entering the chaotic Devil Sea, not being targeted by people was impossible. But the strength of the person shadowing was a bit too high. Plop, two crashing sounds came from outside one after another. Following that, it became a mess. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he also got down the carriage. Not far away, two dead bodies laid on the ground. Lu Yusheng and Yan Zheng, the two of them revealed solemn expressions on their faces. Master Yi came. Quickly let Master Yi take a look. The two of them died so oddly, without any wounds on their bodies. How did they die? Seeing Yi Yuan come over, someone hurriedly said. When Yan Zheng saw Yi Yuan, he hurriedly came forward to give a bow as well, saying, "Master Yi, these two brothers had no illnesses or diseases. Just now, they were walking perfectly fine, how come they passed away?" Yi Yuan did not speak. Going up and inspecting the two dead bodies a little, he said with a sigh, "The two of them were hit by other people's ambush long ago. Only all the way until now did it show effect. These two people were members of the Green Sea Mercenary Group." Yi Yuan naturally would not diagnose each person once. Yan Zheng's expression changed when he heard that and said, These two brothers ate and lived together with us. When did they get hit by an ambush? Along the way, the vast majority of the time was spent in the wilderness. Everyone was together too. To be able to ambush these two people without a sound, how formidable did their strength have to be? Lu Yusheng frowned and said, "These two brothers were sent out for a period of time yesterday. Is it possible that they were stabbed in the back by someone during that period of time?" This sort of delivery journey was not much different from fighting in a war. Sending two people out to scout for a path, and to see if there were any movements, this was something perfectly normal. But they did not expect that the excursion caused them to lose their lives. These two brothers' strengths were not weak. They were both Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists. If they were ambushed by people, it's not possible to have zero reaction, right? Yan Zheng's expression was slightly grim as he said, "Only two kinds of possibility. One is that they were poisoned by people unknowingly. Second is that the strength of the person who ambushed them was way higher than theirs." While talking, Lu Yusheng looked towards Yi Yuan, clearly seeking his opinion. Yi Yuan was the only alchemist in the trading caravans. He naturally had the greatest right to speak. But he saw Yi Yuan shake his head and said, "Neither." Seeing everyone's puzzlement, Yi Yuan squatted down and lightly pressed a few times on one of the dead bodies. Then his palm force abruptly spat out. A black color little thing suddenly tunneled out from the skin. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being struck with terror. At this point, how could everyone still be unaware that what made these two people lose their lives was this black color tiny thing? After the small black bug crawled out from the skin, it turned into a stream of light with a whiz, wanting to escape. "Where are you running?" But Lu Yusheng was long prepared. A burst of force suddenly fired out and just happened to score a hit on the small bug. Lu Yusheng extended a hand and clutched, grabbing the small bug in his hand. Looking closely, this small bug was merely the size of a soybean. It did not appear to have any extraordinary aspect, but it actually claimed 2 lives. "What the hell kind of bug is this? To actually be so formidable?" Lu Yusheng said with a grave face. "This bug is called heart-devouring bug, specially raised with martial artist's blood and essence. It can bore into the body through the martial artist's skin and arrive straight at the heart through the meridians, infesting within the martial artist's heart and devouring the heart's blood essence. In this process, the martial artist would only have some pain like being bitten by a mosquito, extremely hard to discover. If one were careless, they would succumb to it," Yi Yuan said. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard that. This small bug was totally impossible to guard against. Even if the martial artist heightened their vigilance, it was also not possible to focus attention from morning till night either. As long as one slightly relaxed a little, wouldn't they die without rhyme or reason? "This tiny bug is actually so formidable." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "It's even more incredible than you imagine. Leader Lu, better throw it away. Your blow just now shouldn't be sufficient to cause death. It's currently in a state of suspended animation. When you loosen up, it might just come and give you a bite." Lu Yusheng's countenance suddenly changed, his entire person nearly jumped up, and he instinctively threw away the heart-devouring bug in his hand. Right then, a cold light flashed. Yi Yuan drew his sword directly to split the heart-devouring bug into 2 halves. With this, it was deader than dead. "Although I didn't use full strength just now, I also used 30% minus 40% power. This little bug can actually still survive," Lu Yusheng said with lingering fear in his heart. Yi Yuan said, "I already said, it's even more impressive than you imagine. The most terrifying thing about heart-devouring bugs is not that it kills people imperceptibly, but heart-devouring bug swarm." Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, the matter was not as simple as imagined. This heart-devouring bug can not only devour blood essence, but it also has extremely high immunity towards essence energy attacks as well. Therefore, that move of Leader Lu's just now is completely unable to cause death. Can't feel anything with just 1 or 2, but if the numbers go up, that would really be called truly impossible to guard against, Yi Yuan said. As if confirming Yi Yuan's words, everyone suddenly heard a series of buzzing sounds. Immediately after, tiny black bugs that blotted out the skies and covered the earth swarmed over towards the trade caravans from all directions. 0. The title of the chapter is Crow's Mouth. It is a phrase to describe a person with a wicked fortune-telling mouth, inaccurate when saying good stuff, accurate when talking about bad stuff. Chapter 861, Burning of the Linked Camps. This is a heart-devouring bug swarm. Yan Zheng's gaze revealed a look of despair. The heart-devouring bugs already surrounded them up. Even immortals could not possibly fly out either. Lu Yusheng was used to seeing grand spectacles too. But at this time, his scalp could not help tingling. Such numbers of heart-devouring bug swarm, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms he had no way of warding them off either. Yi Yuan currently had his gaze fixed on the heart-devouring bug swarm, but suddenly felt someone hug his leg. Lowering his head to take a look, it was little girl Yan Ling. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Ling are you scared?" Ling shook her head cutely and said, "With big brother Yi Yuan around, Ling isn't scared." "Good girl." Yi Yuan gently rubbed Ling small head and said dotingly, "I don't believe that a swarm of tiny bugs can eat us. 2 brothers, get into formation and exterminate this group of damn bugs for me." Lu Yusheng shouted angrily. Sea Green mercenary group martial artists were all veterans of 100 battles. Experiencing the initial most panic, they calmed down very quickly. Dealing with such a large swarm of bugs, it was naturally the effects of array formations that was the best. Otherwise, being besieged separately by these bugs and getting routed one by one, that would be terrible. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stopping. If Lu Yusheng could really deal with these heart-devouring bugs, he would naturally be disinclined to make a move again. The Green Sea mercenary group was clearly very familiar with array formations. Only using several breaths of time, the array formation was already formed. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up slightly and started to look at this Green Sea mercenary group in a completely different light. This set of array formation was called Spirit Profound Unity Formation. After forming the formation, a kind of fantastical resonance would form between the martial artists, and let each of their strengths increase immensely from there. Furthermore, the group of martial artists could join hands to lay down an enchantment, letting the power of the array formation increase greatly. Yi Yuan observed for a while. This set of array formation being set up, even if Faceless Realm martial artists wanted to break it open, they had to expend quite a bit of effort too. No wonder the Green Sea mercenary group was called the strongest in Luoding City. Looks like it was not without reason. Indeed, once the enchantment activated, it immediately isolated those heart-devouring bugs outside. Quite a number of heart-devouring bugs all crashed into the enchantment like moths into the fire. But the moment they touched the enchantment, a large swarm was killed by a blinding light. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhen's heart finally fell back into place. Heaving a long sigh in relief, he praised, "Elder brother Lu is indeed impressive. Hiring the Green Sea mercenary group here on this trip is really too worth it." Lu Yusheng was proud of himself too as he said, "Hehe, that goes without saying. For our Green Sea mercenary group to be able to make it to our current status, how can we not have any ultimate trump card ability? With us, this group of brothers here, it's also useless no matter how many of these damn bugs there are." The might of the Spirit Profound Unity Formation was extraordinary. It killed large swaths of heart-devouring bugs very quickly. But these bugs were too many. It completely could not be killed finish. These bugs were clearly not intrepid and fearless towards death either. Seeing that they were unable to breach the enchantment, they stopped the attacks very quickly and started circling around outside the enchantment. Suddenly, those bugs seemed to have suffered some kind of stimulation and actually started biting each other. When the martial artists saw this scene, they could not help being astounded. Haha, these bugs are indeed savage in nature. Not able to breach our enchantment, they actually started killing each other. Someone said with a jeer. When these bugs started to chomp down, they did not show the slightest hint of mercy towards their companions. Very soon, a large swarm of heart-devouring bugs died under the gnawing of their own companions. But when Yi Yuan saw this spectacle, his gaze turned grim. "Everybody, don't lower your guard. These heart-devouring bugs chomping down on each other is not savageness being their second nature, but because there is someone controlling them to evolve. Heart-devouring bugs are unable to take human form, but are able to evolve through devouring their companions. Along with the increase in rank, their resistance towards essence energy would also rise dramatically." Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan was just like a jinx. The moment he finished explaining, after those heart-devouring bugs devoured many of their companions, their strength suddenly skyrocketed. With this, the number of heart-devouring bugs reduced a lot, but the quality increased by a large margin. Lu Yusheng's expression changed, and he said, "Careful, they are going to attack. Kill them." This time, the heart-devouring bugs that had a large improvement in strength bounced back with renewed effort after a failure. The Green Sea mercenary group spared no effort to control the enchantment, bombarding wantonly at the heart-devouring bugs. Yet, the bodies of those heart-devouring bugs actually just swayed a little and dropped directly on top of the enchantment. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The heart-devouring bugs actually started to devour the essence energy used to set up the enchantment. Seeing this scene, Lu Yusheng and Yan Zhen's expression changed greatly. Wasn't these heart-devouring bugs a little too formidable? More and more heart-devouring bugs plopped onto the enchantment. The enchantment became a black sky very quickly. Lu Yusheng had sweat streaming down his face from nervousness. He wanted to remove the array formation, but removing the array formation at this time was no different from seeking death. Right at this time, it was as if the entire world was lit up. A raging flame actually started burning on the enchantment. Buzz, buzz. At this time, virtually all of the heart-devouring bugs were gathered on the enchantment. This fire burned extremely suddenly, burning all of the heart-devouring bugs all at once. The heart-devouring bugs emitted low cries, making people shudder with fear when they heard it. This flame was very fierce, seemingly like a bone-festering maggot. No matter how those heart-devouring bugs struggled, they could not break free. Finally, they turned to ashes. Even though those heart-devouring bugs already evolved successfully, under this flame, they did not have the slightest strength to resist. Lu Yusheng and Yan Zheng watched this scene in a daze, both somewhat out of sort. The glow of the fire shone on their faces, radiating light, shaking people to the core. Elder brother Lu, was this flame done by your mercenary group? Yan Zheng asked slowly. Lu Yusheng was stunned, then immediately let out a roaring laugh as he said, "Ha ha ha. Oh, of course. Just now, I deliberately showed weakness to the enemy. It was for the sake of drawing all of them over to round them up in one fell swoop. How is it, Owner Yan? Is this fire still passable?" Yan Zheng nodded his head mechanically and sighed with praise. Elder brother Lu is indeed formidable. If we can return safely from this trip, your mercenary group's reward will add another 30%. Although Lu Yusheng did not know what was going on, this outcome was exactly when he wanted. This baffling fire actually directly increased their remuneration by 30%. Seeing this scene, Yuan just smiled slightly and did not have the intention of stepping forward to claim the credit. Earlier, everyone's attention was focused on the heart-devouring words. He took advantage of the fact that everyone was not paying attention and quietly infused the cleansing sandal sacred flame into the array formation. How could a tier 7 cleansing sandal sacred flame be what these heart-devouring bugs could withstand? With this, it directly burned until nothing was left. This kind of means, only Yuan could accomplish it without drawing attention as well. He was very familiar with this spirit profound unity formation. Even though it was his first time cooperating with these martial artists, it was seamless. Even Lu Yusheng did not detect it. Don't be happy too early. These heart-devouring bugs should be controlled by someone. Burning them down with this, the perpetrator is probably going to show up, Yuan warned. 0. The chapter title is Burning of the Linked Camps. This is a reference to a battle in the Three Kingdoms era. Soldiers ran around to set fire everywhere, causing chaos. Chapter 862, Earth Carnage Proclamation Expert. Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a man appeared in everyone's line of sight. Yan Zheng said with a bitter smile, "Master Yi, can we not say any more? If you keep talking, you might provoke some kind of existence out." Lu Yusheng grumbled too, "Master Yi, can we keep our mouths shut for a while? Whatever you say, everything will come true. At this rate, we can forget about reaching the place for the rest of our lives." Yuan was stupefied. Only then did he recover to his senses too and could not help saying embarrassedly, "Huhu, I'll just stop talking." Starting from when the enemy appeared, it seemed like all of the direction of the plot was planned by Yuan. And he became a seer. Whatever he said, everything came true. Yan Zheng and Lu Yusheng had clearly become aware of it already and could not help complaining to Yuan. They naturally did not know that if it were not for Yuan, they would already not have the life to complain here. This man who suddenly appeared had a sinister and ruthless gaze. There was even a knife scar on his face. One look and it was obvious that he was not some good person. But this guy was merely 8th level Heaven Enlightenment realm. This made Lu Yusheng and the rest feel much more at ease. Against a 8th level Heaven Enlightenment realm, Lu Yusheng sized himself up that he would not lose to anybody. Moreover, in his view, this man should be more formidable in controlling bugs. His combat strength should not be strong. To dare burn all of my blood saber tan cis, heart-devouring bugs to death, are you all prepared for a reckoning? The scar-faced man said in a cold voice. The moment these words came out, Lu Yusheng and Yan Zheng's expressions changed drastically. You're the blood saber tan si who massacred Luo Ding City's entire Zhang family 10 years ago. Lu Yusheng was incomparably astonished. His hand holding the sword tightened unnaturally. Clearly, this blood saber tan cis fierce name made Lu Yusheng produce fear. Yuan was very curious when he saw the situation too. Lu Yusheng appeared like he feared nothing and no one. He was actually so fearful of this scarred man in front of him. Is this scarred man very impressive? Yuan asked a Green Sea mercenary group's martial artist. That person's expression was not too good as well. He said in a solemn voice, 10 years ago, Blood Saber Tansi was only 6th level Heaven Enlightenment, but massacred Luo Ding City's entire Zhang family of 200 over people. One has to know that the Zhang family was a great family second to none in Luo Ding City. Just the 9th level Heaven Enlightenment realms were as many as 2 people. There were even several people in the 8th level Heaven Enlightenment realm. Tan-Si killed all of them with his strength alone. Would you say that's impressive or not? That martial artist even thought that Yi Yuan would get a huge shock after hearing it. Who knew that Yi Yuan just nonchalantly gave in? Oh, then there was no more follow-up. This Tan-Si should have comprehended a supreme true intent, that was why he would be so formidable. Now that 10 years had passed, Tan-Si already cultivated to 8th level Heaven Enlightenment Realm, his strength was bound to have scaled new heights. If Lu Yusheng matched up, it was indeed quite troublesome. Supreme true intents were not cabbages that anyone could comprehend. Although Lu Yusheng was strong, he was still a little away from comprehending a supreme true intent. Under the circumstances of being at the same cultivation realm, Lu Yusheng was absolutely not Tan-Si's match. But seeing this, Tan-Si also made Yi Yuan have a direct understanding of the chaotic Devil Sea's martial artist's strength. This place was merely just at the border regions of the chaotic Devil Sea, and there was already an expert like Tan-Si. Continuing deeper, he might run into some formidable characters. Hey, looks like my Tan-Si's name is still not weak. Since you know my name, you should know that I never leave survivors behind, right? Are you guys taking action yourselves, or are you letting me do it? Tan-Si said with a cold smile. Lu Yusheng's expression changed, and he said, "We have never provoked your esteemed self. It was your esteemed self who took the initiative to control the heart-devouring bugs to come to attack our trade caravans. Why is there a need to be overbearing? Your meaning is that my heart-devouring bugs died in vain just like that? In order to groom these heart-devouring bugs, this Tan expended a considerable price, virtually killing off all of the people in this area. Now, you guys actually burned them to death. Could it be that you still wish to not get involved in it?" Tan-Si said coldly. Lu Yusheng's expression changed drastically, and he said, This area's forces were all killed off by you." Lu Yusheng was still curious. Originally, walking until this place, there should long have been people jumping out. But along the way, it was unusually peaceful. What, could it be that you still want to take revenge for them? Alright, enough crap has been said. I'll be sending you on your way right now. Tan-Si made a move right away and actually did not have the slightest hesitation. Into formation, Lu Yusheng knew that he was not a match. With a loud cry, the Spirit Profound Unity formation was instantly formed. A blood-colored saber light slammed onto the grand array and actually struck the enchantment until it teetered shakily. Even Lu Yusheng and the others staggered unsteadily. How could it be so strong? Lu Yusheng turned pale with fright as he said. Just now that blow was virtually equivalent to Tan-Si overpowering their entire Green Sea mercenary group with his strength alone. This kind of strength was simply what no one could ever imagine. Only at the 8th level Heaven Enlightenment Realm, the disparity between Lu Yusheng and Tan-Si was seriously too great. Tan-Si was also slightly surprised to see that he did not succeed in one blow and said, "I really couldn't tell that your little mercenary group still have a bit of capability. But the next attack, you guys have to be careful." Just a little surprised, that was all. No matter how powerful this Spirit Profound Unity formation was, he, Tan-Si, did not place it in his sights either. "Elder brother Lu, what should we do?" Yan Zheng's expression changed greatly as he said. Lu Yusheng's expression was ugly to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, he said, "No other choice. This Tan-Si's fierce name is illustrious. There have never been survivors under his hands. Want to live? We can only stake everything on a single throw." Ha ha ha, stake everything on a single throw. Looks like you guys have already not entered the chaotic Devil Sea for very long. You actually don't know that this Tan is already ranked in the latest issue of the Earth Carnage Proclamation," said Tan-Si with a laugh. It was as if Tan-Si heard some ridiculous thing. He laughed, but the others could not laugh. Yi Yuan faintly revealed a surprised look too. The reputation of the Earth Carnage Proclamation, he had naturally heard before. This list was published by the Heaven's Secret Tower's Chaotic Devil Sea branch. One issue every half a year, divided into Heaven and Earth, 2 proclamations. What the Heaven Carnage Proclamation recorded were all Faceless Realm martial artists. What the Earth Carnage Proclamation recorded were all Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists. Any martial artists who made it on the list would be people with extremely formidable martial prowess in the same realm. Facing experts in the same realm, it was virtually all instant kills. Every martial artist in the Chaotic Devil Sea took pride in being able to get on the Heaven and Earth dual proclamations. Just as Tan-Si said, Lu Yusheng they all had already not entered the chaotic Devil Sea for half a year and was completely unaware that Tan Si actually slaughtered his way into the Earth Carnage Proclamation within this half a year. Facing an expert on the Earth Carnage Proclamation, how could Lu Yusheng they all still have the mindset of getting lucky? More importantly, this Tan Si troublesome and ruthless, completely not giving people a way out. Even if they pleaded to him, he could not possibly let go of this group of people either. No wonder those trade caravans disappeared, bafflingly. With such a great malefic star around, how could they still have the possibility of surviving? This time, this Tan is not going to pull any more punches. You guys will have to bring out all of your might. Tan Si licked his lips, revealing a cruel expression. Clearly, the next attack would be a lightning-like blow. Chapter 863, In High Spirits. Brothers, keep your chins up. This guy isn't easy to deal with, Lu Yusheng said with a solemn face. Earth Carnage Proclamation's expert, however seriously they took him, was not being overboard. If he did not have the Spirit Profound Unity formation to assist, he would definitely turn around and run right now. Of course, whether he could escape or not was another matter. The Green Sea Mercenary Group members were naturally also aware of what Earth Carnage Proclamation meant. Each and every one all plucked their spirits up 120% to deal with Tan Si's lightning-like blow. For a moment, the enchantment radiated a brilliant splendor. Its power seemed to be even greater than before. Tan Si looked at Lu Yusheng and Ko's actions indifferently and was not anxious at all either. This array formation is rather interesting. However, want to deal with me with just the likes of it? Tan Si gave a cold laugh. A short blood-colored small saber appeared in his hand. Blood, moon, slash. Tan Si said it word for word. A horrifying half-moon blood-colored saber light chopped down at the grand array. Lu Yusheng's expression was incomparably solemn. He poured all of the essence energy in his body into the array formation without holding anything back. The aura of Tan Si's move was completely different from that slash previously. The power was more than several times stronger. He knew that just by relying on this Spirit Profound Unity formation, he probably could not withstand this move at all. But at this moment, he did not have a second option either. There was only meeting the enemy with all his power. But right at this time, the Spirit Profound Unity formation erupted with rays of brilliant light once more. A stream of violent flames gushed out once again, colliding together with Tan Si's saber light. Evenly matched, Lu Yusheng looked at this scene in front of his eyes disbelievingly. Tan Si's saber light was actually blocked by them. Wah, big, Yan Ling suddenly cried out, clearly very excited. But her words had yet to be uttered when she saw Yuan shake his head slightly, indicating to her to not speak. The little girl was very sharp, and she hurriedly covered her mouth. Ling this is our little secret. Don't tell others, okay? Yuan transmitted. The little girl nodded her head excitedly, as if guarding some earth-shaking secret, exceedingly pleased with herself inwardly. Other people all did not notice Yuan's actions. Only Yan Ling, this little girl, noticed it. Yan Jun did not know what it meant and shouted fiercely, Yan Ling, what are you messing around here for? Quickly go back to the carriage. The last stuck out her mouth and ran away swiftly. After Yan Ling left, Yan Jun let out a long sigh and said to Lu Yusheng, elder brother Lu is indeed formidable. This array formation, even an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert is actually powerless against it. Haha, what Earth Carnage Proclamation expert? I think it's merely nothing more than this. Lu Yusheng said with a big laugh. What's going on today? Could it be that I was performing abnormally well and made the power of the array formation rise to a greater height? Lu Yusheng thought to himself, secretly. One time could still be said to be a coincidence. If it was twice in a row, that it was him breaking through unknowingly. He was the entire array formation's core. Only he could unleash such a swift and fierce attack. Tan Si's expression was incomparably livid. He did not expect that this lousy array formation could actually block his attack. Especially that flame attack which suddenly appeared just now. The process from beginning to end was unbelievably intimidating. It was actually almost on par with his blood moon slash, but he did not believe that a measly little mercenary group could possess the power to contend with him. If the other party really had this strength, that slash earlier would absolutely not attain that kind of an effect. Among these people, there must be an expert. It was just that this person did not want to expose himself, so he made use of Lu Yusheng's hand to deal with him. Looks like earlier, it was this person taking action too. That was how it burned the heart-devouring bugs he nurtured painstakingly cleanly in one go. Tan Si looked at Lu Yusheng and said with a cold smile, "Just based on the likes of trash like you are also fit to be my opponent." Lu Yusheng said without fear, knowing that he had something to fall back on. "Hey, our mercenary group has never upheld individual strength. Everybody tiding over the difficult hurdles together, that's a victory. Even if I'm not your match, you can't do anything to us either. Leader is mighty, we're the strongest. Leader, we love you." Lu Yusheng's words greatly encouraged all of the mercenary group. Even though it made no sense, these members were brimming with confidence at this time too. The fear towards an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert previously already melted away into thin air at present. An Earth Carnage Proclamation expert of the legends did not seem impossible to beat. Yuan secretly found it hilarious in his heart. This guy really knew how to take the opportunity to win over people's hearts. But to be able to make the Green Sea mercenary group cultivate the spirit profound unity formation to this sort of extent, this Lu Yusheng was indeed not someone simple. If not for running into an expert like Tan Si, there should not be too much of a problem for Lu Yusheng to go in and out of the chaotic Devil Sea's border regions. Tan Si was angered until his face turned black. The scar on his face appeared even more savage. But Tan Si did not quibble over anything. At the chaotic Devil Sea, this kind of place, strength was all of the capital to talk. He could not do anything to this mercenary group. Saying any other big talk was also of no help to the matter. His gaze swept over the faces of everyone in the mercenary group, wanting to find that hidden expert. When his gaze swept to Yuan, it paused for a bit. So many years of lingering between life and death made his strength improve by a large margin. It also made his perception become extremely keen. When Tan Si first laid eyes on Yuan, he felt that Yuan was different from the rest. But very soon, he himself denied his thinking. Yuan's cultivation realm was too low, and his age was too young as well. It was completely impossible to be that hidden expert. But apart from Yuan, he could not find any other suspicious person at all. "What are you looking at? Are you fighting or not? If you're not fighting, we still have to hurry on with our journey," Lu Yusheng said haughtily. Tang Shi gave Lu Yusheng a glance and said with a cold snort, "Consider yourselves lucky today. Pray that you don't land in my hands." Finished talking, Tan Si's figure moved, and he vanished before everyone's eyes. Ha ha ha, an Earth Carnage Proclamations expert was sent packing by our Green Sea mercenary group. Returning to Luo Ding City this time, our Green Sea mercenary group's status will probably become transcendent. Lu Yusheng said with a big laugh. Yan Jun also clasped his hands and congratulated him. "Congratulations, elder brother Lu. For elder brother Lu to be able to drive an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert away, the Green Sea mercenary group is fully deserving of being the #1 mercenary group in Luo Ding City. From hereafter, no one else will be able to surpass." Haha, that doesn't matter. This time, it's still all thanks to owner Yan. If not for you hiring us this time, we wouldn't have this chance. Lu Yusheng was unbelievably high-spirited and enthusiastic at this time. Earth Carnage Proclamations expert. They were all legendary existences to them. One had to know that somewhere as large as the chaotic Devil Sea, how many millions of Heaven Enlightenment Realm experts there were. But the Earth Carnage Proclamation merely just recorded 500 people. These 500 people were the most powerful existences among Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists. Rumors had it that Earth Carnage Proclamation experts crossing realms to defeat ordinary faceless realms was nothing difficult. From this, one could tell just how formidable the strengths of Earth Carnage Proclamation experts were. To be able to drive away such an expert, it was sufficient to let the Green Sea mercenary group become famous all over the world. Not that I want to pour cold water, that person probably. Yuan's words were spoken halfway. He was stopped by Yan Jun. Chapter 864, Suddenly Turning Back. "My master Yi, don't make any more divine prophecies." Yan Jun was filled with terror after the incident. The moment Yuan spoke just now, it immediately gave everyone a huge fright. Said whatever, it would come. If Yuan's crow mouth kept on talking, they would even worry whether or not it would draw a deity realm powerhouse over. Yuan blinked his eyes twice, indicating he would not talk anymore. Only then did Yan Jun heave a sigh in relief and let go of his hand. Yuan said with an innocent face, "I was only warning you guys a little out of goodwill." "Was it necessary?" "Necessary." Yan Jun and Lu Yusheng cried out in one voice. Scaring away Tan Si, the party finally set off on the journey once again. The experts in this region were basically all killed off by Tan-Si. Along the way, it became much more relaxed instead. There was not even a single person picking a quarrel. And thanks to Yi Yuan's final sentence not coming out of his mouth, that Tan-Si actually did not come to find trouble either. But along the way, Lu Yusheng kept his spirit up 120%, so as to respond to Tan-Si's ambush. Although Yi Yuan's words were not said finish, he took it to heart. Dealing with Tan-Si, this kind of expert, he did not dare to loosen up at all either. If there were no spirit profound unity formation, he would definitely be instantly killed effortlessly. But no idea why, Tan-Si never appeared again either. Actually, it was not that Tan-Si really did not appear before. He had always been following nearby the trade caravans. There was even one time where he wanted to sneak attack. But each sneak attack, he would always be scared away by a faintly discernible divine sense. His actions could not hide from Yi Yuan's eyes and ears at all. Yi Yuan only warned him not to act rashly without careful thought with divine sense. Only then did Tan-Si confirm that there was absolutely an expert whose strength was a level higher than his within these trade caravans. The other party did not wish to expose his identity, that was why he would use this kind of method to warn him. If he really had no sense to appreciate favors, the other party would likely really make a move to kill. Tan-Si killed people like flies, but it did not mean that he did not fear death. Throwing an egg against a rock, this sort of thing, he would not do it. Even though Yi Yuan detested Tan-Si's killing on-sight habit, he was not a pedantic person either. People like Tan-Si were too abundant in the chaotic Devil Sea, completely could not be killed finish. Since Tan-Si was sensible, then Yi Yuan would not be bothered to make a move on him. After this, Yi Yuan used Fiery to create a clone to leave in the carriage, but he himself entered the vast heaven pagoda to cultivate. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm increase these 2 years was rather rapid. But concept's comprehension speed slowed down. It was hard for there to be leisure time. Yi Yuan naturally could not waste it. Inside the vast heaven steel's consciousness space, Yi Yuan's brows were furrowed tightly, muttering to himself, this scorching supreme true intense final step, how should I cross over? No wonder spirit bristle that fellow is so powerful. This scorching true intent is indeed not that easy to comprehend. Yi Yuan already reached the final step of comprehending the scorching supreme true intent. That feeling was clearly right within touch already. But Yi Yuan kept failing to grasp that tiny bit. Legends had it that when the scorching supreme true intent was cultivated to the extreme, it could incinerate myriad life, invincible. It could be seen from this how powerful this supreme true intent was. But the more powerful the thing, the harder it naturally was to comprehend as well. Yi Yuan had advanced on this path for many years and borrowed the help of the vast heaven steel before reaching his present boundary. But wanting to break through this final hurdle was not that easy. Inside this consciousness space, Yi Yuan had suffered. Goodness knows how much pain. But this final step, he kept failing to see hope. Yi Yuan suddenly smacked his head and said regretfully, why am I so stupid? The Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's own martial techniques originally contains fire attribute true intent inside. Spirit Bristle that fellow also trained in the martial techniques before comprehending supreme true intent. I insist on ignoring the shortcut and not take it, isn't that utterly foolish? It was also that Yi Yuan's comprehension abilities were too high. Along the way, the majority of the time was him comprehending supreme true intents himself, and creating martial techniques himself. Towards the end, he rarely used the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's own cultivation method anymore. Once this kind of habit formed, it would form a serious stagnation, making Yi Yuan disdainful to learn the good points of other martial techniques. Little did he realize that future generations all stood on the shoulders of predecessors. As a divine art, how could the power of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's own martial technique be ordinary? Training this series of martial techniques to the great circle of perfection, Yi Yuan's scorching true intent would be achieved naturally. Going along with the martial techniques to comprehend a supreme true intent was much easier than comprehending it out of thin air. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath. His consciousness withdrew out of the vast heaven steel, and he started pondering about the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's cultivation method. Starting from the first move, Absolute Yang Finger, Yi Yuan slowly tidied up this set of martial techniques sequence of ideas. With Yi Yuan's comprehension towards the scorching true intent and transmission true intent presently, he had a brand new understanding when he comprehended these martial techniques anew. As a set of divine art, the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art was originally passed down in the same vein. Its martial techniques were naturally passed down linearly too. Yuan recalled his comprehensions towards true intent and discovered that this series of martial techniques followed along the true intent's development train of thoughts and created this set of cultivation method. The 4th level, heavenly flame palm. The 5th level, cloud converging fire. The 6th level, void fire mark. Yuan discovered to his shock that cultivating the spirit bristle 9-yang divine arts martial techniques to the 6th level already reached the level of supreme true intent. Didn't that mean that as long as he cultivated according to the prescribed routine, he would have already comprehended the supreme true intent now? This discovery made Yuan smile bitterly to no end. It was really sitting on a treasure mountain but knowing it. The final 3 levels of martial techniques, each level corresponded to 3 stages of supreme true intent. As long as Yuan fully comprehended the final profound meaning of the 9 suns burning heaven, grasping 9th stage scorching supreme true intent would naturally be nothing difficult. Actually, this really could not be blamed on Yuan. His comprehensions in sword Dao was too strong, resulting in the martial techniques he created to be stronger than the spirit bristle 9-yang divine arts moves. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yuan's comprehensions into the sword Dao's supreme true intent already reached 5th stage. Suddenly turning back, but that person is under that waning light one. I rushed forward blindly, but neglected the scenery behind me. Yuan said with an emotional sigh. No one would not err. It was impossible for Yuan too. Yuan was too confident in his comprehension abilities. But he never thought that his comprehensions into the martial Dao had merely just started for 10 years. Without the accumulation of time, how could these extremely profound supreme true intents be so easy to comprehend? It was true that the spirit bristle divine king was powerful, but the time he spent immersed in this Dao was what Yuan could not catch up to even if he whipped his horse. Thinking through this link, Yuan no longer hesitated and started cultivating the spirit bristle 9-yang divine arts auxiliary martial techniques anew. Yuan did not slack off. He started cultivating from the 1st level's absolute yang finger. This was a complete martial technique system. Missing any links might cause an enormous influence on the comprehension at the back. With Yuan's experience and knowledge, he naturally would not make mistakes here. But when he truly started to cultivate this martial technique, he still discovered that he thought of things too simply. Chapter 865, Second Supreme True Intent. The martial techniques in the first few levels, Yuan accomplished with high proficiency. He only spent less than 2 days to settle it, but when he reached the 6th level, Yuan's speed dropped all of a sudden. Void fire marked this martial technique was the breakthrough point of the supreme true intent, very hard to train. Yuan spent half a month's time before barely managing to train it to minor accomplishment. It was still a step away from comprehending the supreme true intent. But cultivating the void fire mark corroborated with Yuan's own comprehensions previously. It still let him have a deeper understanding of the scorching supreme true intent. There's still one last chaos gem. Looks like without using this chaos gem, I'll probably not be able to comprehend the scorching supreme true intent within a short time. Yuan said with an emotional sigh. The chaos gems extorted from Long Tang, Yuan was finally going to use them up as well. Yuan was very decisive and did not have much hesitation before directly firing the chaos gem into the vast heaven steel. Strike while the iron was hot. Yuan felt that he was only a step away from the supreme true intent already. Fine steel needed to be used on the edge of a knife. This chaos gem, nothing to feel unwillingness to use about. Moreover, Yuan knew that in the chaotic devil sea, only by having powerful strength could he ensure his own safety. Different from other places, the chaotic devil sea this sort of place, martial artists that comprehended supreme true intents could be found everywhere. When Yuan faced them, he would not have too much advantage. Therefore, comprehension of the second supreme true intent, it was imperative to him. Next was the dreary martial technique training. Each day, Yuan would train according to the Void Fire Mark's series of moves. This process was extremely dreary, but Yuan found joy in it and never got tired. But the effects of focusing on cultivation was also apparent. After 1 month, Yuan's Void Fire Mark was finally cultivated to major accomplishment. But this was still lacking some level of attainment from comprehending the supreme true intent. Yi Yuan was certain that as long as he cultivated to the great circle of perfection, he could definitely comprehend the supreme true intent. The following 3 months, he still cultivated without knowing fatigue. Yi Yuan practically did not have any rest time, his state as if he went mad. Finally, one day after 3 months, a transparent imprint was fired by Yi Yuan into the void. A look of pleasant surprise surfaced on Yi Yuan's face as he said, "Finally done." Scorching. Supreme true intent, indeed unbelievably powerful. This has merely just broken through first stage, and it's likely going to be even stronger than my third stage Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword. This void fire mark being cultivated will show a brilliant yellow color mark when it just started. When cultivated to major accomplishment, it was a light yellow color mark. And the transparent imprint launch was precisely the hallmark of the void fire mark being cultivated to the great circle of perfection. Yi Yuan also relied on this move to finally comprehend the scorching supreme true intent. Starting from stepping onto the Nine Heavens Road until now, roughly 10 years' time had passed. Yi Yuan finally comprehended a second supreme true intent. The agitation in his heart could be imagined. This scorching supreme true intent's comprehension was far from as quick as the Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword. Yi Yuan also sunk enormous effort into this path. Just inside this vast heaven steel space, Yi Yuan was frozen to death God knows how many times. Even though it was not a true death, that kind of feeling felt like he had experienced it. People lacking willpower, just the agony was sufficient to drive them crazy, let alone talk about comprehending. Now, the painstaking efforts Yi Yuan put in finally had a return. This second supreme true intent was a milestone success to Yi Yuan. Because there were many martial artists able to comprehend a supreme true intent, but comprehending 2 supreme true intents, that was in the minority. No other reason, there was a limit to a person's strength. A person's energy was limited. Comprehending a supreme true intent already expended tremendous energy. How could there still be people with the energy to go comprehend a second one? To be able to comprehend a second supreme true intent and achieve the divine king realm, not one was not a major power of the divine realm with strength far exceeding those in the same rank. If the Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword's comprehension still had some elements of being opportunistic, then this scorching supreme true intent was comprehended by Yi Yuan little by little indisputably. This process, he only spent 10 years' time. If the Spirit Bristle Divine King knew that Yi Yuan only used 10 years to comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, he would definitely be shocked until his jaw hit the ground. There's still 2 months more. I wonder what kind of power will combining the scorching supreme true intent with the spirit ranked dragon wave together produce? Yi Yuan said rather excitedly. Although first stage scorching true intent's power was strong, it clearly had not met Yi Yuan's requirements yet. Back then, Yi Yuan carried out a fusion between the scorching true intent and dragon wave and created the flame movement carnage. But the power of flame movement carnage was already inadequate right now. When Yi Yuan faced the enemies currently, the majority of the circumstances was to directly use the spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Now that he comprehended the supreme true intent, fusing the spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm and the scorching supreme true intent, the power would definitely be rather impressive. These remaining 2 months' time, Yi Yuan planned on doing this thing. Without a doubt, the difficulty level of fusing the scorching supreme true intent and the scorching supreme true intent coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was goodness knows how many times higher compared to flame movement carnage. The fusion before could only be treated as a reference as well. But with the experience of flame movement carnage, Yi Yuan had a direction to work towards, which was resonance. Back then when he merged the scorching true intent and coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan only used the flame movement carnage after blasting out countless fists and finding the resonant point of the true intent and fleshy body as well. What he wanted to do presently was to find the resonant point of the supreme true intent and spirit rank dragon wave. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes and started to feel, seeking out the breakthrough point of these 2 kinds of completely different attributes. Merging supreme true intent and fleshy body martial techniques, probably only Yi Yuan this sort of freak could be capable of it too. Ordinary heaven enlightenment realm martial artists, forget about supreme true intent, their fleshy bodies were probably not even 1 in 8,000th as powerful as Yi Yuan's. But this process did not make smooth progress. After 2 months, Yi Yuan still did not find the resonant point, but the effects of the chaos gem were already over. In this period of time, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm also quietly broke through to second-level heaven enlightenment. Yi Yuan had no choice but to put away his emotions and return to reality. Master Yi, we've reached Cloud Transient City. Outside the carriage, Yan Zhen's very polite voice called out to Yi Yuan. Got it, Yi Yuan responded coolly, his voice somewhat hoarse. But the moment he got off the carriage, it made Yan Zhen jump in fright. Master Yi, what happened to you? The current Yi Yuan had deep sunken eyes and a sallow face, clearly very haggard. It was as if he suffered a serious illness. Although just 20 days passed in total in reality, to Yi Yuan, more than half a year had already passed. This half a year, he was virtually cultivating frenziedly and did not really rest. Relaxing all at once currently, Yi Yuan's entire person had indescribable weariness. No worries, I'm cultivating a divine soul cultivation method. My soul force was excessively exhausted. Rest for a while, and I'll be fine. Yi Yuan waved his hands and casually made up a story. This Cloud Transient City was the group of people's destination. It was a most out-of-the-way city in the chaotic Devil Sea. Chapter 866, Missing Ling Er. In the chaotic Devil Sea, even if people were in a city, drawing swords at a word of disagreement was rather commonly seen as well. As long as it was not a massacre, no one would care about you. Therefore, people without strength would all have to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. There were no rules to talk about here. Strength was the highest for everything. In order to survive, martial artists naturally formed factions and gangs. It was very hard to survive here all alone. Cloud Transient City was just a small city. The population was not many. This place was obviously not Yi Yuan's endpoint. His true objective was the core of the chaotic Devil Sea, the slaughter steps. And Cloud Transient City had a transmission array that led to the slaughter steps. Apart from the transmission array, one still required another item to enter the slaughter steps. This was also one of the objectives of Yi Yuan coming here. This sleep, Yi Yuan slept until the skies turned dark and he blacked out, all the way past the third day before he woke up. The moment he went out, Yi Yuan discovered that the atmosphere was not quite right. Owner Yan, you guys. What's going on? Yan Zhen's expression was dark like water. He sat there alone and kept silent. In his eyes actually faintly contained tears. This made Yi Yuan greatly astonished. Although Yan Zhen's martial strength was not very great, he was absolutely a tough guy in Yi Yuan's impression. What matter could actually make him sit alone, here quietly with tears in his eyes? Yan Zhen did not hear Yi Yuan's words at all, still staring blankly there. Owner Yan, Yi Yuan went over and lightly touched Yan Zhen a bit. Yan Zhen abruptly startled awake and said, Master Yi. Why you woke up? Yan Zhen had an appearance like he had lost his soul, making Yi Yuan produce a bad premonition. Owner Yan, what's with you? Where's the rest? Where's Madam and Ling Er? Yi Yuan asked. The moment Yan Zhen heard, tears flowed down uncontrollably as he choked sobbingly, Ling Er she. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, what happened to Ling Er? This morning, we went to hand over the goods. Shuang Er and Ling Er stayed behind in the inn. Shuang Er just left for a short while, but I didn't expect. Saying until here, Yan Zhen choked and really could not continue anymore. Yi Yuan's expression fell slightly, and he said, Ling Er went missing. Yan Zhen nodded his head with difficulty, with great sorrow. Several years ago, he lost his daughter in this Cloud Transient City too. The result was that he gave out all of his assets before barely managing to preserve his daughter's life. Since then, Yan Zhen earned money to support his family desperately as well, in order to treat the recurring chronic illness on his daughter. He did not think that after a time interval of several years, the exact same scene actually played out once more. Toward Yan Ling, this little girl, Yi Yuan quite adored her too. He did not think that she would actually have so many setbacks in her life. This made his feelings of compassion stir. Being silent for a moment, Yi Yuan asked, Owner Yan, don't panic first. Tell me about the situation at that time. But Yan Zhen shook his hand and said, no special situation either. Shuang Er just left for a brief moment, then when she returned to the house, Ling Er was gone. Virtually identical with the last time. I already requested for elder brother Lu they all to go out and search, but half a day has already passed. There's no news at all. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he asked, exactly the same as last time. Do you know who ambushed Ling Er the last time or not? Yan Jun shook his head again and said, "We didn't see that person's true face at all. He just makes us deliver the earth essence crystals to the designated point. We heard a baby's crying sound and went to find Ling Er. Turning around to take a look, the earth essence crystals were long gone without a trace already." Hearing Yan Jun's description, Yi Yuan was lost in thought. The previous time, the other party was clearly already planning on killing the hostage. It was just that the other party did not expect Ling Er's life was actually so tenacious, forcefully holding on for several years, resulting in being thoroughly treated by Yi Yuan in the end. If it was just kidnapping and blackmailing, the other party's methods would probably be cut from the same cloth as last time. Right while they were talking, Lu Yusheng walked in hastily. "Owner Yan, my brothers have already inquired around and don't have Ling Er's news." But, Lu Yusheng hesitated. Yan Jun froze and suddenly said, "But what could it be?" Lu Yusheng nodded his head and handed over a slip of paper. Yan Jun's expression could not help changing drastically when he received it and looked. Yi Yuan saw it clearly from behind. The slip of paper wrote, "Tonight at midnight, warehouse north of the city. 1 billion earth essence crystals. Only Yan Jun is permitted to come alone. Hand over the money in one hand, the person in the other." Indeed, the same pattern from the method last time. It was as if someone had purposely eyed Yan Jun to actually use the same method on him twice. Without a doubt, this was done by the same person. Yi Yuan could also tell from that skill to damage the meridians that the other party was absolutely a martial artist with very formidable strength. Yi Yuan quietly withdrew out of the crowd and came onto the streets. After an hour, Yi Yuan played with a short incense in his hand as he said smilingly, "I didn't think that I'd have to use you again." What Yi Yuan was holding in his hand was precisely the soul-guiding incense used to find Lu Er back then. But the soul-guiding incense he refined this time was a much higher quality compared to that time. Its perception toward soul force was also much sharper. He slowly came to Ling Er's room, pushed open the door, and discovered that Lin Shuang was currently inside holding an item of Ling Er's in a trace. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said to Lin Shuang, "Don't need to be sad anymore, madam. I have a way to find Ling Er." Lin Shuang was originally ashen-faced, virtually without any signs of life in her eyes. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, she jumped up at once and grabbed Yi Yuan's arm, looking as if she was crazy as she said, "Master Yi, is what you said true?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Actually, I've had some surmises already. It's just that I still need to confirm it a little. Madam, do you have any clothing items that Ling Er frequently wears? Lend it to me to use." Lin Shuang's eyes finally shone with life as she hurriedly nodded and said, "Just a minute, Master Yi. I'll go get it for you right away." Before long, Lin Shuang brought over a small and exquisite piece of clothing. Yi Yuan directly ignited it together with the soul-guiding incense. At the same time, Yi Yuan's heart stirred slightly, and Fiery appeared in front of him. "Fiery, you follow the soul-guiding incense and see where they are hiding Ling Er." "Yes, big brother." Fiery received the order and turned into a wisp of fire, following a strand of fragrance out of the room. Seeing this scene, Lin Shuang was dumbfoundedly shocked. After Fiery left, Yi Yuan said to Lin Shuang, "Actually, I believe you and Owner Yan have some conjectures in your hearts too, right? Except, that person, you feel that you can't afford to provoke, so you weren't willing to think too much. Rescuing Ling Er this time, you and Owner Yan shouldn't get involved in this messy situation anymore. Come up with other means of livelihood outside the chaotic Devil Sea." Yi Yuan was deeply aware of the chaotic Devil Sea's bloodiness and cruelty. Without absolute martial strength, there was completely no way of ensuring one's family's safety. This kind of travel trading method of earning a living seemed like exorbitant profits, but actually, it was merely just money-making machines being scattered and raised. The power over life and death was still controlled in other people's hands. Forget about Yan Jun. Even Lu Yusheng, this kind of veteran, was not possibly the other party's match. Chapter 867, Challenge. In a hidden venue in the city, 3 men were currently watching over a little girl. One of them was wearing light armor. He was tall and well built. Clearly, he was the leader of these 3 people. "My lord, this lass isn't well behaved. Let us take good care of her," one of the martial artists said as he threw a slap on the little girl's face with a smack. The little girl did not dare to struggle anymore after getting hit. But that stubborn gaze was exhibited in its entirety. That lass that person was talking about was precisely the Yan Ling who went missing. Yan Ling was currently tied up on a chair, struggling endlessly. She glared at the three people furiously, filled with resentment. Being kidnapped the last time, she was still young and did not feel anything at all. But the agony of these few years made her life worse than living hell. This point also made Yan Ling much more mature compared to those of the same age. Therefore, being kidnapped by these people, Yan Ling was extremely disgusted by them. That person wearing light armor looked at Yan Ling, his eyes filled with doubt as he muttered, "Back then, I clearly used the pulse-severing divine palm to sever this girlie's meridians. I didn't expect that after a time interval of several years, she actually recovered. Truly inconceivable." The other two people's expressions changed, and they said, "No way, right? Milord's pulse-severing divine palm's power is incredible. Forget about a little girl, even a battle-seasoned martial artist can't withstand it either. How can this girlie possibly recover? Could your excellency have identified wrongly?" That person waved his hand and said, "Maybe I'll recognize this girlie wrongly, but her parents, I won't identify them wrongly. The outstanding few people who come to Cloud Transient City for travel trade, I know them like the palm of my hands. Yan Jun is the most outstanding among them. Back then, that deal virtually squeezed dry all of his savings. I didn't think that after several years, he has accumulated considerable wealth again. Heh, so what? Aren't they just pigs that your excellency is rearing? Butchering once they get fat? With this girlie here, will we still fear that Yan Jun not submitting obediently?" Said a martial artist. "Hoo, that's true. All thanks to these fat pigs that I am able to have my present strength. Now, this seat is only a step away from Faceless Realm," said the middle-aged man in light armor said. "Congratulations, milord, congratulations, milord. Milord is an expert on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. Once you enter the Faceless Realm, your future prospects will be boundless. At that time, naturally you won't go without benefits." When the two people heard this, they were both beside themselves with joy. That middle-aged man in light armor was actually an expert on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. One of the underlings bowed his body and asked, "Milord, how to dispose of this girlie?" The middle-aged man in light armor said with a cruel smile, "The last time, pulse-severing divine palm didn't kill her. I don't believe that it can't kill her this time too. This time, I'm going to sever all of her meridians. See how she still survives. Milord, this subordinate has an important matter to report." Right then, vigorously knocking sounds suddenly sounded out outside the door. The middle-aged man in light armor furrowed his eyebrows and said, "Come in." A subordinate pushed the door and entered. Coming in front of the middle-aged man in light armor all in a fluster, he said, "Milord, things are bad. Somebody wants to challenge you." The eyebrows of the middle-aged man in light armor raised up, and he laughed loudly as he said, "Challenge me? Ha. It's really been so many years since anyone dared to seek death like this. Doesn't he know that this Cloud Transient City's city lord is an expert ranked 463 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation? That person challenging is merely a second-level heaven enlightenment young man," said the subordinate after he hesitated for a moment. "What, a second-level heaven enlightenment dares to challenge our Lord Xie Ying? Is this someone who's complaining that his lifespan is too long and is tired of living? Ha, what a joke. Even though Cloud Transient City is a small city, Lord Xie Ying's reputation is known far and wide. This punk is definitely a moron. As long as one slightly inquires about it a little, they wouldn't do this sort of foolish thing either." The two subordinates seemed to have heard a very hilarious joke, both laughing their heads off. Including Xie Ying himself, gave a slight smile too and said to the three subordinates, "You guys watch the person carefully. I'll go and chop off that punk's dog head first." "Yes, Your Excellency." The three people voiced their assent. The chaotic devil sea's rule was that anyone could challenge the city lord. As long as one had the strength to kill the city lord, they could take his place. Moreover, as long as someone challenged, the city lord must accept the challenge, all the way until one party was killed. Logically speaking, under this sort of rule, the city lord being replaced should be frequent occurrences. But in reality, Cloud Transient City's city lord Xie Ying had already been in this position for over a decade. When he assumed the position, there were naturally quite a few people who were unconvinced and issued challenges to him. But in the end, all of them were killed by him without any exception. Gradually, people who dared to challenge him became lesser and lesser. And along with the passing of time, Xie Ying's strength became increasingly stronger. All the way until later, Xie Ying became an earth carnage proclamation expert. Ever since then, no one dared to challenge him anymore. Today was indeed out of the blue, it was the first time in several years. After Xie Ying left, the three underlings all did not detect a small lotus flower growing out from the corner of a wall. Yuan sat in front of the city lord manor quietly, closing his eyes to meditate, quietly waiting for Xie Ying's arrival. The one challenging Xie Ying was none other than precisely Yuan. Out of Lin Shuang's expectations, Yuan did not go and rescue Ling right away. Instead, he came straight to the city lord manor and issued a challenge to Xie Ying in front of everyone. What on earth is Master Yi selling in his gourd? He's merely an alchemist. Why did he go and challenge City Lord Xie? City Lord Xie is an earth carnage proclamation expert. Challenging with his strength, isn't that seeking death? Didn't he say he was helping owner Yan find his daughter previously? How did he search until he came here to challenge? The Green Sea Mercenary Group and Yan Jun husband and wife were all here spectating. The Green Sea Mercenary Group's members were all gesticulating, clearly very perplexed by Yuan's actions. Lin Shuang grabbed her husband's hand tightly and said with an anxious look on her face, "Husband, Master Yi must have guessed something and wants to give vent on Ling Er's behalf." But, Yan Jun's expression was very ugly. Although he had never met with Xie Ying before, to be able to abduct Yan Ling away in Cloud Transient City noiselessly, who else could there be other than Xie Ying? City Lord Xie Ying was clearly the greatest suspect. But even if he knew, he was powerless to do anything as well. Earth Carnage Proclamation's number 463 expert was totally not what he could deal with, let alone that the City Lord Manor still had many experts. Yan Jun initially already resigned himself to his fate and brought out all of his savings over these past few years for Xie Ying. What he did not expect was that Yuan actually ran out and challenged City Lord Xie Ying on his own. Finally, Yan Jun could not endure it anymore and came in front of Yuan to urge, "Master Yi, I know that you have good intentions. But Xie Ying is an Earth Carnage Proclamation's veteran expert. His strength is unfathomable. Challenging the City Lord, one has to determine who lives and who dies. You doing this for Ling as husband and wife, will have a guilty conscience for the rest of our lives." Chapter 868, Absolute Kill Token. Master Yi, as husband and wife are already endlessly grateful to you for treating Ling But this Xie Ying, he really cannot be provoked. Quickly go now, leave Cloud Transient City, the further you go, the better. Lin Shuang urged as well. But her voice had yet to fade when a middle-aged man wearing light armor who was flying in air landed in front of Yuan. "Ha ha ha, without my agreement, Xie Yings, even if you guys want to leave, you can't go either. Since you put forth the challenge, you got to have an awareness of death. Go, where can you guys go to?" Xie Ying said arrogantly. When Yan Jun saw Xie Ying, his eyes wanted to spew fire. He could not endure it anymore and said, "Xie Ying, was it you who abducted Ling away?" Yan Jun originally thought that Xie Ying would deny it. He did not expect that Xie Ying would actually laugh out loud and say, "So what if yes? Are the earth essence crystals I want prepared? Don't blame me for not warning you. Even though there's a fool who's challenging this seat, once the time is up, I'll send your daughter on her way all the same. Don't think that this punk can buy time." Xie Ying admitting it openly made Yan Jun even more enraged. If not for being apprehensive that the other party's strength was too formidable, he would really want to go up and risk his life at this instant. You and I have no grudges, why do you want to target me time and again?" Yan Jun denounced indignantly. Xie Ying looked at Yan Jun pitifully and said in disdain, "Why? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Don't you know what kind of place you're in right now? This place is the chaotic Devil Sea. In this Cloud Transient City, I'm the king. Everything of yours is all mine. What does some mere earth essence crystals count as? I'm not targeting you, but targeting you all, these travel trade merchants. You guys make use of the chaotic Devil Sea's resources to make staggering profits. Since that's the case, I let you all amass, wait until you're fat, then slaughter and eat. What's wrong with it?" This kind of excuse might be very preposterous in the outside world. But in this Cloud Transient City, it was not very hard to understand. This point, it could be seen from the expressions of the people surrounding and watching. They did not cast over very pitying looks towards Yan Jun. More of it was indifference and contempt. In here, one could only end up as lambs that other people talked about without strength. In here, there had never been a reason to talk about. In this cloud transient city, Xie Ying's strength was the most powerful, so whatever he did was right. The reason why he employed kidnapping actions was just in order to not stir the grass and frighten away the snake, to let these merchants have some more time to accumulate. Yan Zheng was angered until he trembled all over, but his eyes revealed a look of despair. He originally thought that earth essence crystals could settle everything. However, he was wrong. For so many years, he was merely a lamb that others let loose to rear. It was just that he, this lamb, was fatter, and he was getting slaughtered by Xie Ying for the second time. You, whatever you have, come at me. Why do you want to deal with a little girl without a weapon in her hand? Back then, Ling Er was still a baby in swaddling clothes. Lin Shuang trembled as she said. Xie Ying pursed his mouth and said scornfully, "Baby, in the chaotic devil sea, not having strength is the original sin. There is no pity here, only strength. You all have stayed in the chaotic devil sea for so many years and actually can't even see through this point. Fools, you devil, elder, brother Lu, I give all of my assets to you. I request you to help kill this fiend for me." Yan Zheng could no longer put up with it anymore and wanted to use all of his wealth to gamble for Xie Ying's life. Yan Zheng himself was a heaven enlightenment realm too. But in front of Xie Ying, he was too weak. The two of them, husband and wife, attacking together could not possibly be Xie Ying's match either. They could only use money to do things. Lu Yusheng's expression was very ugly. He did not think that Ling Er's disappearance would actually involve Xie Ying. Although he scared away Tan Si using the Spirit Profound Unity formation previously, facing the Xie Ying whose strength was a level higher, Lu Yusheng hesitated. "Owner Yan, not that I, Lu Yusheng, cravenly cling to life instead of braving death. It's just that, I'm really not his match. Your money, if I take this job, I have the life to earn, but I don't have the life to spend." Lu Yushen said helplessly. The moment these words were uttered, Yan Zheng and Lin Shuang, all of the pair's strength seemed to be drained, unwittingly falling back 2 steps. The Green Sea mercenary group was his greatest reliance. But even Lu Yusheng was not willing to make a move. What hope did he still have? Xie Ying was even more incomparably proud of himself when he saw the situation and said with a loud laugh, "I already said, this cloud transient city is my world, Xie Ying's. What can a tiny little mercenary group do to me? Humph, if you're sensible, get the money ready and send it to the location. Perhaps, you can still see that cute daughter of yours. However, wait until I dispose of this trash first before talking. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since anyone has dared to challenge this seat?" Xie Ying looked at Yi Yuan with a glimmering gaze, looking in high spirits. Ever since he ascended to the Earth Carnage proclamation, no one challenged him. He did not expect that today, there was actually someone who delivered himself to the gate to let him practice. Although his strength was a bit weak, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, it was sufficient. Yi Yuan did not speak at the side all along. It was in order to let Yan Zheng husband and wife know the chaotic devil sea's cruelty. This kind of money was really not easy to earn. Without adequate strength, it would only be like drawing water with a sieve in the end. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and opened his mouth to say, "The nonsense has been said entirely. I can send you on your way already. Are you handing over the absolute kill token on your own, or do you want me to come to take it myself?" Xie Ying was stunned and looked at Yi Yuan like he was staring at a fool as he said, "Just the likes of you want my absolute kill token too? Go back and train for another 100 years. This absolute kill token was precisely the second objective of Yi Yuan coming to Cloud Transient City. Because only by possessing this absolute kill token could one enter the slaughter steps. Otherwise, entering inside rashly, one would be obliterated. Each city lord had an absolute kill token in possession. To obtain the absolute kill token to enter the slaughter steps, it could only be accomplished by killing a city lord. If the incumbent city lord entered the slaughter steps would send over another token for the next city lord. Of course, this process would be another gory struggle. Yan Zheng duo were battered out of their senses. Suddenly hearing Yi Yuan's words, they could not help being startled. They hurriedly went up to grab hold of Yi Yuan and said, "Master Yi, you're our family's benefactor, we can't watch you cast away your life in vain. Your kindness, Shuang and I will bear it in mind. It's just that, we can only repay it in the next life." Yi Yuan smiled broadly when he heard that and said, "Owner Yan is worrying too much. I came to this cloud transient city for the sake of the absolute kill token in the first place. It's just that I didn't expect that Ling would run into this kind of incident. Since this matter was done by Xie Ying, then it just nice saves me a lot of trouble, combining two things into one. The pain that Ling suffered these past few years, let him pay it back in blood. Yan Zheng was stunned and muttered, but, he's an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert. You're just an alchemist. It's impossible to beat him. Yi Yuan lightly patted on Yan Zheng's shoulder twice and said, I believe that this time, you should have seen clearly what kind of place the chaotic devil sea is. After I rescue Ling your family of 3 should leave this place and never come here again. This place is not a place that you guys should come. Chapter 869, Fusion. Shameless boasting fool. Going to lose your life right away already and you still wish to go rescue people, Xie Ying chortled and said. Yi Yuan's calm attitude made Xie Ying very displeased. Putting on an act got to have a limit too, right? A second-level heaven enlightenment challenging an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert, this kind of thing had never happened before in the chaotic devil sea. To Earth Carnage Proclamation experts, it had always been them crossing realms to challenge others. When had they been challenged by others before? Yan Zheng still wanted to say something, but he was lightly pushed by Yi Yuan's essence energy. Both he and Lin Shuang were pushed aside immediately. Yan Zheng could not help being dumbfounded. He was a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist too. Being pushed by Yi Yuan here, he actually did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back as he said indifferently, was your Earth Carnage Proclamation ranking boasted out with your mouth? So much crap. Xie Ying's expression turned cold, and he said, stinking brat, you'll die very horribly. A violent killing intent erupted out, almost materializing. The surrounding audience could not withstand this killing intent at all and hurriedly retreated and spread out. Already have not seen Xie Ying take action for many years. His strength is even greater than in the past. His killing intent has condensed to become tangible. Looks like his comprehension in the slaughter supreme true intent has already improved further. No wonder his Earth Carnage Proclamation rank rose non-stop these few years, looks like he's already not far from Faceless Realm. This brat challenging Xie Ying is simply courting death. Xie Ying's position was fought out using bona fide battle results. Although he had not taken action for many years, his strength was clearly rising steadily. By this time, when Xie Ying exhibited his strength in front of everyone once again, no one would feel optimistic about Yi Yuan at all. The slaughter true intent was a concept universally comprehended by the chaotic devil sea's martial artists. The slaughter concept was also a top-notch supreme true intent. When cultivated to the extreme, it was also not at all inferior to the scorching concept. After cultivating to an exceedingly high realm, one could confuse the opponent's mental state just by relying on the concept released by the martial artist, and then make the first strike from there. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, standing in the center of the storm very comfortably, looking very calm. The slaughter true intent was very strong. But just based on Xie Ying's comprehension, it was unable to shake Yi Yuan the slightest bit. Seeing this scene, Xie Ying's expression changed slightly too. Looks like this brat was also not without capabilities at all to dare raise a hue. Xie Ying's figure suddenly burst forth. The sword in his hand actually disappeared bizarrely. Shadowless sword. Xie Ying's shadowless sword finally appeared once again. He draws his sword without any traces. It is completely hard to fathom. I can't believe that it's the killing move he used the moment he attacks. The moment Xie Ying moved, someone immediately cried out in shock. Yi Yuan slowly closed his eyes, his entire person entered into heart-like monolith heart realm, knowing all of the surroundings like the palm of his own hand. A crisp metal clashing sound came over. Yi Yuan and Xie Ying separated upon contact. Yi Yuan was actually repelled back several dozen steps. This boy actually used the power of his fleshy body to have a frontal clash with Xie Ying. Just how powerful is his fleshy body? Such a quick sword move, how did he see it? No wonder this boy dared to challenge Xie Ying. Turns out that his strength was actually this powerful. But it looks like he still isn't Xie Ying's match. One move down, Xie Ying did not move a muscle, while Yi Yuan was beaten back several dozen steps. Whoever was superior was immediately determined. Hey, no wonder you were so cocky. Turns out that your fleshy body has already cultivated to such a level. However, no matter how powerful your fleshy body is, it's of no avail too. Prepare to die. Xie Ying gave a cold laugh. Swinging his sword, he attacked again. In a blink of an eye, the two people engaged in battle for several dozen rounds. Xie Ying raised his foot and suddenly stomped onto Yi Yuan's chest, directly kicking him out far away. Master Yi, Yan Zheng was long struck dumb with amazement already. He did not think that Yi Yuan was actually still such a formidable martial path expert. Battling an expert like Xie Ying, he was actually just in a slightly disadvantageous position. But this move, it gave Yan Zheng a fright. Yi Yuan looked perfectly fine. Crawling to his feet and patting the dust on his body, he said, "Not bad, a little interesting." Again, Xie Ying's foot landed right on Yi Yuan's chest, and he was currently pleased with himself. Seeing that Yi Yuan looked perfectly fine, his expression could not help becoming ugly. This foot, he did not hold back much. Yi Yuan was actually not injured at all. Formidable fleshy body, this defense was also ridiculously powerful. Looks like only the slaughter concept could break Yi Yuan's defense. Humph, boy, you won't be so lucky next time. Xie Ying wielded his sword and attacked again, battling with Yi Yuan again. Xie Ying's slaughter concept spread out everywhere, violent to the extreme. In comparison, Yi Yuan was like a stubborn rock in howling winds and torrential rain. No matter how fierce the storm was, he still held on as firmly as a rock. It was just that people with discerning eyes could tell that Yi Yuan was still at a disadvantage. Xie Ying very much wanted to use his slaughter concept to deal with Yi Yuan. But each time, it was cleverly avoided by Yi Yuan. However, even though Yi Yuan avoided the vital parts, he was in a sorry plight the entire process. 1,000 exchanges down, he already suffered considerable external wounds. Heh, even if you're a chunk of metal, you'll die from serious injuries at this rate. Xie Ying was very patient. Since Yi Yuan wanted to drag the time, then he would like to see who could afford to waste time. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious. He still brandished his fists non-stop, not giving Xie Ying any chance to catch his breath at all. Master Yi, don't fight anymore. If you carry on fighting, you'll die. Yan Zheng really could not carry on watching anymore and shouted at the sides. Haha, you're too naive. At this point, will City Lord Xie still let him leave alive? But to be able to force City Lord Xie to this extent, he can be sufficiently proud already, said one of Xie Ying's followers with a big laugh. Fool, this is a death match. Until one party dies, it won't cease. This brat is overestimating his own ability to actually dare challenge City Lord Xie. It also serves him right if he dies. Seeing as Yi Yuan was going to be defeated, everyone sneered in contempt towards Yi Yuan's overestimation of his own strength. From the start until now, Yi Yuan had always been in a situation of taking a beating passively. No chances of victory could be seen at all. Although Yi Yuan's strength exceeded everyone's expectations, it was very clear that the gap with Xie Ying was too great. They naturally did not discover that starting from just now, Xie Ying's expression became increasingly solemn. The force Yi Yuan wielded became greater and greater. Each punch was like a giant hammer, carrying an enormous impact force. Xie Ying actually had some signs of not being able to withstand it. Moreover, each punch of Yi Yuan's landing, Xie Ying's entire body felt like he was being burned by flames. Tremendous impact force and the power of combustion made his entire person extremely acclimatized. All of a sudden, Xie Ying's pupils constricted. This punch of Yi Yuan's actually vanished before his eyes. It was only to hear a loud bang. Xie Ying's body was smashed right onto the ground like a cannonball. Those voices mocking Yi Yuan suddenly cut off. They looked at this scene in disbelief, their brains not being able to wrap itself around it for a moment. Just now, it was clearly Xie Ying who occupied the absolute initiative. Why did he lose in the twinkling of an eye? Chapter 870, is it her? What's going on here? Xie Ying was clearly suppressing this boy all round. How did he suddenly turn out like this? An Earth Carnage Proclamation expert actually lose to an unknown and nameless second-level Heaven Enlightenment realm. It's too unbelievable. Xie Ying suddenly getting hit made everyone unbelievably stunned. Clearly, Xie Ying had suppressed Yi Yuan all round, and he was about to be defeated soon. How did the plot reverse suddenly? Xie Ying struggled to his feet, looking incredibly wretched. He lowered his head to take a look at himself. The light armor he was wearing previously was actually ruined by Yi Yuan with one punch and already completely lost its function. Which was also to say that if Yi Yuan gave him another punch, he would face certain death. The life and death juncture just now, it was this light armor that saved his life. This light armor was acquired by him by spending a huge price. It was for the sake of preserving his life. He did not expect that Yuan only used one punch to shatter it. Recalling the punch earlier, Xianxia still had lingering fear in his heart. The light armor on him was a high-grade profound artifact armor. It was actually rendered invalid under Yuan's punch. One could imagine just how formidable the might of Yuan's punch earlier was. One must know that devastating a high-grade profound artifact armor beyond repair was a much higher level of difficulty compared to snapping a sword. Apart from the armor, there was still the martial artist's protective essence energy. Not only did Yuan directly smash Xianxia's protective essence energy, the residual force even destroyed a high-grade protective armor. This blow was too terrifying. Xianxia looked at Yuan, his eyes showing a look of extreme fear. You were actually testing your moves on me. At this point, if Xianxia still did not understand that Yuan was only treating him as a target to practice his skill, then he would be too stupid. Yuan's fist technique became stronger and stronger in the battle, increasingly proficient, resulting in unleashing that terrifying punch at the back. The power of that punch was absolutely able to annihilate a faceless realm martial artist. Second-level heaven enlightenment realm, and he could cross a major cultivation realm to eliminate a faceless realm martial artist. What kind of concept was this? It was true that the Earth Carnage Proclamation's martial artists were strong, but when they were at the second-level heaven enlightenment, it was also not possible to have such perverse strength. The Yuan in midair appeared rather ragged, but his fleshy body was extremely powerful. Xianxia's attack did not cause very substantial injury to him. Yuan said nonchalantly when he heard that, "You're not too stupid. Thanks to you, my Void Dragon Shadow Punch is finally mastered." This move was the move merged together and formed from the Void Fire Mark and Dragon Wave. The reason why he chose Xianxia to test the move was that he was strong enough. Of course, Yuan similarly had the strength to kill Xianxia by relying on the Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword. Xianxia's expression was incomparably ugly, but his dread towards Yuan reached the pinnacle. That punch just now, what it contained was actually the scorching supreme true intent. What? The two of them exchanged 1,000 moves, and it was actually just that boy testing his moves. Too terrifying, to actually dare use an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert to test one's moves. Just how confident is this guy? What did Xianxia say just now? Scorching supreme true intent. This, isn't that the supreme true intent that only the spirit bristle divine king could comprehend? This boy, how did he do it? Yuan and Xianxia's conversation made the surrounding martial artists stupefied. They previously even thought that Yuan could not stand up to a single blow. They did not expect that Yuan completely did not attach any importance to Xianxia. To dare use an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert to test moves, Yuan must have absolute confidence. Even if he did not use that newly mastered move, Yuan likewise had the ability to kill Xianxia too. However, Yuan was just second-level heaven enlightenment. Looking at Xianxia, Yuan said indifferently, "At least you have some insights. Now, I can send you on your way." Finished talking, Yuan's figure moved, planning on eradicating Xianxia with one punch. "Hang on, if you dare to kill me, that little lass is dead for sure too. Don't you want to save her? I want to see just how you save her," Xianxia said with a cold smile. Yuan's relationship with Yan Jun, husband and wife, Xianxia had long inquired clearly. Kidnapping Yan Ling was originally in order to extort a huge sum from Yan Jun. But he did not expect that in the end, it actually became his protective charm. This made Xianxia incredibly pleased with himself. With Yan Ling around, Yuan absolutely would not dare to make a move. Hearing these words, Yan Jun husband and wife's faces changed as they reproached indignantly, "Xianxia, you are shameless." Xianxia roared with laughter and said, "Ha ha ha. Shameless. The victor becomes king and the loser a bandit. Shameless, this term, is utterly not applicable in the chaotic Devil Sea. Boy, since you want the absolute kill token, then have you made the preparations to sink? Lo, do you want your own life or that little girl's life? Choose one yourself." Yuan landed onto the ground and looked at Xianxia pitifully as he said with a faint smile, "If I want to kill you, nobody can stop me." Xianxia was taken in by Yuan's imposing momentum and actually involuntarily retreated several steps. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Don't you care about that little girl's life and death anymore? Yi Yuan smiled and pointed towards the crowd as he said, as the little girl you're talking about her. Tracing the direction Yi Yuan pointed at and looking over, Xie Ying's expression could not help changing drastically. His legs turned weak, and his entire person plopped down onto the ground. How is this possible? In the crowd, a youth was carrying a little girl in his arms. Who could that little girl be but Yan Ling? When Yan Zhen husband and wife saw Yan Ling, they could not help rubbing their eyes as they revealed a look of disbelief. Ling father, mother. Fiery carried Yan Ling and came before Yan Zhen husband and wife, and he returned her to Lin Shuang. The couple's tears poured down. Ling it was all father and mother's fault, causing you to have suffered. The family of three cried bitterly on each other's shoulders. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest and finished off Xie Ying neat and tidily. The final protective charm being gone, Xie Ying could not even muster up the courage to resist. Yi Yuan extended his hand and beckoned. A token flew into his hand from Xie Ying's corpse. The moment he caught it, a berserk killing chi pounced from head on. A scarlet red, kill, word was written on the token. This token was the absolute kill token. With it, Yi Yuan would be able to enter the slaughter steps and start a journey filled with blood and slaughter. Dripping blood to acknowledge a master, a burst of extremely powerful killing chi entered Yi Yuan's body, assaulting Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. In an instant, it was as if Yi Yuan had fallen into endless slaughter. He actually had an impulse to kill off all the people around him. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan entered heart-like monolith heart realm. It instantly suppressed this bout of killing intent down. How could a mere killing intent beat Yi Yuan's heart-like monolith? At this instant, each and every one of Yi Yuan's actions was watched closely by everyone. When everyone saw that he actually dripped blood to acknowledge a master on the spot, all of them were shocked until they could not close their mouths. In the absolute kill token contained extremely intense killing intent. A single mishap could make the martial artist turn into a killing machine. When ordinary people obtained this absolute kill token, they all would find a place without anybody to enter seclusion. Who would be so arrogant like Yi Yuan? But they clearly saw that Yi Yuan's eyes were only turbid for an instant, then it recovered clarity. This newly ascended city lord was too terrifying. Chapter 871, Coercion. Yan Zhen trio huddled together and cried bitterly for a while before finally recovering. He led his wife and daughter in front of Yi Yuan and prostrated on the ground. Master Yi saved my family. Yan Zhen has nothing to repay you with, so I'll give these meager family wealth to master. Hope that master don't scorn it. Yan Zhen offered up a storage ring with cupped hands, stirring the audience into a commotion. No need to think. Inside this storage ring definitely had quite a number of earth essence crystals. This made each and every one of them extremely envious. It was just that no matter how great their gall was, nobody dared to provoke this new city lord either. Who knew? That Yi Yuan actually pushed the storage ring back and said coolly, "No need to be courteous, owner Yan. In the future, leave this troublesome place and bring your wife and child to live your lives well." Yan Zhen showed a look of dilemma. Suddenly, he pushed Yan Ling in front of Yi Yuan and said, "This Yan knows that this action is very presumptuous, but I don't want Ling to live like good-for-nothings like us in the future. Master Yi, I beg you to take Ling in as a disciple. We, husband and wife, will be endlessly grateful." Regarding Yan Zhen's actions, Yi Yuan was rather surprised. He could feel Yan Zhen's fond love toward his daughter. He did not think that they would actually be willing to part by giving Ling to him to be an apprentice. Yi Yuan said, "This matter isn't up to us. It still has to depend on Ling wishes herself. Ling do you want to learn alchemy skills from big brother Yi Yuan?" Ling nodded without the slightest hesitation and said, "Of course I want. Ling wants to become the greatest alchemist. But, Ling can't bear to part with father and mother." Ling was very clever. She knew that by acknowledging Yi Yuan as her master, she would likely have to part with her own father and mother. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's easy to handle. I'll write a letter for you all. You go to the White Valiant Region's Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, say that you were arranged to come by me. They will naturally take you guys in." Yan Zhen was overjoyed when he heard that and hurriedly gave thanks to Yi Yuan. Settling Yan Zhen's family down, Yi Yuan suddenly said coolly to the crowd, "Tan Si, do you want to keep on watching like this?" The moment these words came out, Yan Zhen, Lu Yusheng, and the rest were all startled. They did not think that Tan Si was actually hiding in the crowd. Indeed, A scar face flashed out from within the crowd. It was precisely Tan Si. That expert lying undercover in the trade caravans was indeed you. Tan Si looked at Yi Yuan and said with a gloomy face. The moment these words were uttered, Lu Yusheng's face changed. If he still did not know that it was Yi Yuan who secretly made a move until now, then he would be too stupid. But the problem was, how did Yi Yuan make a move? One had to know that the one controlling the spirit profound unity formation was him. When did Yi Yuan take action? He actually did not find out at all. Hearing that, Yi Yuan just smiled. The current Tan Si was very wary of Yi Yuan and said again, I'm only here to observe the battle and don't have any ill intent. But Tan Si's appearance caused a commotion. He's Earth Carnage Proclamation rank 458, Tan Si. My god, why would Tan Si appear in Cloud Transient City? Heard that it was this Tan Si's first time entering the Earth Carnage Proclamation, charging straight to the 458th place. He's a legendary-like existence. But he actually submitted to City Lord Yi. Tan Si's ranking was even several positions higher than Xie Ying's, indicating that his strength was even stronger than Xie Ying's. But this kind of existence actually submitted to Yi Yuan. This made everyone's jaws dropped. Yi Yuan looked at Tan Si with a smile that was not a smile and said, don't you feel that this sort of explanation is very feeble? If I didn't call you out, would you tail behind owner Yan and leave Cloud Transient City, and then kill them halfway? Yan Zhen's expression could not help changing when he heard that. This Tan Si actually still refused to give up. If not for Yi Yuan pointing Tan Si's whereabouts, there really was a possibility that he might lay his hands on him. Tan Si's expression changed, and he shook his head and said, I have no such intentions. Yi Yuan smiled and said, good that you don't have such intentions. Just nice, I'm going to the slaughter steps, and I'm lacking a person to accompany me. I'll have to trouble you to take a trip with me. This time, Tan Si really lost composure. He said in astonishment, You want to go to the slaughter steps? I'm not going. Yi Yuan said coolly, whether you go or not isn't up to you. Tan Si's expression was livid with rage as he said, do you really think that I'm scared of you? Yi Yuan said very coolly, the so-called Earth Carnage Proclamation experts are nothing in my eyes. Killing one is killing two is also the same. Arrogant, wildly arrogant. In the chaotic Devil Sea, to dare look down on Earth Carnage Proclamation experts, Yi Yuan was still the first one. To Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists, Earth Carnage Proclamation experts were invincible existences. But Yi Yuan said that they were nothing. I assure you, I absolutely won't kill them. Is this still not enough? Tan Si shrunk back once more. He actually did not have the courage to have a battle with Yi Yuan. Tan Si's performance subverted everyone's understanding of Earth Carnage Proclamation experts. To Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists, Earth Carnage Proclamation experts were invincible existences. But facing Yi Yuan, Tan Si, this Earth Carnage Proclamation who was ranked 458 actually did not even dare to make a move. You only have two options. Go together with me or be killed by me. Yi Yuan did not care about Tan Si's words the least bit and said indifferently. This was a stark naked threat, or should one say an undisguised kidnapping. To dare talk this way to an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert, Yi Yuan was probably a special one. Tan Si's hand holding the saber was trembling. He desperately wanted to draw his saber, but at the thought of Yi Yuan's punch earlier, he could not muster up the courage no matter what. Xie Ying did not see clearly that punch of Yi Yuan's. He likewise did not see clearly. Tan Si could sense that under that punch, he absolutely did not have the possibility of surviving. He truly did not think that a second-level Heaven Enlightenment martial artist would actually have such formidable strength. I'll go. Tan Si struggled for a long time and finally still yielded. The gazes all of the martial artists looked toward Yi Yuan with were filled with awe and veneration. This man actually coerced an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert to enter the slaughter steps. Yi Yuan slowly came before Lu Yusheng and said to him, escort Yan Zhen's family safe and sound to Luo Ding City. If accidents occur, your Green Sea mercenary group don't have any need to exist anymore. Although Lu Yusheng's strength was not bad, his personality was too spineless. Previously, when Xie Ying was taunting, if he stepped forward, Yi Yuan would still think a little better of him. But now, he did not have the need to be courteous anymore. Arranging everything, Yi Yuan brought Tan Si to the transmission array leading to the slaughter steps. This array formation could only be activated using the absolute kill token. A light flashed, and the two people vanished from sight. When they appeared again, they already arrived at a wasteland. Far away was a magnificent great city. Even separated by several thousand miles, Yuan could still see it clearly. That great city was the legendary Asura city. If my conjectures are right, you should have come out from Asura city, right? Yuan asked Tan Si. It's clearly your first time entering the chaotic devil sea. Why do you know this place like the palm of your hands? Tan Si gave an answer that evaded the question. Yuan did not have any hint of killing aura on him, out of tune and different than chaotic devil sea martial artists. One look and it was clear that it was his first time entering the chaotic devil sea. But what made Tan Si surprised was that Yuan did not seem to be unfamiliar with this place at all. Chapter 872, Asura Arena. Yuan took a look at Tan Si's glabella and discovered that 5 blood-red stars appeared between his eyebrows. 5-star Soul General. Not bad. Yuan still gave an irrelevant answer. This was indeed Yuan's first time coming to the slaughter steps. But he was formerly an apex existence in the divine realm. He was very clear about the rules here. It was just that these things, Yuan naturally would not tell Tan Si. Tan Si suddenly discovered that he was actually somewhat at a loss on what to do when he was in front of Yuan. Tan Si had always been an incomparably vicious and fierce person. He spent these few years in the midst of life and death battles before he had his present strength. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he could always think of ways to kill the opponent. But facing Yuan, he actually gave rise to an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. All of a sudden, Tan Si's expression changed. His gaze when looking at Yuan was as if he had seen a ghost. You just entered the slaughter steps, and you're actually already a 3-star Soul General. On Yuan's glabella, 3 stars gradually condensed out in an equilateral triangular arrangement. It was precisely the hallmark of a 3-star Soul General Tan Si was talking about. For martial artists who entered the slaughter steps, the absolute kill token would condense the slaughter concept within their bodies on their glabella, manifesting the concept distinctly. According to the degree of comprehension of the concept, they were divided from 1 star to 9 stars. A 3-star Soul General was already not far from supreme true intent. Previously, Tan Si did not feel a shred of slaughter intent on Yuan's body. But after entering the slaughter steps, Yuan actually reached the level of 3-star Soul General all at once. How could this not shock him? One had to know that when Tan Si entered the slaughter steps for the first time, he had already killed God knows how many people. But it was merely only the level of 1 star. This completely harmless young man in front of him actually already walked so far along the path of slaughter. How was this possible? Little did he imagine, when Yuan was in the lower realms, the martial artists he had personally massacred before was an astronomical figure. Talking in terms of killing people, Tan Si was not even fit to carry shoes for Yuan. It was just that Yuan's mind was firm. Slaughter true intense violence was completely unable to have an influence on his heart, that was all. On the path of slaughter, Yuan had already comprehended the true intent long ago unknowingly. It was just that presently, the help that particular true intent had on Yuan was already very little. Just 3 stars, is there a need to make such a fuss? This slaughter steps, 3-star Soul Generals can be easily found, Yuan said unconcernedly. Tan Si was speechless and only asked after a while, you didn't come to this slaughter steps for the sake of going to Asura city, right? Yuan said with a smile, what did I come to the slaughter steps for if I'm not going to Asura city? You're at any rate an expert on the Earth Carnage proclamation. You're actually afraid of going into Asura city. Tan Si's expression fell slightly, and he said, it's no use even if you taunt me. I won't enter Asura city. With you, once you enter Asura city, you must start the slaughter mode. Either you kill people or be killed. The personnel changes on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation and Earth Carnage Proclamation is tremendous because the Asura city is too cruel. I'm not those fools who crack themselves up to be geniuses. I won't go and seek my doom. Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, doesn't matter. If you don't go, I'll kill you right now. Yuan said it with incomparable ease as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. Tan Si said with a somber face, I've already exercised forbearance in every way towards you. Don't push people too far. A powerful wind howled past Tan Si's ears, smashing out a large crater behind him. Tan Si's pupils constricted, his entire person frozen there. He was actually unable to move. He desperately wanted to make himself move, but his body would not listen. That punch earlier came very suddenly, but he knew that even if he had made ample preparations, it was impossible to block this punch too. Yuan slowly withdrew his own fist and said with a sigh, accidentally hit crooked. Why don't I punch again? Tan Si suddenly knelt down, his four limbs supporting his body on the ground, panting heavily for air. I'll go, Tan Si said, panting for air. Oh, then, let's go. Yuan opened up his footsteps and walked towards that enormous city. Only when he arrived in front of this enormous city did Yuan feel the magnificence of this city. Around 30,000 years ago, Asura city rose from ground up. Ever since then, the chaotic Devil Sea was born. Starting from then, who knows how many genius martial artists collapsed in this city, for the sake of taking a shot at that 9-star soul general. Yuan sighed emotionally. The chaotic Devil Sea was a place without rules, especially Asura city. The allure of 9-star soul general to martial artists was lethal. Cultivating to the level of 9-star soul general signified the martial artist's slaughter supreme true intent would also reach the great circle of perfection. With a great circle of perfection supreme true intent, cultivating to the divine king realm could be easily accomplished. Moreover, the combat strength of the slaughter concept was on par with the scorching concept. As long as one could cultivate to 9-star soul general, it would mean that one could step into the ranks of the divine realm's pinnacle divine kings with one fell swoop. This sort of temptation was too great. Therefore, martial artists who came to Asura city were not just those martial artists being hunted down by various major forces, there were even more who were genius martial artists that came from all over the divine realm. Because cultivating to the level of 9-star soul general had a shortcut. That was to kill the opponent inside the Asura city's Asura arena. One could absorb a part of the other party's slaughter concept and convert into their own concept. This sort of conversion would become increasingly more along with the increase in numbers and quality of the opponents the martial artist killed. As long as one accumulated to the level of 9-star soul general, the martial artist would comprehend the supreme true intent to the great circle of perfection naturally. This was the miraculous aspect of the absolute kill token. Of course, it was way too difficult to kill opponents at a corresponding level. The vast majority of martial artists would all be buried in the sand with broken halberds in the end, dying in the Asura arena. Tan Si knew that Yuan wanted to enter the Asura arena. So he refused to come to Asura city no matter what. It was just that now, he had no choice at all. Not coming to Asura city, he would be killed by Yuan at that time. Following Yuan into the city, Tan Si's face was grim as hell. Yuan patted his shoulder with a smile and said, "Relax a bit. Maybe, when you achieve 9-star soul general in the future, you'll even have to thank me." Humph, for 30,000 years, there are countless geniuses who came to the Asura arena. But how many people were able to cultivate to 9-star soul general? Yuan, if I die, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Tan Si said in a fierce voice. Yuan said without a care in the world, "You couldn't even beat me as a human. Could it be that you can still overturn the skies as a ghost? Calm down. With that kind of mentality, you might die in the first round. You killed so many people, could it be that you still don't have any awareness of getting killed? Without this sort of awareness, your accomplishments in this lifetime would just be like this too." Tan Si was alarmed inwardly. Yuan's words seemed to have the intention of giving pointers inside. Honestly speaking, the more people killed, the more afraid of death actually. Tan Si was also a rare talent in practicing martial arts. He had not entered Asura city before, but he forcefully cultivated to the level of 5-star soul general in the slaughter steps. But the strength of slaughter steps martial artists were limited. His accomplishments could only advance to this sort of extent too. Because he did not dare to enter the Asura arena, so he returned to the chaotic Devil Sea. Straightened it out. If you thought it through, then enter the city. Chapter 873, Overpowering with Strength. After 30,000 years of development, Asura city was extremely prosperous. Streams of people bustled about on the streets, crowded with horses and carriages, seemingly not much different from cities outside. But in the distance, there were currently several people chasing and slashing at each other. That was clearly not some game. This place was the chaotic Devil Sea. Killing could be seen everywhere. But killing on the streets did not have much help to one's own slaughter concept. Want to obtain the other party's slaughter concept, one must enter the Asura arena. Yi Yuan did not wish to cause trouble and headed straight to the center of the city. That was where the Asura arena was at. Walking to the central area, there was only a structure there. It was an Asura arena with a majestic and imposing manner. Entering this region, Yi Yuan felt his own glabella heating up and was seized with a sudden impulse to want to kill people. Indeed, well deserving of being a land of killing. The air is pervaded with the scent of slaughter. Yi Yuan praised. Paying the entrance fee, Yi Yuan brought Tan Si into the Asura arena. The moment he entered the Asura arena, Yi Yuan felt like his divine soul was being surveyed by some kind of existence. He knew that this was the absolute kill token he refined playing tricks. Entering the Asura arena, the absolute kill token will automatically activate slaughter mode. The fighting arena will arrange fights for you every day. The first level fighting arena, you can only avoid at most 3 times. If you still don't accept the challenge the 4th time, you'll be directly blotted out. Tan Si warned him. Under such rules, nobody dared to have any hint of slacking off. Each person was desperately improving themselves, then exerting the utmost effort to kill the opponent. Yi Yuan shot him an indifferent glance and said, "With your strength, you would be able to make it through the first level, right?" Tan Si gave a cold snort but did not say much. Go to the fighting arena first to take a look. Yi Yuan walked over towards the fighting arena in an ostentatious manner. Tan Si followed behind like a bullied little wifey. Kill, kill, kill. Wang Dong, kill that rookie. The moment they entered the fighting arena, the martial artists inside were all roaring like they were injected with stimulants, shouting at a martial artist on the stage to kill his opponent. The strength of that martial artist called Wang Dong was very formidable. His opponent was not on the same level as him at all. He was just toying with the opponent. Bang! Wang Dong raised his hand and punched, directly blasting his opponent into dregs. Seeing this bloody scene, the audience below the stage were incomparably excited, shouting Wang Dong's name loudly. Wang Dong, Wang Dong, Wang Dong, I love you to death. Come to my room tonight. Wang Dong himself was also incomparably pleased with himself, waving his hand in the direction below the stage non-stop to send his greetings. This place was a paradise for the strong. As long as you had strength, you could obtain everything you want. Essence crystals, women, all that you desire. Yo, a fresh rookie. Only 2nd level heaven enlightenment strength. Tisk tisk, wonder how many days he can last. Haha, I bet that he'll be finished off in the first fight 4 days later. What do you think? That will have to depend on luck. If he also runs into a rookie, he might be able to live for a few days more. Yi Yuan, this new face drew other people's attention very quickly. But clearly, nobody was optimistic about him. There were newcomers here every day, but those truly able to keep a foothold were less than 10%. The vast majority of the people could not survive past the first 3 showdowns, which was also around a month's time. A 2nd level heaven enlightenment like Yi Yuan virtually did not have the possibility of surviving past the first match. Too weak. Is there still anyone stronger coming up to let the exalted me enjoy myself to my heart's content? Wang Dong did not leave the fighting arena immediately but started taunting others to come up the stage. But regarding him provoking so haughtily, there was actually no one who dared to respond. Clearly, his strength was part of the very formidable existences in the first level. Yi Yuan looked over and discovered that Wang Dong was similarly a 3-star soul general. And on his forehead, the 4th star was faintly discernible. Clearly, he was already not far from 4-star condensation. 3 stars to 4 stars was a threshold. When the 4th star appeared on the forehead, the martial artist would be able to comprehend the first stage slaughter's supreme true intent. Which was also to say that Wang Dong's concept comprehensions were going to break through to supreme true intent level very soon. Suddenly, Yi Yuan floated up and landed in the fighting arena. When Wang Dong saw a young man fly in, he could not help having an astonished look. He burst into laughter soon after and said, "Boy, it's your first day here, right? Overconfident fool, with just this bit of strength, you actually dare to provoke this honorable self." The audience below the stage guffawed with laughter too. "Brat, hurry up and concede. Wang Dong is in a good mood. Maybe he will spare you from death. That brat, Wang Dong is a strong competitor ranked 10th in the first level. If you go up like this, you'll die very horrible. Sigh, there are so many idiots nowadays. Coming to the Asura arena, they don't find out about the situation a little either, before going up to seek death impetuously. Really, enough is enough. There was no big deal in taking the initiative to admit defeat in the fighting arena. It was just that the loser's slaughter concept would have a portion extracted and enter inside the other party's absolute kill token. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had the ability to take the initiative to admit defeat. Some people did not even have time to say admit defeat, these two words, on the fighting arena before they were one-shotted. Wang Dong was already late-stage heaven enlightenment realm. His realm was similar to Tan Sis. In other people's view, killing a second-level heaven enlightenment realm was too effortless. Yuan extended a finger and said indifferently, with one move, I'll send you to the Western Paradise. Wang Dong's expression changed, and he said with a cold smile, arrogant punk. You'll be the same as that person just now, being blown apart by me. Arg! Wang Dong gave a howl, both fists akin to flood dragons heading out to the sea, charging straight at Yuan. Yuan just stood where he was and did not move a muscle, quietly awaiting Wang Dong's arrival. Just as Wang Dong's fist arrived in front of Yuan suddenly threw a punch out. Two fists collided. A tremendous impact force bombarded Wang Dong akin to mountains toppling and the earth splitting. Wang Dong's body exploded like a watermelon, his death state virtually identical with that martial artist he killed previously. And no way, right? Pulverizing Wang Dong with one punch. How can this brat be so strong? The originally excited audience were currently all spaced out like wooden chickens. The contrast between reality and their imaginations was too great, resulting in them not reacting to it for a moment. An expert ranked 10th on the first level was actually finished off by someone with one punch. Yuan extended a hand to grab, and Wang Dong's storage ring landed in his hand. While Wang Dong's absolute kill token floated in the air silently, a wisp of red smoke slowly spilled out from it and flowed into Yuan's body. This is the slaughter concept. To actually be able to materialize a concept, this chaotic devil sea is really a magical place, Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Possessing the absolute kill token, Yuan could distinctly feel that his comprehension of the slaughter concept was currently rising. With a whoosh, Wang Dong's absolute kill token flew into the air and finally vanished from sight. Anyone else still coming up? If there's nobody, I'll come again tomorrow, Yuan said coolly. It was silent beneath the stage. That punch earlier was too shocking, resulting in no one daring to go up the stage to challenge Yuan. Suddenly, a big and tall man leapt up the ring and said icily, brat who is still wet behind the ears. What are you being cocky about? Watch your Lord who take care of you. Chapter 874, Sweeping Away. Lord who actually made a move. Lord who is a genuine 4-star soul general. He's a strong contender ranked 3rd on the first level. Lord who has already won over 100 matches in a row. There has never been a survivor under his hands. Winning 20 matches in a row can already go up to the 2nd level. But he insists on remaining at the 1st level. Clearly, he wants to consolidate his strength some more. This boy is dead for sure, to actually provoke Lord Hu. Newcomers should be a little more low profile. Isn't being so wild courting death. The stalwart man appearing on the stage roused everyone's spirits. Yuan's blow earlier frightened everyone. But regarding Yuan, this new face, everyone all instinctively did not acknowledge. At the 1st level, Wang Dong's might was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Being finished off by Yuan with one punch, everyone still felt that Wang Dong underestimated the enemy in their hearts. This time came a Lord whose strength was more than a level stronger. They naturally did not think that Yuan would win. Lord Hu held a pair of battle axes, looking incomparably fearsome. In truth, those able to force him to use a weapon were not many. If not for Yuan's punch earlier being too shocking, he would not possibly use his weapon the moment he went up. Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, come on. Lord Hu's face fell. Displeased, he said, brat, looking down on your Lord Hu, is it? Today, your Lord Hu will let you know, in this Asura arena, be a little more low profile. Done talking, Lord Hu's 2 feet exerted strength. That tall and strong body soared into the air. The speed was actually inconceivably fast. His axis swept up a fierce wind and cleaved down towards where Yuan was standing at. An earth-shattering axe. This axe, he did not hold back in the slightest, urging essence energy to the limits. He figured that even if Yuan's speed was any quicker, it was not possible to fully dodge this axe either. The only way was to contend head-on with him. A massive blast of wind spread out, blowing until everyone could not open their eyes. Why, you have got to be kidding, right? He used his hand to receive this chop head on. One person rubbed his eyes, clearly not believing this scene he saw in front of him. Lord Hu's eyes stared like wide circles, feeling that this scene before his eyes was too unreal. He did not underestimate Yi Yuan. This chop was virtually flooded with all of his essence energy, plus the augmentation of the 4-star slaughter concept. It could be said to be an overwhelming force. An axe like this, how could a person possibly use one hand to forcefully receive it? That was right, Yi Yuan just used one hand and caught his axe. Yi Yuan stood where he was and did not even budge an inch. This kind of showdown simply made people find it too difficult to believe. One had to know that Lord Hu was in existence at the top of the first level. But he could not even break through one of Yi Yuan's hands. This gap was too great. How could they know that Yi Yuan, who had fused with the primeval dragon bone, the strength of his arms already infinitely approached the level of a holy artifact? These few days, Yi Yuan was still refining the primeval dragon bone bit by bit. The toughness degree of his arms had been rising non-stop. Adding in the augmentation of the scorching supreme true intent, it was nothing hard for him to receive this axe blow one-handedly. Seeing this scene, the expression of Tan Si, who kept silent below the stage all along, also changed slightly. Yi Yuan's strength, he was completely unable to estimate it, but the strength of Yi Yuan's fleshy body was simply too outrageous. Bare-handedly catching this violent chop and not budging an inch, this Yi Yuan was simply a human-shaped lethal weapon. With a whoosh, Lord Hu's figure retreated explosively, directly retreating to the peripherals of the fighting arena. He looked at Yi Yuan vigilantly, apprehensive of him to the extreme. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "What? Still wanna go?" Seeing as Yi Yuan did not have the intention of pursuing vigorously and pummeling fiercely, no idea why, Lord Hu actually secretly let out a sigh in relief. He had already stayed at this first level for very long. This was still his first time encountering such a terrifying opponent. I admit defeat. Lord Hu did not have any unwillingness to resign himself to this sort of emotion. Instead, he had a feeling as if he was freed from a heavy load. This newcomer was seriously too scary. Following Lord Hu's seating, his slaughter concept also slowly flowed towards Yi Yuan. With this, the 4th star on his glabella actually became somewhat dim. While Yi Yuan's glabella area, the 4th star, was partially visible. It was actually on the verge of condensing into supreme true intent already. Where did this newcomer pop out from? Why have I never heard of him before in the past? I saw earlier, he seemed to have just entered the Asura arena. His strength is totally not suitable to stay on in the first level. This kind of strength is simply making a clean sweep at the first level. The audience whispered in low voices, all having a clear understanding regarding Yi Yuan's terror. This newcomer's age was unclear, his cultivation realm unclear, but his combat power was terrifyingly daunting. They found it very hard to imagine why such a small body contained such tremendous energy. Is there still anyone coming up?" Yi Yuan asked with an innocent face. Right then, a middle-aged man in gray robes came to the fighting arena and said in a clear voice, "Within an hour, if no one challenges Yi Yuan, he'll directly obtain the qualifications to advance to the 2nd level." Time slowly trickled by. An hour's time passed very quickly. But no one dared to come up to challenge Yi Yuan. That gray-robed middle-aged man said, "Congratulations, Brother Yi. A wipeout. You'll directly obtain the opportunity to advance to the 2nd level as well as 20 slaughter points." Yi Yuan said, "Just 20 slaughter points? Isn't that a bit too little?" Yi Yuan knew that this Asura arena had some major rules. But the very specific matters, he was not clear. Slaughter point was one of them. In Yi Yuan's view, what was 20 slaughter points enough to do? The gray-robed middle-aged man explained with a smile, "Brother Yi mustn't look down on these 20 slaughter points. It can buy many things. Those able to obtain slaughter points at the first level can be counted on one's fingers. You'll know when you go to the Asura shop to take a look. Additionally, these slaughter points are even able to exchange for cultivation sites as well as purchase some things that essence crystals cannot buy." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Like this, huh? I understand. I wonder if I can delay a few days to enter the 2nd level." The gray-robed middle-aged man nodded and said, "That's of course. You can even choose to not enter the 2nd level. Moreover, unless somebody challenges you, otherwise, you cannot be arranged a match. This is all your freedom." Yi Yuan did not think that there was actually still such a good treatment. He nodded his head right away and said, I naturally have to enter the second level. This first level is too boring. Presumably, the second level has as many experts as clouds. I'd better increase my strength a bit first. The gray-robed middle-aged man could not help being speechless when he heard that. That lord who was completely unable to test Yuan's strength. Presumably, when he reached the second level, he was likely able to rank in the front too. This fellow actually still said that he wanted to increase his strength. But speaking of which, Yuan's cultivation realm was indeed a little low. Exiting the fighting area, Yuan came to Tan Si's side and said to him, your turn. With your strength, getting a wipeout should be any problem, right? Tan Si gave Yuan a glance and entered the fighting arena with a leap. Chapter 875, Loophole. One should not look at how Tan Si was beaten by Yuan until he could not even raise his head. His strength still stood head and shoulders above the others at the first level. He took on 8 opponents in a row on the stage. Finally, no one dared to go and challenge him anymore. Tan Si's attacks were still incomparably vicious. Toward opponents who were slightly weaker, he would always directly blot out. Except, just talking in terms of the spectacle, Tan Si was far from as shocking as Yuan. But 2 experts emerging consecutively within one day still caused quite a bit of a stir. It was just that these did not have anything to do with Yuan. Leaving the fighting arena, Yuan started strolling idly in this Asura arena. The Asura arena was very large. The fighting arena was only a small part of it. Regarding that Asura shop that gray-robed middle-aged man talked about, Yuan was rather interested. Inquiring about it, Yuan and Tan Si actually directly entered the Asura shop through a transmission array. Welcome, guests. May I ask if you need anything? A beautiful female came up to welcome and asked politely. We're just casually looking around. This woman's attitude had nothing to nitpick about. But a look of disdain was concealed in her eyes. In a place like the Asura arena, snobbery was inevitable. Yuan and Tan Si were clearly newcomers at one glance, and the likelihood of newcomers obtaining slaughter points was very low. Newcomers like Yuan, they all would generally come and look around after hearing about the Asura shop's reputation. After these people came here and walked one round, they would be endlessly covetous towards the things in the store. But without slaughter points, they could only stare greedily. Forget about the first level's newcomers, even to the second level, third level's powerhouses, slaughter points was also an extremely scarce resource. In this female's eyes, Yuan and Tan Si clearly belonged to this type of newcomers. This way, please. Our Asura shop is divided into Essence Crystal area and Points area. The Essence Crystal area's things only need Essence Crystals to purchase. Of course, points can as well. But the things in the Points area can only be purchased with slaughter points, the beautiful lady introduced to them. Oh, in that case, the Points area's things should all be good stuff. Yuan indeed became interested upon hearing. The female smiled slightly and said, that's hard for this lowly one to say. This lord will know once you see it. Truly a brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Slaughter points were extremely hard to come by things, let alone that you're a newcomer. Many martial artists who have toiled for many years in the Asura arena might not even have it. Although the woman was smiling, the way she smiled, it was very fake. Yuan was naturally aware of what this woman was thinking, but he was unconcerned. There was no need to stoop the level of a minor character like this. Under the woman's lead, Yuan and Tan Si came to the Points area. Casually sweeping a glance, Yuan could not help being somewhat astonished too. The Points area really had quite a number of good stuff. Earth Net Essence Element, Sky Grand Flower, Night and Spirit Word. These spirit medicines were virtually very hard to come upon in the outside world. But the Points area displayed them all. But once Yuan saw the price of the spirit medicines, he could not help going into a daze as well. These extremely rare spirit medicines, the prices basically only varied from 3 to 10 slaughter points. Regarding the value of slaughter points, Yuan also had a clear understanding. 20 slaughter points were indeed not considered little already. These spirit medicines, when placed in the outside world, would all start from 500 million Earth Essence Crystals. And this was still with demand, but no supply. Calculating like this, 20 slaughter points was worth at least several billion Earth Essence Crystals. Moreover, these spirit medicines were utterly not what Earth Essence Crystals could buy, only slaughter points could buy it. The Points area still had some completed products. The prices were even more ridiculously expensive. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance of judging each and every one of them, the woman was even more disdainful in her heart. Just looking and not buying, putting on an act for what? Yi Yuan browsed over each and every one. Suddenly, his footsteps paused, and he took up a piece of dark gold-colored ore. I really didn't expect that there is actually Greyflame Earth Sun Gold inside this Asura shop. Yi Yuan said rather delightedly. This Greyflame Earth Sun Gold was an extremely rare ore. It was a material that could be used to forge holy artifacts. But to Yi Yuan, the Greyflame Earth Sun Gold had one significant function, that was that it could let the origin magnetism spirit would evolve. These few years, Yi Yuan constantly nurtured the origin magnetism spirit wood diligently. But its rate of progress was still a little too slow. At present, it had only just broken through to Tier 6. This kind of evolving speed was truly a bit too slow to Yi Yuan. This chunk of Greyflame Earth Sun Gold was not small, sufficient for the origin magnetism spirit wood to evolve to Tier 7. Making the origin magnetism spirit would evolve to Tier 7, it could become a major assistance to Yi Yuan again. A gust of wind howled past. A hand reached out from behind Yi Yuan and grabbed at the Greyflame Earth Sun Gold in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly, his feet moving, directly disappearing from where he was at. That person clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan's movement technique would actually be so swift. He actually grabbed nothing all of a sudden, his body involuntarily stumbling. This person was wearing black tight-fitting clothes, his expression abnormally cold and stern. One look and it was clear that he was not some nice person. When the woman saw this man, she hurriedly gave a bow and said, "I've seen Lord Tu Gang." "Boy, you actually dared to dodge." Tu Gang pointed at Yi Yuan and said solemnly. Yi Yuan could not help laughing in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "What a joke. You didn't even say hello before wanting to snatch my stuff. I'm not even allowed to dodge. Humph, you're a newcomer, right? Don't even have slaughter points. What did you come here pretending to be some big shot for? Give the Greyflame Earth Sun Gold to me, then give 2 loud kowtows for your lord too, and that matter just now will be considered settled. Otherwise." Tu Gang looked at Yi Yuan with malicious intentions and said. Yi Yuan looked at Tu Gang amusedly and said with a faint smile, "Otherwise what?" Although according to the Asura Arena's rules, second-level martial artists are not allowed to kill first-level martial artists, there's no problem at all in making you, this punk, lie down for a period of time. Tu Gang said. Hearing the meaning in Tu Gang's words, he was a martial artist of the second level. The first level and second level martial artists belong to 2 different levels. Battles and living were all not together. Logically speaking, they would not have any interactions normally, but this Asura shop was an exception. The first 3 levels martial artists were basically all heaven enlightenment realm. The goods they required were naturally more or less the same as well. Therefore, the first 3 levels martial artists shared an Asura shop. This was also why Yi Yuan could only reach this place through a transmission array. That woman could not refrain herself when she saw Tu Gang and Yi Yuan getting into a conflict. She warned Yi Yuan, "Little brother, Lord Tu Gang is a well-renowned big shot in the second level. He's an expert ranked 405 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. Why haven't you hurry up and apologize to him?" The way the woman saw it, she was warning out of goodwill here already. A newcomer offending a powerhouse of the second level was not some wise thing. But Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that and asked, "Turns out that the Asura Arena still had such a rule. I wonder if the first level's martial artists can kill the second level's martial artists or not." The moment these words were uttered, the woman and Tu Gang both froze. But the Tansi who did not speak the entire time opened his mouth. "The Asura Arena doesn't have this rule. This should be a loophole." Yi Yuan smiled very happy, and suddenly threw out a punch explosively. Chapter 876, Exalt. Seeing Yi Yuan make a move, Tu Gang did not get mad. He was delighted instead and said with a big laugh, "Came right on time." This punch of Yi Yuan's was not fast, looking not much different from ordinary second-level heaven enlightenment realms. Therefore, the way Tu Gang saw it, Yi Yuan was purely asking for a beating here. Tan Si shook his head and said with a sigh, "Another dunce seeking death." When that attendant girl heard Tan Si's sigh, her eyes were filled with confusion. She thought that Tan Si would make a move and help. After all, Tan Si's strength looked to be much stronger. But Tan Si did not have the intention of taking action at all, and instead, he mocked Tu Gang. These two people wouldn't be fools, right? Thought the attendant girl in her heart. Tu Gang also suddenly brandished his fist, his speed incomparably abnormal. It actually reached first despite launching after Yi Yuan. A faint mocking smile hung at the corners of his mouth. It was as if already seeing the appearance of Yi Yuan kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. But right at the moment the two fists intersected, Yi Yuan's fist suddenly vanished from sight. Tu Gang was originally standing. This punch of Yi Yuan's hit right on his temple, directly inverting his body, smashing a hole into the floorboards. The Asura shop had some customers in the first place. Seeing that conflict happened over here, they were naturally happy to watch it for fun. Of course, they were laughing at Yi Yuan. A newcomer dared to provoke a second-level's Earth Carnage Proclamation expert. This was simply utterly foolish. But when they saw this scene before their eyes, each and every one of them was baffled. This newcomer was too violent. Rank 405 is it? Indeed have some skill, to actually still be able to preserve an intact corpse. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone could not help being speechless. Tu Gang was evidently completely dead already. Beating a strong opponent around Earth Carnage Proclamation rank 400 to death in one punch, and he was actually still not satisfied with this battle result. Those who lived in the Asura arena were long used to seeing life and death. Killing people, this kind of thing, they were long numb to it. But an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert being beaten to death by someone in one punch, this kind of spectacle was still overly shocking. Now, can I buy this piece of Greyflame Earth Sun Gold? Yi Yuan could not be bothered to look at Tu Gang and immediately asked that female attendant. You really have slaughter points. The female attendant finally knew that this youth in front of her was not as simple as he looked on the surface. In truth, this Asura arena was a lair of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Who would really be simple? Those powerhouses ranked to the front of the Earth Carnage Proclamation were all very low profile. But their strength was unfathomable. These people completely could not be measured using the standards of ordinary martial artists. The female attendant originally would not make mistakes at this sort of thing. It was just that Yi Yuan was too young. Moreover, he was a newcomer, resulting in her overlooking many things. Yi Yuan nodded his head and took out the absolute kill token. That 20 slaughter points already arrived inside his absolute kill token after he advanced. When the female attendant examined Yi Yuan's absolute kill token, she could not help having a look of astoundment. 2 to 20 slaughter points. Milord got a wipeout at the first level. Yi Yuan said curiously, why? Is it very hard to believe? And no, I'll exchange the Greyflame Earth Sun Gold for your excellency right away. The female attendant hurriedly said, you have got to be kidding. Even the second level's Tu Gang was one-shotted. What was strange about getting a wipeout at the first level? It was just that this Asura arena's first 3 levels were all Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists. Those able to survive in the first level were all absolutely not mediocre. Wanting to kill until other people did not dare to take the field, this was a very difficult thing. Let alone that Yi Yuan was only second level Heaven Enlightenment Realm. Very soon, the female attendant deducted 15 points from Yi Yuan and returned the absolute kill token to Yi Yuan. Being experienced, the female attendant had seen many grand spectacles before. At this time, she already recovered back to normal and ordered people to get rid of Tu Gang's corpse. Coming in front of Yi Yuan, she said with a broad smile, Milord is a young hero, to actually be able to kill Tu Gang with one punch. However, Tu Gang isn't alone in the second level. He and the second level's rank 7, Lu Lichang, has a very good relationship. Milord still need to be a little more careful after you enter the second level. Yi Yuan received the absolute kill token and Greyflame Earth Sun Gold and said with a smile, just some dancing clowns. No need to take notice. The female attendant just smiled when she heard that and did not say anything else. On top of the Asura shop's corner tower, a middle-aged man in brocade watched Yi Yuan's departing back view and said to the woman beside him, Exalt 1, this boy's strength is unfathomable. The next issue of Earth Carnage Proclamation, maybe he can charge into the top 10. What makes people even more astonished is that his fleshy body is actually even more formidable than his essence energy cultivation realm. Letting him grow up for some time, he might be able to be of some help to our plan. The Exalt the man was talking to was precisely that female attendant who served Yi Yuan. The man's attitude was very respectful toward her. This unassuming female attendant actually had an extraordinary status. The Exalt's temperament currently was like two different people from before. Her face had an indescribable frostiness. The Asura Arena's rule is that people of the second level are not allowed to kill first-level martial artists. But it didn't stipulate that first-level martial artists can't kill those at the second level. This loophole was probably a loophole deliberately left behind by the sovereign. But those able to make use of this loophole are a scanty few. This young man is indeed not simple. The Exalt said. The man in brocade nodded and said, it wasn't that first-level martial artists killing second-level martial artists didn't happen before. But there absolutely would not be people so neat and tidy like him. Furthermore, his opponent is even a character close to rank 400 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. The Exalt said, it's still this boy's first day entering the Asura Arena, and he actually has such strength already. There's a possibility that he's a genius junior groomed by some super holy land. We need to investigate his origins clearly first before making a decision. This matter will be handed to you. The man in brocade bowed and said, yes. Leaving the Asura Arena, Yuan rented a residence in the Asura Arena and started to help the Origin Magnetism Spirit would absorb the Grey Flame Earth Sun Gold. This Grey Flame Earth Sun Gold contained extremely strong powers of Gold Element 2. Using it to refine into a holy artifact could make the martial artist's attack even stronger. But Yuan had the Starmoon sword on hand and was not overly concerned regarding the need for holy artifacts. Rather, the Origin Magnetism Spirit would, using it well, would absolutely be a form of enormous assistance. Therefore, he let the Origin Magnetism Spirit would absorb the powers of Gold Element inside the Grey Flame Earth Sun Gold without the slightest hesitation. Just as Yuan was refining the Grey Flame Earth Sun Gold, an uproar already utterly broke out at second level. The news of Tu Gang being finished off by a newcomer spread like wildfire at the second level. This sort of thing truly made all the martial artists' jaws drop. Quite a few people were gasping in admiration at this newcomer's powerful strength. But the vast majority of the people still mocked Tu Gang's incompetence. To be able to survive in a cruel environment like the Asura Arena, every person had tremendous self-confidence. Being killed could only show that Tu Gang's strength was lacking. Of course, the one who lost the most face was still Lu Licheng. Tu Gang was his subordinate and also his right-hand hired thug. He did not think that Tu Gang was actually killed by a second level's Punk 3. This was smacking his face. Investigated properly yet, just what origins is that punk? Lu Licheng asked his subordinate with a grim look. Yes, we investigated his background. That boy just entered the Asura Arena today and directly got a wipeout at the first level. Tu Gang had long-eyed the Asura shop's Grey Flame Earth Sun Gold, but he did not have sufficient points. This time, he finally managed to amass enough points to go by it. Didn't expect that he actually got killed by this newcomer. Chapter 877, Addressing Each Other as Brothers. Humph, does that punk called Yuan really think that he's invincible? In this Asura Arena, even a dragon has to coil up. Lu Licheng said with a cold snort. In this Asura Arena, there had never been a lack of geniuses. These Earth Carnage Proclamation's experts, which one of them was not peerlessly talented, with strength far surpassing those in the same level. That punk probably also knew that he got into trouble. After leaving the Asura shop, he actually chose to enter seclusion and did not enter the second level, the subordinate said. Humph, he may get off today but not tomorrow. Keep a close eye for me. When he arrives at the second level, report to me immediately. I want to let him take a look at this Asura Arena's brutality. Yes, Your Excellency, it's just, if you have something, just say it. Don't hem and haw. There are quite a few rumors out there right now. Especially Lord Zong Ta there. They are all laughing at us. Upon hearing this, Lu Licheng's expression became even more overcast. That Zong Ta was similarly a heavyweight class figure in the second level. Regardless whether was its strength or forces, it was not at all inferior to him. Making such a big fool of himself this time, Zong Ta would naturally grab hold and not let go, and give a good mocking. This damn brat, causing me to lose so much face. I must tear him from limb to limb. Lu Licheng gnashed his teeth in hatred, hating Yuan to the bones. Regarding the things that happened in the second level, Yuan was naturally unaware. Even if he knew, he would not care either. He set up an array formation to help the Origin Magnetism Spirit would absorb the powers of Gold Element inside the Grey Flame Earth Sun Gold, while he himself entered inside the vast Heaven Pagoda to cultivate. The likelihood of Yi Yuan making progress in supreme true intent was not too high within a short time. Therefore, Yi Yuan placed the focus of cultivation on the advancement of cultivation realm. At present, titanic transformations already happened to Yi Yuan's body. Even if he did not borrow the powers of medicinal pills, his cultivation speed was very fast too. Yi Yuan was currently comprehending the Bing character in the 9 characters true word formula. After violent essence energy went through the vast heaven pagoda's tempering, it was absorbed by Yi Yuan into his body. After entering the heaven enlightenment realm, each time Yi Yuan advanced a minor cultivation realm, it required massive amounts of essence energy. But ever since cultivating the Bing character, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was several times faster compared to before. Same as the Ellen character, the Bing character similarly seized the good fortune of heaven and earth. But the effects of the Bing character was completely different from the Ellen character. It was able to make martial artists become more sensitive toward the energy between heaven and earth. Cultivation would also yield twice the results with half the effort. For such a long time, Yi Yuan discovered that the effect of each word was different through comprehending this 9 words true character formula. But there was one point: each word contained extremely profound maxims of the great Tao. It could virtually let Yi Yuan reach the quintessence in an area. In this Bing character could let his cultivation speed increase tremendously. Yi Yuan believed that if he could cultivate the Bing character to an extremely high realm, his cultivation speed would probably be able to crush all of the divine realm's geniuses. Even using medicinal pills to pile up cultivation realm was probably nothing more than this too. After advancing to heaven enlightenment realm, Yi Yuan deliberately slowed down cultivation speed and fastidiously comprehended the powers of laws. Although this way would make his cultivation speed become slow, it could let his comprehension toward heavenly Tao become even clearer and more comprehensive. After heaven enlightenment realm, the most important was still comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, increasing concepts cultivation all round. If one did not pursue combat power, there naturally was no problem getting help from medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan was re-walking the martial path presently. This step was indispensable. The upper 3 realms could be said to be even more important than the 6 major cultivation realms before added up. Yi Yuan wanted to pursue the pinnacle of the martial path. He would rather walk a bit slower. But the Bing character plus the remolding of the primeval dragon bone made his cultivation speed no worse than any genius in the divine realm. Furthermore, along with the comprehension of the Bing character, his cultivation speed would become faster and faster. A month later, Yi Yuan finally broke through to 3rd level heaven enlightenment. When he went to check on the origin magnetism spirit wood, he discovered that the gray flame earth sun gold already turned into an ordinary chunk of rock. The power of gold element inside was already absorbed fully. Yi Yuan discovered to his joy that the origin magnetism spirit wood had indeed advanced to tier 7. With this, the power of the origin magnetic field increased greatly. This slaughter points is really good stuff. I'm going to inquire about it later to see if there's any way to obtain even more slaughter points. It's time to enter the 2nd level. Yi Yuan had seen quite a number of good stuff in the Asura shops points area. Even he was quite moved as well. Congratulations to Yi Yuan, Tan Si, for entering the Asura arena's 2nd level. A melodious voice sounded out in the 2nd level. The entire Asura arena all knew at once. Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, just advancing to the 2nd level. Is there a need to raise such a big rumpus? The 2nd level martial artist's strength is very formidable. We got to be a little more careful. It's said that the rank 1, Zhang Wushuang, his ranking reached 150th place on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. His strength is very formidable. Still remember that Tu Gang you killed. Although his ranking wasn't high, the backer behind him is ranked 10 plus at the 2nd level. His ranking on the Earth Carnage Proclamation is also as high as around 200. Tan Si said. This 1 month's time, Yi Yuan was oblivious to the outside world. But Tan Si inquired about the 2nd level's situation very clearly. That punch of Yi Yuan seemed to have poked the hornet's nest. He would probably be targeted the moment he came up. But Yi Yuan said totally unconcernedly, I hope that he has some common sense and doesn't come to provoke me like that idiot underling of his. The people in the Asura arena, which one was not stained full of blood on their hands? Regarding killing Tu Gang and his like, Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden at all. Tan Si had nothing to say. He could not figure out where the limits of Yi Yuan's strength lie either. But very clearly, when killing Tu Gang, Yi Yuan did not use full strength. Just arriving at the second level, Yi Yuan naturally had to stroll around a bit. But Yi Yuan barely walked 2 steps when he was stopped by a group of people. "Boy, was it you who killed Tu Gang?" a burly man at the front questioned. "What, are you all here to help him get justice?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. That burly man was originally still sinister looking. But he suddenly lopped an arm around Yi Yuan's shoulders and said with a big laugh, "Ha ha ha. Well killed, Tu Gang, that fellow, he has rubbed me the wrong way long ago. I'm called Zhao Chong. In the future, we'll be brothers, so let's get on more intimate terms." Yi Yuan still thought that he was here to find trouble. He did not think that this guy suddenly addressed him with great familiarity, looking not at all distant either. Yi Yuan jerked lightly, directly bouncing Zhao Chong off and said coolly, "Not everyone is qualified to address me as his brother. Who the hell are you people? State your names." Being easily bounced off by Yi Yuan, Zhao Chong could not help being startled inwardly. He originally thought that Tu Gang getting finished off was because he underestimated the enemy. But just that bit earlier, this boy's strength could not be taken lightly. "Heh, we're Lord Zong Ta's subordinates. You killed Tu Gang, Lu Licheng will definitely not be satisfied until he kills you. In the future, you follow Lord Zong Ta around. With him shielding you, Lu Licheng won't even dare to let out a fart." Zhao Chong laughed and said. Chapter 878, Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone Pill. After hearing this, Yi Yuan finally figured out this bunch of fellows' intention for coming. He did not expect that his actions in the Asura shop actually made these people give rise to the idea of soliciting him to join their side, except, Yi Yuan did not have plans on joining. "Your meaning is to pull me into a partnership," Yi Yuan said. Zhao Chong saw through Yi Yuan's thoughts too and said with a smile, "I know that your strength is decent. It's just that the second level situation is very different from the first level. Without a major figure shielding you, you'll die very horribly." Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "It's also not impossible for me to join in, but..." The moment Zhao Chong heard that there was a chance, he could not help being secretly pleased. This boy's strength was not weak, likely not beneath his. Settling this errand, Lord Zong Ta would definitely reward greatly. Was still wondering how proud this boy was, looks like it was also just like that. As for Yi Yuan wanting to state conditions, it was within reason too. Raising his status a little, this supported the argumentation of the main topic. "But what?" Zhao Chong asked. "But it will only work if I become the boss. I don't have the habit of being sheltered by others. It has always been me covering others." Yi Yuan looked very calm as he said. Zhao Chong's expression changed when he heard that. He even thought that this fellow was quite astute. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not know how to appreciate favors. "You become the boss, what a joke. Boy, don't think that you're amazing with a bit of strength. Let me tell you, without Boss Zong Ta's care, you'll be eaten in this second level until not even any scraps remain. Moreover, have you thought it through? You already offended Lu Licheng terribly by killing Tu Gang. Offending us further, you'll find it difficult to advance even a step in the second level." Zhao Chong said with a solemn face. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a regretful expression, "Is that so? Looks like we can't reach an agreement. Then there's nothing good to talk about. Make way, don't block the path." Yi Yuan reached his hand out and pushed aside. But this time, Zhao Chong was prepared and wanted to embarrass Yi Yuan. But he did not think that the force of Yi Yuan's light push was actually extremely strong. His body was pushed to one side involuntarily. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Zhao Chong's expression was ugly to the max. But Yi Yuan barely walked a few steps when he had his path blocked by another group of people again. Seeing this scene, a delighted expression showed on Zhao Chong's face. Lu Licheng actually personally moved out. "Punk, you finally came up. Your Uncle Lu has waited very long for you." Lu Licheng swept a glance at Zhao Chong ferociously. Clearly, he did not think that he came even faster than him. "A good dog won't block the path. Get lost," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Hey, what an arrogant brat. In this second level, no one dares to talk like this to your Uncle Lu. I think, since you came up to the second level, you've already come to understand, right?" Lu Licheng had an appearance like he got Yi Yuan and did not place Yi Yuan in his sights at all. Yi Yuan could not help finding it funny when he heard that. This was really any random guy would all feel good about themselves. Of course, my awareness has always been very high, Yuan said with a guileless look. Very good. Tomorrow, fighting arena, the two of us have a points gamble fight. If you dare to not agree, I'll kill you right now. Lu Licheng said with unparalleled overbearingness. Yuan's brows jumped up when he heard that and said, points gamble fight. The Tansi by the side moved closer and explained, points gamble fight is when both parties each put forth a portion of points and carry out a deathmatch. They must determine life and death in the fighting arena. The victor can obtain the other party's points. The moment Yuan heard, he could not help getting very interested and asked Lu Licheng, how many points do you have? Yuan showed an excited look, but it made Lu Licheng stunned. How many points I have, you don't need to care. You used 15 points at the Asura shop. Right now, you only have 5 points on hand. Let's bet 5 points. Yuan shook his head when he heard and said, too little. I'm lacking points very much right now. How about this, I'll raise the stakes, bet all of your points. The moment Yuan's words came out, the surroundings could not help being speechless. This guy is a moron, right? Just that bit of strength of his wants to bet with Lu Licheng all of his points. Even Zhang Ta dare not say to be able to retreat unscathed in a deathmatch with Lu Licheng either. This boy wouldn't think that by getting a wipeout in the first level, he can also do whatever he wants coming to the second level, right? The second level's martial artists, any random one that goes to the first level can also get a wipeout. Haha, maybe he thinks this way. The first level is already so weak, how strong can the second level be? There are idiots every year, this year is especially more. Zhao Chong was not far away. Hearing Yuan's words, he could not help holding his face with his face. He finally understood why Yuan would say that sort of arrogant and conceited words earlier. Could it be that this boy was completely a fool? Zhao Chong's strength was roughly the same as Tu Gang, also around Earth Carnage Proclamation 400th place. But 400th place and 200th place, the gap in between this was akin to a heavenly chasm. Although similarly Heaven Enlightenment Realm, the two people's strength simply had no way of mentioning in the same breath. If not for so, why would he, an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert, throw himself under a same realm martial artist? Ha ha ha, did you all hear it? He wants to raise the stakes and bet all of my points with me. Boy, your Uncle Lu has 35 points. Why don't you say what you'll use to make up for it? Don't tell me that you don't know how valuable these extra 30 points are. Lu Licheng was currently roaring with laughter when a medicinal pill was placed in front of him. His smile withdrew, the expression on his face gradually became solemn. This is a transcendent grade heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill. Recognizing the medicinal pill in Yuan's hand, Lu Licheng was no longer composed. The heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill was a top-tier tier 7 medicinal pill for cleansing the marrow. It was a huge temptation to Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists. This is because it could help martial artists to break through the fetters of Heaven Enlightenment Realm, and then to step into Faceless Realm. Of course, with the strength of Earth Carnage Proclamation experts, breaking through to Faceless Realm was not hard. To them, what was truly hard was breaking through to Tao Profound later, reaching Emperor Realm. The so-called lawless and faceless were not just the martial artist's comprehension on Heavenly Tao, but it was also on the fleshy body one. Breaking through to Faceless Realm, there was a process of cleansing the marrow. Remold the fleshy body anew, and from there, lay down the foundation for breaking through to Tao Profound Realm. Then what kind of extent this marrow cleansing reached was very particular. One could say that this process determined how far the martial artist could walk in the future to a very large degree. The Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone pill was of much higher rank compared to the medicinal pills on the market to help martial artists break through to the Faceless Realm. What was even more damnable was that this Tier 7 medicinal pill was too hard to concoct. Ordinary alchemists simply could not refine it. Therefore, even though the Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone pill's reputation was out there, those truly able to obtain it were extremely few. This was also why Lu Licheng would lose composure like so upon recognizing it. This medicinal pill was extremely rare. Moreover, it had a demand, but no market. Valuing at 30 points was more than enough. At least you know about the good stuff. How is it? Can you bet all of your points now? Yuan kept the medicinal pill and said. Lu Licheng sucked in a deep breath and finally calmed his state of mind. He switched to a cold smile and said, Since you want to give such a valuable medicinal pill to me, what reason do I still have to decline? Chapter 879, Timely Rain. On the second day, the fighting arena was packed full of people. The news of Yi Yuan and Lu Licheng's points gamble fight caused an uproar in the second level. But what made them even more concerned was the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill in Yi Yuan's hands. The allure of this medicinal pill was seriously too great. Lu Licheng's luck is seriously too good. There's actually a fool who's giving him a heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill. Why do I not run into this kind of good thing? Screw off, you. Even if you obtained the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill, can you defend it? Hey, that's true. Forget about me. Even Lu Licheng himself might not be able to protect it too. Ah, heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill, I don't believe that those few have no interest. Shish, you don't want your life anymore. You mustn't anyhow say such things. Right now, Yi Yuan was just like a little child carrying a gold piece and walking around on the bustling streets in the eyes of the second level's martial artists. Everywhere were ferocious looks. One had to admit, Yi Yuan's strength was very formidable. But to Lu Licheng this level of existence, he was definitely still too weak. On the fighting arena's grandstand, in an inconspicuous corner, an elderly person and a youth were currently standing with their hands behind their backs. Old Zhu, looks like you're hell-bent on the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill as well, said the youth with a sarcastic smile. The elderly person's face was cold as he said coolly, the pot calling the kettle black. If you're not interested, you won't show up here either. Hey, the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill is a legendary medicinal pill. Even you, old Zhu, were moved. How can I, a junior brat, not be moved? It's just that after today, whose hands this medicinal pill lands in will have to depend on each one's ability, the youth said. The old man shot the youth a scornful glance and said, bullying this old man, is it? This time, for the sake of the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill, I want to take a look at your Feng Shao's means. The youth smiled but did not speak. But the two persons' gazes turned toward the fighting arena. In the fighting arena, Yi Yuan and Lu Licheng's life and death battle was able to start. Brat, before dying, I still have to give you thanks for delivering to me such a precious medicinal pill. Lu Licheng looked at Yi Yuan and said with a pleased expression. Yi Yuan still had that indifferent look as he said, your esteemed self is really a timely rain. You know that this little lord, I, am lacking points, and you delivered yourself to my doorsteps the moment I came up. Really endlessly grateful. Lu Licheng smiled coldly and said, brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Your uncle Lu will let you take a look today at what the true strength of a second level martial artist is. Done talking, the 5 stars on Lu Licheng's glabella suddenly lit up. A furious killing intent wreaked havoc on the field and was actually even more violent compared to Tan Si. A long halberd brandishing, killing intent was piercingly cold. Lu Licheng's second stage slaughter supreme true intent is already approaching the great circle of perfection and is already not far from third stage. This boy's strength is obviously not weak. But he only has less than 4 stars on slaughter concept. I want to see what methods he has to deal with the situation. On the grandstand, the youth was filled with anticipation as he said. I heard that this brat's fleshy body is extremely formidable. When he was at the first level, he directly blew up his opponent with one punch. I reckon that this should be his greatest reliance, the elderly man said. Looking at news from all round, Yi Yuan's strength was definitely not what ordinary martial artists could compare to. Although the specific circumstances inside the Asura shop did not spread out, without a doubt, Yi Yuan's strength in itself could not be underestimated to be able to kill 2 gang. It was just that in comparison, Lu Licheng, this veteran expert, was clearly more promising. Heavenly halberd frenzied slaughter. Lu Licheng gave a fierce roar. The long halberd drew a massive semicircle and directly cleaved down towards the top of Yi Yuan's head. The long halberd had an overwhelming momentum and incredible power. This move encompassed an overwhelming tremendous force and actually pierced through the array formation, blowing up gusts of fierce wind on the grandstand. Facing this staggering move, Yi Yuan actually did not move a muscle, allowing Lu Licheng to do as he liked and what he liked. The long halberd landed on the ground, smashing out an enormous pit on the Earth's surface. Debris scattered around, smashing onto the array formation, turning into a pile of dust. A portion flew onto Yi Yuan's body, likewise, turning into a pile of dust. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what happened. What the hell is Lu Licheng doing? Testing moves. Started off with a bang and ended with a whimper. This move also deviated too far off the mark, right? Odd. Too strange. Lu Licheng isn't someone who shows mercy. Why was this move so off form? When I saw Lu Licheng's move just now, it frightened me badly. His strength is clearly even stronger than before. But this result, Lu Licheng's move smashed the fighting arena into a mess. It was just that although this move's destructive power was shocking, it was too far away from Yi Yuan. The move was completely unable to cause any substantial damage. From beginning to the end, Yi Yuan stood there not moving a muscle, as if he had not done anything at all. This kind of scene was too bizarre. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Licheng and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that in this Asura arena, there's still such a polite opponent. Not easy, oh, not easy. In order to express respect towards your esteemed self, this punch, I'll call forth all my power." How did the current Lu Licheng still have any hint of the composure from before? His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with apprehension. Because of the isolation of the array formation, the people on the grandstands completely did not know what happened in the arena. But he was perfectly aware. His move of his was launched aiming at Yi Yuan. Who knew that halfway, a massive force suddenly appeared, forcefully altering the trajectory of his attack, making a huge deviation occur between this move of his and the originally planned trajectory from there. Under this enormous force, he actually had no command over himself. You, actually no origin. Lu Licheng's words had yet to be said finish when Yi Yuan moved. A slow and average punch. It actually looked somewhat soft and lacking strength. The feeling that this punch gave the martial artists on the grandstand was that, regardless of who was on the field, they could easily avoid it, and even counter-kill Yi Yuan. But Lu Licheng felt completely different facing this punch. Facing this neither too slow nor too fast punch, he actually had nowhere to evade. This was the moment of life and death. Lu Licheng urged his essence energy to the limits, wanting to avoid this punch of Yi Yuan's. However, right at this time, that strange force appeared once more. No, Yi Yuan's punch suddenly vanished before his eyes. That hoarse and exhausted shout suddenly stopped. Under everyone's stares, Lu Licheng was pulverized into a scattered mess of flesh and blood by Yi Yuan with one punch, completely losing his human form. The next instance, Lu Licheng's absolute kill token slowly flew out. Slaughter concept slowly flowed towards Yi Yuan's body. The fourth star on Yi Yuan's glabella became clearer and clearer, and it finally formed. Lu Licheng's slaughter concept was a lot. Yi Yuan also absorbed his fill in one go. Apart from this, Yi Yuan also became aware that inside his absolute kill token, 35 points appeared out of thin air. All of a sudden, he owned 40 slaughter points. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and was rather surprised as he said, "Is this the slaughter's supreme true intent? Indeed impressive. No wonder this Asura arena is so brutal, but so many geniuses flock to it like ducks." On the grandstand, that elderly person and the youth earlier exchanged a glance, both incomparably astounded. Chapter 880, Ignoring. No need to have talent, no need to comprehend, as long as one triumphed over their opponents continuously, they could comprehend a supreme true intent. It was indeed too alluring. Even if one did not comprehend to the great circle of perfection realm, the power of a supreme true intent was also unparalleled. Breaking through to 4-star Soul General at this moment, Yi Yuan had an additional supreme true intent out of thin air just like this. Counting the previous two, Yi Yuan already possessed 3 supreme true intents at present. In this Asura arena, it was probably a one of its kind. And the shock that Yi Yuan set off was still continuing. Everyone was all somewhat uncertain what it meant and totally did not understand what on earth happened. Currently, Zhong Ta and Zhao Chong were also below the stage, the expressions on their faces wonderfully fascinating. Especially Zhao Chong, recalling those words said to Yi Yuan previously, he could not help sweating profusely. He only came back to his senses at this time. Turns out that Yi Yuan was not joking previously. He was actually being serious. With Yi Yuan's strength, if he really joined, who would be the boss if he did not become the boss? Zhong Ta's strength was neck to neck with Lu Licheng. The two people's ranking was also very close. For Yi Yuan to be able to kill Lu Licheng so easily, he naturally had the strength to kill Zhong Ta too. Thinking up to here, Zhao Chong could not help secretly rejoicing about Lu Licheng suddenly popping out at that time. If not for Lu Licheng, if he compelled Yi Yuan to join the team back then, his corpse would probably be strewn on the streets already. In the corner, the youth's expression had indescribable solemnness as he said, Old Zhu, saw it clearly. Old Zhu slowly nodded, his gaze likewise unbelievably somber as he said with a nod, absolutely the origin magnetic field, no mistake. Moreover, looking at it, the power of his origin magnetic field is not small. Forget about you and me, even those freaks on the third level would likely suffer considerable hindrance too. Him possessing the origin magnetic field is practically in an undefeatable position already. Unless one's strength far surpasses his, one can only be led by him by the nose. The youth said, not just that, did you see clearly that move he killed Lu Licheng with? It looked like he relied entirely on the strength of the fleshy body, but at that instant of final eruption, it absolutely still contained an extremely powerful concept of fire. If I didn't see wrongly, it should be the extremely hard to comprehend scorching supreme true intent. The more old Zhu talked, the more alarmed he became inwardly. The youth suddenly could not help laughing in spite of himself as he said, to think that you and I were still having designs on the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill. Thinking about it now, it's really a joke. Such an opponent, better to provoke less. At this point, these two people were clearly incredibly wary of Yi Yuan already. No wonder Yi Yuan dared to take out the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill without fear for anything. Turns out that he really had this strength. Hey, is there still anyone coming up? This second level should also be consecutively winning 20 matches to advance, right? Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out in the fighting arena. But what replied him was silence. He said these words incomparably haughtily. But at this moment, not a single person felt that he was arrogant. Although he won very bizarrely, Yi Yuan's strength left no room for doubt. Those martial artists glanced around, looking at each other. But who would dare to go up the stage at this time? Yi Yuan only killed a martial artist rank 10 plus at the second level. There were still over a dozen existences stronger than Lu Licheng in front. But at this instant, these 10 over people all collectively lost their voices. This points gamble fight is rather interesting. Is there still anyone continuing? Yi Yuan looked at the audience and said again, I believe that everyone also knows, I have a heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill in my hands. The current Yi Yuan was just like a bad uncle kidnapping kids. That appearance was detestable to the extreme. But under this sort of situation, no one dared to go up the stage to fight with him. What a joke. Points gamble fights could only be determined with life and death. Who dared to go up and seek death? Time slowly trickled by, looking as if Yi Yuan was going to get a wipeout once again soon. I'll challenge you. Right then, a voice sounded out. A youngster dressed in black tight-fitting clothes went up to the fighting arena. Yi Yuan looked over and discovered that this youth's face had unswerving determination, his momentum quite imposing. He was absolutely an expert. Good. How many points do you have? I'll bet all of it. Yi Yuan said very interestedly. But that youth shook his head and said, I'm not having a points gamble fight with you, just purely challenging you. When the youth went up to the stage, below the stage was actually already whispering around in subdued voices. They were clearly very surprised by this black-clothed youth going up the stage. But the moment those words came out, everyone's jaws hit the ground. No way, right, the Leng Qing who has made a clean sweep of all obstacles in the second level actually capitulated. He doesn't dare to have a points gamble fight with Yi Yuan. I truly didn't expect that this Yi Yuan actually hauled Leng Qing out. He has already not taken action for very long. He's the only expert in the second level to enter the Earth Carnage Proclamation's first 150th place and has already been without any challenges in battles for a very long. The second level's number 1 expert actually don't dare to say to definitely win Yi Yuan either. Turns out that this black-clothed youth was actually the second level's number 1 expert, Leng Qing. Except, when Yi Yuan suggested a points gamble fight, Leng Qing actually backed off. Very clearly, Leng Qing did not have the confidence to win Yi Yuan at all. The reason why he went up the stage to challenge Yi Yuan was just that he encountered an opponent he was interested in. He wanted to come up and compare notes a bit, that was all. If a points gamble fight was carried out, then there was no leeway to maneuver. The two people must carry out a life and death great battle, all the way until one side dies. When Yi Yuan heard that, he said with a regretful look, how boring to not gamble points. Then forget it, not fighting anymore today. Finished talking, under everyone's stunned gazes, Yi Yuan actually left the fighting arena directly. Yi Yuan already fought a match today and could totally not accept Leng Qing's challenge. The second level's rule was that a match must be fought every 3 days. After this match, Yuan could await the battle arranged by the Asura arena 3 days later. Lang Qing was the synonym for invincibility in the second level. There had never been anyone who dared to speak this way to him before. Everyone did not think that today, Lang Qing was actually ignored by someone. Yet, Lang Qing's face did not have any look of unhappiness at all. He said coldly, "Fine. 3 days later, we'll fight again." Yuan was slightly stunned, then waved his hand and left. Tan Si, who's that kid, so arrogant? He can have a showdown with me if he wants to fight me. Isn't the arrangement of the fights decided by the Asura arena? On the way back, Yuan asked Tan Si. Tan Si could not help being speechless when he heard that. Talking about arrogant, was there anyone more arrogant than you today? At every level, the people ranked in the top 10 all have special privileges. Because their strength is sufficient to enter the next level. So whether they fought or not, it is already not important. And behind them, there are people backing them up. Although I don't know who is supporting them, arranging one match, I think it shouldn't be a problem. Also, that black-clothed youth is called Lang Qing. He's the second level's strongest person. Beating him, you'll be the second level's boss. Tan Si said, but Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, what does the second level's boss count as? Those guys in the third level are the Heaven Enlightenment Realm's true geniuses. If my conjectures are right, there are probably quite a few people who comprehended two supreme true intents. Only by fighting with these true geniuses can one find some pleasure. Chapter 881, Slaughter Sword Art. This slaughter concept is really mystical. It's actually like it's inscribed in my body. There's not much difference than the supreme true intents I comprehended myself. Yuan slowly opened his eyes, the killing intent in his eyes gradually faded. These 3 days' time, he had constantly been understanding the slaughter supreme true intent that he had just obtained. Yuan discovered that this slaughter supreme true intent could be released and withdrawn freely. It actually did not have a shred of stagnant feel. He could not help sighing in admiration at these mystical aspects. To any martial artist, concepts comprehension involved patience and painstaking work. Not a hint of choosing the easy way was permissible. But this slaughter concept was the only supreme true intent that could be grasped without needing to comprehend. It was precisely because of so that the divine realm would have so many young talents that came to the chaotic devil sea and entered the Asura arena. Among these, there were quite a number of people who have already comprehended a supreme true intent. Adding in another slaughter supreme true intent, their strength would have a substantial increase within a short period. But Yuan discovered that this slaughter concept was linked in many ways to the absolute kill token. It seemed to rely on the absolute kill token to exist. Looks like this absolute kill token was the inherent law holding up the Asura arena's operations. But was there really such a good thing? Regarding this absolute kill token, Yuan kept on having a strange feeling. But as for where it was strange specifically, he could not pinpoint it either. He once used all kinds of methods to examine the absolute kill token before, but could not find any trace of improprieness. However, regarding this supreme true intent that was practically picked up for free, Yuan still continued to have some suspicions. Acquired the slaughter concept, but I'm still lacking a martial technique to match it. Looks like I got to make a trip to the Asura shop again. Seeing Yuan enter the Asura shop once more, the one receiving him was still that female attendant from last time. It was just that this time, she became very warm. Yin congratulates Sir for overpowering all heroes at the second level. Did Sir come this time in order to select a slaughter martial technique? The female attendant said. Yuan was greatly surprised. Clearly, he did not expect that this lady actually guessed his intention for coming. Seemingly seeing through Yuan's thoughts, Yin said, generally, martial artists who just became 4-star soul generals would all come to the Asura shop to choose martial techniques. Only then did Yuan come to a realization. He said, then is there any impressive martial techniques at your place here? There naturally is, but the formidable martial techniques are all housed in the inner pavilion. It's just that, talking until here, Yin could not help hesitating for a moment. You're worried that my points aren't enough? Yuan said rather surprisedly. Since the female attendant knew that he had a points gamble fight with Lu Licheng, she presumably should know how many points he had. He had 40 points in his hands right now. It was actually not enough to buy a set of martial technique. The female attendant nodded and said, ordinary martial technique, I believe Sir won't take fancy of them. The truly powerful martial techniques of the slaughter concept require at least 80 points. Those even more powerful techniques require more than 200 points. Yi Yuan could not help drawing a cold breath when he heard that too. A martial technique selling at such a horrifying price, this was also too absurd, right? Bring me in to take a look first. Yi Yuan said coolly. Following Si Yin into the inner pavilion, Yi Yuan also jumped in fright. Martial techniques related to the slaughter concept was actually as many as several dozen copies, from Tier 7 to Tier 9. But there was one point: the prices of these martial techniques were all very high. Even the price of the most inferior Tier 7 martial technique reached 20 to 30 points. As for the Tier 9 martial techniques, they basically all started at 50 points. Yi Yuan swept a glance, but his gaze stopped on a martial technique right in the middle. Isn't the price of this slaughter sword art a little too absurd, yeah? Yi Yuan pointed at this martial technique and said speechlessly. This martial technique named slaughter sword art actually needed a horrifying 500 points. Si Yin smiled and said, this slaughter sword art is our Asura shop's supreme store treasure. It's said that this martial technique cultivated to the extreme can even be on par with the 10 great divine kings. Doesn't Sir feel that it is worth this price? Upon hearing, Yi Yuan could not help becoming interested too. If a martial technique could reach the level of the 10 great divine kings, forget about 500 points, even 1000 points were not considered expensive too. It was just that these words being uttered out of the mouth of a puny little female attendant, how much credibility did it have? 10 great divine kings, who, in the entire chaotic devil sea, are their existences rivaling the 10 great divine kings? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Si Yin looked at Yi Yuan with a slight smile as she said, there are goodness knows how many divine kings in the divine realm. But those able to become 10 great divine kings' existences, are only those 10 people after all. No matter how strong the martial technique is, it also requires the person training in it to be strong. Other people can't cultivate to the 10 great divine kings' boundary, doesn't mean that Sir can't as well. Don't you agree, Sir? Si Yin finished talking and discovered that Yi Yuan's gaze was currently looking straight at her. He said with a half smile, looks like, Miss hopes for me to cultivate this martial technique very much. A trace of bewilderment flashed across Si Yin's heart. She did not expect that this boy in front of her was actually so sensitive. And not at all, it's just that Sir asked, this maidservant is just answering Sir's question, Si Yin hurriedly said. Hey, even if you have a trap, what do I, Yi Yuan, have to fear? This cultivation method, I want it. But, can Miss Si Yin teach me how to obtain even more points or not? Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan browsed through all of the cultivation methods. Very clearly, this slaughter sword art was the most suited to him. Yi Yuan could feel that behind this Asura arena, there was a pair of large hands manipulating in secret. Regardless whether was it slaughter concept or martial techniques, it could all be a trap. But to be able to toy with so many geniuses in the palm of his hand, behind this definitely had an earth-shaking plot. To Yi Yuan, to be able to live harmoniously in peace was naturally the best. If the other party did not have eyes and wanted to play some tricks on him, he would return it tit for tat without the slightest politeness too. Although Yi Yuan felt that it was not proper, he similarly yearned immensely for strength. To Yi Yuan, having one more supreme true intent was obviously something that he wished for. Him coming to the chaotic devil sea, on the one hand, it was for the sake of the Skanda divine stone. The other was for the sake of this supreme true intent. Now that there was a heaven-defying martial technique on par with the 9 suns burning heaven placed in front of him, Yi Yuan saying that he was not moved was fake. Si Yin laughed coldly in her heart. The Asura arena has existed for so many years. The geniuses are not just you alone. Having an unduly high opinion of oneself, this is a common failing for geniuses. In the end, you still can't resist the temptation of power. There are many ways to obtain points. But there's one thing, that is to have some contribution to the Asura arena. I heard that Sir has a heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill in possession. If Sir is willing to transfer possession of it to the Asura shop, we're willing to purchase it at the price of 50 points. Si Yin said. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised look. He said with a smile, just the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill will do. Then if I refine other medicinal pills, can it also be exchanged for points? Si Yin said, that will have to depend on what kind of medicinal pills Sir refine. If it's like the heavenly sea spirit brimstone, however many you have, we want as many. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.